Right now, we'd like to continue with the composition by yours truly.
Mathematics, the hilltop. Loving my enemy, giving me unknown energy, pretending to be friends with me. Only the phony accident to me, to eventually expose why you were sent to me. Still I'm loving my enemy, giving me unknown energy, pretending to be friends with me. Only the phony accident to me, to eventually expose why you were sent to me. Racing to be the team on top, the cream of the crop. I'm seeing that the phenom must stop, cause all materials rot. We lost trust, no betrayal of trust to the just. Together it's us and a must. Twist your negative force to your loss at all costs, facing the fire of a holocaust. I'm on the tour, the sun that sets off, running the route raw, all about settling scores. To meddle in wars, it's like peddling water to shores. If you follow, you get swallowed for sure. The world's here to learn from, or turn from. According to the path you take, your fate is certain. Point of view sent to you, reasons few. Adversaries keep me on my toes, it's true. All who may have heard through the recital of the Bible, see and understand this key to be vital. Idle time equals waste, yo. I write a rhyme and play, so take a taste of nourishment potentially. Replenishing meant to see me towards the end of the century. I'll be loving my enemy, giving me unknown energy, pretending to be friends with me. Only the phoniacs stand to me to eventually expose why you were sent to me. Still I'm loving my enemy, giving me unknown energy, pretending to be friends with me. Only the phoniacs stand to me to eventually expose why you were sent to me. I trust my intuition cause I seek life's truth. When I bust a rhyme, listen cause my backing is proof. Before I be rhyme energy, I'm not the enemy of entities. Peacefully and infinitely I eventually blow up my energy with sensei. Let's see what I see and why. I multiply in actions, divide material attractions. For those in haste that make waste face subtraction. In addition to my mission, I mention like divine intervention to aid on my ascension. Not every hand's extended with positive attention. Some of them in it for pensions. Yo, it's mad women swimming in men. The venom they put in them, and yo, I even been them, but now I awoke and broke the chain that choked to unfold through my note. And the words I spoke sent to erupt in corrupt times. Mathematic conduct rhymes and drop lines like landmines. Cause I loving my enemy, giving me unknown energy, pretending to be friends with me. Only the phoniacs stand to me to eventually expose why you were sent to me. Things I do, they're into things they get. I do not forget and get caught up in some shit I might regret. I'm living to do and giving to get, and keeping every circumstance in check. Sometimes seeming surprising like Vazine, cause I'm seeing clear what's out here. My infrared words persevere, even herbs and fear, cause it's absurdly clear. The words you hear, my endeavor every year to sever and put in the rear. Now my mind's in the clear. You couldn't compare words. I'm out of here.
I can still remember the day my father told me that wars are always started by the ego and ambitions of one person. War is the worst thing, and unfortunately, one of the most essential things in the world, he said. My father was definitely a very eccentric person, and as a boy, I was too young to understand why my father constantly spoke about how and why wars began, especially when we lived in the most beautiful and peaceful place in the world.
On 9-8. This LP's a banger. Yeah. Yo, killer army in your galaxy, in your continent, in your state, in your city. Take them to war, throw your grenades, this shit is gritty. Rolling tanks, carry shanks while y'all niggas shoot planks. Live on gunpowder, roll black down, dealing with ranks. Killer army in your galaxy, in your continent, in your state, in your city. Take them to war, throw your grenades, this shit is gritty.
Yo, what's the signs on your crab ass niggas out here in this rap shit? Turning this shit into some fucking acting shit. Step into my chamber, I hang ya like a stranger out to dry with the mic cord wrapped around your neck like 2 times designed to leave you breathless to the point where you passed out, flatlined it. Simple-minded ass cats, get your fingers snapped back out of place and dislocated. Reaching for that mic device, kid, I'm nice.
Yo, we never timid, break the speed limit, state laws and glass jaws and fade malls. Burst pause, we take draws. Wise guys ruin the prize guys, we snatch mics. Pitch right, turn out the light. Mathematics strike to sight, make me pull my fist tight. We loud every night, bump shoulders, clubs overnight. Chris started the fight with the Sandalog, who liked the dialogue. Bashes dome with the smearing off, now we scrambling off. Raging sharp face off, killer army cut, pushing through like what? Always posted up, double edge, leave you with a buck.
Yo, killer army in your galaxy, in your continent, in your state, in your city. Take them to war, throw your grenade, this shit is gritty. Rolling tanks, carry shanks while y'all niggas shoot blanks. Live on gunpowder, roll black down, dealing with ranks. Killer army in your galaxy, in your continent, in your state, in your city. Take them to war, throw your grenade, this shit is gritty. terrorist, arch nemesis. This is my testament. Eternal life is through the mind. The first element, the first to settle it, the first to pull the metal, the first to defeat the devil, the first to take it to that level. For the volume, adjust the levels, EQ the treble. The first and last rebel, crush a stone into a pebble. Dunk the track in holy water, baptized by rhyme and slaughter, ice and Torah. Mental explorer, my golly aura. Star bright, light up your life like night light. Heard you wanna fight, return your ass twice, mental and physically.
Yo, the last starfighter, pigeon toe soldier, northern exposure, built with Noah, Asiatic composer, Mike Killer, Black Noah, to retrieve renegade envoy, seek and destroy any man that sticks with the fear, disease, and paranoid. Like Prince trapped in a time zone. In 1751, he buried 100 course of Rome. Christian Darwin's his clone, lyrical arthritis, potatoes to the bone. Around Battlestar Galactica, Cheris Malachi Tacta, Scarface is a massive courage, weak lyricists perish, uncut courage, physical frame, look to the package, face to face so sharp and slice your eyelashes. Madness gossip, while I speak gospel, like the teachers of Christ and the apostles. The mind and matter, I'm deep to the science. I smell the MC with pillow, let them die in silence.
Kill an army in your galaxy, in your continent, in your state, in your city. Take them to war, throw your grenades, this shit is gritty. Rolling tanks, carry shanks while y'all niggas shoot blanks. Look on gunpowder, roll black down, dealing with ranks. Kill an army in your galaxy, in your continent, in your state, in your city. Take them to war, throw your grenades, this shit is gritty. Rolling tanks, carry shanks while y'all niggas shoot blanks. Live on gunpowder, roll black down, dealing with ranks. Kill an army in your galaxy, in your continent, in your state, in your city. Take them to war, throw your grenades, this shit is gritty. This shit is gritty, so gritty.
Greetings. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. How you guys doing today? I hope everyone's having a great day and a blessed evening here. I'm going to be premiering some information here for our channel that's going to focus on three issues that are concurrently spoken of in today's political and philosophical world, and the ideological aspects of those various movements. And I'll try to cover as much as I can in terms of these topics. And the first topic here, well, I guess I'll just lay out the topics first. The topics are about how the different religious conflicts come into the modern age. So we're talking about the dialectic between religion and science in the 16th century that morphed into a dialectic between science and art. Art represented by nature. This is mainly in the time of Romanticism. There's a lot of tie in there, in the 18th century. So we're going to begin this by looking at the 18th century, a pivotal time in political history. In the 1800s, you have the conflict between scientism and spiritualism. You have the fall of the Ottoman Empire right at the turn of the century. Between the 18th and the 19th century, you have some premier events, going into the 19th century, and the three biggest events there would be the fall of the Ottoman Empire would be one, the establishment of Zionism would be another one, and the rise of the Bolsheviks, would be a third one. And all of these movements started in the 1800s and moved to about 1917. And that's when a lot of these major things took place at the turn of the century. So the three sort of ideological movements that catalyze, these various forms, are as follows. One is Jewish liberalism, which is the invention of a sort of Jewish nationalism that is based on the ideals of secular humanism. Okay, why is that important? Because it culminates in everything we've been talking about. Okay, the Jews in Europe, the Jews in Rome, okay, the Jews in the Roman Empire, okay, the Alexandrian Jews, okay, during the second century, and their whole, kind of role. So we have these two poles of Western civilization, Rome and Jerusalem, as Hegel said. And I was looking at Hegel last time, about how he talks about the role of, various forms. But he said one thing he said was about the dialectic between Greek philosophy and Jewish religion, which culminated in Christianity. And many thinkers today, think that that is one of the major shifts. They're following a Hegelian concept, because they're realizing postmodern philosophy. And so you have Christian futurists as well. You not only have Jewish liberals, okay, say from the spring point, from the fountainhead of all religious conscience in the West, you have Abraham, and downstream from that, you have the sons of Abraham, apparently, and the non-sons of Abraham, apparently, because the Jews have many converts in their ranks, throughout history. So you have a lot of people that fall into the category of the Jewish liberalism, and you have, a sort of a Jewish enlightenment, okay? A Jewish enlightenment, okay? Have you guys ever heard of this? It's called the Haskalah. The Haskalah. Figures like Moses Mendelssohn and Martin Buber, they expanded on neo-Kantian designs. Okay, look at this. The Haskalah, often referred to as the Jewish Enlightenment, was intellectual movement among the Jews of Central and Eastern Europe with a certain influence on those within Western Europe and the Muslim world. It arose as a defined ideological worldview during the 1770s. Okay, so some of the key figures of this were like Moses Mendelssohn, and Mendelssohn wrote letters to key figures. He wrote a letter to Kant, in fact. Could look up the letter between Moses Mendelssohn and Kant. Let me look that up for you guys. Let's listen to some of this. Moses Mendelssohn talking to Kant, during the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment in Europe. Okay, the Jews of Amsterdam, other places, they had a enlightenment of their own. Okay. And what it culminated in was the establishment of Zionism, or a Jewish kind of secular doctrine, okay, that had an influence worldwide. You can tell. And when we get to the thoughts of Theodore Herzl, who wrote the Jewish state, the work, The Jewish State, he's basically expounding on these concepts of the Jewish Enlightenment, the Haskalah, right? He's kind of like the cream of the crop in there. In Basel, Switzerland. That's where Herzl's from. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's hard to find this letter, but yeah. But yeah, they had a correspondence, is what I know. Kant and Mendelssohn. Let me just look up Moses Mendelssohn for you guys. Go back to this page on the Haskalah, because this is going to be interesting for you guys. The Jewish Enlightenment in the 1700s in Europe. Because this really led to the ideas. Because how do you mix the notion of Judaism with a secular concept like nationalism? Well, it took some a sort of, the kind of same thing that happened to the Protestants, where the Protestants, moved into libertinism in the French Revolution. They kind of rejected Calvin and they moved into a sort of hyper antinomian kind of mode, you know, a hyper antinomian mode, and that kind of is catalyzed by figures like Jacob Frank and Shabbatai Zevi, who are there in the Amsterdam Jewish community, you know, and these kind of figures were at the cusp of a you know, not only the Hasidic reform movement within Judaism, because Hasidism is actually from the 15th century. Okay, it's like Protestant Judaism. Okay, so this is an important point to note. You know, the Baal Shem Tov was a Hasidic, the founder of Hasidism. He was from Poland. Okay, so these things developed during the 15th century. Moses Mendelssohn, it says here, was a German Jewish philosopher and theologian. His writings on Jews and Jewish religion identify our central elements in the development of the Haskalah, or the Jewish Enlightenment of the 18th and 13th century. Okay. Okay, this is very important type of stuff here, because it shows you the position of Jews in Europe and you know, the position of Jews in Germany at the time, really. You know, because here you have a Kantian sort of philosopher, you know, or a contemporary of Kant, you know, who corresponded with him, you know, and he's got these, you know, kind of creds. Let's look at some of his views. You know, this is going to be interesting because, you know, a lot of times I skip a lot of this information and go to the ideas, right? Which they don't really have here. Interesting. Philosophical work. Here we go. Philosophical work. Let's look at some of this. Yeah, I see people get paid for reading Wikipedia articles. So I'm just wondering what the deal is, you know? But yeah, the interest caused by these actions, important work. Position of Judaism in a Gentile world. How about this? This was Jerusalem. 1783, he wrote a work called Jerusalem. It is a forcible plea for freedom of conscience described by Kant as an irrefutable book. Whoa, well, there it is. I was just trying to say that Kant is a very important figure in this, okay? Kant, okay, called this book an irrefutable book. Jerusalem, a book called Jerusalem, by the way. Okay. Brothers, he says, if you take care for true piety, let us not feign agreement where diversity is evidently the plan and purpose of providence. None of us thinks and feels exactly like his fellow men. Why do we wish to deceive each other with delusive words? Its basic thrust, okay, now I'm reading the Wikipedia article. Its basic thrust is that the state has no right to interfere in the religion of its citizens. Okay? Now, Locke and Kant had similar thoughts on toleration. You know, Locke wrote in the 16th century, Kant wrote in the 17th century. You know, and this Haskalah, Jewish Enlightenment figures like Moses Mendelssohn, you know, they gained popularity in the 18th and 19th century. That 19th century development of Zionism is partly attributed to the rise of secularism and the ideas of nationalism and liberalism, classical liberalism, okay, among the Jewish people in Europe, okay, because it's the Jews of Europe that established the Jewish state. So we have to, so it's, you know, the modern Jewish state is two sides of one coin, and the two sides of the coin, one coin is Western liberalism, and the other side is, you know, Hasidism. And both of those are European inventions, okay, in the 15th century. Okay, that's when these things got started up. Let me take a look at the chat. I'm just trying to put down the kind of topics here that we're talking about, you know. Yeah. Yep, definitely. Haskalah sounds like the opposite of that hollow word, right? Yeah. Don't squeeze the juice. Yeah, definitely, brother. Don't be squeezing that juice trophy. Smile. Bless you, brother, man. Uncle Fatty, hell yeah. Hey, what's going on, brother? Bless you, man. Peace and respect. Oh man, I got all my Habibis in here, man. I got Richard Madsen, an erudite scholar. Richard Madsen. Blessings, brother, man. Wow. You know, it's an honor to have you here, my friend. How is everyone? I'm doing blessed. I hope you and Bunny are having a blessed day as well, you know? I pray for you guys, man. Thank you guys for being here for me. Mendelssohn, civil enlightenment and human enlightenment. Yeah, see? Fascinating stuff. Yeah, bless, man. Yeah, I'm getting some gray hairs, guys. It is what it is. You know, it's because of my wife. Giving me a hard time. Greetings at the machine lies. Bless you, brother El Perro. Bless you, man. Got a favorite strain? Yeah, Golden Goat. That's my favorite strain. Yeah, Green Crack is pretty great. Bless you guys, man. Okay. You know, we're gonna move into some material here. So anyways, the only one I didn't touch on, okay, is and I'm gonna cover these successively. So next time it's gonna be a little bit about Christian futurism. Okay, and we're gonna kind of haphazardly leap into that today. We'll see how the panel discussion goes, and we're also going to talk about Islamic modernism. You know, of types like Jamaluddin Afghani and other type of people who try to combine the modern state with Islam. You know, science. And Islam together. You know, we have thinkers like Muhammad Iqbal and other people. And all of these are important for today because you have the Islamic State, you have the Christian nation, and you have the Jewish people. You know, and of course, all three of these, as they move into the modern age, you know, they radically transform their ideology to match the threat of science and liberalism as imposed on old traditions, the traditions of the past. You know, they have to move into the new kind of age, you know, and that word is, I guess there's a huge pun. You know, I'm getting punny there, you know, with that word, new age, because that is what they call their so-called enlightenment. Okay. And they get this term from dispensationalism, from Jewish and Christian dispensationalism. You know, that's where Hegel comes from. If you guys look at my last presentation, it was on Hegel. And Hegel talks about, all of Hegelian philosophy is based on Jewish and Christian dispensationalism, okay, used to derive a pseudo eschatology of progress, okay, and it comes from thinkers like Nicholas of Cusa, Joachim of Fiore, as I said, quasi-religious thinkers, that stood on the cusp of religious thought. They explored ideas. He explored the ideas of Jacob Boehme on alchemy, science. He praised Enlightenment ideas. Okay, him and Schelling. Okay, what praised the French Revolution. He said Napoleon is a world spirit on horseback. Okay, so this was Hegelian philosophy. Okay, Hegel thought about the spirit of history. Okay, this is important stuff. Spirit of history. Where does this idea come from? It comes from the Kabbalah. It comes from dispensationalism. Okay, and it also comes from Neo-Pythagorean type of ideas about nature's laws, nature's cycles. Okay, coming of a new age. This has to do with the zodiac and all that type of stuff. Our brother Madsen knows more about that than I do. But yeah, bless you guys, man. One of the ideas of Hegel that's important to realize is the Hegelian dialectic. Where does this idea come from? Secularism. Okay, from Marx communism, and I'm reading here from Livingstone's Transhumanism. It says, from Marx communism to the Cold War to the current so-called clash, quote unquote, clash of civilizations, the world's secret plans have operated since the ascendancy of the Illuminati by manufacturing false oppositions that provide the pretext for introducing what appears, to the only reasonable solution. The tactic has been referred to as the Hegelian dialectic. Although never articulated by Hegel himself, it was articulated by Heinrich Moritz Schalabos, a German philosopher best known for characterization of Hegel's philosophy as positing a dialectic of a triad of thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Hegel had ascribed the terminology to Kant, and carrying on Kant's work, Fichte greatly elaborated on the synthesis model, which was taken up by Schelling. Okay. So this is the expansion of Hegelian philosophy, and of course, people like Theodore Adorno were great proponents of Hegelian philosophy. Who wrote the report on the authoritarian personality, which was used for the MK Ultra study. Okay, guys. Okay, what was his synthesis all about? Well, one of the things that he said that the exactly, shadow balls dialectic. This is kind of what he believed in. Was kind of the arc end of the dialectic. He believed that the negation of the negation, that the negation was a driving force of the dialectic. It wasn't synthesis. The goal of the dialectic was not synthesis, which is the last stage where everything comes together, but it was actually the negation. That was the engine. The true engine of dialectic is in the negation of the negation. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. So they thought antithesis was the goal of the dialectic, the second stage, not the third stage. Get it? Okay, and this has to do with triadic formulations. It also has to do with Christianity, as you can think. Hegel and Freud are Christian concepts. Okay, Hegel, his triadic formulation, his finding teleology in nature. Okay. Although his ideas can be linked to the ideas of Darwin and evolution because of progress. Okay, the progress of civilization, the progress of the species. Okay. The improvement of civilization by the improvement of the species. Okay. Okay. And how chaos ends up causing change in the future. Okay. These are all seminal concepts within Hegelian philosophy, but they're also important for Darwin, and so are the concepts of teleology in nature and a hierarchy of being. Okay, a hierarchy of being in nature. Okay, with the soul on top, the ensouled human on top, and of course insects and bugs and all those sorts of things on the bottom. Reptiles, birds in the middle, and then animals, mammals, and then humans, and then the rational mind on top of the whole heap. Okay, this is called the hierarchy of being, the chain of being, or whatever, and it's where the concept of evolution was derived, because Maimonides believed in this great chain of being. Okay, so it's a very significant concept. Okay, used to derive all sorts of concepts, even Hegel, even the thoughts of Hegel. Okay, those Kabbalistic thoughts. Okay. Now, in the 18th century, many changes happened. I'm going to read some more Livingstone here. He's got a great article here. Protocols of Zion, Revelation of the Method. But I think I framed some of these issues for you guys. You guys like how I framed some of these issues, man? Let me know if you guys, holler if you hear me, But yeah, little bit of framing for you guys, on how these issues present themselves to me, and of course, 18th century is what we're looking at. The 18th century, the rise of Hegelian philosophy, and Zionism, and these types of things, Bless you, brothers. Thank you, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting it popping out here. Okay. Let me read some of this article, and then I'm going to take a little smoke break here for you guys, Bless you guys, man. This article here, Protocols of Zion. Okay, let's take an objective look at the world today will clearly reveal that a disproportionate number of people in positions of power in Western countries have Jayish names. For those who are the brunt of the nefarious activities of Western policy, particularly the Middle East, the Jews. I told you guys, trigger warning tonight. And of course, when we read Antichrist sections 58 through 60, you guys will know why I'm saying trigger warning. Because although it's just a reading from Friedrich Nietzsche, it's going to be pretty explosive. Okay. For those who are the brunt of nefarious activities of Western policy, particularly the Middle East, the Jays have become the logical scapegoat, fueling their suspicions as enduring popularity of the notorious protocols of the learned elders of Zion, which outline the intricate, centuries-old Judeo-Masonic conspiracy to bring about a new world order to be governed by the quote-unquote king of the Jews. To the unbiased observer, not intimidated by cowardly tactics of the media who dismiss any research into conspiracies as paranoid, the protocols present a remarkable similarity to events as they appear to be unfolding. However, there is a deeper plot afoot than conspiracy researchers believe they discover by reading the protocols. Okay? And this is the devious ruse deliberately cultivating anti-Semitism in support of the Zionist cause. Did you guys hear that? Cultivating anti-Semitism in support of the Zionist cause. Who proposed such a thing? Who would propose such a thing, in fact? Well, we have him right here. His name is Theodore Herzl. Theodore Herzl. Okay, Theodore Herzl, the founder, the father, known as the father of Zionism. Okay, how Jewish was Herzl? That's the question. Herzl was surprisingly non-Jewish. Okay, he was vehemently opposed to theocracy. Okay, he was a vehement supporter of liberal philosophy, especially capitalism, industrialization. Okay, he promoted all of these things. Okay, he promoted the science of the arts. He was a man from Switzerland, a playwright. Okay, educated by European society, he thought that European society was the cream of the crop in terms of modern stuff. Okay, Herzl, it says, Austro-Hungarian Jewish journalist and political activist who is the father of modern political Zionism, formed the Zionist organization. Okay, this is in 1895. I think they formed the World Jewish Congress, and in 1896 he published his pamphlet Der Judenstaat, called the Jewish State. Okay. Modern political Zionism. Okay. In other words, Jewish nationalism. Okay, Jewish nationalism. Okay. Okay, and he was so secular, he thought of converting a bunch of Jews for Pope Pius, and even to gain his support for the Jewish state. So he was not concerned with people being Jewish. Okay, he's a father of political Zionism. Just in this age, we have political Christianity. We have political Hinduism, even with Hindu nationalism, okay, which is mirrored on Jewish nationalism. Okay, a claim of ancient land and the ancient religion. Okay, that's derived in modern times, where they reconstruct both the religion and the language. Okay, and both Britain and both Israel and India were formed by Great Britain, and so was Saudi Arabia. This is exactly the point I was making. Hinduism, Wahhabism, okay, in terms of Islam, Zionism, okay, Christian futurism, okay, these are all modern and even postmodern. Okay, they're reactions to postmodernism. Okay. Okay, that's the important thing to understand. Okay. But yeah, Herzl. Let's get this Herzl. World Jewish Congress. Okay. Here's our friend. His work on auto-emancipation was prefigured by a similar conclusion drawn by Marx's friend Moses Hess. I touched on that last time. Who's Moses Hess? The Talmudic rabbi who wrote Rome and Jerusalem, okay, who was part of Marx's organization. And he also wrote a work called The Holy Family. Okay, these were the people who invented communism. Okay, he said that communism was based on the ideas of tikkun olam and the healing of the world. Okay, this is why they thought that the world government was necessary and inevitable. Okay, because they believe in the spirit of history, the coming of the new age. Okay, the coming of the kingdom of God as well. Okay, these are all concepts derived from pseudo-eschatology. Okay, in modern times during the Protestant Reformation in Europe. Okay. Yeah, Herzl's philosophical instruction highlighted the weaknesses and invulnerabilities. To Herzl, each dictator or leader had a nationalistic identity. Okay. But yeah, this guy right here, Moses Hess, who wrote Rome and Jerusalem. That's part of the namesake of the title of this special here. Machiavelli and Melchizedek, Rome and Jerusalem. Okay. They're combining ancient and modern, okay, ideals. Moses Hess, the founder of labor Zionism, okay? And when we get to the influence of Jews on Bolshevism, Bolshevism was also comprised, the movement itself was comprised of Jews, okay, who used ideals from Jewish mysticism, okay, like Trotsky compared Lenin to Oliver Cromwell. Remember, we read that on this show. These are some of the ideas I'm talking about, guys. Okay. Okay. Why would Trotsky compare Lenin to Oliver Cromwell? Okay, why would Oliver Cromwell work with Manasseh ben Israel in the return of Jews to Britain? Why would the Great Britain work on the establishment of the Jewish Holy Land when they are a secular government? And these are all good questions. Why would the Jews return to Israel after 2,000 years? Okay. Herzl appealed to the nobility of Jewish England, the Rothschilds, Sir Samuel Montagu, Samuel Montague and Co. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to continue reading for a little bit, and then I'm actually going to smoke here because, I get tired of reading. Get a fucking crook in my neck here reading for you guys. But it is what it is. We're all learning together here, so it doesn't matter. Herzl. As outlined in his diaries, Theodore Herzl, the father of Zionism, sought to deliberately inflame anti-Semitism. Well, isn't that some shit? Following the perception of Jews declared in the protocols, he wrote, quote, "The wealthy Jews control the world, period. In their hands lies the fate of the governments and nations, period. They set governments one against the other, and by their decree, governments make peace, period. When the wealthy Jews play, the nations and the rulers dance." These are the words of Theodore Herzl, friends. This is not me talking. If you're just tuning in. One way, he says, or the other, they get rich, unquote. Herzl suggested, quote, "Indeed, anti-Semitism, a powerful, deep-rooted strength of mass subconsciousness, will not harm the Jews." I'll read that again. Indeed, anti-Semitism, a powerful and deep-rooted strength of mass subconsciousness, will not harm the Jays. Interesting. I find it helps build the Jayish character, group edification of the masses. Okay, so he's just to butt in here. He's recommending political and religious subversion. He's recommending it. Okay, by the way. Then he says, an education good for bringing about its assimilation. The assimilation is achieved only through troubles. The Jews will adapt, unquote. He therefore concluded, quote, "An excellent idea enters my mind to attract outright anti-Semites and make them destroyers of Jewish wealth," unquote. Okay. And more on this in a minute, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. We're talking about the foundation of Zionism in our modern age, okay, which is based on the idea of Jewish nationalism from Theodore Herzl, who based his ideas on a form of secular humanism. Okay. Why is it important? Okay. Because these are the establishment of the ideals that form the modern state of Israel and culminated in the rise of other factions around the world. Anyways, we're taking a break here to smoke. Thank you for joining us, guys. So yeah, light something up for you guys, so you guys can help think clearly with me, about these problems. Bless you guys, man.
Babylon, come fight inside. Them a fight inside. I wanna know the reason why Babylon fight against not jail. Babylon fight against the wrong head. Babylon fight against the wine head. Only not the dread. So not the dread up in a Babylon land. Not the dread all over up. Dread in a Babylon. Dread where the wicked are. fire up Babylon. Say Babylon, fire can burn Babylon. Burn Babylon. Take a cherry de Babylon. Not cherry up in a Babylon land. Not cherry all over. Oh, you know in a Babylon. It's called African country. That's the place where I wanna go. Be up in a African country. That's the place where my forefathers were. That's the place where I wanna go, you know. Babylon land. DJ up in a wicked. It a go trade in a Babylon. Trade in a Babylon. Long, 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 long. It's a long time and I burn up the bye, 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 Come see I burn up a little island. Land, 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 fire can burn Babylon.
Thank you, guys. We're going to continue reading this article. As detailed in Black Terror, White Soldiers, the emergence of protocols was associated with the hidden activities of Memphis Mizraim Rite of Freemasonry, Count Cogliostro, had been initiated into Egyptian Rite Freemasonry, also known as the Rite of Mizraim, by the mysterious Comte Saint Germain. When Napoleon conquered Egypt, Masons in his army of Cogliostro's Egyptian Rite supposedly came in contact with a native Hermetic fraternity. Samuel Honis, Samuel Honis, Honis, a native Egyptian, brought the Egyptian Rite to France. And in 1815, a lodge was founded by Honis, Marconis de Negro, and others. De Negre, sorry, not De Negro, De Negre had affiliated his Rite of Memphis with front organization for the Illuminati, the Philadelphies. Okay. Philadelphies. Just like yeah, you guys know that Pennsylvania, William Penn, who made the name for the state of Pennsylvania, he based it off of Transylvania. It's pretty funny, isn't it? It's like he was talking about Bohemia, because he was a Freemason. So you could tell how the people who built this country and even named some of the states, followed this Masonic doctrine. But yeah, in the 1800s, this thing really took off. Excuse me. Because you have Albert Pike, okay, and the Civil War. These guys were major figures in the American Civil War, okay, and they were on the side of the Confederacy. The British Freemasons had supported the Confederacy in the South. Okay, so Russians and the whole state there had supported part of the North and Abraham Lincoln. This is kind of a weird aspect of things. In the 1800s, you have another extremely significant historical event, which we don't have time to really get into that much, but it's the American Civil War. And if you guys don't know the history or study the history of the two events, the American Civil War and the French Revolution that happened in the 1800s, woof, it's a deep history, guys. It's a deep history. I can do it would cost me 2 whole presentations that I would just do on those topics alone. But yeah, anyways, the two De Negre, affiliated with the Rite of Memphis and the front organization for Illuminati, the Philadelphies. The two traditions of Egyptian Freemasonry were fused into a single Rite of Memphis Mizraim under the influence of Giuseppe Garibaldi of the Italian secret society, the Carbonari. A leading member of the Carbonari, Giuseppe Mazzini, who was reputed to have been Weishaupt's successor as the head of the Illuminati, took part in important events in the process of Italian unification, often referred to as a Risorgimento. Risorgimento, Italian unification. See, this was part of the birth of nationalism right there, is the document of the Risorgimento. Because there's different factions in Italy, all vying for control. Okay, and this was actually during the time of Florentine Italy, during the time of Niccolo Machiavelli. He had a lot of okay, how about this? Mizraim, usually translated Egypt, means to be separated by a wall or a trench. Fascinating stuff. See, this is why we have important people like Richard Madsen here. You know what I'm saying? And important people like Mitch. What's up, Mitch, man? Yeah, Mitch be speaking on a higher plane. That's right. Shekels link. I don't know. I don't know if that's how you actually get money. Is just put the Cash App there. I don't know, guys. I apparently you guys can send money to me. I don't know. I made it, but I went and checked how much money I have on it. It just says $0. So I don't know. Nobody. So I don't know if I actually set it up. So I might have to work and figure out if I actually set up the account correctly. But yeah, I don't know how to send people the link for the shekels link. But yeah, post your slave token links. Yo, what's up, B More? I hope you're feeling okay, my brother, today. In good health. The paranoid hustle harder. This nigga sitting right here writing this shit. This shit is crazy, bro. What is this shit about, bro? Yeah, that's true though. But I'm also broke and I'm paranoid as fuck. So what does that tell you? This cat knows more than anybody how fucking broke I literally am. But yeah, man, back to the subjects, guys. You know what I mean? Back to the subjects, man. You know what I mean? Let me see what's going on. Memphis Mizraim Freemasonry. Giuseppe Mazzini. The Risorgimento. Italian unification. Okay? Related to nationalism. German nationalism, Italian nationalism, French nationalism, okay? And the ideals of the separation of church and state. Okay? Anyways, the protocols were first published in 1905 by Professor Sergei Nilius. Nilius. Okay, that's SERGEINILUS, an official of the Department of Foreign Religions in Moscow, folks, okay? This is the conventional story. Nilius had been provided an original copy by way of a woman named Yuliana Glinka, who had links to Russian intelligence in Paris and who was a disciple of H.P. Blavatsky, okay, a notorious Russian mystic, along with Edward Bulwer Lytton, head of the English Rosicrucians. Blavatsky was the leading personality of the occult revival at the late 19th century. Blavatsky was also a member of the Carbonari and associated with Mazzini and Garibaldi. In 1875, she founded the Theosophical Society, whose leading members were also members of Memphis Mizraim. Her two tomes, Isis Unveiled and The Secret Doctrine, are considered quote-unquote scriptures of Freemasonry. She is also regarded as the quote-unquote grandmother of the New Age movement. The combined influence of Blavatsky and Bulwer Lytton would contribute to the occult doctrines adopted by the Nazi Party, which paradoxically were founded on the Jewish Kabbalah. Dun, dun, dun! What do you know it? German nationalism, okay, which was founded by Hegel, was based on the Kabbalah. I reported on this last time for anybody who wanted to hear. Anybody who wanted to figure that out, they just go to the last episode. Click on the last episode where I explain that shit, guys. It is what it is. And I certainly won't get offended if you leave this episode to go educate yourself on the other episode. What happened? It's all the same stuff. Yeah, church and snake, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Church and skate. Radical. Yo, bless you, brother, man. Man, you have a great attitude. You tell me. I seen you in Flow State working on some shit, man. Man, you're. You're a real trooper, brother. Bless you, man. Allah keep you safe out there, man. They took whips and chains and gave us dollar bills to chase, make us think we are free. Yeah, no shit. No shit, Holmes. Real talk, though. Blessings, TML. Hey, man. I appreciate you too, metaphysician. Inshallah, yeah. Bless, man. Yeah. You guys better acknowledge Richard Madsen, man. You know, show some love to Richard Madsen. If you guys go subscribe to Richard Madsen, Demolishing Doctrine. You know, if you guys want more information on these topics, please, you know, go educate yourself by any means necessary, guys. Okay. Okay. Get that knowledge. You know what I mean? It's about that time so that we can, you know, and we got to learn together. That's what it is, guys. You know, I'm here for you guys. Nillis later claimed in 1917 to have learned from authoritative sources that the protocols were a strategic plan presented by Theodore Herzl to the First Zionist Congress held in 1897 in Basel, Switzerland. That's where Herzl was from. He was from Basel, Switzerland. Okay. He claimed to have received his copy in 1901 through an acquaintance of his who assured him it was a faithful translation for original documents which a woman had stolen from one of the high, most influential leaders of Freemasons at a secret meeting somewhere in France. It's not secret anymore. When Victor Mardson, Russian correspondent for the London Morning Post, first translated the protocols into English in 1920, they were widely accepted as genuine by a large segment of eminent diplomats and statesmen. The Times of London called for, quote unquote, an imperial investigation. The Morning Post, Marsden, 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 folks. Marsden, okay. Victor Marsden. Marsden, sorry. The Morning Post, his newspaper, the Morning Post, carried 23 articles. Man, I'm getting retarded out here with that name. I apologize, guys. Carried 23 articles dealing with the protocols and the role of Jews in world affairs, and also called for an investigation. Lord Sydenham, an avid promoter of the protocols, writing in The Spectator, remarked, like many others, as to the way, quote unquote, prophecies put forward in the protocols were being, quote, now literally fulfilled, unquote, and also called for an investigation into the origins. If you guys haven't read the protocols of the Elders of Zion, some very interesting information is in that work. You know, a lot of it talks about how, the role of newspapers and banks in taking control of the country. Okay, this idea that you could use newspapers and the media and the banking system to take control of the country. You know, a lot of that comes from the protocols of the Elders of Zion. You know, and we'll see. It's got mysterious authorship, and a lot of it was plagiarized. We're going to learn about that. Okay, it was actually plagiarized by a communist. I mean a radical socialist. Let's just call it that. From the French Revolution, from a French commune. Imagine that. Okay. And the original writing had nothing to do with Jews, by the way. That's also important. Okay, articles dealing with the protocols and the role of Jews in world affairs also called for an investigation. Lord Sydenham, an avid promoter of the protocols, writing in the Spectator, remarked, like many others, as to the way "quote unquote" prophecies put forward in the protocols were being quote now literally fulfilled. Also called for an investigation into the origins. Finally, in August 1921, the Times published an article by its Constantinople reporter Philip Graves, who claimed to have determined the protocols to be a forgery. Graves claimed to have met a white Russian landowner in 1921, referred to as Mr. X, quote unquote, who had connections to Okhrana, the Russian Secret Service. Okhrana, spelled Okhrana, in Constantinople, and who told him that he knew the protocols to be plagiarism from a rare old French book. Suspiciously, according to his biographer Peter Gross, it was Allen Dulles, a president of the Council on Foreign Relations, later to become the most famous head of the CIA and cultivate intimate ties with the Nazis, who was in Constantinople developing relations in post-Ottoman political structures. Post-Ottoman political structures. Okay, I mentioned those. The fall of the Ottoman Empire. Okay, one of the most remarkable events. Okay, that parallels also the Bolshevik Revolution and the establishment of the Balfour Declaration by Britain and the Rothschilds. Okay. Okay, anyways, the rare book that supposedly served as source for the protocols turned out to be a work of 1864 by Maurice Joly, titled The Dialogue in Hell Between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. Okay, think about that title, guys. The Dialogue in Hell Between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. Okay, that's sick. Somebody sick in the mind came up with that title. Okay, Machiavelli is the inventor of political theory. Okay, of basically political science. Okay, and what did he recommend? He recommended the rule of principalities, okay, and republics. Okay, he actually recommended republics more than principalities. But the point is this, is that Machiavelli had a surprisingly brash tone in his understanding of the political theater. Okay, he knew that a little bit of backstabbing and lying was part of the whole kind of setup there. You know, and he talked about the notable qualities, okay, the actions of great men as the engines of historical change, not individuals. Machiavelli was not somebody who believed in political equality or individualism. Okay, he was not a liberal thinker by any means. Okay, Machiavelli we're talking about. Okay, then you have Montesquieu, which is the epitome of liberal thought, kind of French rationalism, you know, applied to the political schemes. You know, who wrote The Spirit of the Laws, guys? Spirit of the Laws. Okay, which talks about the separation of powers. Okay, this was a major influence on those people who wrote the Federalist Papers. Okay. It's one half Montesquieu, one half John Locke, really. Okay. Bless you guys, man. Bless you guys. You know, man, there's a lot of things popping off in this chat. Let me see what you guys got going on here. Yeah, bless you guys, man. Alfred Rosenberg, high level Nazi theorist. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's an excellent work right there. Very important work. Rosenberg. Oof. Come on, guys. Mashallah, inshallah. That's right. Bless you guys, man. When you pay your bills, you pay billionaires for the inconveniences of your existence. That's called slavery, isn't it? Your work is their pleasure. You know what I mean? That's called tyranny, folks. We're living in an oppressed world, okay? A world of oppression. Okay, come on, man. Okay? Come on. You guys don't know that shit. Bless you, the freak. We got my dude right here, Neuro Jack. Guys, go subscribe to the channel, Silver Tongue Cavalier. Many intelligent conversations with this brother, man. A true friend. Mitch Lovin. Real shit, Holmes. Still out here. Information overload. Real talk. Real talk. Yes. Operation Dynamo. We're gonna open the panel up soon, guys. We're gonna open the panel up soon. I'm sorry, I started a little late. I still have a little bit of stuff to cover. Yeah, welcome. Welcome, Be More Busker. Bless you, brother. All right. Dialogue in Hell Between Machiavelli and Montesquieu by Maurice Joly. That's the work that they used to plagiarize the protocols of the elders of Zion, folks. If you missed it, if you're just not tuning in, okay? Okay, suspiciously, Joly was among a number of works which appeared in the pivotal years between 1859 and 1869. This was not long after secret societies had become intensely active, and a number of works directed against Jews and secret societies began to appear. The period began with the year of revolutions of 1848, followed by the activities of Mazzini and the Carbonari, leading up to the creation of the Kingdom of Italy in 1861. Nesta Webster, author of Secret Societies and Subversive Movements, noted that in addition to the parallels found by Graves, there were two additional works which also belonged to this time period. One was the program of the revolutionary anarchist and Luciferian Mikhail Bakunin. Okay, Mikhail Bakunin. Okay, this guy was kicked out of the First International Organization by Karl Marx. You know what I'm saying? Mikhail Bakunin. Okay, he was an anarchist, right? Okay. Okay, he believed that the church and state should be done away with. Okay. Okay, he blamed religion and the state. Okay. While Marx blamed the economic structures. Okay, he said the state should be reformed. He didn't think that it should be dismantled. Okay. The other work of the period was from Jacques Crétenu Joly. Okay. Jacques, Jacques, Cretinu, Cretineau, and last name Joly, also Joly, Joly, from 1859, where he reproduced documents of the Alta Vendita, a text purportedly produced by the highest lodge of Italian Carbonari and written by Piccolo Tigre, codename for Giuseppe Mazzini, in which he criticized the Jewish leadership of quote-unquote secret societies. Okay? This is a work of the Counter-Reformation. Okay, guys? The work was primarily directed against the Jews of the International Working Men's Association, which Karl Marx had formed by consolidating a number of secret societies. Nesta Webster further lists another work. Excuse me. Lists another work that appeared in 1869 titled The Jews, Judaism, and the Judaification of Christian People by Guggenot de Massue. Okay. That's spelled GUGNOTDESMOUSSEAUX, with particular emphasis on the Alliance Israelite Universal and the universal, quote unquote, Freemasonry, quote, sharing a single life and animated by the same soul, unquote. In the same year, both Des Massue and Bakunin had described a leak of information from secret societies. According to de Massue, the first practitioners of the Kabbalah were the sons of Cain, who after the flood were succeeded by the sons of Ham, who became the Chaldeans. They passed their secret on to the Jews, who in turn influenced the Gnostics, the Manichaeans, and the Assassins. They transmitted their diabolical cult to the Templars, who handed it to the Freemasons, where at all times the Jews were the Grand Masters. According to de Massue, the chief symbols of the cult of Lucifer were the serpent and the phallus. Okay, seen on the ambulance. Anyways, with the rituals including sexual orgies by murdering Christian children. The Jews, okay, this is just the article I'm reading, okay, but they're talking about the views of Massue, okay. This is his views, okay, yeah, and how he came up with these ideas, okay, from Freemasonry of anti-Semitism, guys, okay. Okay, he called the Jays witches. Okay, he said they acquired demonic power. Okay, finally, the last chapter of his book, the Antichrist, would be a Jayish king, who all nations would accept as savior and ruler of a one-world government. He says, quote, the Jews will raise up a man with a genius for political imposture, a sinister bewitcher around whom fanatical multitudes will cluster. The Jews will hail this man as the Messiah, but he will be more than that. After destroying the authority of Christianity, he will unite mankind in one great universal brotherhood and bestow on it a superabundance of material goods. For these great services, the Gentile nations will accept him, exalt him, and worship him as a god. But in reality, for all his apparent benevolence, he will be Satan's instrument for the perdition of mankind. Okay, pretty standard stuff, guys. Okay. Okay, in 1870, okay, that's the end of the quote by de Massue. But in 1870, Bakunin explains that his secret society had to be disbanded because of it. De Massue had also reported on the Jew that in December of 1865, he had received a letter from a German statesman to the effect, He says, since the revolutionary recrudescence of 1848, I have had relations with a Jew who, from vanity, betrayed the secret of the secure societies which he had been associated, and who warned me 8 or 10 days beforehand of all the revolutions which were about to break out at any point of Europe. I owe to him the unshakable conviction that all these movements of quote unquote oppressed people, etc., are devised by half dozen individuals who give their orders to the secret societies of all Europe. The ground is absolutely mined beneath our feet, and the Jews provide a large contingent of these miners. According to Jeffrey Steinberg in Dope Inc., the Bakunin's anarchists, along with the Order of Zion, form part of an underground network of subversion headed by Lord Palmerston, England's Prime Minister. As patriarch of the Scottish Rite Freemasonry, under Palmerston's guidance, Giuseppe Mazzini had organized all his revolutionary sects, Young Italy, Young Poland, and Young Europe. Okay. And this guy, Palmerston, worked with Albert Pike as well. And we'll get to the work of Albert Pike and Giuseppe Mazzini in just a second. In just a second, my friends. Let's take another little smoke break here, if you guys don't mind. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us, you know. Thank you guys for joining us. You know, let's check out these comments. I don't want to ignore you guys in the comments. I've been looking more at the comments and seeing what transpires here. You know, bless you guys. You tell me, bless you, man. Thanks for checking it out. Yep. Dulles. Alan Dulles. What a fucker. El Perro dropping facts out here. TML book. Yeah, some of this is laid out in the book. Yeah. Sure is. No, I'm not reading the book right now. I'm reading Protocols of the Elders of Zion, Revelation of the Method by David Livingstone. But yeah, I have laid a lot of this out at the book. Yeah, you guys send me an email. You guys want the book, or go to Amazon if you want a hard copy of it. You got to buy it. You know. Otherwise, I'd have to mail it to everyone. I'm not sending a bunch of mail to everyone. You know. But yeah, I will send you an email with a PDF if you guys want. The book is free. Knowledge is free. And knowledge is infinite. You ain't going to be done learning anytime soon. Muted. You're not muted. Wanted to hear someone read. What? This motherfucker's book. Yeah, funny, man. Yeah, Gam. Hell yeah. Denise Mateau, she's reading the book. She's got 2 chapters of it up right now if you guys are interested in checking out some of it. How long is your book? 444 pages. Yep. I didn't plan that, by the way, because I wrote it on a Word document, and it was like 260 or some shit. It just ended up being that much once they printed it out as a book. Yep. Thank you guys, man. I gotta grab my charger here, and I'm gonna smoke here. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you for joining us here. We're going to continue on with the reading. According to 1870, Mazzini, along with Lord Palmerston, Otto von Bismarck, and Albert Pike, all 33rd degree Scottish Rite Masons, completed an agreement to create a supreme universal rite of Freemasonry that would arch over all other rites, known as the Palladium Rite. It was the pinnacle of Masonic power, an international alliance to bring in Grand Lodges, the Grand Orient, the 97 degrees of Memphis and Mizraim of Cogliostro, also known as the Ancient and Primitive Rite, and the Scottish Rite, or the Ancient and Accepted Rite. Civil War General Albert Pike was sovereign commander, Grand Master of the Supreme Council of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry in Charleston, South Carolina, and the reputed founder of the notorious Ku Klux Klan. The Order of Zion was an elite secret arm of the Masonic style order Alliance Israelite Universelle, whose American arm was B'nai B'rith. It was Rabbi Antelman to eliminate the opiate, who pointed out that the Frankists introduced Sabbateanism on a large scale to Judaism, principally through the Reform and conservative movements, as well as Zionist-leaning organizations like the American Jewish Congress, the World Jewish Congress, and the B'nai B'rith, also called the Constitutional Grand Lodge of the Order of the Sons of the Covenant, as a recognized Zionism in a secular Zionism in a secular movement. Recognize Zionism in a secular movement. Okay. It is a nationalistic cause that retains the language of Judaism to form a racial identity while rejecting what makes Judaism a religion. Let me read that again. It is a nationalistic cause that retains the language of Judaism to form a racial identity while rejecting what makes Judaism a religion. according to Gershom Scholem, and later by Jacqueline Rose, as outlined in The Question of Zion. Zionism derived from Sabbateanism, a Kabbalistic sect founded when Sabbatai Zevi announced himself the promised Messiah of the Jews in 1666. Zevi was later succeeded by Jacob Frank in the 18th century. In the 18th century, whose sects are known as the Frankists or the Zoharists. The Zoharists. Okay. Okay, what's that guy who started the Nexium cult with the Bronfman daughters? You know, that guy had a copy of the Zohar. I forget what his name is right now. His name escapes me. Shout out in the chat if you know who I'm talking about. He's got a Nixon tattoo on his back. Yeah, man. Roger Stone. Roger Stone is who I'm thinking of. Yeah, Roger Stone. Yeah. Anyways, the Frankists. Okay, the Frankists. Okay, the Zohar. Okay, they follow the Zohar. Okay, Zoharists, and they reject the Torah, by the way, in favor of the Zohar. Okay, the guy Jacob Frank, he famously was gonna burn the Torah, right? He wanted to burn the Torah in an antinomian, rebellious display. Okay, saying that the Zohar and the Kabbalah are superior to the Torah. As paradoxical as this may seem, as Abraham Duker has pointed out, anti-Jewishness was characteristic among the Sabbatean Frankists, who rejected quote-unquote Orthodox Jews for their adherence to the Bible and who resented them for the persecution they had made to endure. The Frankists were also united by less positive aspects, namely dislike of the Jews, who forced them into conversion and thus cut them off their near and dear ones, as well as hatred of the Catholic clergy, which had its share in this drastic step. The task of raising a new generation under such conditions of double Maranoism. Okay, this means that you are a Freemason, okay, who's actually a Jew, and you're also in public, you pretend to be Catholic. Okay. The Frankists were also so double Maranoism was indeed a difficult one to and required much cooperation and close-mouthedness. Kinship and the close social relations have made Frankism to a large extent a family religion, and has continually been strengthened by marriage and by economic ties through the concentration in certain occupations. According to Scholem, Sabbateanism is the matrix of every significant movement to have emerged in the 18th and 19th century, from Hasidism to Reform Judaism to the earliest Masonic circles and revolutionary idealism. The Sabbatean believers felt that they had that they were champions of a new world. Okay, this is like how Swedenborg talked about the coming of the kingdom of God. Okay, the new age. Okay, which was to be established by overthrowing the values of all positive religions. Thus, the Sabbateans invented the term, quote unquote, Orthodox Judaism to suggest that their heretical interpretations were just an evolution of the faith, while rejecting the traditions it was founded upon, which were the Torah and the Talmud, in favor of the Zohar, as Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch commented in 1854. It was not the quote unquote Orthodox Jews who introduced the word orthodoxy, quote unquote, into the Jewish discussion. It was the modern progressive Jews who first applied this name to old backward Jews as a derogatory term. This name was at first resented by old Jews, and rightly so. Orthodox, quote unquote, Judaism does not know any varieties of Judaism. It conceives Judaism as one and indivisible. It does not know a Mosaic, prophetic, and rabbinic Judaism, nor Orthodox and liberal Judaism. It only knows Judaism and non-Judaism. It does not know Orthodox and liberal Jews. It does indeed know conscientious, indifferent Jews, good Jews, bad Jews, or baptized Jews. All nevertheless Jews with a mission, which they cannot cast off. They are distinguished accordingly as they fulfill or reject their mission. Rabbi Antelman's research has demonstrated that reflecting the Frankist rejection of the Torah, according to Reform Judaism, which is now the largest denomination of American Jews, almost everything connected with traditional Jewish ritual, law, and custom is of the ancient past and thus no longer appropriate for Jews to follow in the modern era. It regards only monotheism as the true basis of Judaism, though at times even offers a theistic interpretation. As Rabbi Antelman remarks, quote, and so the curse of insipid Gnosticism pervades the holy house of Israel and exists in its midst and the fifth column as a fifth column of destruction. Okay. 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 A Frankist by the name of Rabbi Zacharias Frankel, 1801 to 1875, separated from the reform movements which he regarded as too radical, in order to make his attack on Judaism from a different front by supposedly calling for a return to Jewish law. However, according to Frankel, Jewish law was not static, but had always developed in response to changing conditions. He called his approach towards Judaism, quote unquote, positive historical. Okay, this is sounding a lot like Hegel. A positive historical view. Okay, that kind of sounds like the cunning of reason, right? Positive historical, which meant that one should accept Jewish law and tradition as normative. As normative. Okay? Like different dispensations for different ages, like dispensationalism, right? Yet one must be open to changing and developing the law in the same time. Historical fashion that Judaism has always historically developed. Frankel was also the mentor to another Frankist, a Moldavian-born Romanian and English rabbi, Solomon Schechter, the founder of American Conservative Jewish Movement. Although Schechter emphasized the centrality of Jewish law, saying, quote, in a word, Judaism is absolutely incompatible with the abandonment of the Torah, unquote. Okay? Okay? But these are secular Jews, quote unquote, remember? Okay? Jacob Frank, who follows the Zohar, burned the Torah. Remember, I told you guys. He nevertheless believed in what he termed Catholic Israel. Okay? Catholic Israel. Solomon Schechter. Okay, the basic idea was that Jewish law is formed and evolves based on behavior of all people. And it is alleged that Schechter openly violated the prohibitions associated with traditional Sabbath observance. Okay, so did Frank, right? Okay. They actually commit sins to make the end times come quicker. Okay. This is crazy shit. All right. Okay. Judah P. Benjamin, a British subject and leader of B'nai B'rith and the Order of Zion, along with Dr. Kuttner, Baruch, grandfather of American financier Bernard Baruch, assisted Albert Pike in founding of the KKK. Judah P. Benjamin was also the individual who gave the order for Lincoln's assassination. According to the report of the judge advocate assigned to investigate the assassination and report to the military commission responsible, okay, most of the Order of Zion's funding came from London and Paris banking houses of Rothschild, Montefiore, and De Hirsch. According to Jeffrey Steinberg et al., the Order of Zion formed part of an underground network of subversion headed by Lord Palmerston as patriarch of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Palmerston's irregulars employed in illegal dope trafficking, assassinations, and fifth column subversions against the United States in a period during the Civil War are the linear ancestors of what is now called organized crime, the Chinese quote-unquote triads or societies of heaven, the Order of Zion and its American spinoff, the B'nai B'rith, quote-unquote Young Italy, whose Sicilian law enforcement arm became known as the Mafia, the Jesuit order based in the decaying Habsburg, Austria, Mikhail Bakunin's bomb-throwing anarchist gangs, and nearly every other inhabitant of the Britain's political netherworld followed a chain of command led through Scottish Rite of Freemasonry directly to Lord Palmerston and his successors. A leading exponent of Order of Zion was Moses Hess, 1812 to 1875. One of the first important leaders of Zionist cause, being regarded as the founder of labor Zionism, originally advocating Jewish integration into the socialist movement. Hess was the grandson of Rabbi David T. Hess, succeeded in rabbinate of Mannheim after it had been seized by the Sabbatean followers of the Sabbatean Rabbi Eberschutz. Okay, that's Eybeshutz. Hess also taught Marx and Engels the philosophy of communism. Okay, took it from the Talmud there. According to Rabbi Antelman, to eliminate the opiate, Marx too was a Sabbatean origin. His father Heinrich, having been inducted into the sect, Marx's philosophy of communism represented a further development of German idealism. Okay, we talked about that last time. German idealism, the foundations of German idealism. Okay, that's based on the Kabbalah and Hermeticism and also the work of Emanuel Swedenborg. Okay, but anyways, which has its roots in the Lurianic Kabbalah, you know what I'm saying? Although the influence of Friedrich Hegel, through the influence of Friedrich Hegel, you know what I'm saying? As Jewish historian Paul Johnson pointed out in The History of the Jews, Marx's theory of history resembles Kabbalistic theories of the Messianic age of Sabbatai Zevi's mentor, Nathan of Gaza. Okay. And yeah, let me get up in this here to get on some of Herzl's writings. I have them dialogued in a part of a dialogue in my book here. You know, related to the foundation of modernism, guys. Okay, because these ideas were part of the foundation of the modern world. All right. Okay, let me start at any one point here and I'll start reading for you guys some of these ideas so that I can elucidate on some of these ideals, especially in terms of Herzl's views, okay? Okay? In terms of what he says about liberalism, he's very much a liberal, a left-leaning person. Here we go. And I'm going to open up the panel after I read this. The father of Zionism, Theodore Herzl, was a promoter of liberalism. Okay. Herzl wanted a Jewish nation state modeled on Western European nations. He believed in the myth of progress. He writes in a work entitled "The Jewish State," quote unquote. Quote, the technical progress achieved in our own era enable even the dullest minds with the dimmest of visions to note the appearance of new commodities all around him, unquote. Reflecting on the view of material progress of the Western world, he further states, quote, spirit of enterprise has created them. Without enterprise, labor remains static, unaltering. Typical to it is the labor of the farmer who stands now precisely where his forebears stood 1,000 years ago, unquote. He wished to reject these old ways and says, quote, we are not dependent upon the circulation of old values. Old values, okay? We produce new ones. This is Herzl. We now possess slave labor of an unexampled productivity whose appearance in civilization has proved fatal competition to handicrafts. These slaves are our machines, he says. These slaves are our machines, unquote. A year after he founded the World Jewish Congress, which helped the European Jews create the Jewish state. Okay. Anyways, more on this later, guys. You know, I'm going to go ahead and open up this panel and try to talk to some people out here. You know, you guys let me know what you think. Hop on the panel and let me know what you guys think. You guys want to talk about Hegel, Kant, dispensationalism, the myth of progress, or if you just want to say anything to me. You know, if you just want to say whatever you want. You know, and I'm going to read the chat here in a minute. But yeah, you know. Hey, what's going on, friend?
Peace and respect, brother. And you know, I wasn't interested into these things until I was fully an adult, age 42. And you are such a great resource. You are an education in a singular channel. This is amazing stuff.
Welcome, my brother. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for joining. Yeah. Yeah, you as well. You know, I was very surprised. I'm reading through your translations right now. You know,
yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you for joining. Yeah. Yeah, you as
Chris,
well. You know,
you're kind of yeah, you're kind of getting the I think you figured it out. But yeah. But yeah, bless you, brother.
Oh, bless you. I mean, I really appreciate your zeal and your work, man. You have really dug deep into this, and there's nothing better. Yeah,
that's how it's got to be. You know, you can't be caught slipping out here. You know, you got to come with the knowledge. You know, and I know that you know, I seen you on the Flow State channel the other day, and also I saw you on the Dawa channel. You know, Muslim Dawa channel. You know, where I called in one day. You know, so yeah, you know. Yeah, so I've been paying attention to your work for some time too. So I thank you for joining me,
thanks,
brother. Yeah, it's been real. But yeah, this is kind of how we talk here. You know, religious topics. You know, obviously I don't take offense to anybody's views or anything like that. But just open up the different topics. You know, and and try to see where it goes, and also host debates if we can. We had some interesting thinkers here, and I'm doing a kind of a series on the three major religions here. So I know you have a lot of knowledge on that subject. So I don't want to clown on you. Trying to act like, but yeah, bless, man.
We're all here to better ourselves, right? All right.
That's right. That's the purpose of religion itself, is it not?
What's up?
What's going on, brother?
How you doing,
Oh.
my friend? I gotta adjust this. This thing is too low or something. Yeah, man. I've been following along. You got some interesting topics going.
Yeah, I'm kind of opening it up with this discussion on Hegel. Kind of one of the major architects of the view of progress. His whole dialectic, and Hegel influenced Marx. So there's this huge thing with Marx, and Marx actually was influenced by, and also Hegel himself was influenced by the Kabbalah, which kind of naturally leads us to the modern world and what was going on with the Jews in the European society there. They were part of the fringes of the society, in terms of the occult, in terms of liberalism, the Jewish Haskalah, and the revolutionary movements of the time. They were the forerunners in a lot of ways,
Yeah, it kind of sounds like a lot of this is monotheism versus polytheism, because the Kabbalah pretty much uses a bunch of demons to do stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of intermediaries. Like in the Zohar, there's all of these different aspects of the different nations have representations, like Gog and Magog, and there's Edom and Ishmael. And there's this war coming about between Edom and Ishmael, kind of very closely paralleling the writings of Albert Pike, where he's talking about this great war coming up between the Christians and the Jews. I mean the Christians and the Muslims. Sorry.
Yeah, and there's Leviathan and Babylon. So this
Yeah. So actually a lot of that stuff comes from the Zohar. This spirit of history, like this spirit like moving through time, and how the Jewish nation goes through different stages throughout history. It's part of the coming of a new age. That's kind of what the Zohar is all about. It's like talking about historical interpretations of the Kabbalistic text as applied to the Torah. So that's why it's seen as this higher level understanding, And Isaac Luria was one of the main sources of the Kabbalah. This guy kind of had an interesting way of looking at the world. Kind of two poles of existence. For everything. There's two atoms. There's a evil Eve named Lilith, and there's another Eve, and it's representing these two poles of humanity. The realization of humanity. And the other side of humanity, which is the dark side. The Sitra Atra. As it's called in the Kabbalah.
Hey, not to switch gears, but I'm sure you've seen it. Did you see all the Hasidic Jews in New York City underground?
yeah, the tunnels. Yeah,
with a shit-stained mattress. I saw that too.
Yeah, it was wild. It was that's wild stuff. Tunnel Gate. He's talking about. If you guys didn't see, but yeah.
Like they're trying to claim it was something about the COVID, and it was just for shelter from COVID. I mean, like whatever, man. That's just retarded.
So all these stewards, are I bought a tarot class. I'm like more than halfway through. Pretty much the thought deck references Kabbalah, be it on the colors. So that's the thought tarot deck is Aleister Crowley's deck.
Yeah, it kind of comes from this what do you call it? You know, what do you call this? Jacob Boehme, you know, and as we know, a lot of the writings of Hegel seem to parallel. I mean, he cites in his lectures on the history of philosophy Jacob Boehme, who talks about the zodiac and all that kind of stuff as like the basis for German philosophy itself. He says Jacob Boehme is one of the greatest German philosophers. You know, if you read the writings of Jacob Boehme, they're kind of thoroughly unphilosophical, you know, in a lot of ways. They're very mystical, actually. You know, they sound a lot more like Timaeus than they do like, you know, Kant. You know what I mean? You know, but yeah, look at this, guys. In the Zohar, Lurianic Kabbalah, and Hermetic Kabbalah, okay, the Jewish, Babylonian, Aramaic, plural, peels, shells, husks are representations of evil, impure spiritual forces in Jewish mysticism. And these husks represent the outer shell, the kali pot, okay, of the inner spirit. You know, just like in Gnosticism, they have the inner, you know, spirit. You know, you're pulled out from the inside. You know, there in the Lurianic Kabbalah, they have this very intense dualism between the material and the spiritual world. You know, they even have the reverse of the tree of life, the kali pot.
Yeah, tree of death. Yeah,
the tree of death. Exactly.
The rape tree.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hi, Hank. Hi, Chris. Hi, Mitchell. Hi, Busker, Neuro, and the guy who just changed his name, but I think it was Richard. And, of course, the host with the most machine.
Bless you, brother. Yeah, thanks for being here.
What's up, AOS? Did I get the acronym right? Because my vision is lost. I mean, really lost.
It's kind of like I.
Okay.
I think that.
Yeah, it looks. My vision.
Aeon, you know.
Oh,
like
okay.
Aeon Flux, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
This kind of reminds me of the Aeon Flux. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
I do know Aeon Flux.
That was such an excellent show. You know, it's excellent animation. You know, that guy based it off of Jung. You know, the Jungian shadow, another important thinker from the 18th and 19th century. You know, he was going. He was just coming out of the occult revival, you know, of the 18th century, fresh on the heels of that whole train of thought. You know, and he was bringing a lot of these ideas, like Hegel and Bohm, and all these ideas into the forefront. You know, of course, he was also a German thinker. You know, but yeah, you know, Germany and Switzerland, they play such a huge role. You know, Germany and Bohemia, you know, in terms of the formation of German idealism with Herzl, but then also the Zionism. I mean the Zionism of Herzl and the German idealism of Hegel. Excuse me.
If you don't mind me asking, what do you see Mean Mr. Mustache as fitting into that thing? Because, like, for me, I just see it as like he played that role that you mentioned at the beginning about Herzl saying that you need anti-Semitism as a way to support Zionism or something along those lines.
Yes, and that's going to fit into our discussion on Christian futurism, because they play heavily into this role of fitting the bill for the quote unquote anti-Semites. They're going to be dragged into this thing, you know, and be used as the token anti-Semites to accomplish this deed. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and it seems to relate directly to like what Albert Pike and these guys. And again, I haven't even read. I've just seen the quotes. I never read these guys, but I just see that it's like all these like little pieces seem to kind of point at the same thing. You know, it's like
because you see with the J6 movement, You know, you see all the sort of white nationalism mixed in with the Christian nationalism. You know, so it's like, you know, all part of one, two heads of the same coin, right? You know what I mean? So, I mean, you see that with Pike. You know, he's kind of got that too. You know, he's got this kind of, you know, Zionism mixed with this occultism. You know what I mean? And it's kind of, you know, because he's deriving a lot of his ideas from the Kabbalah. You know, so really that's where it comes from. You know, because most of this stuff comes from the Zohar, influenced by. You know, so really, I mean, it goes to show you, you know, this kind of, and then you have the idea of controlled opposition, which I laid out there, you know, with Hegel.
Well, I think what you were saying about what that last quote with Herzl calling people machines doing the bidding of whatever his thing is, like I was trying to make this argument. Yeah, I was trying to make this argument on Gen X Jeff the past couple days, especially today, really hard, and also on Talcott yesterday too. And it's like I think people didn't really understand what I was trying to get at. It's like you're kind of like it's almost like we're Talmudic people living in a Talmudic world, but we don't want to, or maybe not Talmud or Zohar or something like that. Like we're living in this like kind of like our whole frame of reference is coming out of the same thing, but we're looking at it from all these different angles. But we're like, well, we can't step outside of the paradigm that we're in, essentially, which is you seem to be saying it's based on the Zohar or Kabbalah or some combination of that.
Yeah. No offense to Jeff and Chris, but they barely get understand anything other than Hollywood. So that's why I get from talking to them. And I don't even watch Hollywood movies right now. I haven't since Sopa.
Well, and to be fair, I mean, I think there is a lot of truth in it, but you got to read between the lines. And I think that all I'm trying to do is like get people to say, you know, take your frame of reference and read between the lines, and you'll kind of most likely see kind of what I'm trying to get at. But you know, for whatever reason, people resist it. And I understand. I'm not judging them. I'm just saying it's difficult to do. You know.
I don't really resist you saying, well, you can get the same thing. You read the lines, you look at the right spots, so you don't need to read between the lines.
Well, but that's the thing is they say that you're connecting dots or whatever, right? But you know, it's like I kind of don't know how else you can get a clear picture, right? Like you have to have individual dots that make up a picture, but
yeah. But the thing is, I know you trace out phantom dots where I check the spot and don't see what you're seeing there, and I literally just go there and check myself. Like I did stuff at the OTO and it's going nowhere, even though it's supposed to be one of those secret societies and stuff. It's going nowhere. There's a lot of complaints about doing nothing but doing the same ritual over and over again. Then everyone else is just doing their own thing.
Well, I got 3 thinkers here. You know, these guys are gonna fill in some of this shit because this is gonna get into what I'm talking about here. First of all, is this guy paradigm shift? You guys know about this?
Do not.
The idea of paradigm shifts.
Yes, I heard.
Oh
it,
yeah.
You know.
So paradigm shifts pretty much the same thing as the Overton window.
Yeah, yeah, and the way he explains it is kind of, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the way he explains it is 3 historical shifts, discoveries within science, right? So he said Aristotle, you know, believed, you know, he kind of coined the term science, and he kind of talked about the study of nature. You know, he said the universe is eternal, and up until Einstein, they believed that, and then you came to Newton, his study of the mechanical universe. You know, so Newton replaced the paradigm of Aristotle about this teleology in nature. You know, was replaced by Newton. You know, who kind of saw the universe as mechanical, and then that idea was replaced by eventually by Einstein, who kind of talked about Newtonian physics, how it didn't quite work because of this relativistic element, you know, the principle of relativity, the theory of relativity, you know, and that redefined physics. And there was a paradigm shift each time from Aristotle to Newton, from Newton to Einstein, that there's a huge paradigm shift, you know, and it was not only a shift in the way, it was a discovery that changed the way we view the construction of human knowledge, you know. So it was a world changing, or something that uproots your worldview, you know. So this is Kuhn talking about that. Then another thinker on those same lines was this guy, Prigozhin. Prigozhin, who talks about these dissipative structures, how far from equilibrium these dissipative structures create new, kind of complex systems, emerge through this. So he talks about complex system theories. Okay. And he is a Jew from Moscow, who kind of invented this theory, of this chaos math. It's a very interesting theory that change happens far from equilibrium, but it's kind of the same concept. What kind of concept am I defining here? I'm kind of talking about Hegel.
Yeah.
And this random change, that these random patterns could emerge.
Well, it's not random. It goes on the Pareto principle. We figured that out later. It goes on the Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule.
What is that about?
Oh, yeah, 20% does of the population does 80% of the work, kind of like that.
Yeah, go ahead, Richard. Were you gonna say something? Go ahead, brother.
No, not just now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Was somebody else gonna say something? I thought I heard somebody cut.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say Hegel and Nietzsche.
Oh, okay, that was Chris.
I remember reading Nietzsche had an idea where he thought that the things were the way you made it, right? Reality is what you make of it. Like that different from what Hegel said, right? That I lost my thought. I'm sorry.
That's because I got here and the Lord does not allow bullshit in my presence, Richard. You're a fucking joke.
You
are too. You talking about?
Hi, Tommy.
Hey, dude, are you here to attack somebody you don't even fucking know?
Yeah, he could attack me instead, but I do have the headlight super predator.
I just talked to him in the chat, faggot.
What's up, Tommy?
That's enough, buddy. Yeah, see you later, buddy. Yeah.
I was gonna say that
he should attack me. It would have been more fun.
I had heard that Einstein, actually I saw a photo, just a photo though, of Einstein shaking hands with this guy named George Lemaitre, who's like I guess a fairly well-known Catholic priest, or a Catholic Jesuit priest actually at the time. And also he doesn't look good in crop tops. But besides that, they used to have these things called astronomer royales, and I think I heard that Einstein would go to these things, and he would basically be not laughed at, but he'd be like kicked out because like they would say like, dude, this guy's trying to fuck up science for like all of humanity, and he would steal people's ideas and stuff like that.
Georges Lemaitre. It was French.
I saw him with a hat and yeah.
There's really not enough evidence to say that Einstein stole ideas. But there's a lot of people who hate Einstein's ideas, still tar and feather him as much.
Yeah, for sure. Like, did you know that sorry, I don't want to take it all, but Nikola Tesla, like people attribute things to him also that weren't like he wasn't actually writing about, So people do attribute things to certain situations. So I agree with that statement. Whoever said that.
Yeah, but we do know for a fact that Edison ripped off Tesla quite a bit.
Yeah, Tesla got ripped off a bunch, right?
That is Edison, the company.
Yeah.
Well, Edison, the man and the company.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. True.
Yeah. I haven't studied him personally, but yeah, so I can't really, I guess I can't speak on that, but my sources are usually, they're okay to ponder.
He's referring to Thomas Edison and how Edison did not know how to solve certain electrical and electronics and electromagnetic problems, called on Tesla, and then when the work was done, refused to pay.
Oh, it sounds like Trump.
Exactly like Trump. They're the same personality type.
I heard that dude got rich, yeah, same way. Like, he'd be like, yo, come and build these buildings for us. And then everything would be like to code. And then he'd be like, yeah, no, that's not right. And they're like, oh, we'll give you 80% of what we said we'll give you. And then if you want to take it to court, we'll just bury you.
Well,
so they just would accept the 80%.
I'm not going to disagree with you, but I think it's a little more complicated than that. I think the last thing that Machine Lives was talking about how all these organized crime groups work. I mean, it's, you know, he's a representative for a group of people, right? Like, if they had a problem with the way he did business, he would not be around, right? So I'm just saying, like, you can say, yes, he is this way, but it's, you know, a little more complicated in my opinion.
I was describing how I was told he initially became wealthy, not like anything that happened in the last, like, maybe 10 years.
All organized crime works in a similar fashion is what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, sound pretty organized to me.
Yeah, I'm not defending Trump at all. What I'm saying is it's a broader thing that we're looking at, not, in my opinion, right? Like,
yeah, but with Trump, he did the same thing to his staffers. Going in, he said they were the best people. Going out, he's saying they were worse people.
Yeah.
So,
well, my point is, if you or I try to do the same thing, we wouldn't be alive very long, or we wouldn't be out of prison very long, right? Like,
well,
he had a path to do what he did.
It depends
System
on what,
used against us, yeah.
it depends on what scale you use it on. Like, if you do it on eBay, you probably be fine.
I know I brought a lot of, I guess, topics up, but so I guess I'll do what everyone else does. I'll yield.
Hey, for my equipment ran out, or somebody was trying to greet me. So hello back to you. So whoever that was. This is Chris.
That's Chris.
Pretty sure that leaves Hank and Neurojack to lead the conversation.
Okay. So today I was reading Stephen Pressfield, and I read an article on sex scenes. I thought what he said was pretty obvious, that those scenes are supposed to advance the narrative, and I personally put them as the point as fight scenes. But now I realize it's not that obvious, because people pretty much get paralyzed and stunned on any discussion of sex because they're trained by the churches to just be paralyzed. So pretty much the church used to implement eugenics via marriage, and saying who's allowed to get married, who's not allowed to get married, because people used to only have sex in marriage. So if the church says you're not allowed to marry, it means they're not going to breed.
Clarifying question, just because I missed a word. What kind of eugenics?
Just normal eugenics. Pretty much.
Yo, you said the word you used were normal eugenics. Is that what you said?
Well, it was just, yeah, the church used to use control eugenics via marriage, because everyone only had sex. Well, most people only had sex during marriage, and that was strongly encouraged, and deviating from that was more discouraged. So the church could implement eugenics via saying who is allowed to marry, who's not allowed to marry.
Yeah, that, you know, like they don't want anybody to have sex unless they're married. Like that holds true to this day with Christianity.
Yes, but they used to say no interracial marriage, no gay marriage, right.
No marriage outside the tribe. That's kind of universal. But
yeah. No remarriage. Those are all things the church said.
What do you think of this idea, Hank? control of the populace through encouragement and discouragement of marriages and thereby reproduction help prop up the church in its count of parishioners.
So the thing is, in the long run, it doesn't seem to work because it seems like it's dysgenic over the long term. The people who support the idea tend to be dumber. So it's, over the long term, it's dysgenic.
But then with the rulings, like if they were going to approve of a marriage and it'd be blessed by a priest, then both participants of the marriage, whether they're Catholic or not, had to make promises to the Catholic Church they would raise the children Catholic. That's my point.
Yeah, that's true.
What would you say the percentages of people who actually follow the no sex before marriage thing or whatever? I mean, I wonder what the ratio is. I bet it's not too high because everybody screws, right? So
depends on
I did it today.
Well, congratulations. Depends on the church you're referring to.
Well, I'm talking about Christian religion sects.
Well, I don't know if you consider Mormonism a Christian sect or not.
I
do. But the Mormon youth, the Mormon youth, oddly referred to as elders. You pretty much just spelled out their credo that until they are wed, and it's a really big deal, not just amongst fully grown adults, but young adults as well.
Right.
Is that Richard talking?
Yes, sir.
I don't know your work or anything, but you mentioned Mormonism. That's something that seems to be popping up in a lot of conversations. What's your opinion on how that fits into Christianity? Because it seems a conundrum to me.
Very good. I'd like something more specific than that. Fits in what way? Because, I mean, are they followers of Christ? Well, depending on your definition of Christ, they could be or they might not be.
Well, I guess I heard that there's some connection with Freemasonry or something like that, but I don't know the full detail of that.
All Christians consider Freemasonry, but yeah, with Mormonism, they follow the King James Version of the Bible, and they have that Book of Mormon as an extension. I would say they're definitely Christians.
And some other books.
Yeah, they have some other books, but so does most churches. They reference more than just the Bible because the priest trains on other books other than just the Bible.
Well, I understand, Hank, because they have this angel called Moroni or something like that. And Moroni, yeah, and he brought the text to, I guess, Joseph Smith of the Book of Mormon and some other stuff. And there's a verse in the Bible that says, if another angel brings you a gospel or brings you a writing that's others that's in these books, then you're not supposed to trust it. That's just a paraphrase, but that would fit Moroni. So
that's why
the Bible contradicts itself all the time. The Bible contradicts itself all the way through, so it's not really a big deal to me.
That's why they used an angel character for that storyline. The angel Moroni within Mormonism is because what the text actually says is it means men, persons on this earth, prophet, etc., which is why they went one step higher with that.
Oh, okay. So it says like an angel or an angel from heaven in there. So I don't know if that was mistranslated or something. I'm not sure.
You could probably find a translation that reads that way. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I guess in light of that, do you think that Mormonism is Christian proper in your understanding, or?
What I believe is true is, okay, more information is better. However, closer to source when it comes to holding a tradition is better. Okay, so I think early Christianity had it most correct.
Oh,
well, it's arguable that was Gnostic, not Orthodox, or some. So is that kind of your general attitude about it? Okay. I'm just trying to get a baseline of where you're coming from, so I kind of get a idea because people have called Freemasonry Gnostic. I don't know if I buy that. I'm just trying to contextualize for myself, but also for the people in the conversation.
Yes, Gnostic, but on what topics? Not necessarily a relationship with God or Christ. In that way, are they claiming excessive knowledge over the populace? I don't think they're really claiming that. They're claiming other kinds of knowledge, which they evidently obviously do. So in that way, they are Gnostic, claiming special knowledge. But I think personally that the Catholic Church is a little bit too nuevo for me, and not original enough. It's too far removed, and by that, the time the Catholic Church was and everything that followed it, including all the branches, all the Eastern Orthodox, blah blah blah, Protestantism, all of that. It was already too far removed and deeply saturated with verbal tradition and church dogma, and because of that is not clean enough. So I avoid those kinds of problems by going further back.
Hey, Neuro, I was going to say too, like a follow-up question for that would be like, for me would just be like, yo, like, who do you pray? What's your God? If somebody can describe that from that perspective.
You're asking me specifically?
No, I'm not asking you. I'm just saying that's a question. Like,
well, here's the thing, though.
Instead of building it from the ground up, sometimes it's like, go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I get what you're saying. I think I would just say, like, well, there's a lot of people who say, well, my God is the God of the Bible and Jesus and all this, but when you really dig into the details, I kind of agree with Richard from the little bit he said. Like, I think that there's so much bastardization, or at least over contextualization from what was originally there, and not enough contextualization of where that came from, right? Like, I don't think that the Christianity just popped up out of nowhere, right? I think you have to put it in context of what was going on around it at the time, in my opinion, right? So, so I think that it's true. Like, and, I'm not picking on. I'm trying not to pick on Mormonism specifically, but I'm saying, like, okay, well, people say, well, I'm a Christian, but then if you, I've heard people describe their religion, and then they said, well, I believe this, and this, and I'm like, well, that sounds kind of closer to Luciferianism, and they're like, well, to you it might seem like that, and to me it seems like Christianity. I'm like, well, I see that as a problem, right? I mean, other people may not see that as a problem. But
I'll say this much: it's definitely a notable discrepancy. I don't know if I'd like straight up jumped a problem, but I mean, I could see where you got that answer, but discrepancy at the minimum, right?
Well, at least we're using terms that we just gloss over at bare minimum. Yeah, I would say, like, people just kind of
don't even know them, right? Like, a lot of people don't know these, like you asked me before, like this and that about, like, what do I think? And it's like, I would have a hard time, I guess. Well, if you ask me, like, what is my God, I would say whatever created before I got here is here now and will be here when I'm gone. The highest level of that would like be my thing, I think.
But that's a simple question for me. In that context, my God would be the mind, chaos, the source, the monad, the wuliad, the nothing. That's a background to every presentation.
I'd like to make an example of just how far these modern traditions have come from original ideas, and just show you the gap. between that which was and that which is, using knowledge you already have, and just filling in some small gaps, which I think are not jumps whatsoever. People here may be aware that the phrase abracadabra is actually Hebrew. So
Yeah.
we're mispronouncing it in the English. It's not abracadabra. It's abara karabara. Okay. So that would be saying it correctly. Okay. To say abara says to create.
To create as I speak.
Yeah.
Well, yes, to speak something into creation. But then now I'm stuck on a word because you threw me off track. I'm a little bit.
Sorry, no,
like
I
that.
probably did.
It's okay. I'll get back on just a second.
Abracadabra.
So kadabara means to create from nothing. So if in that language you want to say to create from nothing, you'd say kadabara. Okay.
Yeah.
So we do not find that in the Torah. It's just not there. So it's not even claiming, as many today would claim, creation ex nihilo. It's really literally not there, and they knew how to say that.
That's a good point, actually. Yep. And I'll mention this. Like, I've read something about that in a book about Egypt and some relations to that. But essentially, like you're saying, I think there's this hidden name of God, and abracadabra is related to it, or at least something about what you're saying about from nothing, came everything, or what, and I think this is where a lot of Christians get hung up on their theology a lot too, as far as because it's like the Greek in John, I think it is, my memory is, I'm not like a really well-read person, honestly, but I think in John, in the Greek, it says in the Greek it says, and the word was with God, and all this, and I think the people miss the thing. They don't understand it. The way that they use the word with implies it's more or less anthropomorphic people looking at each other in the face, right? Like, it's personalizing God in a way, right?
That's very interesting.
Based on what I've heard, I mean, I have a video of it on my channel, but I mean, basically, they have this guy who was explaining, and he said it's like he said in the Greek that the word "with" means a very specific form of Greek, meaning it's people facing each other, right? So, and I'm just using that as an example to back up what you're saying, because I think that a lot of people think that you can make something from nothing, but that's not anywhere in, like you said, it's not in the Torah at all, right? But then we accept a secular thing about, the Big Bang and all this. But I didn't mean to detract from you, but I think the way you're talking about the abracadabra is.
Yeah, I have a direct question for No Jack. What would be the opposite of Luciferianism?
Well, I think you have to define what Luciferian is, but probably Gnostic or Orthodox Christianity. But I think I would be curious how you define Luciferianism, because I think it's a term that people kind of gloss over and make assumptions as to what that means. I see Luciferianism as like Prometheism, which is basically like a worship of progress for human beings towards becoming your own God, versus saying that you are like God. I think it's like you can create whatever God you want, versus I'm made in the image of God and I'm trying to become more like Him, right? Like it's like I'm coming from something rather than trying to become something.
So I don't define Luciferianism at all, because it's too loose of a term. But what you just described would be left-hand path versus right-hand path. With left-hand path, you become your own God, and right-hand path is that you become a slave to some other god.
Dude, I know a lot of Luciferians, and they're all narcissistic as shit. I think Luciferianism is just like basically narcissism turned into some abracadabra, right?
Well, narcissism always has been some abracadabra thing, but the shrinks working with the Abrahamist churches wants to suppress it and just get you back in the shackles and get you back on the slave program.
So the word could be like Luciferian could just, I don't know, like I just think there is creation, and then I believe that there's like parasites to the creation on all, on different levels, but I would say mostly human. But we see it in animals sometimes too, or like certain insects. Remember, there's like that wasp that like implants a baby into like a certain type of bug, and then or into a cockroach, and then the it buries the cockroach, and then like 2 months later, there's these weird things in nature, but I don't think that actually goes against creation. But I would say Luciferian in my definition would be the opposite, one of the more opposite ends of the beginning of creation. I know that sounds kind of stupid. I know isn't Lucifer, Hank? Isn't he like the
he's
the angel of music
passed down from heaven to hell?
Lucifer's one of Yahweh's angels. He's the one that allegedly rebelled, but it kind of doesn't work unless angels have will of their own. So I don't. So otherwise, I just think of him as Yahweh's attorney general.
Yeah, and didn't he like rule music?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I guess theologically they say that Saturn is some sort of representation of Satan, and that kind of rules rings, which would have to do with the musical notes, possibly.
Because Venus is the morning star. So
it is.
No.
Well,
wait, you said Venus?
Messy. It gets messy because it depends on where you're getting your information from, because I think you really got to cite your sources when you get into this, because there's a Promethean version of Lucifer, there's a Kabbalah version of Lucifer, there's a Gnostic version of there's probably a lot of versions of a similar thing that relates to
always break these things down into three too, by the way. That was a good way you did that. We could probably always break things into like threes.
Yeah, I think so. I definitely do think that, and again, that's not to say that anybody is wrong. I'm just saying like the context is probably important, because my assumption, although I can't prove this, and I would like for anybody else to jump in on this subject, is like I think that a lot of this is related to astrotheology, but I think that it's kind of relating to the individual sources that you're pulling from, right? Like Christianity pulled from a lot of different sources, in my opinion, and so you got to kind of try to figure out, and I think that people like Michael Heiser tried to do that to some degree, and other Christians are trying to do that in an academic way to kind of figure out what really a lot of this was saying. Like if you look at the Book of Revelation, for example, like a lot of that symbology about like the Whore of Babylon and all this, like it kind of aligns with star charts around that time, right? And even in Christian theology, they put a huge emphasis on like the three wise men representing the three pagan religions next to those people in the desert, right? So I think that we kind of have to really start contextualizing what we're getting at, because I think Lucifer is like this kind of character, and I think that this is the mistake Christians make a lot, in my opinion, is that they kind of just say, well, he's the devil or he's evil or whatever, but I think it's a little more complicated than that. Like I don't think that you can just say, well, he's the bad guy. I'm not saying he's a good guy either. I'm just saying like I think it's people are choosing that as like an avatar to represent them the way that Hank chooses Eris, right? And people choose Lucifer as their avatar to say, well, I want to emulate this, right? And then Christians say, I want to emulate Christ. And so, it's like we're kind of picking and choosing our
Like
you know, whatever you want to call
Funny
them.
thing with Eris, I just found out that there's like, you know how they say there's two Erises? I just found they say there's two Harmonias as well. There's supposed to be a Theban Harmonia, which is the normal one, and also a Amazonian Harmonia that strangely has the same association, similar associations with Aries still. So there's supposed to be two Harmonias as well as two Erises. So it's weird.
Does the is it a god? Is that what you mean, Hank? Is it a god?
Yeah. Well, the second Harmonia is supposed to be a nymph, but what's the difference between a nymph and a god, really?
Was it related to music in any way by its name?
Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds links it.
Yeah, yes, the Amazonian Harmonia is supposed to be the mother of the first generation of Amazon women.
Wow.
We do have references and sources that go back like a really long way that also these structures known as pyramids, that they do align in like these what I would call exotic ways, even like with the Giza and all that, with like Orion. So we know that the stars were always there, or at least seemed to be there. So that's a creation, right? I mean, I don't think the stars are like a de-evolution of anything. So I think that they're probably put there for some sort of reason. And I've also heard my source, I'm not sure of, so maybe I shouldn't say it, but that astrology is actually the mother of all sciences. But that goes to what Neurojack was saying about some of the metaphysical stuff, like in, you know, either correlations or re-representations. Yeah, sorry.
Just because I don't have the patience to let it pass, Dr. Michael Heiser, whose assertion about the star in the east and the birth of Christ being a conjunction of two planets in the constellation Virgo is based in a geocentric model. And were that the case, when the moon was at her feet, it would be an eclipse. You wouldn't have the brightness of the moon. So I think actually the whole thing doesn't work.
Well, you may be correct. I put the video in the chat, in the back chat, just so if you guys do want to watch it, you can. No pressure. But I think that he does address the eclipse thing. And again, I don't know. I'm not an astrotheology or astrology person, but all I'm saying is I think that a lot of what we see in the Bible is written in a code of, in my opinion, it's written as a multi-layered text of, you know, especially the apocalyptic stuff. I think it's not exactly like, I think a lot of Christians take that as a literal, you know, Whore of Babylon, this and that. And I think that, you know, maybe there's some truth to that, but I just think that it's probably speaking to something along the lines of like an Egyptian pantheon, you know, like they tell different stories of Egyptian stuff throughout time in a little bit different way. And I see it all as referencing other text or different ideas that maybe make sense to some people who are initiated and maybe don't make sense to other people who are uninitiated. And I just say that because I do think that you have to at least consider that that's a possibility, in my opinion. I don't think you can just say, well, the Bible's literal, right? Because I just don't.
No, it's definitely not literal.
Do that, you know. I mean, I'm open to the argument. I just don't understand how you can say it. I'm not saying you are either. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what you mean, right?
No, I didn't think you were. Well, Neurojack, you're so terribly correct that just at face value and very easily discerned, the reading of the 12 blessings on the 12 sons of Israel are obviously descriptions of the zodiac. but it's in compliance with an older zodiac than we in the West presently accept. So it's pre-Judaic zodiac. It's just not our modern zodiac.
Yeah, I never heard that before, but it makes sense to me for sure.
Yeah.
I actually have a joke on this a little bit. I don't know if it's going to shed any light, but a little child goes to what is it, like church? What do they call that when you go to Bible study, like during church sessions? And she asked the teacher, like, "Hey, did Jonah go to heaven?" And the teacher was like, "You mean Jonah, who lived in the whale for 3 days?" And the little girl's like, "Yeah." And she was like, "Well, I don't really know." Or actually, the girl was in school. She said, "I heard in church that Jonah had been eaten by a whale. And just wondering if you think he went to heaven." The teacher said, "Well, I don't think a human could live in a whale for 3 days." And she said, "So I don't think he probably went to heaven. It's probably not real." And the girl says, "Oh, dude, I totally fucked this up."
That's okay. Practice it and come back with it. Everyone loves a good joke.
Hey, I kind of wanted to weigh in on the conversation that you guys were talking about, like Luciferianism and whatever. I'm not like an expert or anything, but I've heard rumors that there's actually a way that you can read the Bible to where the devil is the good guy and God is the bad guy or something like that. It's just
that's kind of true.
It's a matter of perspective. Of course, a narcissist is going to look at the devil as being the good guy because he's all about egotism and self-gratification and so on and so forth.
I'd go so far as to say the way most Christians read Old Testament, it makes God horrible. Now, Jews wouldn't agree with that reading.
Right, you mean their interpretation or their hermeneutics, essentially. I kind of agree, actually, to be honest with you.
Well, it starts with church tradition. It becomes an interpretation, written in a language they can understand. And then it goes further than that because of modern church traditions.
The point that I'm trying to make is it's basically a matter of perspective. It's all relative to the reader. A book is like a template that you just push your mind through. Different people will see it from different points of view. And yeah, but
aside from the fact that you must be right because we all have different minds and we all understand things on an individual experiential basis. So for that reason, you're extremely right. And church doctrine doesn't really help. It makes it worse because people will go to a church until they find a preacher, quote unquote, telling the truth, which means it agrees with their biases. So it's just an exercise in confirmation bias. Yes.
So I've actually had people tell me so if the devil is the one who punishes, and this is kind of to my understanding, a little bit more of a more Catholic viewpoint on the subject. So if the devil punishes evildoers, then isn't he working with God? Isn't he kind of like a good guy? Because he's the one that punishes the evil people, when they're in hell. So, I mean, and then there's just the whole thing about how the devil was actually an angel that defied God and, that. The angel.
Well, Hank would argue that the devil is the ultimate Fed, and that's why he chooses that side because he wants to be on the winning side. I'm kind of joking, but kind of not joking. I think if you listen to Hank talk about it, he kind of does kind of make that argument.
And by the way, I just want to mention that I'm not a devil worshiper, and it's just something that it's been kind of like a topic of discussion in front of me in the past, and so I'm just putting in my 2 cents from my observations.
There are logical and chronological problems with Lucifer being Satan. in order for that to be true, which I know a lot of Christians say it, but in order for that to be true, it would have to also be true that he had been good in heaven, right? Became evil in the Garden of Eden, went back to heaven, became good again, in order to get an assignment from God to lead the Watchers and cause the fall of man, whatever further on beyond Eden that was. So it can't be either that, or God is a fool who just keeps accepting someone could become good, then evil, then good, then evil, then good, then evil. It doesn't make any sense.
I've heard of interpretations of that whole Garden of Eden thing to where that wasn't even Satan. That was like some demon that had a different name that's never been associated with the devil.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are secret societies that have that as the basis of their entire structure, in my opinion. So, yes, there is definitely that interpretation.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Neuro, but we're going back to like Book of Enoch and Book of Demons and Book of Giants and all this lesser apocrypha that aren't included in the Bible today.
Well, yeah, it kind of relates back to Luciferianism, in my opinion. I think a lot of people see that as Lucifer kind of trying to help humanity escape a certain thing, which is kind of related to Gnosticism, I think. But Gnosticism is not there's not a one Gnostic framework. There's many different versions, and some are closer to perhaps Luciferian, and others are probably much closer to what we call Christianity today. But I think that a lot of actual Judaism and other mystery religions, is what we refer to them now, is based on those kind of interpretations of that being in the garden, trying to quote unquote hurt or quote unquote help humanity, depending on how you want to look at it.
Right. Supposedly a bunch of these fallen angels were the ones that taught mankind about technology, and the name Adam in a lot of Middle Eastern languages, or a variation of the word Adam, actually also means mankind, not a specific person, but all of the human race in a broader sense.
Yeah, Adama, those whose face turns red like the red clay of the earth, Adama.
Or Adamu, or Adami.
Yeah, yeah. The vowels greatly change through time. Yeah, it depends on who you're referring
But we're
to.
talking about like multiple different Middle Eastern languages, Arabic included. This is a part of. So I mean, it's kind of like how could that really be like a coincidence? Again, I think a lot of people, especially here in the Americas, kind of have a tendency to take the Bible in a little bit too much of a literal sense. And
I agree. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I mean,
it depends on what you mean. Depending on what you mean by literal.
Do you know what snake handlers are?
Yes, that they take the promise that poison. They take the promise that snakes' poison will not harm them, and they handle live snakes, poisonous reptile snakes, real snakes, in churches. And a lot of them are missing huge chunks of their arms because of it, because they had to have amputations, etc.
I mean, it's like, whoa, dude. Like, can we take a step back and maybe kind of consider that maybe the Bible might have been written with analogies and metaphors in mind?
Well, since Christ is not several wooden planks attached together by hardware to make an opening in a house, he's not actually a door. Yeah, I think there's metaphor in there.
I mean, yeah. Anyway, which is why, like, when it comes to Christians, I prefer to speak to like learned Christian scholars, not some redneck with a Bible in his hand that just wants to use it as like leverage to tell me how to live my life.
What's your thoughts on astrotheology?
I'm sorry, were you asking me that?
Anybody, what's your thoughts on astrotheology? Because you're talking about the allegories of the Bible.
I would say that the stars were there, I don't think Satan put the stars there or Lucifer put the stars there.
Well,
Yeah, possibly.
I hate to point out that we actually have an expert in the subject right here.
Oh shit!
So yeah, we actually have an astrotheologist present within our ranks.
All right, let's contemplate.
No. Yeah, for sure.
I think what a lot of studiers of the Bible, modern studiers of the Bible, don't realize is the Hebrew word for stars in the phrase "I made the stars also." It doesn't mean singular stars; it means clumps of stars. So, what you have to consider is that the claim is "I made," as in identified. That's what that word "made" there means. I identified the clumps of stars. So they take it as like the whole universe was made in this singular sentence, but in fact what it's saying is I taught you the constellations.
Are you talking about like the Mazzaroth?
Well, I was speaking to early on in Torah in Genesis.
I mean, I certainly don't have a hard time believing that that's what was said, and I think that this is where I get a lot of Christians very pissed off at me because I keep pointing out, like, you really have to take every line of the Bible. If you say it's true, it's a true record of something, but you still got to interpret it, right? And I think that the more I hear people like you actually going and interpreting it in the original language and like contextualizing it based on that, you telling me that does not surprise me. I'm not saying that you're right, but I certainly can see that a lot of the lines that people quote are being taken and ran with all the time. Like you said, I created the stars versus I identified and contextualized the stars and their meanings and stuff like that. Like that is vastly different interpretations of one line of the Bible, right?
Yeah, that's only two words. If you use Strong's exhaustive concordance and look up the etymology of the words, these things become fairly clear pretty quick.
Well, and I was going to mention this earlier, just a second ago, because I think that I think it can go both ways. Like, yes, you have the rednecks abusing the Bible, but you also have scholars who are and Kabbalists and other people who are purposefully misleading people, in my opinion, as well. So yeah, you get it. I mean, you get it from brainwashed people, but also I think the whole presentation that Machine was doing in the beginning was about people purposefully bastardizing religion for political ends, for lack of a better term. But I want to hear more about astrotheology. I just wanted to make all that clear as far as my opinion on that.
Well, it's not only evident, I think, and takes some amount of, I don't know, not just bias, but active bias in the believer to say something like astrology is against the Bible is against astrology. It uses so much of it. It's what's that old joke? I feel like a mosquito at a nude beach. I just don't even know where to start.
I know it condemns astrologers, but it does not condemn astrology. Like, if you go down to any major city, you're going to find 20 astrologer booths, like that is the condemnation because that can be profited falsely from. Like everyone, people can profit from that knowledge or literally the lack of knowledge and duping people.
Like what they do with religion?
Yes. Very much yes. Religion has been a for-profit scheme for quite some time in several different parts of the world.
You know Micah Dank?
Well, I've never seen you naked,
I've heard that
so
name.
no, I don't.
No, Micah Dank. He's an astrotheologist. We've interviewed him a few times.
I've seen him before. I've seen his work before.
Just it was a joke. Okay, it was a bad joke. I admit
it. Can you remind us about that guy? Because I remember that dude said some very interesting things. I can't remember exactly. I know it was related to secret societies, but I can't remember the full detail.
Well, he's actually a Freemason. So he's a Freemason that teaches about the different things. I didn't realize, I think until the second time we interviewed him, that he was actually a Freemason. So that was fascinating that he came and shared that. But he just speaks about how the Bible all comes, it was all relates to all the stuff that's going on in the stars and in the seasons. And he lays it all out, and he's been studying it for like 20 years. So very fascinating guy to check out if you're looking at kind of comprehending the Bible more and other takes on, you know, what the Bible actually represents.
Yeah, well, here's the only thing I would say, and don't take this the wrong way for him or anybody else, but isn't it kind of against their rules to explicate these kind of things of what their internal beliefs are? So, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think he's like I don't think he's like any like high level Freemason. So I just think he's someone that got in there and he's just teaching what he believes people need to know, and that's his area of expertise, and that's what he shares. I don't think he's doing it in any deceptive way that I can see.
Yeah, well, and I know Robert Sepper he calls himself the most dangerous
anthropologist.
Yes, and that guy's videos have been extremely dot connecting. Well, they connect a lot of dots for me, and I think, and I would even give David Icke credit in this manner. I'm not endorsing everything they say, but what I'm saying is it makes a lot more sense than the general attitude towards the Bible or religion in general. Again, these people may have nefarious ends in mind, but I'm just saying, like, even if that's true, people will fall for it, myself included, because we have been misled so deeply, right? At the very least, right? So we have to kind of, in my opinion, we should be cautious in both directions, right? Like, I just wanted to.
And when we
noticed, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when we interviewed David Icke, when we first started the Missing Link, we asked him if he had ever been invited to any secret societies, and his answer was, they know better than that. So he didn't really answer, but that's what his answer was, is that they know better than to invite him into the secret societies, because I've seen him in a Freemason chair, but, who knows?
I wouldn't be surprised either way.
I just wanted to ask Neuro, have you noticed that Robert Sepper, like, he's one of the only people that are allowed to have content like his really on YouTube, and it's mostly because he comes from like a professional point of view and like in a third party, like he talks about everything he talks about, and it's like they over there believe that type of, you know what I mean?
He also has a 501c3. He has a 501c3, which is of a certain persuasion.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm not going to try to say anything that can get us all in trouble, or especially machines, but or myself. But I would say that yes, I think that it is interesting to me, first of all, and second of all, that is kind of the way that I try to model my arguments, is because sometimes I argue for things that I don't necessarily agree with to make a point, and I think that maybe, and he often gives himself that caveat, and I think that you kind of, I mean, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I think that you kind of have to do that sometimes, because we don't really know what the rules of speech are right now, right? And I think that
on YouTube, it's pretty clear that type of content that they don't want to hear. Okay, but he comes at the point of view of like, oh, well, I'm a professional and I'm just lecturing about, or I'm a historian and I'm just telling, the way things are and so on and so forth. He still gets attacked over it.
I could tell you for a fact that dude has 33 awards, like with movies or something. Just I don't know what that means, but
yeah. So, I mean, and I definitely see what you're saying, both you guys, and I that's why I mention it, but I don't know how much faith to put in it. Although I think there is some truth in it, but what I keep saying, which is different than maybe people who don't like me and Machine, is like we are being psyop with truth, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try and look and see what we're being fed, because there's some truth there, and we have to kind of discern for ourselves like what to take from it, right? So
yeah, and you're covered. You're okay to do that. With an honest heart, you're okay to do that. It's the ones who look to, oh, I want to hack reality. Like, okay, dude, like do your thing, hack reality all you want. But I think it's a big distraction from communication with the one creator. I think everything is technically a big distraction from that.
I kind of agree with you, to be honest, but I think that the fact is like if we're not going to get enough people to agree with us, we have to engage. I mean, we don't have to, but I think it's wise for us to try and engage with people where they're at, even if we think that it's maybe a lost cause. But yeah, go ahead.
Neurojack.
Yes.
This
Who is
motherfucker waited till a stream that he know would not sit as a rewatchable video to tell me that same fucking EBT, TBE shit, that I don't know my Bible, that he's a better Christian than I am. And then he let that fucking Southern Israelite sit and trash our Bible, and he had no problem with it. Fuck Machine Lies. Fuck his fake fucking channel. Abby, stay away.
We love you, Tommy.
Well, gentlemen, that's a good time for me to say I have to be rude one way or another, whether I leave and don't say goodnight or if I leave and do say goodnight. So peace and respect to you all. Thank you so much for your time, for your conversation. I really enjoyed it. And I want you to know that every
Richard.
one of you,
love and prosper.
You add to my experience, and I deeply appreciate that. Thanks a lot, The Machine. You guys have a great night. Peace and respect to you all.
Of course, brother Richard. Yeah, of course. You're welcome here anytime, my friend. Thank you so much for joining the panel and for chatting with us on a number of topics. And definitely, I'd love to sit down and have a discussion with you without the panel. So I'll find a way to reach out to you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm definitely very interested in the astrotheology. I'm sorry, I just want to say I'm definitely interested in the astrotheology topic because it's something I've had a hunch about for a long time, and I haven't really found a reliable source. So I'm interested for sure.
You're welcome to go to Aquarian.tv. I probably am one of the most foremost people on astrotheology. Santos Bonacci and myself, we're probably on the top. Do you have any questions specific about astrotheology?
I don't know who's talking. Sorry.
That's Liam right here. Yeah, he's an expert on the on astrotheology as well.
So we have two people. We have two people.
I met him through the I met him through Adam Green. No More News.
Well,
yeah,
any
blessings,
specific
brother.
questions or queries about astrotheology, I could perhaps help you out.
Sure. I'll just ask a general question, just a very selfish question. How do you think people should? What's the baseline way that you think astrotheology explains religion, but also whoever is running society currently? How do you think that we should start looking at society the way they do to comprehend what the fuck they're doing?
So perhaps it might start with learning astrology and learning the seasons and the signs of the zodiac that are assigned, and understanding that esoteric understanding that they have, and learning the symbols and the elements and all of that goes along with it, and then that's a great starting space. But do you have a more specific kind of question?
Well, I guess what tradition do they base it on? Like I know, for example, that September 11th is the Egyptian first day of their calendar, and some strange events have occurred on September 11th, for example, right? Do you think what religion are they really basing their stuff on, in your opinion? Or do they just kind of use all of it as a synchronous thing?
So it's common for people to go to the Chaldeans and the the proto Mesopotamian, but I think it goes even before that to the Egyptians, because we could do that linguistically, and then even before that to the Proto-Indo-Europeans. So so that's a tough question and a great question.
That sounds pretty much where my research has led me from a very not very well read position. So I'll definitely
Now you
take
know
your
more
advice.
than the average Joe, brother. Don't sell yourself
Yep.
short.
Yo, Liam. How well do you know Santos, man?
I mean, we haven't hung out together, but we've shared spaces and we've talked and we've conversed. We've had private conversations.
So what does he say about you? I'm just curious because I talked to him today, and I also whatever I care about him. So
And
you know how
and
that you know how that
I give
goes.
him a lot. Like, he was instrumental in really opening my eyes to lots of astrotheology. But then I have a background academically in theology and religious studies, and so he was able to he pointed my compass in the right direction. And then I don't want to say I surpassed him, but I've been able to pick up things that he hasn't. But I think we help each other out, and so I've been able to show him stuff that he doesn't know, and he's showed me a lot of things that I didn't know. So I think we complement each other well.
By the way, you might
Yeah.
be interested in Jesse Howe's interview with Santos Bonacci. You know, because here we have Jesse Howe here, the brother here. He's interviewed Santos Bonacci, I think, a number of times. Isn't that right, Jesse?
Yeah, we've interviewed him twice, once just a couple months ago, and we also interviewed Nicholas and I forget her name right now, but she's they live in
Her name
Santos
is Crystal, bro. There's some like
Crystal. Yeah, they live in
yeah
Santos's house.
Yeah,
yeah they're a
I
little
I
different,
love
but they're
Santos,
cool.
but I have some quarrels with him, especially because I come from a relationship with Adam Green. So we see Christianity
Fuck
as
yeah.
a total Jewish psyop, and Santos doesn't seem to get that somehow.
Yeah, dude, Nick and Crystal, they're just like filling piss jars and like making jewelry and selling piss flavored jewelry right now. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they were talking about the urine therapy on that. And why I asked about the other guy, about Micah Dank, I believe he said he's one of Santos's teachers in, the astrotheology school. He does some of the teaching for Santos.
Yeah, and Santos didn't get to pick all those people, dude. Like, he told me he was like, because I kind of hit him up when I saw like, it's like, dude, like these people, some of these people you got around you are like, relativists, and I called it out and, trying to stop a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And he said he was so sick at the time that he just couldn't, like, he just took suggestions from people. So, like, a little bit
Yeah,
of subversion and
yeah.
infiltration on some levels there.
No, and I feel bad for Santos's health, and that's sad. But I have interviewed Micah Dank, and I had a relationship with him, and I had to block him on Twitter because I don't want to say he's immature, but he's kind of immature.
I mean, look, you're either for the
Bless him.
truth or
God
you're not,
bless
right?
him.
Like,
God bless him.
don't let your opinion get in the way of the truth, I will say.
I respect
I really
that.
enjoyed his teachings.
I just don't think much of it is original. So I don't like, he hasn't really came up with anything on his own, which, you know what, that's okay, because we stand on the back of the people who came before us. And so we all put together our own stuff. But he does kind of come across as somebody who's when I teach, I try not to preach. I know that's hard. I have a Sagittarius moon, but yeah. So
Yeah.
For Micah, I would just I just wish that he was a little bit more humble, I guess. I don't know.
How many ring? Yeah. Well,
part of it.
Well, if you guys don't mind, I just want to ask Liam a question really quick too. What's your general? What do you think is the ethical framework that these people are working on off of? Like, we call it Luciferianism, and I see that in some of these people outside of the circles that you're in, but they, I'm not saying, so I'm not making any claims about that, but the people who are running the show, what philosophical framework do you think they're operating off of, in your opinion? Or is it just pure pragmatism?
Yeah, so the word or the term Luciferian can be construed in different ways. Prometheanism is another similar term. It's like the light, bearing the light. It has to do with Venus. What I think is actually the people who are at the top who rule stuff they're dark Kabbalists. They know astrology and they use it and they think that they have the light and everybody else is in the dark, and they're awake and everybody else is just the walking the sleeping, like the walking sleepers, the zombies pretty much. And so it's very much tied into Kabbalism and Judaism, to be honest with you.
And they don't see people as basically they don't see people as going to ever be able to be on their level, so they feel it is their job to manage people. Is that what I'm getting from you?
I have some good Jewish rabbi friends, and they do talk about themselves as a managerial class. So that's interesting you would bring that up.
Neuro, if I had to make it like as simple as possible, like in my own mind, I think of it like this, dude. There are people out there whose hearts are numb, and they look to an external hierarchy in order to give them their potential, and then that's the false world that they want to live in. And I swear, dude, I think it starts from a numb position, and then I would say probably the heart. Like they're just numb, dude. Like they can say all the words that make all the sense, or a lot of times they say a lot of words that don't make any sense. And you can always tell when somebody is coming from a numb heart position. You just can. And so that's kind of what I do. I kind of just be like, oh, is this person, because then the opposite of numb is like amending.
So in astrology, the signs that stress authenticity are the fixed signs: Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, and Taurus. But I'm not going to guess your sign. But do you have an antidote for this? Do you think that would be?
Do I have the antidote for the numbness?
Yeah.
I've thought about this a lot.
Well, and I would ask another question. I would say, do you have an antidote to the managerial class and their ends? But but sorry to interrupt.
I push for education. The more that we learn, and the more we wake up, and then we could like go to the problem, and then what comes after that, then we get creative, and that gets fun. But the first part, I think, is education and waking up. Yeah.
What about them not being from here?
That I feel like that's not helpful.
Because I heard a rabbi talk, and he was talking to his people, and he said that they're not from here. They came from another place, and they came here to take over this place. And he was talking, and I interviewed another guy who says that they're not from here. They're aliens. Like they actually were imported from somewhere else, and that's this whole distinct why they think of us as goyim, because
I heard the rabbi say that too. That's interesting.
They identify as the Nephilim, actually.
Jesse, was he adherent to the Talmud?
It's in the Torah. You don't even have to go to the Talmud. It's in the Torah.
Torah, huh?
Or the Tanakh, if you will.
Okay. Interesting.
People are like, oh, it's the Talmud. Where they call them the word is escaping. The people who claim to be that they're Jewish, they had a massive conversion, but so they're not really Jews. They're the Ashkenazi. It's the Ashkenazi, or it's the Jesuits. It's the Knights of Malta. And so Santos does that, and he won't really point out the Jewish stuff, which I don't know if he does that for self-protection and preservation, but he's really skipping around what it is.
Yeah, he has done it. He just, I don't know why he focuses so damn much on flat Earth that I hit him up today. I was like, yo, what about, yeah, like looking for antidotes and shit, like trying to come up with ideas, and like Neuro had asked for like an antidote to a numb heart, right? No, that was the other guy. Anyway, dude, I don't know. Communication only goes so far. I know that. And I know that there's a progression. I know that letters make words, words make sentences, sentences become paragraphs, and I know that action peaks louder than words. And
No, I think you're
Well,
spot on with that analysis.
I agree with you, and I want to say my antidote really quick, because my antidote in general, and again, I'm not saying I'm right, but the point that I keep trying to get across for quite a long time, and I think people miss this, but here's my antidote. If we don't get into a position of leverage and or some level of mutual respect with the managerial class, let's just call them, I don't think
keyword right there, respect, very keyword.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have a good time of whatever is coming, in my opinion. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get people to start thinking in those terms. And people, I don't do a very good job of that, but I just want to make that clear. Like that's kind of my general thing. And I think that you just said that, Adam Lanza, as well. I think that that's kind of what you were saying in a different way. So yeah.
Respect is the bar that needs to be raised, period. I mean, actually, not period. I'm actually always open to better suggestions, but in my experience, it's not even like just giving like random people respect. It's more so just like respecting what they're saying, even if like, okay, so like a good teacher can learn from everything or any one thing. And so like I learned that like a mentally disabled person, like they're never going to start a war. Like I can learn from that. And I also believe it has to do with vision. Like what is your actual vision? Like, like Neuro in particular, once I heard you say something like, like technology can like mimic something, that's believable, keyword, to the human eye. And so our vision is being, I believe it's our senses that like get co-opted quite a bit. I don't think anybody would really disagree with me on that.
Yeah, and I would argue our sixth sense about our projection of who we are and what we want to be and what we want to do is also being fucked with through our senses, but maybe on a different level as well. In my opinion. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think that that's a huge point that I try to bring up. That yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and so
I feel like you're asking us to become friends with the slave owners somehow.
Well, I'm not saying be friends, but what I'm saying is have the ability to negotiate either a truce or navigate something that's not going to be good outside of that.
If you can't beat them, join them, right?
No, get out of here. Who said that?
well, no. That's not what I'm saying.
I know.
No, but what I'm saying, and I think that's kind of like I think that's actually the carrot. I think that's the carrot that they're hanging out there to a lot of people.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of people are falling for that. They think that they can join that, and I don't think that's possible. So I just take that off the table, right?
So Neuro, I don't know how close you paid attention to that one guy that came here, Bunny. Remember
I tried to. Yeah, I paid pretty close attention.
Okay, so at one point he was talking about basically it's this group of people that as they are assimilating into another group of people are like trying to like become what they're assimilating into as they destroy it, as they destroy the originals. So
Yeah,
like
repetition, almost like repeaters and echoers.
well, it's more like Invasion of the Body Snatchers type shit. Like
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
literally trying to like clone themselves into their host as they destroy their hosts.
That's true.
Type of thing. And like what you're talking about, like being able to negotiate with your slave owners, that's basically what the whole original Matrix movie was about. Or
Really?
like Matrix, the concept, like we're indentured to these people, whoever they are, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I think we can all agree that like slavery is evil, even though some people view it as like their way of life or whatever. Or, you know, and people, nobody wants to willingly be a slave, right? But as far as like trying to negotiate with these people or whatever, I would more or less like to take a course of like becoming hard to control, becoming hard to kill, you know, like fortifying yourself to where you don't need to be, you're not, become unenslavable yourself. Condition yourself.
So instead of the priesthood ruling over you, become a priest yourself. And that's how you jump into the body of the person who is overruling you. And then you break through. You're cutting through with a sword from the inside out. If that makes sense. It's like a Matrix movie. Kind of.
Yeah,
Apparently
and
the ones
Cecil,
at the top, they call themselves sovereign. So it's becoming a sovereign.
Like, you're not going to negotiate with a giant fucking mosquito like, hey, don't feed off of me. Like, that's the only way they know how to live. You know?
well, see,
like
you're kind of making the extension of my argument for me, so I appreciate that, because I'm saying things in a very roundabout way, but I think that, you know, I'll use the Teddy Roosevelt quote: "You talk softly and you carry a big fucking stick," right? Like, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Hey, Neuro too. Like, dude, I have a friend that played sports with, and he ended up like becoming like, I don't know, he's extremely brilliant. And I even told him, I was like, dude, like if I was gonna like mess with you, if I was gonna take advantage of you, I would like do it with your intelligence, you know? So it's like knowing your own weakness is part of the game. But he worked for like DARPA, dude, and he was like telling me all this crazy stuff, you know, like, and it not crazy, but it's like along the lines of the stuff that you bring up, like you said, in a roundabout way, but he doesn't bring it up in a roundabout way to me. Like, but I have noticed though, with people like that, it is so hard, and I'm pretty good at finding middle grounds. And he, you know, there's been many days where I was like, man, he didn't take in what I said at all. You know, like.
Well,
I think Cecil was onto something too, because they're dependent on you fighting them. So, you know, if you're ignorant and belligerent, that's going to give them the justification to go through with their game plan.
Yes, correct.
Yep, I think the answer. Exactly right. I think the answer comes with like, so like with your own like as an individual, like all of us are quote unquote individuals, right? So, all right. So, okay, my cat's not gonna let me.
Well, and let me try to guess what you're going to say. I would say that however much we individually level up, the next level from there is to turn around and pick up people who are not seeing what we're seeing, right? I think most people, and I think I'll just use the alt-right as a great example, right? Like, I think a lot of people kind of saw that there's a problem, and they're kind of said, okay, let's go address the problem. But you kind of see, like, they kind of just fell into another trap of this, you know, a solution that's not really there in the way that they were going about it, right? And again, people will say that, oh, you're defending the alt-right. What I'm saying is, every group, even BLM, has a legitimate grievance that they're trying to address. And people are so happy to feed you a solution that's not actually addressing the problem that you're trying to address. And people keep falling for these tricks over and over and over again in history. And I think that we have to start helping people not fall into that trap, if only for selfish reasons. But I think that that's not going to be enough. But I think that we have to kind of, well, we don't have to, but I think we ought to try and point out traps that people are walking into, in my opinion.
Yeah, sounds like the pharmaceutical industry.
Listen, man, I've always, and I think other people can relate too. I know I heard Jesse before say he's played basketball, so he knows like situations, and he knows like, you know, certain outcomes come from certain positions, right? And and so like, yeah, you have to position yourself, and I will tell you that, dude, what you talk about, Neuro, about like trying to help people. Like, dude, that's all I have been doing for 10 years, dude. Yeah, little, you know, stupid crap in between, but like, I will tell you that most people they do accept it because it is from a true place. That's the thing. It's authentic. It's true. So they have to accept it, you know, even if it's just that seed that you're planting, and which I got those from people too. And man, it's just like, it can be frustrating. So don't let it frustrate you too much when someone can't see something a certain way. Sometimes there's just, you know, there's not enough. It's got to be 50-50, like, you know, or otherwise you're losing, you know. Like, if you give them 75, I've done it, dude. I've given people 100%, dude, 75% to 100%, and like, I will get burned, and I'm the one hurt.
I think with everything you're saying, I agree with that. I think that one thing I'll just mention really quick, I think the numbness is part of the battle, right? And I think that people are falling into traps, and they should be feeling pain, and they're not. And I think that, you know, it's very hard to fight against numbness, right? It's like, you know, there's people who literally lose feeling in their legs and they injure themselves and they're not aware, right? Like, how do you help someone like that? It's a very difficult situation. And I think that, my opinion, with the things that we're looking at, especially with the technology on top of it, I think that we're in a moment of triage, right? And so I think that we ought to pick and choose our battles very carefully and try and do the best that we can with what we're in, because, you know, and again, even if we have 100 years to do things, we ought to start thinking in terms of like, we have a limited time of ability to do something about those situations that we're addressing, right?
That's a valid thing. And I will just add lastly that you know, most people basically like don't want to hear it, and then what I do is I just think of like humorous ways to bridge the gap, like, you know, bring up the Queen Elizabeth, you know, call her Queen Elizabeth in a joke, you know, stupid shit like that. But man, I'll tell you, it's the most impact I have found is when there is an actual brotherhood of trust. And I'm not talking about, and it's respect. And it's not false respect, because false respect are idols, and they may be giants in people's heads, these idols of false respect. But false respect is going to stop a lot. Capped imagination is going to stop a lot. And, you know, a lot of good things from coming forward. So, but lastly, I will say that the one person who took almost everything I said and just was very practical, they are doing better than me now. Like, in terms of health, in terms of like, dude, they got a permaculture, in terms of like, you know, there's really no worries. And everyone loves that person.
Don't compare yourself to these people. When
no, I'm not comparing myself
you
to
guys,
them.
you guys talk about idols. Like, idols. When I hear you say idols, that sounds very Judaic and very
False.
Islamic to me. Like when you say idols, like what do you mean by idols?
I meant, so like I when I was speaking about idols, I was referencing under the context of false respect. So it's in a similar.
So anything that isn't Jewish isn't an idol. Like, so you mean it in some different way?
I mean anything that's in your mind that is a false level of respect. Like it could be Kobe Bryant. You know, like it could be.
Put the banner up. Like, how do you explain idol?
Well, I would argue this really quickly, just to help Adam with his point really quick. I think that when you see people who are kind of trying to escape the system and they're saying, well, I have a permaculture or I have this, I have that. I think that is good, but if we're not doing that in a systematic, broad, decentralized, or something to that effect, I'm not really making a real like antidote, full blanket claim. But what I'm saying is like, we're kind of in a race against time, and I don't think that people just kind of like exiting the system is going to avoid what we're all like really, at the end of the day, really worried about. Because the technology is just going to get to the point, like you and I were talking about. We're not going to really be able to perceive our reality very well, in my opinion, right? Like, I don't think we're really going to have much.
That does come down to perception, though. Like, dude, all of us right now could throw our cell phones out the window, break them, and make a pact that we're not going to get on this motherfucker for a month. Like, that's an actual thing we could do, and that would probably be beneficial.
By the way, by the way, I just want to say about the banner there. You know, you guys know, obviously I put the banner up. So the thing is about the banner is that there's 3 epochs. So each of those 3 notions is referring to those 3 epochs. So yes, it is a metaphorical, not a Judaic proposition. You know what I'm saying? In terms of idols, it just means religious symbols, you know, so just the symbols of religion, you know, including the symbols of Judaic and the monotheistic religions. So all symbols, you know, I think, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where I don't think you're gonna from.
Well, I think just symbols, you know, just symbols in general, symbols in the symbolic, you know, as you know, to quote George Carlin, you know, leave the symbols to the symbol-minded. You know what I mean? You know,
absolutely.
You know, Adam,
if I can expand on that real quick, symbolism, it goes back to the origins, just like I talk about with the etymology and stuff. People want to get into etymology, and they want to go back to the beginning of the roots of the words. What about the symbolism? That is truly the origin of words. It was the simplistic expression before we came up with a technical expression in words or even hieroglyphics.
I've heard, good point, Wizard. I would also add that I have heard that thinking in hieroglyphics is like a thing. Like, I'd love to know how to do it. Hieroglyphic cuneiform is right, because like those are like the most basic in a way, or no, or
well, yeah, they're so basic that most people they understand the concept when they see a cave wall painting, right? But it does nothing more than that. It doesn't delineate it into a definition or thesauruses or anything like that. Period. There's no technicality to it. So a 3-year-old kid could go out to a cave wall and pretty much see the paintings and even see in his own mind the likenesses of the animals and the people. And
you froze up a little bit.
The Phoenician alphabet came from the hieroglyphs of Egypt. So I don't know. I'm not sure what point he was trying to make.
Well, the thing is that a child can receive the concept, and maybe 3-year-olds is too young, but say even a 10-year-old a 10-year-old having some knowledge under him about bows and arrows and various animals could see a cave wall and actually receive the concept without any technical definitions, thesauruses, or anything. He can see, he can observe the concept that is put out.
I did that, bro. I encourage us all right now to think back to like elementary school, like whatever that was. For me, it was like, dude, I remember like second grade, dude. There was that I don't know whose painting it is, but it's that one where the guy, like the world is there and the guy has his head outside of the world, you know what I'm saying? Like it's he's on his knees and he's peeking his head through this veil into this other world. I think it was a Van Gogh maybe. But I remember like looking at it as a kid and being like, yo, that's the shit, dude. Like I want to know what that shit means. Like
Absolutely. It draws one to a deeper comprehension. And I think that's where the hieroglyphs and everything came from, is because people wanted a deeper comprehension of what was before them. And that's it. We've gone through a process of trying to get more and more technical about things, when in fact, I think we need to get back to the roots.
And the roots and the roots are known by their fruits.
Right. And their natural activities. Not conformed activities according to a society.
That's right. Yeah. It's exciting. It's exciting because like my friend who's doing better than me, and he like listened to me, and I don't even, you know how it is where you give like advice and you don't always take it. Like I'm kind of like that, unfortunately. I'll just be honest. Yeah, the dude's got trees. He's got a lot of good things that are going to produce for whoever, you know, and that's a creation, and those are natural things. He's actually, I've always called him this, he's my most natural friend that I have. And yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing, dude. Like
it's funny how you say that, most natural friend. Immediately I thought my most natural friends are the animals.
Yeah, they are. Those are two, you know, but in the human realm, that guy's my most natural friend.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I was just saying my first thought went to the animals. And I think that's because of my character. I'm a natural guy. I'm a Tom Sawyer. I love the outdoors. I was a Boy Scout. I'm a survivalist, all that kind of stuff. I've went up to the mountains in the Appalachians for 7 months. I went down to the Ozarks for 2 years. And it's a concept that I think if people could get out of society and experience that real natural world, they would be able to more clearly see the symbolism that we use in society.
Yeah, and it goes back to too, like kind of what you were saying, like kind of the proper education, because a lot of us, I don't know if any of us would define everything that we got as the proper education. So it does come with that's a whole different freaking ball game. But the numb heart, dude, I think that thing really has something to do with it. Where I don't know why. I mean, that's how I'm describing it. That's how I'm seeing it. It's just like these numb hearts, bro. Like they're so hard to, like, you know, there's naturally good people, man. And then there's not naturally good people, man.
I was just talking on
Oh, go ahead.
I was just talking on Paul's panel earlier about that, in the fact that when I see people, the first thing I look at is their eyes. And I don't know if it's just a talent, or maybe it's not even a talent. Maybe I'm delusional. But when I see people and I look in their eyes, I feel I can tell their spirit. I can tell if they've got a good spirit or not. And I don't see too many good spirits out there, so I don't deal with a lot of people. That's my first inclination, is my observances and my inherent feelings of the people that I get, the vibe that I get from people when I see them and look in their eyes. And that's disturbing to me. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Chris.
it's a skill.
I think you can tell how open-minded a person is a lot of times by the look on their face and the look in their eyes. I've been able to do that in the past.
Yeah, and I think it's just like anything else in life. The more you do it, the better you get at it. And I think this is inherently the thing that's distracted, or we're distracted from when we're kids, being put into that public education system. It distracts us from being able to observe people in their spiritual sense, and we learn by remembering how to see people in their personal appearance.
I think at this point, it's comfortable enough for me to say right now that homeschooling a child is actually less hard than dealing with what will come from just the public, man. Like I know I was an asshole, like, you know, I was relatively nice too. Like I was relatively nice and I was still an asshole. Like,
well, and inherently, children want to learn from their parents. The problem is parents, because of the society that we have with all these conveniences and comforts, don't want to teach their children because it's convenient to have somebody else do it.
It's conditional.
Look in nature. Does any animal off his children to some other creature to have them teach them how to live? No, it doesn't happen.
Nah,
never, not once.
And none of them drinking cow's milk neither at 10:45 a.m.
Exactly.
But all that's relative to what Neurojack was presenting. I think that, you know, we're not going to be able to really change the system. We have to change the way we interact with the system, you know, and that's how, you know, we get our power back, because we've delegated our power to the government, and that's how they have now the power that they do. And so, you know, if we take that power back by, you know, changing the way we interact or interface with them, then they have to change around us, you know.
Right now it's just a belief, dude, but I believe nature is the opposite of government. That's just one belief right now that I probably won't. I don't know. We'll see in the morning how that goes.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, I just want to say,
well, literally,
guys,
in the natural sense, the Mother Earth is a womb.
Right.
Yeah. So the nature of opposite government. So pretty much in natural state, it's a war of all against all, and that's anarchy, and the opposite is a state which is a monopoly over balance. So naturally we'll have a competition over balance, and the state's a monopoly over balance. So that
I just want to say that thank you for joining to Aquarian TV. If you don't join again, thank you for joining for the first time. I know you joined earlier when I had Adam Green on, but yeah, guys, go over to Aquarian TV channel. I put his channel up so you guys could subscribe there. Thank you. Bless you guys. Yeah. Go ahead, guys.
I just want to say the funniest line I ever heard one time on a podcast or like a live stream was, "Man, we gonna roast these pseudoscientists, man." I don't know. What do you guys think, Jesse? What are you thinking, man?
I was wondering about the astrotheology and the connection to, you know, source. So Yeshua's teachings was you don't need a middleman, you just need a direct connection. And that's a lot of this distraction, is everybody's having their own, you know, so you need to connect this way, you need to follow these teachings, opposed to just people getting out in nature, you know, having that direct connection. So is astrotheology teach that at all, about having that direct connection to source?
Are you asking me?
Anybody that wants to answer?
Well, in my perception, direct source is Earth. Now, there might be another source that created Earth, but I don't truly know that. I know there is something out there that did create Earth. I have to believe that, because Earth didn't just form itself. Some forces had to form Earth, but here in Earth, as we live in this world, but are not of this world. The source here is Mother Earth. So everything I get here has to come materially from Earth. Everything I get spiritually was already there. I am just part of that preordained existence, and I have to play my part.
That's fire. That's fire.
To just starting to
that sounds
remember
kind of
that.
fatalistic. So, do you have free will? Where does that fall into this?
Well, the free will, again, in my perception, according to the scriptures, as goes to Jesse and the astrotheology, my perception is the stars, the heavens, are supposedly what I perceive as God, the source of life. Somewhere out there is the source of life. And those stars are the guidance throughout our daily life in Mother Earth, of which we are then supposed to follow her laws. In that free will, it is my will to follow her laws or go against her. If I go against her, I know her might, and I'm not that strong. So it's wise that I use my free will to go with that will which is that of others, in agreement, in love. We don't want to go around hurting each other. This is a concept I don't believe anybody has inherently in themselves, is to go around hurting. I believe it's inherently that we're supposed to go around treating each other as an image and likeness, as if though I was the same person I'm talking to.
Hey, Jesse.
Yep.
Would you mind restating your question one more time?
I was just wondering how astrotheology, if it had anything like Yeshua's teaching was that we don't need a middleman, we just need a direct connection to source, creator, God, love, whatever you want to call it. You can have that direct connection. You don't need the religion. You don't need the Pharisees. You don't need that. Is there anywhere in astrotheology that teaches that, or is it just teaching about the stars and the earth and the seasons? Is that more of what the teaching is and not actual about, God or, source creator?
I would say for me right now, my answer now could always change.
Hey Liam, hey, hold on, Liam, you're muted. You're muted right there. But yeah, go ahead. You want to say something?
You keep.
Why do you need
you accidentally
Yeshua?
muted yourself. Yeah.
So why do you need Yeshua as your intermediary?
No, I didn't say you need. I said Yeshua is the one who, through the teachings, saying you don't need Yeshua. You don't just can have a direct connection. I'm asking if there's in astrotheology, is there anything teaching that direct connection to source, creator, God, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, so in astrotheology, what we believe, if you will, I'm not putting out doctrines, but we understand Jesus as an allegory for the sun and for the constellation Orion and for Ophiuchus and for lots of astral mythological things. So astrotheology does not go to a literal version. It does not believe that there was ever a historical Jesus. And that's hard for many people to undertake. And I advise you to do that in a comfortable room.
So I don't know what astrotheology believes, but we can observe and interpret what it says, and that is what astrotheology may be. So if there is a story of a guy or anybody.
So the 12 apostles, the 12 tribes of Israel, they are allegory for the 12 zodiacal signs of the Mazzaroth, as the Hebrew language would give it to us. So they are not historical.
Yeah, I'm not making a case. I'm not making a case for historical right now at this point. But historically, the signs are there, and I think that they were put there And if they tell a story that says you can have a personal connection, then that would be true. And that leaves me free of culpability on that statement.
Well, what we're pushing for is spiritual sovereignty. We don't want you to cast off anything onto a scapegoat sacrificial ritual. I don't think that's moral
Who said
nor logical.
ritual? I'm sorry, I got lost when you talked about rituals.
You're muted.
Wouldn't you agree that it's more moral to accept your own consequences from your actions than to put them off onto like sacrificing some animal or let alone a human like Jesus?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I don't align with that at all, right? Even though Yeshua lives in my heart and walks with me every step of my way, I don't believe that he was sacrificed for our sins. I think that he went to with Mary Magdalene to France afterwards and had children. There is actually a Yeshua bloodline. So I don't believe in that story. I think that, with him being here and what he did, there was a Jesus or Yeshua phenomenon that they had to control. So that's when Nero said, what are we going to do with this? Because so many people learned that they don't need to have these religious teachings. So how are we going to keep them in control? And then that's where they had to put together these scriptures. And a lot of it is made up, like, him being sacrificed, and you have to eat the flesh and drink the blood and all these sick rituals that come with, the teachings.
I think the astrology has always been here, and people are trying to imitate the ancient knowledge that has always been here. That's my perspective.
Yeah, like the machine logic's presentation was pretty much a continuation of how some Jewish people disagreed on the doctrine, and it was kind of more like polytheism versus monotheism. You taking responsibility, which is the left hand, and you become a slave, which is the right hand.
Hey, Jesse, was that question kind of along the lines, like going towards, like, how do we make sure we have a secure connection? Like, how do we make sure this stuff is actually going up? Like, practically? Yeah, like, practically, like, I kind of feel like you were asking, like, okay, how does one determine that there is a source connection and that they are connected to it? And then possibly what are any deterrents of that?
Yeah, well, that's easy because all someone has to do is shut the fuck up and, meditate, be quiet, listen to, the outer source, and there is messages there. Everybody's connected, but people with all these, teachings seems to want to pull people away and into indoctrination opposed to the true connection that we all have been gifted.
So you just made a very interesting point, because I was thinking about this today. What would be the greatest interruption to truth? And so what would be the greatest interruption to truth, man? It would be basically interrupted, like, connection, right? So yeah, it would be an interrupted connection. So, and also we know that there's a lot of not copying, but like okay, so like take the World Wide Web, for example, or take an atom, and not the essence of the atom, but the particle, how we are treating a digital realm in the particle and not in the actual essence. So therefore, I don't know. I don't know if I don't really feel I don't really feel responsible, but are you? Yeah.
You're doing great, brother. You're doing great.
Yeah. Just the web and the net. They're called that for a reason, and any interrupted connection, you are able to determine what I mean by that for yourself any interrupted connection to the source would need logged, looked at, studied. Look at Hank writing down there. He's like, these are what these truth is saying.
Yeah.
People tend to get in their
Come
own
on, Hank,
way.
smile, bro. I was just joking, dude.
Yeah.
Don't tell me what to do.
Dude, I love when I make you laugh, bro. That shit makes me laugh.
I want to see what Hank has to say. He looks very interested.
So, Liam, do you know
Yeah.
if there's like a strictly speaking within the Bible, is there like a system of astrology within the Bible with nothing else added to it, just based on the Bible strictly?
Well, that's a reductionist definition. So there is astrology in it, but it's metaphysiologically. It's about our body. It's about awakening, and it's about numerology is encoded in it. So to say it's just astrology, we would call that a reductionist definition. But astrology, I would argue, is a big part of it. But there's other things that go into that, such as numerology. And so it's more than just astrology, but I would argue astrology is a big part of it. Yeah.
Okay, I guess a better way to be asking it, I don't know if I asked it properly. If someone just had a Bible and they're reading it, would they eventually discover a system of astrology in there? Just based on that?
If they don't know astrology, then they will never find that out. So it's an esoteric thing, and so they keep the exoteric story for those on the outlier, the vulgar multitude, if you will. And so those in the know, they get the hidden secret mysteries, which astrology is a big part of. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Interesting.
When you're studying astrotheology, how does that relate to the Sumerian, teachings? When it seems like all of these Abrahamic religions, come from an older teaching of maybe like the Sumerian. So does that astrotheology just to relate to current scriptures, or does it even date back to, say those tablets?
Yes, it goes back to the Epic of Gilgamesh. It goes back to the zodiacal signs of ascribed by the Egyptians in their zodiacal wheel, and it even goes back further to that, to the Proto-Indo-European. So it goes back to, like, we have images of the bull representing the Taurus sign that goes back 6,000 years, perhaps even further. So I'm not sure what the original question was.
So then do you think that all the older religious teachings then was just talking about the stars and sharing these stories of what was going on up there, and then modern day has now, twisted it into what it is today?
The homage of as above, so below plays true. So as without, so within. So we are a microcosm of the macrocosm. We are in a fractal universe. So the laws that are displayed without on the grand scheme also are play within us. That, if you can understand that.
To help better clarify that, we think about a nuclear explosion, but when we think of the nuclear explosion that we know of today, it's on the grand scale, the macro scale, whereas in each and every one of us, we have what's known as a nucleus, and there are nuclear reactions within us on the microcosm. As above, so below. The nuclear reactions aren't dangerous unless they're so big. The nuclear reactions within us is what allows us to live. So there's a range that we live in. It's like the frequencies. There's a range of frequencies that we live in. The sun, the sun itself is known as the God figure through gematria. In gematria, Earth and man have the same frequency. We're here. We are with the direct source here, but the power that we get comes from the God source,
which is
the power sun? The power source of the sun, which is the electromagnetic reactions, is what gives life to the beings in Earth. We're chemical bodies. We're chemical bodies, and that chemical reaction provides for an electrical current, provided certain organic materials in certain mixes, I'll call it. The human body is 70% water. If it was only 30% water, it wouldn't work.
So that actually was exactly why I got back on panel. I wanted to bring that up. That like, so like the Bible says that we are created in the image of God, right? So this globe Earth that we're on, the surface of it is covered in like 70% water, and our bodies are also 70% water. So there could be a connection to Earth actually being God, or like where we're, and also the action of sex is like supposedly the first single cell organisms were created by a lightning bolt going into an ocean, like back in primordial Earth, right? Well, a woman is like that, she's like sailing down there, and the penis is like the symbol of a lightning bolt. So in reality, the action of sex is like a microcosmic interpretation of how Earth or life was supposedly first created on planet Earth.
Yeah,
like
Right.
millions of years ago.
Right, and back to the water thing. The human body is 70% water. The Earth is 70% water. Would you
Well, the
realize
surface-
that? Right,
the
and the resonant frequency of the Earth is 7.56. The resonant frequency of your body is 7.56. This is why your pH balance is supposed to be 7.56.
I did not know that.
Chemical bodies. There's a ratio. You got to keep it within that ratio. That's your health mechanism. If you don't have enough salts, the water doesn't do you any good. If you don't have enough water, the salts don't do you any good.
And you know what, Santos Bonacci, he knows a lot about salts that I don't know. Like salt is synonymous with salvation.
Absolutely. What is a man valued by? His salt. How does a man or what does a man's body do when he works? It sweats. What's it sweating out? The salts. That's why your tears taste salty. That's why your sweat tastes salty.
But your nervous system actually uses salt. It uses sodium and potassium. The salt is the firing of the nerves, and the potassium is the relaxing of the nerves.
Yep, you got a anode and a cathode. The nutrients in your bodies act as mineral anodes and cathodes. They too have to be in a balance.
I feel like we're so acidic, and I know it's acidicity is really hurting us. So alkalinity is the answer to that. So what does that have to do with
baking soda, salts, and vinegar, apple cider vinegar.
That's all we need to do?
Yeah. I do a regimen daily, and I'm beating lung cancer. That's not the only thing, of course. I use colloidal silver. I still use my frequency wave generator, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, and I just tend to drink a lot of juices instead. Grape juice, apple juice, mostly.
I drink grape juice, apple juice, water, milk, and I'm drinking constantly all day long.
Yeah.
I've learned that's one of the things, that was one of the problems with my lung cancer. That's what brought it on. I was too dry. My body wasn't alkalized right, or chemicalized right.
Yo, Pero, you know about colloidal silver, right? You're not supposed to have like the ionizing kind, otherwise it could like turn you blue. I read, So, oh, nice.
I heard that there's certain types of mushrooms that will help fight cancer, because really all cancer is a type of is a fungal. It's fungally based, and basically certain things work on our genetics to break down, especially the fatty tissues, and it gives a play like funguses have like quadruple atomic bonds in their molecules. They're like, it's radiation doesn't fuck with them. Nothing can like mess with their genetics and alter, like they don't mutate, right? And so they're they have a denser molecular structure. So then when we live around pollution or do whatever that breaks down our molecular structure, the fungus has a way in.
Yep.
And so there's types of like predator mushrooms or whatever you want to call them that can go in. It's Candida, I believe, is the name of the cancer fungus. And you can go in, and there's certain types of funguses anyway that you can take that will like attack those funguses and get rid of them.
Yeah, I've got a lot of experience with mushrooms up in the mountains, guys. And I'm telling you what, there's a lot of different kinds. And I didn't learn about the Candida as Cecil was talking about until after I got lung cancer. But I knew, I've known for many years since I was a kid doing Boy Scouts that mushrooms, certain mushrooms have a very medicinal purpose and they're very healthy for you. So I grew up on a lot of those aspects. And when I went out to the Appalachian Mountains and I spent 7 months up there, and I'm going to tell you again, you don't need a doctor to prescribe you nothing. You need to learn how to be your own physician. And that means you have to learn the process of introducing foreign substances in your body in a quantity that your body can handle. This means you have to start out very little. And I mean, touching a mushroom, see if it's going to make your finger numb. If it doesn't, then touch it to your lip. If it doesn't, then touch it to your tongue. If it doesn't, then you're probably okay to eat a little bit. If you eat a little tiny bit and it doesn't do anything, you're probably going to be all right, but you still wouldn't want to eat too much. You want to have a good experience of each kind of mushroom that you're doing before just grabbing a whole mushroom and eating it.
Yeah.
That's deadly.
Yeah. And I like sometimes I eat something, I drop on the floor just so I can introduce myself to whatever is around.
Those lethal mushrooms, like the Pantherina or whatever, are generally all one color. They're all white. That's
the angel cap. Yep.
Yeah, the one that's like famous for killing you if you even eat like a little bit of it is all straight white.
Yep, and I ran across a lot of those. I also ran across a lot of what they call Indian pipe flowers, and those are some of the best medicinal flowers you could ever get. But I guarantee you're not going to find them down here. You're only going to find them up in the mountains, and even then, you may not find too many. There you go.
Are you utilizing fasting there, Wizard, for your health regimen?
Eat like a motherfucker. I eat as much as I can. There's no fasting in my life.
Hey, Cecil, does that warn you the so-called magic mushrooms in there, in that book?
Oh, they are, yeah.
Oh, there's okay. That's good.
They call them dung-loving psilocybe.
Dung-loving psilocybe. Okay.
The Audubon Society is like, this is like the best shit. These books are not cheap either. But this is like the best field guide for identifying shrooms like out in the wild or whatever.
Mm. Yeah, I wish I'd have had one of those when I was up in the Appalachians, dude. I found a lot of mushrooms I really wanted to fucking just eat, but I didn't know if they were good enough, so I had to do a test. And by the time I got done testing, of course, those mushrooms were gone. Yep, there you go. Amaritas.
Yeah, fly agaric.
Yep.
Is another name that they're called, but yeah, those are the Mario mushrooms, the ones that are in the video game Super Mario.
Is that Amanita muscaria?
Amanita muscaria. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm definitely a fun guy.
Yeah.
Machine Lights, what's your thoughts?
Well, I've definitely taken a lot of these psychedelics, if that's what you guys want to talk about. I take that periodically. I take those mushrooms. So, I definitely take a blend of mushrooms, cordyceps, lion's mane, maitake, shiitake, wood ear mushrooms. You get vitamin D from those. You get all sorts of rare minerals and stuff from these mushrooms. You get copper and stuff from some of these mushrooms. You get rare minerals from these things. So yeah, they are very healthy. I mean, definitely. I make lentil soup with mushrooms in it. That's really my thing. That's really a staple of my diet is lentil soup with mushrooms, locally sourced mushrooms. Mushrooms and honey. Those are some necessary items in terms of preserving your probiotic health. So I definitely mess with different types of mushrooms. I take psilocybin mushrooms every few months. And I take a large dose. I take like 5 grams or so.
Wow.
I found 6 yellow agarics in the same spot.
That is intense.
Dude, the Aztecs, I don't know how much truth there is to this, but the Aztecs used to give people mushrooms and then like put them in a well, and so that they could like watch the stars go by, and supposedly that was one of the sources of the
they would fatten them up and get them for suicide. They put the people that they were going to kill, sacrifice to the god on the mushrooms, and I think the guy ate mushrooms and sacrificed a large number of people. So he would eat the mushrooms and talk to to Quetzalcoatl, isn't that right? So this is Montezuma, and then when Cortez came, he replaced the idea of Quetzalcoatl with himself, because those guys read the Mayan prophecies, and then they fixed the prophecy in order to make it seem like they were fulfilling the prophecy. Like Cortez, he would dress up like Montezuma. He would put on colorful feathers and stuff, and a gold chest plate, a gold armor chest plate, and tell people that he's actually Quetzalcoatl, coming to conquer, bring about the end of the world. So they had hijacked their prophecy, they had psyoped them, in other words. They psyoped the Aztec, by using Mayan translators to reinterpret their prophecy. So it was the Mayans who actually led to the doom of the Aztecs once they reinterpreted the prophecy there and made it look like the Aztec kingdom was coming to an end.
I took a 2.5 gram chocolate mushroom while we were at the bar, and it got a little bit intense being inside the bar. So I went out into the park behind there, and I sat down, and I was just looking at the stars, and all of the stars were connected by lines. So it looked like it was a giant prism. And it was the most fantastic thing that I ever seen on a trip like that. And then
that's probably how they came up with the constellations, right there. They're like, oh shit, we seeing lines on that shit.
Oh, it was fascinating. Next thing you know, I had all these guys sitting around me, and I'm discussing, and they're like, you're like a shaman. And I'm just like fucked up on these mushrooms, looking at all these amazing visuals that I was seeing in the sky.
And Cecil, correct me if I'm wrong, but Talcott Clip Collection just mentioned turkey tail mushrooms. Isn't that the one you were talking about with the cancer?
Yeah, turkey tails are like one of the
turkey tail mushrooms, chicken of the woods. You know what I mean?
Yeah, chicken of the woods. Those are great. I love chicken of the woods because they're actually a big ball. And I'm telling you what, if you strip off it doesn't look like an actual mushroom. But it's a fungus type mushroom, and it grows in these balls, and each petal looks like a chicken feather, so they call it chicken of the woods. And if you pull all those off and batter and fry them, they are better than French fries, potato chips, anything. It is great. They're kind of fibery, but it's great stuff.
Yeah, and they also have a lot of vitamins in them, so that's a key thing with these turkey tail mushrooms. You get some local turkey tail mushrooms, you get a lot of vitamins that people aren't coming by, because people live sedentary lives. They don't go outside. They're getting vitamin deficiency, and things like vitamin D. You get the hormone deficiency because vitamin D, it works like a hormone. you know, it synthesizes chemicals in your body like serotonin. So you need it for the chemical processes of your body. In other words, you know. So yeah, definitely go
And hey,
outside.
and
You know.
thanks for letting me show off my mushroom collection again, brother. I love it.
For sure. Bless you, Wizard. Yeah, yeah. It's a beautiful collection there. Yeah, for sure.
Cremini mushrooms are like a brown mushroom that you can get at the store. I like putting those in like white wine and cooking them in white wine with some cheese, usually like some white cheese. That's pretty good. I mean, now we're talking about like food mushrooms, but so Wizard, you know about like Chernobyl, right? What happened at Chernobyl with the reactor blowing up? They found mushrooms there in the radiation zone, totally unaffected, sitting right next to like pine trees that were growing all weird,
That's right.
and that had been messed up with by the radiation.
They'll clean up the oil spill. They put oyster mushrooms in human grown in human hair and potato sacks, and they broke down the fucking oil slick on the fucking ocean where other things failed, like chemical dispersants and shit failed. Actually, they sprayed the chemical dispersants on the oil spill, and the people who sprayed the chemical dispersants were pissing out black. That's how fucking deadly the chemical dispersants they were spraying were. They paid people to go spray that shit, and they put on suits to spray that shit into the ocean, and they were fucking pissing out black, friends. So like the people they paid to do this job, they didn't pay them enough. Let's just put it that way. You know, but yeah, black goo. Yeah, that's right.
So like eventually, the body got rid of it, right? It like detoxed from all that, I guess. Or was it like a permanent?
I don't know. I think they had to get a better health coverage. I don't know.
Oh,
you know, but yeah.
Hemp apparently cleans radiation as well, and they put the hemp plants around Chernobyl, around Fukushima, because it actually helps to, you know, kind of eat the radiation.
Yeah, so does hemp, but then that kind of gets me thinking of like, if we're eating the mushrooms and smoking the weed, aren't we susceptible to radiation poisoning because it's sucking it up? You know, so we're just like smoking these we're just glowing motherfuckers, just smoking this fucking radiated nug. But yeah, this shit is hilarious. I mean,
reminds me of Futurama.
I know.
That's why my tea is bright yellow.
Yeah, that's why I'm turning green out here in this motherfucker, and that's probably what the aliens are. They're just smoking radiated hemp and eating the fucking radiated mushrooms, and they're coming back, and the mushrooms look like satellites, you know. So that explains it. Yeah.
No wonder they're radiating the place so much.
Yeah, I mean, you take 5 grams of that shit, and I'll get you some fucking aliens, my friend. That's for sure. You know. You know, that's for damn sure. You know,
Here in Oregon, where I'm living, I live in Central Oregon. Here, they're like, it's part of the thing with the decriminalization of drugs. You have a lot, and you know, I don't know if you know, we have cows here a lot. There's a lot of freaking cows everywhere and stuff like that. And I don't know. I've had friends that talk to me about microdosing, and I'm just, I don't know. It seems like a bunch of hippies that just want an excuse to, like, you know.
Yeah, I remember one time I took that shit and I was catatonic, and I couldn't explain why I couldn't move my legs. And then I looked up and I seen this fucking giant ass clock, like in space. And I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And it was this green lady's helmet. And I was like, "Oh, the fuck this is," you know. And it was a green ass lady's head talking to me, and her fucking head was a fucking giant machine in space. I was just like, all right, this is just, and I couldn't move my fucking legs. I was like, this is wacky stuff, guys. This is not right.
People going comatose, like literally,
You know what's funny is when you're out there in the woods and you see a rabbit or a squirrel or something, and he's eating a mushroom, and you watch him for a little bit. Pretty soon that mushroom starts having an effect on him. He's wobbling around like he's drunk and shit. Next thing you know, he's keeling over. Wrong mushroom, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you take that 5-MeO DMT, it'll actually turn you purple and paralyze your ass. So you'll start looking like a fucking, because that's the frog juice or whatever.
Or the
So
frog
that's
poison.
Yeah, that stuff will actually fuck you up. Yeah.
I've heard about people taking too much and like going into falling asleep for like a couple of days.
Well, they found it in the piss of the autistic and schizophrenic children.
What are y'all talking about?
You're talking about
5-MeO,
DMT.
5-MeO DMT.
Yeah, I was talking about shrooms, but yeah.
Yeah, the
Shrooms
body.
in the piss of autistic kids?
Well,
That
no,
might be-
it's DMT.
Well,
DMT.
the chemical.
body.
Yeah, the chemical.
Yeah, the body. Your own body creates its own DMT.
Naturally
Oh,
produces
yeah,
it.
that's right.
Well, yeah. It's theorized that the lungs, the heart, and I'm pretty sure some other part of the body is able to produce it. So there is maybe the brain or something like that. Yeah, I think the lungs, the heart, the lungs and the brain, I'm pretty sure are able
Brain.
to produce. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Well,
the sleep state, dream state.
Yeah, they got the stuff for it in there. Like serotonin is only a hop, skip, and a jump away from it, really. So any tryptamine is really a hop, skip, and a jump away from DMT, really. So it's a kind of an analog of some of the different. I think it's an isomer of melatonin, in fact. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. But yeah. So it's related to other chemicals.
It says here. It says here. It's expressed by the cerebral cortex, the choroid plexus, and the pineal gland.
Yeah.
That is strange. It's just an isomer. It like have the same stuff in it, but it's just in a different shape. So.
Hence why they want the pineal glands calcified.
And that's the same issue with water. You drink tap water and that's H2O, whereas your fruits and vegetables provide H3O2, which your body absorbs readily, whereas H2O, your body has to convert it to H3O2 first before it can be absorbed into the cells. So
That's
it
why
actually
you can add a little. Yeah, you can add a little bit of salt. You can add a little bit of salt into the water, which now it'll actually help hydrate the body, opposed to just water that you're going to just piss out.
Right, and the premise here is that there's different constructions of the elements, and therefore there's different uses. So you can still use something, but your body has a chemical reaction to it that says, well, we can use it, but we've got to change it first. So again, your body is a chemical reactor. It's going to do it naturally. It's going to do its job. Even when you eat poisons and stuff, granted, if it's not an overindulgent amount. This is why we can take medications. Those are synthetics that your body is not used to taking, and it will get rid of those medicines.
Foreign substances.
Yep. Or if you take too many, it can't. And night you go forever.
But the
Timo,
body's resilient.
you've been talking to aliens?
What?
You've been talking to aliens? I'm reading.
No, he was talking. No, he was talking to aliens while he was on a trip.
Oh, because that happened to me too. And they have this thing that like I saw it on Arrowwood. There's this one alien that comes to people and it has a name, and they talk to people around the world, and they all mention
Beelzebub.
No, it was something. It starts with a C. It's a big long word.
Little green men is actually a very common hallucination.
Did y'all see that the alien in Miami at the mall?
Nope, I did not see an alien. What I
They
saw
shut down the whole
was
mall. There were like 30
what I-
cop cars surrounding the mall. and there
Right,
was an
but what I
alien walking.
but what I saw was a blurred picture from up top. There was
Yeah.
not a single body cam footage that would give you any perspective as to height, size, or nothing. That was so far fetched from an alien that I believe the guy that saw it or is reporting it to be an alien must be delusional.
Oh.
I don't
Was
know
someone-
who's believing that, but if you believe that blur on a video is an alien, there's something wrong with you. My opinion only, of course.
That's a lot of people to have something wrong with. Yeah, I don't think it was an alien either. They said it was a really tall person walking.
So
Well, how can you? Well, how can? That's my question, though. There's a shot from overhead. That's it. How do you tell how tall that person is? if
You
you're
don't.
looking
It's social
down on him
media.
like this?
People make up their own shit anyway.
Exactly.
Well, there are also people inside the mall that claim that they're like these 10-foot creatures that were like phasing in and out of reality, like a blurry wave kind of thing. They're like blinking in and out. So
Yeah, and all those guys were involved in a fight in the mall. See, everything started over a fight in the mall.
Yeah.
And people, people, when the fight starts, everybody's got this motherfucker out doing this. How come there ain't none of those?
That's a great question.
Yeah,
Keith.
that's what they
That's a
said.
great question.
That's
People are perhaps running for their lives because they saw something. I don't know.
Cover story, maybe. I saw something today about they were talking about jellyfish aliens or something. Oh, it was like over in the Middle East somewhere, and it turned out to be drones, like some type of like humanoid torso drone. Where like the bottom, they were saying like at first, the first report was it was like a jellyfish, and then it was like the disembodied torso, like no legs, but just like wires hanging or something. And anyway, the explanation story was that they were some type of new drone that the Middle Easterners are always blowing each other up with drones now, especially the Arabs.
Well, the government always gives stories of what they think it might be or what they make up or whatever, you know. But what the actual truth is, it's hard to come by. You know?
Right. Right. A lot of
have you
stuff
all heard about?
is it's just nothing but cover stories.
Have you heard about all the people that have been sick in Florida? And some people believe it's actually radiation poisoning. And if they are actually they did turn up the 5G and people are getting radiation poisoning, they need to deflect attention off of all the people that are getting sick from that and maybe get their minds on some kind of alien or whatever deception, because they always seem to spin some kind of narrative when they don't want people thinking about what's actually happening.
Did the alien mall story also occur in Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in Miami.
Okay.
You thinking the same thing I am, Cecil? Those people down there got a bad batch of mushrooms?
I mean, who knows? I mean, it's third party stories from on the other side of the country. Those stories are designed for you to not know what's actually going on, and a lot of times it works. So,
And when it comes to the public media, you better not believe it.
Yeah, we all know in here that if you trust the government, explicitly trust the government, there's better think again. We all know that, so we don't know the real story.
We're not supposed to trust the government?
I trust the
Not
government.
at face value. We are supposed to demand proof for everything, from everybody and everything. We all know this.
In a world of capitalism where the thing is a competitive contract, which means you need to learn how to negotiate. Same thing I've been saying all along. Everything you have is a piece of commercial paper, and it's a negotiable instrument. Write your negotiations on it. If you don't, then I wouldn't suggest signing it.
Yeah, there was this short that I watched somewhere I think it was on YouTube, and it was like an animation, and the guy's talking to some government official, and he's like, "So wait a minute, you're gonna tax my income, you're gonna tax me when I go and buy something, and then you're going to tax me just to keep it through licenses and whatever. And the government official was like, yeah, you don't actually own shit. What we sell you is the illusion that you own something. We're just a giant corporation. Like, we actually own you, and then we spin you around in circles with this illusion you actually are not a slave and you can actually own property yourself.
I mean, you look like that if you want, but that's not really what it is.
You're muted. You're muted, wizard. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is. You get taxed on your income. That's the taxation first. Then you go spend that income, and you get taxed again for the purchase that you make. You get taxed for the gas that you buy to go to the store to get it. You get taxed for your water to use after you get done cleaning it so you can use it. You get taxed for the garbage that you use to just get rid of the things that you don't use, like the package and stuff. You get taxed on every item in the world that you don't know how to use properly.
And then if it's something major like a house or a car,
ownership and slavery, that's a choice.
If it's something major like a house or a car, you have to pay a tax just to keep it or operate it, which is called a license.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I mean, obviously slavery is like a point of view. Not everybody's going to share the same point of view, but it's an interesting take on the situation.
Yeah, it's a matter of learning. Again, like I said, that's a commercial paper, and it's a matter of learning how to put your negotiations on there. So when I was 23 years old, I'd walked out of prison, and I worked at a packing plant for 6 months to save up money so I could start my own business. This business was sales and marketing. And what I did was I did contracts with local events. And instead of paying taxes through IRS, just like I explained, instead of paying child support through the state, instead of paying taxes through the IRS, I paid taxes up front as a gift to one of the local organizations in the town of 10% of everything I pulled in through the door. That's a gift. Gift is tis. That's the original etymological origin of tax. Tax means gift, and they say it's 10%. So in my contract negotiations, I made it prepaid. In other words, it was a contract that the taxes weren't going to the IRS, but the gift was going to this community organization. Learn how to contract, and you don't pay taxes. You give gifts. And then you're looked at right, and then you're looked at as the creditor and not the debtor who still owes taxes.
Which reminds me, I do still owe taxes from freaking 2022. Ugh.
I'm not sure how the water works in America, but here in Canada, it used to be like $30 a month. And now they have incoming water, sewage water, and it works out to like $120 a month. You know, in the last like 20 years, it's quadrupled opposed to this flat fee of just, $30 a month, what it used to be.
But free healthcare, bro.
Physician heal thyself.
Yeah. But free healthcare, pay out the nose for everything else, but hey, at least you don't have to pay for healthcare, right?
Hey, we care about your health as long as you're a decedent.
Right. Dude, I lived in Washington State. I have friends that live right on the Washington-Canadian border. There's Canadians that come into America for a lot of shit to buy stuff,
My sister and her common law, her man, they have a post office in Montana, and they order all their shit and gets delivered into their post office, and then they just make a trip. It's like, I don't know, like a 4-hour drive down there from here. and they just make a trip. And if they stay a couple of days, then they don't have to pay any duty depending on how long you stay or whatever. So they just make a little trip out of it. So they're constantly buying stuff from there, getting it shipped there, opposed to having to get it shipped into Canada because it's so much more expensive for us to buy shit if you have to go across to do the duties and all that bullshit.
Right.
Montana doesn't have any sales tax.
So what?
Montana doesn't have any sales tax.
That's good to know because Washington has some of the highest sales tax in the country. It's like 10.5%.
That's in the city, like Seattle does, because the city keeps voting in extra fees.
Yeah, city of Seattle has a freaking sugar tax on sugar, any type of drink with sugar in it, right? So like Monsters cost like an extra 85 cents. Dude, I was working in restaurants up there, and there was guys that would buy soda like outside of city limit, pulling up to the back of restaurants going, "Hey bro, you need any soda?" Like you know,
Wow, that sounds like Nazi
fee, but it won't
tax.
be as much as the tax. You know? Yeah. That
And the tax is actually on the manufacturers, but they pass it on to the customers.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's what any business does.
Well, it's been fun hanging out with you guys. Good seeing you all again, chatting. If you didn't get a chance to see the interview today with Z, it was pretty good. It was a long interview. Thanks, Machine Lies. Look forward to you coming back on the Missing Link at the end of February. And we'll see y'all later. May the source be with y'all.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse, for joining the panel. And yeah, look out for our interview on the 29th of February on the Missing Link. I'm going to be presenting some information there. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll let you guys know when the time is for that. So yeah, and it's going to be my second interview there. I did an interview on the philosophy of technology. If you guys didn't check that out, it's in the backlog of my live streams, and it's also on Jesse's channel there. So you guys go look that up. Because
you were talking about sugar tax, and one of the reasons that they place such high taxes on some products like that is because they're not healthy for you. Like cigarettes, they have a high tax on cigarettes because they're not healthy for you. And I think it's the American Lung Association has an article on it even, that if they keep increasing the taxes on things like that, it reduces the usage of it. So sugar, as the American Health Association realizes, is not good for you. The specific sugars like that concentrated corn syrup and stuff like that, those aren't really good for you, and they know that. So they have a high tax on it to try to prevent people from buying them. But they know people are going to buy them anyway. So it doesn't do any good to completely get rid of that industry because people will still go out and get their sugar, get their tobacco and stuff like this. What it's doing is it's allowing them to keep track of the statistics. Everything in this commercial realm is determined by statistics. And they're using those to manipulate markets and taxes, insurances, and everything. And so again, I tell you, if you learn what that commercial paper really is and learn how to negotiate it, you can avoid all of that. You just have to learn how to negotiate it. Yes, that's why they have a high tax on gas too. That's the main industry of everything in commerce. In order to move property, the only conveyance that they can use today is gas. They can try electronic, but they're already finding the fallacy in that. In a natural disaster, electronic vehicles are environmentally hazardous to people because they will only go 2 hours, and then you got to sit there for 8-10 hours to charge the damn thing. How long does it take to fill a tank of gas and go for another 6 hours? Big difference.
Yeah, Keith, I think they call those sin taxes too, right? Like cigarettes, booze, right? SIN, like you're sinning. Yeah. So, interesting.
That's why the syntax of your grammar is important, folks.
Just
I thought
for
I
the
heard
record,
Joshua for a second.
sugar tits are good. Everyone likes them. Good old sugar tits.
A lot of those electric vehicles, the cheap ones that are from China, the batteries are leaking hydrogen gas, or something happens if there's like the battery lining is compromised, they leak hydrogen gas and like catch on fire. Like a lot of the ship captains won't transport those anymore because we're talking like metal fire level fires on board of a vessel that's underway. And they're like, nah, we're not doing this shit anymore. The Teslas, I haven't heard anything about those catching on fire, but a lot of, like I said, the cheap ones that they're making over in China, death traps.
They ought to put like a separate vessel where they tow it, you know, so that way if it catches on fire, they could just break away, right?
Or they can just make a standard of, just like we put standards on vehicles that are, gas powered vehicles that are made over in China. They have to be made out of a certain grade of steel.
Yeah.
Right. So we should just put a standard on and be like, nah, dude, you have to make these batteries in these vehicles the right way to where they don't catch on fire. A certain thickness of the casing or whatever is necessary.
You know, they say that hydrogen's too dangerous to generate it directly at the source, like on your car. But there's techniques they can do to make it so it's safe. You know, so like the flame doesn't backfire and catch things on fire. They have ways of containing it to make it safe. So don't let them tell you that they can't, because they can do it. You know, they can make it safe with hydrogen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard several people in the past describe like being able to somehow convert hydrogen into. I mean, it's really dangerous to use as a fuel, but there are ways to convert it into a fuel.
Yeah, you can convert it into a fuel, but once you have the hydrogen, there's ways to channel it properly so that if it gets out of control, it'll stay contained and not catch things on fire and explode things.
Sure.
Like like the safety devices on propane. Same concept, you know.
Those are called arresters, I believe.
Arresters? Oh, okay.
Arresters, yeah. Because when I was in welding school, we have those on all the fuel bottles. It's so like if a hose breaks, the flame can't go and catches fire or whatever. There's still gas in the hose. It prevents the flame from going back up into the bottle and blowing the bottle up.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's nonsense. So they can use safety devices. They're just trying to downplay it and make it sound more dangerous than it really is. It's dangerous, but so is gasoline, so is fuel, but they can make it safe,
Yeah. Yeah, man. I wanted to I should go back to school and get certified, man, because I could like when we buy steel from another country, that stuff has to pass like QA. And I knew this guy, his job, all he did was he would go around, like, let's say they bought a bunch of steel from like China or somewhere down in South America or whatever. This dude, all he would do is he would go around with a cutting torch and like cut pieces off of let's say it was cars or machine parts or whatever. And then there's like these different chemicals that you could use to test the grade of steel. And then if it doesn't pass that test, they just don't use it. They don't scrap it. They don't melt it down and try to use it into, you know, but a lot of Chinese steel is really just like low quality. It's not worth it.
Yeah, they call it like pot metal, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure most of their high quality steel they keep for themselves to make essential shit with.
Yeah, that's when I do these custom bikes and stuff, those little engines that I get, those are actually called China cups. And it's very important that when you get things like that, like he said, it's pot metal. So though it has a qualified strength, for those little engines, you want to make sure that you tear them apart, or generally they'll come in pieces, and you want to make sure that you go through and finish them down, smooth everything out and everything. Otherwise, it's going to cause you problems with your engine and how it operates.
So is that what you did, Keith? You deconstructed your engine and smoothed them all down and everything?
Oh yeah. The one I had to change the port so it would go more directly into the piston chamber. Otherwise, the airflow gets obstructed and it causes a bog down, so you don't get as much power. Whereas if you can if you've got an intake that's going like this, it's going to obstruct that airflow. So if you can get an intake that's going to go straight in, it's not got any obstruction. Same thing with any kind of little divots or anything along any portholes. Clean all those down and everything. Make sure that airflow is nice and clean, and you're going to get more power out of your engine just by doing that.
Makes sense.
Wizard, do you think that's because of their low quality mass production processes that they have over there in China, or is it the
Absolutely.
opposite?
Their inspection routine is to the actual physical condition of the strength of the metal, and it's going to meet its minimum requirement. So they don't really care about the bore or the pot marks or anything like that. It's the strength. And that's why when you get those kind of engines, it's important to bore them down and everything and make them smooth.
Huh. Interesting. You're talking about engines on, you're doing what, like gas-powered bicycles or something?
Yeah, just your little one-cylinder engines and stuff. A lot of those are going to be really cheap made unless you find an American manufacturer that makes them. And they're going to have a higher quality, but still you want to check them.
So the only circuit or anything that would be like pulse sensitive or whatever on that thing is the spark plug, right? Or
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's the only thing that's going to make any difference. And that's just like any mower or any weed whacker. It's important to make sure you keep a clean spark plug in there. You make sure you got a good wire. You make sure you've got a good electrical component that's going to set the timing. Any one of those electrical components, your engine's not going to do anything. But that's not going to affect your engine and its ability to work if you replace it. It's not going to cause the engine to tear down.
I wonder, could you wrap one of those in like Faraday material? And like
I wouldn't suggest it.
Like completely encase the engine in Faraday material? I wonder.
You could try it, but I think a Faraday material it's actually going to, if you wrap it around something, it's actually going to help draw that energy out of what it's surrounding. See, a Faraday cage is for disbursement.
Right. That's why if you put batteries inside of a Faraday bag, they have to be like completely concealed because it'll just suck the energy right out of batteries.
Yep. And that's the same thing with your engine. If you've got a Faraday cage around your engine and that spark is going into your engine, it's going to try to disperse that spark inside of the engine where that spark is supposed to go in a certain place. So it's actually going to be like if your spark is going to go out of the spark plug, that Faraday cage might even try to pull it back. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I was mostly just talking about for the purpose of like pulse shielding an engine like, because if you've got it, you know, the only sensitive electrical component on that engine is going to be the spark plug, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you could create some type of like Faraday, like an original Faraday cage or like a Faraday box or something that's like at a large enough distance from the plug itself that it won't affect the plug, but still shield it.
Yeah, you might be able to do that. Would be more like instead of having the Faraday cage around the motor itself, but actually put like almost like a body around it. You know, a large size body.
Sure.
So that it actually sits inches away from the engine.
Right. Because
you're talking for to prevent like electromagnetic pulses.
Right. They what was it? I was watching something. It was True Stream Media, and they were talking about some of the stuff that Tesla had. Tesla's death ray that he was talking about, like what it actually originally was, and I think it was like an EMP, like basically an EMP pulse projector, but without the atomic or thermonuclear explosion type thing. It was like a ray, and he was saying, yeah, you know, these things could prevent wars and all this stuff, because anybody who was trying to fly into our country, we could just set these off and it would like disable all their electronics. And he was talking about in his notes that he's like, yeah, you know, you could probably stop this ray with a mesh of copper and other materials that were wrapped around an engine or something like that. It would probably grab the pulse and like disperse it.
Right. And I can't imagine if mankind grasps the concept of controlling plasma balls and being able to direct plasma balls. That's scary. I don't know that we'll ever get there, but I think that's scarier than nuclear explosions.
We don't have direct energy weapons?
Something like that, yeah. But not for a plasma ball.
Hey Keith, did you have a hard time mounting the sprocket on the rear wheel?
No, actually the one I had before, I had to mount the sprocket on the wheel, but this one I custom ordered it, and so
nice.
it was built onto it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, it was built
on.
onto
One that's balanced. It goes right on the hub.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, given how much those electric bikes are and like how heavy, gas powered is pretty much the way to go, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I'd never survive on an electrical motor. It's the same with the car. You'd have to stop and charge the damn thing up, or carry the extra weight of another battery. And they don't make them like that. You would actually have to customize it so you could use an extra battery.
Well, okay, so do you know what a jump box is? I'm pretty sure you know what a jump box is, right? Yep. Well, now there's a whole bunch of different companies that are selling these. Matter of fact, I got one right here.
Oh, technocracy, yeah, the fourth industrial revolution. Interesting. Let's tie it in with that.
I got one around here somewhere.
Yeah, Elon Musk's grandfather went to jail for committing treason against the government because they wanted to replace the government with scientists. So it's just interesting. It's interesting old concept, you know, because I got Musk and Jared Kushner. So I was showing people some articles about Jared Kushner, Fifth Avenue, 666 Fifth Avenue. Is it just
DC Comics.
Yeah, DC Comics. Yep.
I mean, I agree. We should probably put intelligent people in charge. It's just that scientists have this reputation for being unethical sometimes. So we need high intelligence and high ethics together.
That's any human.
Right.
Well, you know, I explained earlier on my stream, we've got this thing that's called a republic for a government. It operates as a democratic society, but administrates capitalism.
Right.
That's a weird form of government, don't you think? I mean, constitutions say a republic form of government. We operate on a democratic level, and everything is administrated in capitalism. It's competitive.
What do you mean by that last part?
It's administrated. All your administrative courts are contracts. It's competitive contracting. That's the capitalist system. It's capitalism. You're in those courts for contracting. There's only one form of action, civil. That's contract.
Well, we are a capitalist country.
But we were built as a republic, and we operate as a democrat, and the courts administrate the democracy as capitalism.
They got these.
Never going to work.
I don't mean to. I was wanting to talk about the last subject. So this is a jump box, right? You can charge this up in your wall, and then you can. It's got a place where you can put a set of jumper cables in and just connect it. And I guess the mechanism is this thing's got like 5,000 amps. It just puts so much. But anyway, it says on the box this is a lithium polymer in here. So this is like a big ass lithium battery. And
Yeah,
you can
so
just,
it's got uranium or something in there, uranium component.
something, but you can charge. There's a place where you can.
Oh yeah,
stick a
it's got you can charge all kinds of shit.
Yeah, it's got a speed charger on it, everything. So I just plug these things into the wall, and like if your battery dies, you don't need another car there. You can just plug this into your battery, and it pumps enough amps into your car that it'll just start it right up. This is the same type of battery that those electric bikes use.
How many milliamps is that thing, Cecil?
Let me see here.
Capacity wise.
You see, peak current 5,000 amps. Output 12 volt.
Jewish Vikings.
It's not rated in milliamps, bro. It's 5,000 amps, and this is like a cheap one.
Wow.
They have ones that are like smaller. I guess what it is it just charges it. It's 12 volts, and then you just charge it up, and then how it starts your car is it pumps like high amperage into your battery and allows it to enough cranking amps.
Cranking amps. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Wow, that's nice. You don't even need a jumper cables.
Nope. Jumper cables a thing of the past now.
Well, folks, I appreciate you letting me up again, TML. Love you. But it's getting on to midnight, and I gotta make it to the bed before I turn into a slave again. So, I'm out, guys.
Yeah, bless you, old man. Thank you for joining, and I'm praying for you. Yeah, thank you.
Keith. Have a good one.
Yeah, and I love you too, man. Yeah, much love, Wiz. Yeah, bless. Yeah, bless you, Wiz. Yeah, I like that that last point he made, about the capitalist structure of the court system. That is an astonishing fact. Even the jails are privately owned. So it is fascinating.
It's like private control of property, right? Capitalism. So
yeah.
Capitalism could be a bad system too, though.
Well, it's kind of a mixed system at this point, So, they have kind of a mixed bureaucratic system, as attached to a corporate sort of socialism, because they do bail out certain companies, so they use certain companies in terms of corporate.
So basically like welfare for corporations?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, something like that, yeah.
In fact, a lot of the capitalist models, I'd say the majority of them, maybe like 90%, end up fucking the people over. You got corporatocracies, you got crony capitalism, cutthroat capitalism. There's all these different types of capitalism. And yeah, that's why when fascists take over, They kick the commies out and keep capitalists on like a really short leash. Like, no, you're not gonna fuck over the people. We're gonna do labor laws, you know, and all this other stuff.
Yeah, communism is extremely dangerous because what they'll do is they'll take people that own property, and they'll just redistribute it to give it away to people that don't have it, you know, and because they want to support everybody, then just like resets a lot of people to like the same level, makes everything mediocre, and like the people at the top, they're the ones who usually end up profiting on everything. That's how it's gone, you know. You look at the systems, the way they're set up.
Yeah, and it's interesting how it actually functions because it functions more so as a revolutionary doctrine than a actual sort of a political movement within a state, you know, because sure they've had political parties and stuff, you know, and they've had revolutionary movements that function, but they haven't really had a defining sort of you know, structure, you know, in terms of a state. You know, I mean, capitalism, it there is a state driven model behind capitalism, you know, but it kind of gets taken over, hijacked by the international market, you know. But in terms of you know, communism on a statewide level, you know, there hasn't been too many successful, you know, expressions of that other than like Cuba, you know. But yeah, Cuba is a way that they did it is that they cut out international trade. Then you have the kind of international kind of communism of the Bolsheviks, you know, that seemed to have failed, you know. They tried to compete on a world stage, you know.
Yeah, I remember Cubans coming over to the United States, Florida and stuff, to escape Castro. Remember reading about that and stuff? So I don't know how good that.
Yeah, it's from the movie Scarface.
Scarface. Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want war?
Right in that movie. Yeah, you want war? What you think I am, the Del Boys? That's what he says, right? He's like, who you think you fucking with, the Del Boys? He's like, you want war? I'll give you a war.
Yeah.
And that's when the Sosa guy says, he says, I told you not to fuck me, Tony, didn't I? I told you not to fuck me. Or something like that, right?
Yeah. Is it? And he had that big old powder on his vest.
That is an excellent movie. I think the person who made that movie, you know, they're ironically showing capitalism, right? He escaped from communism to go to a capitalist country, but it's capitalism that actually killed him. You know, it's his own, like, chasing after his own dreams. So that movie is a socialist message because Hollywood is hijacked, you know.
Oh, wow, that's good. You got socialist mind. I'm not socialist. Philosopher's mind. You know.
Oh yeah.
Looking at that thing.
Yeah, if you look at that movie's a stellar piece of propaganda. They think that movie's against communism, but if you look at it, you know, it's the blimp. He's looking at the blimp, you know, and that's when his wife's all on coke, and he's like, and he's not even thinking about having a baby with her. That scene is significant because he's cast aside family and all that stuff. So he's cast aside
a beautiful wife. He's rich, you know, like
traditions. Yeah, and he doesn't care, you know, and that's what it's all about. You know, it's like once you get everything you want, it actually doesn't matter. You know, it's like what they're showing.
That is true. Once you get everything you want, you're like super rich.
Yeah, and what does it say? The world is yours. It's a joke. You know, they're laughing at
it. That's how it really is. If you're rich and you get everything you could ever want, everything else is boring after that.
Yeah. And that's when the movie takes it downhill. That's when he starts becoming, you know, he starts getting into that Macbeth, you know, vibe where he's paranoid, you know, and really the movie's kind of based on Macbeth, really, you know, because a lot of shit's just based on Shakespeare, you know. So it's like one thing, you know, you murder one guy and then you murder, you know, you got to murder Frank and then you got to murder Sosa, but You can't kill Sosa. It's just your arrogance. You know, so you're just fucked. You know.
Yeah, he's your friend or whatever.
So it's just like, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think Francis Ford Coppola, man, I got to look at what else he directed, because he did direct some satanic films. Did he not direct Bram Stoker's Dracula, or what was that him? Francis Ford?
you know, they have this thing on the internet called IMDb database or something like that.
Yeah, let me look up
He did
Francis
Apocalypse
Ford.
Now, too. That's another famous. Yeah, I think he did do one of the Draculas.
Oh shit! Did he do Bram Stoker's Dracula? Because that is a fucking woo. Bram Stoker Dracula, man. Jesus Christ, that is a. And
Is that the one
Winona
with
Ryder.
Gary Oldman?
But like
Yeah,
Rich.
yeah. Gary Oldman is a badass motherfucker guy.
Yeah, he really is.
Okay,
He
guys.
did.
So look at this. He did Coppola do no wait, he didn't do Scarface, I don't think, right? He didn't do.
I have his list up right here. He did Peggy Sue Got Married.
Can you throw it up on the screen there, Jeff? The database. Get list of movies.
Cotton Club. Godfather 3 he did.
Yeah, he did all the Godfathers.
Yeah, so he did mob. Okay, so he did those types of films, not Scarface, but the other mob films. So you know what I'm saying? But he did one of the most satanic films, which is Francis.
Ooh, which one? Dracula?
Bram Stoker Dracula.
Well, that's like an occult one, huh? Like
Brian De
That is
Palma
very-
did Scarface.
Yeah, that is full of occult lore, because it's talking about Vlad Dracul and the Order of the Dragon, and how it's like Dracula and like fucking
vampirism and all.
Vampirism. It's got werewolves in it too. It's got Winona Ryder making out with some ginger lady. It's crazy. It's a crazy film.
But again, like the Scarface, that's what happens to people once they have everything they want. Then they have they have to find something that
there
can
wasn't that many.
stimulate them. So a lot of times they go up in these crazy diversions, you know, like because they have so much money, they could just like do these crazy things, you know, like get involved with like drugs or whatever it is, you know. So they want more and more and more, and it gets darker and darker and deeper a lot of times. That's what happens to people with a lot of money, a lot of times. So I think Scarface is showing that too, because remember how he had that mountain of cocaine on his desk? And he just had all he wanted, you know. And that caused him to go in like other areas, you know. But
Yeah, it said he did a movie, a box office bomb called The Bonfire of the Vanities. That's so interesting, because that relates to Machiavelli and Savonarola, because Savonarola burned a bunch of church property in that event called Bonfire of the Vanities.
Yeah, that was a who's the guy that wrote in the 60s? Tom Wolfe? That was a Tom Wolfe novel, I believe. I tried to watch it.
Yeah, this Bram Stoker Dracula in 1992. I mean, this is crazy, man, because I don't think they had that many like lesbian makeout scenes in movies at that time. Is that not right? I mean, I would imagine.
No, not really.
Yeah, I would imagine that would be pretty
gay writing
taboo.
started to become popular. That's when Clinton got elected.
Yeah, I remember 1992. You hear like Wu-Tang songs, and they say like the F slur like every minute. Like, you know, if you listen to like DMX, he says the F slur a lot. You know, he's like.
I think maybe one was when they say like these lesbian scenes and all this. I think that was during the modernism time. They didn't really do that, right? Now it's like postmodernism. Is that? It affected the art that way?
Well, it's interesting. Postmodern philosophy is after like the 19th century. It's like Foucault, Derrida.
It really started like in the 60s. It was in the academies earlier, but the 60s.
Yeah, Deleuze and like all these kind of guys. They're like
Got it.
really, really post like Hegelian. like post Nietzschean, really, and they're like kind of synthesizing Freud, Marx, Nietzsche, Hegel, all these kind of guys, so they get into a lot of interesting. I might get into the postmodernists after I do a lot of these. Well, after I do all of these, well, I will have to cover it because it has such a huge influence on accelerationism. When I get back into accelerationism and those topics, it will have to be covered because, yeah, they're direct. They have a direct influence on people like Nick Land and those kind of theories. So,
like in terms of showing things on television, did you guys notice how things really started going downhill around 2000? And, it got more and more risque. Like
what happened in 2000?
Well, like remember that they showed that 70s show in like around 2000?
Oh yeah, I never watched it.
Okay, well they showed them like or hinted at them using cannabis, and things like that, and they didn't really used to show stuff like that before that. Not that I know of, anyways. Not on national TV.
I mean, they had it in the 70s. They were. You could. I think they had movies with. Cheech and Chong and all that.
Oh, yeah, those were the movies, yeah, but I don't think they.
Oh, you mean on TV?
Regular TV, yeah.
Yeah, regular TV was pretty restrictive up until. Was it the 90s?
2000s, I would say.
Was it really?
No, yeah, late 90s, yeah, late 90s, yeah.
I think the 90s is when that's when Gen X started to grow up and become.
Yeah, I think that was
young adults. That's really when the movies and TV started pushing more things.
Yeah. Well, when they just started
nuns.
letting be lesbian nuns. All I remember about TV and lesbians is porn star reality TV shows. What the fuck? I can't remember her name. She was named after an alcohol.
Oh, Anna Nicole Smith.
No, vodka. No.
Tequila,
Tia
Tina
Tequila. Oh my god.
It was Tina Tequila or some shit like that.
It was Tia Tia Tequila.
Tia. I don't think Tia is the proper name. Tia.
Tia.
Tila Tequila.
Oh, was it Tila? Oh, okay. I
don't even know if Tila doesn't. That just sounds like a made up name too. Tila Tequila.
I have no idea how she got popular. I do remember a few years ago there was a controversy where.
Well, she was Asian and she had fake titties. I remember. Yeah.
She did, yeah. But she also wore a Nazi uniform and like posted a bunch of pictures of it on Twitter. Then Twitter.
Yeah, didn't and
she
so did
she kind of went off the deep end.
So did PewDiePie, right? Isn't that right?
PewDiePie's a little bit different. PewDiePie, I think, is more of an issue of like a
well, PewDiePie
radicalization.
It's a YouTuber.
No. Yeah.
And Tila Tequila was on MySpace. If you guys remember what MySpace was, it was
I do remember MySpace. I must not have
that's
followed.
what she was.
I think Tila Tequila's is more of a product of her
MySpace was way better than Facebook. I wish they would have kept MySpace on.
They had free music. That's what I used
they
it
had,
for.
they had free music.
All these bands.
They had just better. You could customize the page. The Facebook.
Yeah, you could. That's how I learned HTML to do MySpace.
Yeah, the Facebook was like the government. It was like, oh shit, it's like you had to like watch your P's and Q's like your family was on the Facebook.
Oh yeah,
but on the MySpace, there was a bunch of fake profiles. There was a bunch of hoes. It was like the Wild West.
Yeah, it's semi-autonomous.
It's basically what Twitter is now, but Twitter's like all fucking. It's kind of whack, but that's what Twitter is now with the Elon Musk character, where it's just random shit, like random fucking shit will just pop up across the Twitter. It's wild.
Yeah,
I could open up my Twitter right now. I hope it won't kick me off the StreamYard. It's like
I put Twitter on all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm also streaming on there, so I didn't want it to like be like, oh shit, like what the fuck is this?
Oh yeah,
like,
I stream on Twitter too every day, and I still pull up tweets.
Crash my fucking shit.
Do you really stream to Twitter?
Yeah.
How is
I
the
noticed I
streaming
was getting a
service
few
Twitter?
views from Twitter, so I just kept. I mean, it doesn't cost me anything to do it, so I might as
Yeah.
well. But StreamYard has it now where the Twitter comments are supposed to show up in the StreamYard comments.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's what I started doing, but they aren't. They aren't showing up, but they're supposed
Uh-huh.
to be.
Let me pull up my news feed for Twitter.
Probably a problem with Twitter.
And I've had this Twitter account for a long ass time, guys. I mean, this is a long. I've seen other channels. They just sit there and just look at their Twitter feed. That's literally how these people sit there and just stream. They just look at their fucking Twitter feed for like 2 or 3 hours just streaming. It's crazy.
That's what I used to do. Like, I used to live on Twitter, like morning, noon, and night.
What the fuck is this? David Spade
That's like, is that the comedian?
hasn't liked.
Yeah, the
any
real
post.
official David Spade.
That's funny. I like that.
David Spade, didn't he hang out with Tommy Boy? That big guy Tommy Boy? Or is that someone else?
I don't know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say he's just on that bitch and he didn't like any of the posts on that shit.
It's a joke. I think the joke is that like he's saying he's a real person and he is a real person, but his account definitely looks like a bot account. It's I think part of the joke.
Fake Tommy Spade.
Fake Tommy Spades. Fake David Spades.
It's a David Spade, yeah.
The power of prayer should be measured in what unit?
Damn. See, this is provocative.
Oh, here we go.
This is provocative shit.
The unit that it should be measured in is number of angels on the head of a pin.
Why are you answering this, Lib? Do you believe? What do you believe?
What do I believe?
Yeah.
I mean,
you believe in angels?
I'm a pull a Jordan Peterson. It depends on what you mean by believe.
What?
You
know damn well what I mean, though.
No, I know it's contingent on what you mean by believe, though, because
belief is stronger than opinion, but less powerful than the truth. How about that?
It's also worth noting that like you have to define what you mean by angel, because there are definitely conceptions of angels that I don't believe in, and there are conceptions of angels that I would regard as.
So yes, so you believe it.
I mean, there's a conception of angels that I believe in, but I don't know.
So you believe in them. So it's just cut the shit and just you believe it.
I mean, it's more complicated than that because
you're talking to a commie machine.
Yeah, you got to remember that. I am a commie.
Lack of definitions. Oh yeah. Here's my postmodernism friend. He says, I wonder what kind of fits Leibniz would rock if he was alive today.
What kind of fits? What's
that?
Fit?
Yeah, like what
like what would he wear?
What would he wear? Yeah.
Yeah, like if Leibniz yeah, like it's a postmodernist question. Like it's funny, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how postmodernists are. Like that's how they talk. Like they're like, yeah, I wonder what kind of fits Leibniz would be rocking.
Well, I mean that's what Gen Z says. Though all of Gen Z are postmodern neo-Marxists, so you got us there.
Gen Z. What is Gen Z? How
Gen Z? People born between like 1996.
What age?
Yeah.
They're the ones after the millennials. They're the TikTok generation.
Yeah. It's like what is the birth years? It's like 96 to it's like early 2000s. I think it like cuts off in like 2005 or 6.
Let's take a look. Yeah, mid 90s.
They're called Zoomers.
Early 2010s.
Early 2010s. Okay, it goes on.
So are you really that young?
Yeah, I was born in 96.
96.
Damn.
Jesus.
Wow.
Not that young. Come on, I'm 27. I'm not that young.
28, 27.
Yeah, that's
high school in 97.
Yeah, I remember.
And I was graduating college in 97.
I was in diapers in 97.
Oh Lord. You missed all the good times. I'm sorry. Y'all got the chaos and
yeah, I know we did.
Enemy.
I just in time for Dragon Ball Z on Cartoon Network though. So really, what did I lose?
No,
Nothing.
you didn't watch. No, you didn't watch much of Dragon Ball Z at that point.
I watched all the reruns. There were reruns on Cartoon Network. Don't worry. That's also where I Cartoon Network is also where I
But
watched Naruto.
96, you had to be at least 7 to start watching that. So if you were in diapers in 96, then it would have been
He was a
2001 or
precocious child.
2002 by the time you know, so it would have been like it would have been the millennium already.
Yeah, it was like 2000. God, how
Yeah,
long?
they still had Dragon Ball Z then too, but it would have been not as common. You know?
Yeah, well, I saw Dragon Ball Z Kai, the whatever re-release or whatever, however they did
Yeah,
it.
that
The
shit
release,
is. Yeah,
release
see,
on
okay, then see, okay. So I just have to tell you, if you saw Dragon Ball Z Kai, then yeah.
I mean, it's fine. It cut out a lot. Honestly, it did cut out a lot of the shit from like a lot of the filler from Dragon Ball
It's
Z.
weak. It's pretty weak. I mean, to be a real guy, I think you got to watch like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. Did you see any of those?
Oh, I mean, I have seen the original Dragon Ball Z. I haven't seen the original Dragon Ball, though I have read some of the manga. The
Okay.
original Dragon Ball is just not quite my taste. I will say the abridged
Yeah,
series
because
of
I
Dragon
think
Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z was
the
pretty
best.
damn good, but then
It is
but
pretty
then I
good.
started watching like Naruto and shit, and I was like, oh my god, this shit is advanced.
They're Naruto's fine. The first couple seasons are really where it gets good, and then if you don't get like attached to the characters, it just kind of falls off. Naruto kind of rides hard on its like characters and its like big character moments. So if you don't really like them,
Yeah, I really appreciate that show Naruto. That's one of the most
Oh, yeah.
badass shows I've seen.
It's my favorite anime.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest ones.
It's
Yeah, for
definitely
real.
not the best anime, but it's definitely one of my favorites. I love it.
Yeah, I watched several animes. I watched Dragon Ball Z. I watched Naruto. I watched Neon Genesis. I watched Ghost in the Shell.
Ooh, I love Ghost in the Shell. It's so good.
Yeah, so those are ones that I've watched. I also watched Onizuka, great teacher Onizuka.
Have you seen any of the Miyazaki films like Spirited Away?
No,
My
I
Neighbor
never really
Totoro?
sat down and watched one of those. I think they're
Those-
too like silent. You know what I mean?
Some of them are, but some of them are pretty good.
Yeah, like I gotta take like a lot of like mushrooms and shit to like watch this type of shit. You know,
Now, I
because
will say,
it's very like visual. And,
I have considered. I want to go back and rewatch some of them high. I do think I want to see My Neighbor Totoro high because I feel like that would very much
What
benefit.
did you just say? Which one did you say?
My Neighbor Totoro. It's the one with
My
the big
Neighbor Totoro. I've never heard of that one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a coming of age. It's a coming of age story. Yeah.
Finally, someone is talking about the problem of the lack of Jewish representation in Hollywood. What the fuck is this going to be about?
It's probably a joke.
Jonathan Greenblatt. It's critical for any push for diversity in any industry to be inclusive of Jews. If your project of inclusion perpetuates the exclusion of Jews, you are failing. So we applaud the many celebrities are encouraging to
I
stand
think
up.
they're being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
Potentially anti-Semitic, but I don't know.
Keith Woods? No, Keith Woods isn't really. He's like just a normal guy. I don't think
so
he's really
it's just a joke.
No. He's the one that had Nick Fuentes or somebody on his show.
Yeah,
I follow him, and he had somebody on. I'm like, how is this
Nick
on my?
Fuentes? Nick Fuentes is
Ban
not.
the ADL is not like
Nick Fuentes is not really anti-Semitic. He still hangs
What?
around with a lot
Wait.
of people. Yeah.
Wait. No, Nick Fuentes is.
He's still not someone
explicitly-
that I
No, he's
want to be
explicitly
associated with.
anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but if you look at like the Alex Jones type of crowd, because he's
Alex Jones is less anti-Semitic than he is, at least publicly.
No, Alex Jones is actually publicly like pretty much Zionist. You know.
Yeah, that doesn't preclude him from being anti-Semitic, but
Sure, it somewhat does. You know, Zionism is.
Are they remaking The Crow, or is this?
I would pretty much say if you believe in Zionism, like you give special preference to Jewish nationalism.
Mm-hmm.
Why? How?
I'm a Zionist. I believe in Zionism.
Well, no. What?
But then my question, proceeding from that, is that how could you then be anti-Semitic?
Basically, no. I'm not saying anyone.
No. Lib said that. That was weird phrasing.
Lib is an anti-Semitic Zionist.
No.
Here, hold on, Jeff. Lib was saying that you could be both a Zionist and an anti-Semite. I want him to explain that.
Yeah.
No, I don't understand that.
Wow,
either.
how's that?
Yeah, I don't understand that either. Like,
Actually,
what are you talking about?
Because Zionism isn't about Jews necessarily. It kind of is, but not really. Zionism is about creating a ethno-state for Jewish people in.
But you just contradicted yourself just in your opening statement.
It's about Israel's right to self-determination.
You said it's about Jews and not about Jews.
Well, so
there's different strains of Zionism. Ethno-state.
No, I'm aware. I'm talking about just sort of the broad. Okay, so let's take it like this.
You're not defining what you mean by Judaism. You have
to. It's a little disingenuous to
the vast majority.
Wanting an ethno-state.
No, I'm not saying that all Zionists are anti-Semitic. I'm saying it is possible to be both a Zionist and anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I know you said that. It just didn't make sense.
Evangelical Christians are overwhelmingly Zionist. We agree?
What kind of Christians? Wait, what?
Evangelical Christians in the United States are overwhelmingly Zionists. Do you agree?
Which Christians are Zionists?
Evangelical Christians in the United
States.
Yeah. They're overwhelmingly Zionist. Specifically, those it's those like evangelical types. Oftentimes the doomsday apocalypse kind, right?
Yeah.
Right. Those kinds of people. Oftentimes, at least in my experience, because I've interacted.
I gave a whole presentation on this in the first 2 hours of the show.
Are anti-Semitic. They are anti-Semitic.
You do understand that, Lib? Did you happen to catch any of that?
I did not know. I had time with my family.
Okay, well, I think you'd be interested because I did talk about Jews being anti-Semitic, so I did talk about that. So yeah, I talked about that in the beginning.
It's not even just Jews. I'm giving an example of a.
No, I gave example of Jews talking about anti-Semitism and encouraging it. So.
Yeah, I mean there are
there are anti-Zionist Jews for sure.
No, I'm talking about Jews who are pro-Zionist who are encouraging anti-Semitism for the purpose of pro-Zionism.
Yeah.
So yeah. I touched on that in the beginning.
What I'm talking about, in my mind, the first thing that came to my mind.
I guess I could get into some of that because I'm following this person from a long time. I don't know what Reddington is putting here. I don't even. I can't read. What is that? Is that a fish eating a? I don't know what that is. But yeah. Yeah, I'm following Rachel Wilson. I'm following Andrew Wilson as well on Twitter. I don't think they follow me.
They probably don't.
Yeah, it says they're not following me, but I'm following them. So I'm not followed by that many verified accounts. But yeah, I've heard that Nick Fuentes is going to debate Gavin McInnes tomorrow.
Oh God, on what?
Huh? On
2024 is already getting weird.
On Israel, on like the Jews or something.
They're both controlled opposition. That would be
exactly, Cecil. Yeah, but they're gonna be
I mean, I think Gavin McInnes might do a weird, wacky, twisty take and be like, "No, actually, I support Israel's right. Let's bomb all the brown people," because he hates brown people that much. But
Israel is not a terrorist state. Do you agree? This is a Palestinian lady who's saying this. So yeah, this lady's great.
Israel is a terrorist state. I mean, a terrorist state. That's a kind of a misnomer.
This lady's interesting. What's her deal? Dr. Anastasia Maria Lupes. Why am I following her? Probably because
she said Israel's a terrorist state. She said
he's half Viking.
Probably because Yeah, probably because I'm like, hey, like
half philosopher.
She's
You could
Norwegian.
fund my operation. Like
Norwegian and Greek, I guess.
let's get it popping. Like let's get it popping, Maria Lupis. Like holla back.
You follow Nick Fuentes, machine?
Huh?
Do you follow Nick Fuentes on Twitter or X, whatever it's called?
Who is that?
Casimir's doing a space.
Nick Fuentes. No, I don't follow him. I don't think so. Oh, look at this girl. What is she saying? Can you guys hear? Oh, okay, let's turn this up. I want to hear this girl. I wanna hear- She's pretty. I want to hear what she's
many
saying.
Gen Zers in America are supporting Hamas because with the way things are going with the
I hate how they've throated that up. They've throated up Hamas to where you have to say Hamas. It's a Hamas. Like what the fuck is wrong with these people? Like they just started saying like that. They're Mandela affected. Honestly,
It's more annoying when
it's
more annoying when
Huh?
I said it's more annoying when American Israelis do it because they're just like imitating an accent.
What is this? Censored men. An entitled American Zionist says Americans will get drafted to fight for Israel.
No, they're not.
No,
Whoa.
we're not getting drafted. Period.
She's just spreading gossip.
Yeah.
But
so funny
damn.
that so many Gen Zers in America are supporting Hamas because with the way things are going with the world, who do you think is going to be the ones getting drafted to fight them? It's going to be you guys.
Oh God! Just giving her ignorant, uninformed opinion.
She's admitting that Israel is weak and gonna lose to Hamas. Oh shit!
Look at this one. This one, I followed her because she's a Palestinian lady. This lady, Nyla Ayad. This is another one. I was like, why don't you just fund my operation here? You could just fund my operation.
Wait, you're finding people on Twitter to fund your operation?
No, like kind of like, like I don't know.
Are they all women?
Yeah, they're all women. Yeah. See, look, this is another female I follow just because she's a female. No, she follows me. Nice.
Lone mob boss
with a vendetta and no more F's to give.
She seems fun.
Yeah, she does seem fun. See what I mean? God, these people are fun.
Millennial humor.
Millennial humor, exactly. Some of these are actual porn stars. Oh, is this what they do inside of the tunnels? Is this what the tunnel gate?
Yeah, this is the. What the fuck is that?
Okay, I'm getting bad vibes from this video, guys. I'm getting bad vibes from this fucking video. I don't want to get canceled on here. I don't want to get canceled on here, guys. I'm getting bad vibes.
Wait, that's a fake picture, right? Netanyahu hasn't been arrested.
Oh yeah. That's a fake picture. Probably.
Okay, I was about to say that would be a big fucking deal. I wouldn't be surprised, but
this tunnel gate thing is pretty weird, man. You guys hear about?
It's so dumb.
It's very stupid.
What's stupid about it? It's weird.
There was a tunnel in. I mean, it's funny. There's a tunnel in New York, and like in the
funny,
video,
more like awkward, I guess. It's
I
weird.
thought it was kind of funny. It's just like a normal street, and then suddenly you just see like this very, very Jewish dude just pop out of a sewer.
Yeah, pop out of the street. Yeah, I know. I saw that. It's like
I like
Mario, where he came out of the
Honestly,
pipe. Yeah.
Honestly,
Mario
I'm kind of upset they got in trouble. They should have just been allowed to do that.
New York City is one of those cities that's built on top of an old city.
I'll tell you what, he wasn't an Italian plumber or a Ninja Turtle for sure. He was a guy with a hat, and yeah,
and some sick ass braids. I will say, I do like the Orthodox Jewish braids. Those are pretty sick.
Look at this picture.
Star Mullock, huh? Check that out.
They got Alex Jones as a
Jew, yeah.
As a Jew, yeah. See what I mean? Twitter is really the world, the Wild Wild West. Brother Nathaniel, Alex Jones said he overbooked his show today and didn't have time for my second interview and canceled my appearance. Oh, poor brother Nathaniel. Oh my god, the ortho bros are triggered, man. But why are they? But why are they sucking up to Alex Jones? Don't they know he's a Zionist? I mean, it's so weird. I mean, like if they're like because the guy cancels you, you'll call him a Zionist. So what? You didn't know that before?
Well,
Like
I
it's so
think
weird.
I think part of it has to do with people, those people being predominantly right wing, and those kinds of people being like basically bootlickers.
I don't
So
know.
it
I don't
doesn't
even know what
matter.
they're selling me here, but you know, I guess they're trying to sell me this.
I guess I don't know.
This
People try
this
and sell
who
shit.
this who.
I mean, it's a good picture.
Yeah, she's
Oh, I need to know this article. What does she have to say?
she's looking snazzy. 6 things to do. All these list articles are scams because they
Oh yeah,
never
no,
get.
they're AI generated. That's 100%.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah, the list articles.
I
They're
saw an
never.
alien at first, and then a skull after you scroll down, and now I see some women playing cards.
Oh shit, dude, that is a dope picture, man. That is gonna
Oh
be
shit,
one of
that
my.
is women playing cards. Oh shit, I really like that. Oh my god.
Oh my god, guys. Okay, we
That is
gotta
some
clip
good-
this.
That's pareidolia.
That is some good
That's
optical
peace in
illusion.
the toast.
Yeah, I'm
Phenomenal.
clipping the fucking shit out of that, motherfuckers. Come on, let's do this. That's a dope one. You know what I mean? This is the type of shit I steal. You know. Yeah, that's gonna be like a thumbnail at some point. Yeah.
I like it.
Let's see.
Tap on the picture and hit Control C or something. I don't know how you do.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to name it. Just name shit. It is what it is. All right. Yeah, that's a cool picture. I mean, what is this kind of this picture is retarded. Okay, yeah, that's enough of this. See what I mean? It gives you.
Yeah, it's crap. Twitter is crap. It's turned
You
to
can
crap.
only do this for a little while until you get like, I don't even know what the fuck that last thing I saw was. It was like
Yeah,
Batman. Or
honestly, it seems like Twitter is just fucking shit to curate. Like, I understand people, whatever. You'll call me a fucking Chinese shill because I use TikTok, but like, honestly, I can curate my TikTok for you page really, really easily. And that's one of the things that I actually kind of appreciate about it. Like,
You have a
fucking-
TikTok page?
Well, I have a TikTok account.
You have a. I haven't even made an account yet.
Yeah, I've had an account for like, I guess 3 years now or something like that.
Oh, do you do anything on it?
No, I look at videos and chuckle at them slightly through my nose.
TikTok is for people with ADHD.
Well, have I got some news for you? There is no news. I have ADHD.
We all ADHD up in here.
What's the longest video you can put on TikTok?
What's the like that I can do, or that like I have watched, or
Well, like the longest time, like how long of a video can you upload to TikTok?
I think 10 minutes.
10
Though
minutes.
I think they've added 15
There,
minutes.
people can
so-
go live on TikTok too. You
Yeah,
can
you can go
stream.
live. You have to have 1,000 followers to go live, but yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dang.
Interesting.
You also have to have 1,000 followers to be a guest on a live. It's actually
What?
Yeah.
How
I
do
know.
they even grow?
What's your view on Hegel, Lib? You got any views on Hegel? Because you're a supporter of communism, you say?
Yeah, he's a Marxist.
Yeah. So what's your view on Hegel? What's your opinion on Hegel? Have you read any Peter Singer or looked at his work? You know.
I have not. And most of my interaction with Hegel has come sort of like secondarily, like
through TikTok.
Oh, hey, no, as in like someone will reference something Hegelian, explain it, and then use it. So
when has
I'm not.
Marxism ever worked out in any society?
I mean, it's not a thing that like works out or doesn't work. It's like a analysis, a lens for viewing the world.
Well, it's also a political agenda.
Dubiously, but that's not what I'm talking about when I
No, it
call
really
myself a
is.
Marxist.
Like people, there are Marxists that have a specific political agenda based on their reading of Marx.
Sure, but like that, those people usually call themselves something different. Usually, they'll call themselves Marxist-Leninist or Marxist-Leninist Maoists.
And what is the purpose of analysis if not to change what you're the lens is identifying certain problems that to change about society.
Well, yeah, sure. It's a lens of analysis with which to view
So
society.
it's not just an analysis. There's an analysis toward a goal after the analysis.
Not necessarily.
If your analysis gives you something that, like, you have some ideal, and the analysis is that. So if your analysis is saying that the present state of things is not meeting the ideal, then that you use that information to move closer to the ideal, some kind of way.
Yeah.
So there's an activist component to it as well.
Well,
but
that's not necessary. That's not necessary for Marxism. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to analyze and then use that analysis in.
So what's the point of just analyzing? Just say, oh, okay, that's interesting.
Oh no, I agree. I also think the point of analyzing is dumb. I do think it's important to apply this in your life, but that's not like an integral part of Marxism. It's not integral to do Marxism, to like do Marxist activism to be a Marxist, is what I'm saying. One can be a Marxist without doing Marxist activism.
Yeah, of course. I mean, none of it's essential, but
I'm just wondering
what non-activist Marxists, like, what they get out of Marxism.
I mean, usually just jerking themselves off.
Oh, okay.
Philosophically, like that's usually if you're talking about like somebody who's just like, you know, obsessively only reads theory and like doesn't like actually participate in their local society and talk to people and touch grass. That usually.
Well, I'll tell you, I think this really runs the gamut of world viewpoints. You know, this show, if anything, has been a smorgasbord of world viewpoints. You know, all types. I think my last show ended with a gentleman kissing a Baphomet statue, and then before that, we had many other things going on.
This show can end like that too, if you want.
Oh, you got yourself a Baphomet statue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we've had all types of viewpoints. We've had flat earthers in here. We had Southern Israelite in here. We had occultists in here. We had people who are from the nether dimensions, you know, that are of the reptilian breed, you know, shapeshifters, you know.
We had lizard people in here.
We had
lizard people believer. Who is that?
We've had self-proclaimed feds. Okay, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
self-proclaimed feds.
Yeah. Also, it's worth noting.
Who are the lizard people believers?
All of you are feds except for me.
I wish I was a fed. That'd be a job. That means I have an income.
Yeah, I've had lizard believers, and I've had their distant cousins, the actor-based reality people. So there's people who believe in shapeshifters, but then there's people who believe that, you know, there's actual fake actor-based people, like, you know, Butthole Waker.
Like people pretending to be Cecil.
Exactly, like actual actor-based reality.
He's not doing a good job, because Cecil would have a much more fun game going on his screen.
They could become
Cecil wouldn't be reading words on a screen.
Is Cecil at least playing the good Fallout?
Which one is the good Fallout?
New Vegas.
I'm good, bro. This is Fallout 4 on survival on hardcore.
Honestly, Fallout 4 is probably the second best choice.
How do you play that shit on hardcore, dude? Those fucking
Fallout 4 is easy. It's not as easy as Fallout 3, but Fallout 4 is, I mean, on hardcore mode, you know, because that has the survival elements too, right?
Yeah, it's probably one of their best ones right now. I was gonna get 76 because it's their latest installment, but I was just looking at it and it looks a lot like New Vegas because it takes place in Atlanta. And so you've got like the boardwalk and all these casinos and shit. And they said that it was like ridiculous. It's their one that's made up for like multiplayer online type shit.
Yeah.
So
I've
they've
played
got all
it.
the casino crap in there.
Yeah, it's okay if you like the RPG aspects of Bethesda games. 76 isn't really great about that. It's kind of built like an MMO, so
Right.
If you do play Fallout 76, if you play it with friends, it's actually a really fun game. It's just not the same kind of experience that you'll get from like playing Fallout 4. Even though it's almost Fallout 76 is almost identical to Fallout 4, like mechanically, like almost
Right.
identical. But Fallout
Right.
4 is definitely, I think, the second best Bethesda Fallout
Whereas
game.
like with Fallout 3 and New Vegas, you could tell it was like different developers because the engines and the graphics are all like different and shit.
Oh, not even just that, but like Fallout New Vegas is just such a more intricate, and I think it's a different kind of game than Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. But
Do they have like friendly fire in those games? Like, can you shoot your own teammate?
Nobody hooked up in the Matrix. That's a movie. Learn to separate fiction from reality as best you can.
Actually, the appeal of New Vegas is that it's like a post-apocalyptic atomic, like after like the bombs drop type world, but it's set in Las Vegas.
And there's cowboys. In fact,
Do they have the tunnel?
there are cowboy robots. That's right, plural. There's 2 cowboy robots in this game. All right, everyone should go play Fallout 76.
I
But
want a
not Fallout,
cowboy
Fallout
sex
New
robot.
Vegas. Yeah, no, Fallout 76 is, or Fallout, I keep saying 76. New Vegas is great. I think it's the best Fallout game. I even comparing to the first 2, which I know a lot of people love.
I'd have to like friendly fire if I was going to play those games, you know.
I think so. There are definitely mods that let you do it. I don't know if you can in the base game. I know in Fallout 3, most of your companions are like unkillable.
Yeah.
But in Fallout New Vegas, I don't think anyone's unkillable. So you can just go ahead and fucking murder whoever you want in New Vegas.
That's not that I'd shoot my own team members. It's just it adds a more realism to it. You know, you have to be extra careful. Huh?
Yeah, no, actually that's one of the really fun parts of some of those games is like getting around like AoE effects.
Yeah.
Adds for like, you know, the realism and stuff like that. But I mostly play these games because I'm looking for like hidden messages in them and stuff like that. Like what they're trying to brainwash kids with, like years and years. Like Fallout 4 released was like 2015, and it's got multiple messages in it that were related to like 2020. You know,
What do you mean messages?
like there's a heavy theme of like trust the science. You know, like the one dude who in the beginning of the game when you first get the power armor, he's like, "Oh, super is the new normal." You know, it's catchphrases and buzzwords and shit.
Oh,
like
no
that.
way he says that. In Fallout 4, you said? He says new normal?
Yeah.
Oh man, wow, that's interesting. Maybe the people, because there is a lot of software designers and those types of people who do have influential roles in companies and things. So I don't know.
Before we get off on a tangent, I do want to note that
that's all we do.
Tangent? What are you talking about? You guys are sitting here talking about video games.
That's true. Well, but Cecil brings up an interesting conspiratorial point.
Like I asked you about Hegel and you started talking about video games, and then you said before you get off on a tangent.
I answered your question about
Speaking of
Hegel.
tangents. Well,
yeah, I know. You said you didn't know much about it. Yeah.
Not from like firsthand. I should go and read Hegel, but I've also been told that I shouldn't go read Hegel. So
Well, I think if you proclaim, I mean, that your vision is communism or Marxism, then definitely you should read Hegel because that will inform your viewpoint to a maximum degree. I've read both Marx and Hegel, and I think that and I'm not. I don't follow either of those ideologies.
Yeah, no, I like Marx. Marx is a fine writer. I think he's pretty decent. But Cecil, no, actually, I know what message you're talking about. actually, because it's not what you think it is. What that's actually a reference to, because the guy who gives you the power armor, it's like in the early game, right? Like really early in the game, he gives you that power armor. So this is kind of a, I don't want to call it an Easter egg, but basically in the previous Fallout games, power armor was sort of relegated as like this late game high tier armor, and Fallout 4 was quote unquote subverting people's expectations by giving you power armor like right out the gate, and that was just the developers' little like nod to that idea that they're like, yeah, I know, we know we're giving you this power armor really early, but like it's fine, it's a power fantasy, go have fun. And that's
I see what you're saying. Yeah, because you can run around the entire game even from the beginning in fucking power armor and shit.
Yeah, it's a
Oh, hey,
sort of a
Rant.
nod from the developers, because they intentionally designed Fallout 4 as more of sort of one of those sort of unabashed like power fantasy games. Like it's not like masquerading as like some deep TTRPG like or a Mass Effect. It's like, look, okay, you're into the wasteland and you got this badass weapons and you're gonna go kill a bunch of shit and it's gonna be awesome. And that was sort of them sort of acknowledging that in the early
I think
game.
this might be probably the best game from the entire series. But so Machine, I wanted to get the order correct as far as like these philosophers. So it went Hegel, then Marx, then Herzl. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
And before Hegel, it was
Okay. All right.
Kant the cunt.
Yeah, Kant. Yeah, it basically goes in terms of German idealism. You know, you could put Leibniz and Spinoza together, to start the whole thing off. And then you have Kant as a reaction to those guys, and then you have Hegel as a kind of, ultimate, going off into the, kind of dark forest there,
Mixed with a heaping helping of Martin Luther and his anti-Semitism.
Yeah, Martin Luther is 15th century. If you get into the 15th century, and then you have Spinoza and Leibniz, kind of during the Enlightenment, and they're also kind of related to occult figures like Van Helmont and these kind of guys. And then you have
Leibniz was right there. He like right in the smack dab because he was born in 1646.
Yeah, Leibniz actually corresponded with Spinoza. So that's actually a fact that
really?
Leibniz and Spinoza they had conversations with each other. Actually it was Leibniz's like mission to go and meet Spinoza, when he read Spinoza.
Really?
So I mean, yeah. Yeah, so that was one of his, Leibniz monadology is kind of a response to the ethics of Spinoza. And then you have Kant kind of figuring it out, because Kant is not a pantheist in any shape or form. He's more like a dualist, but he's really like a closet empiricist, yeah.
I tried to get Jeff to watch it. He didn't like it. But you guys, any of you guys ever watched The Good Place TV show?
Yo, Machine Lies. I feel like a hilarious bit would be like ask like 10 questions and then you could like tell that person they're like where they're coming from, like.
Oh, like guess my philosophy.
Yeah, easily, dude. Yeah. Like
I just mentioned
hard.
The Good Place because The Good Place references Kant more than any other philosopher, and it talks about Kant constantly throughout the whole show. Constantly, that's a good.
Yeah, they try to it's like baby ethics. It's like it's funny. It's like ethics for like retards or something like that. Like the show. No, the show The Good Place. They try to.
Did you see the whole show?
No, I didn't watch any of it, but I've seen.
It's a lot deeper than it sounds like.
I
Really,
saw.
it gets into the it gets into the weeds in the later
I
two
saw
seasons.
one episode enough to see that the Pakistani lady they had in that show. Woof, she is banging.
She is very hot. Yes, she is.
She is banging. That might be one of the prettiest. That lady's almost prettier than Ivanka Trump. She is very, very pretty. You know what I
No,
mean?
she is very.
If I had to choose, if I had
Jamila,
to choose between,
Jamila is her name. Yeah, she's extremely
yeah, if I
hot.
had to choose between Ivanka Trump and Jamila, it'd be a hard choice. I'll tell you that. You know.
You think Ivanka Trump is like exceptionally attractive? I mean, I don't think she's unattractive.
What's the? She has the personality of a.
Yeah, I think she's exceptionally
like she's like a white robot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like white girls.
I'm not. I don't really.
You could get a
find,
sex
her that hot,
doll
but
with more
Jamila
personality than
is
Ivanka
very
Trump.
hot. I think what's the girl? Kristen. I think Kristen Bell's hot too, though. So.
I think they're both attractive. Those Russian ladies, I find Russian ladies to be incredibly attractive. I don't know what it is. Even their accent. I mean, there's a lot there. You know, for me especially, I think it's honestly, I think maybe it's the movie GoldenEye or some shit, but I'm just obsessed with like the Russian type of girls. And it's just,
I do actually like broadly Slavic accents.
Yeah.
What was it in was it Goldeneye? Was it the one that had something on the top?
I just know they're very polite,
name?
super polite. Like the way that they come across is like super pleasing in the way that they speak.
Not in my. I was gonna say, not in my experience. I went to college with a girl from Lithuania, and she was like, honestly, one of the meanest people.
That's not Russian though. That's not Russian though.
Yeah,
I mean,
Lithuanian
I'm
is
talking
different.
about-
Lithuanian is different.
I mean, I was talking about broadly Slavs.
So like Western Russians are like technically Viking stock, like they're related to like Swedes and shit, right? And then
That's
Eastern
really old,
Russians are like transitional into Asian.
Yeah, that's the. Yeah, there's actually a debate on whether or not Europe should be a separate. Europe, Asia, and the Middle East should be separate continents.
Gotta love them labels.
Gotta love them labels. Yeah. I love Russian filmmaking especially from like the Tarkovsky and well, Tarkovsky's like favorite filmmaker of all time. So like I love.
You love those Russian.
I was gonna say I love the Russian aesthetic from like the 60s and 70s, like a lot of Russian films from that era. And there are a lot of beautiful Russian women in those movies. So.
Are we still talking about Russians?
I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I just got here. I'm just like
Me
spouting
too.
my mouth off for no reason.
Machine, what up with you, man?
Nothing much. I think I have a little bit of like a blip of a presentation left, and I'm also gonna show the clip from our show that we did yesterday on Gen X Jeff, where me and Chris and Gen X Jeff talked about consciousness for a while there, you know. So I think that's gonna be interesting because I think more people need to see that episode we did, and since I got a bunch of people in the house now, it'll be a good idea for me to show people that conversation, so they can
Definitely, it was a great
from
conversation.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be some shit, and then it kind of continued a little bit on the Talcott show. So I'm gonna show a little bit of us going on the Talcott show, you know, because we kind of extended it there, you know, for a little while. So that's gonna be some shit. So I think I'll close out the show with that after a little while. But you know, I got like a little more shit that I actually wanted to share with people. But yeah,
Let's see it.
based on some of the information I had, yeah, shit was crazy. I mean, just a little bit of this shit, you know, based on some of the ideas. And I actually wish I could have showed this to Aquarian TV, because I know that he would have had a lot to say about it, because he is a fan of some of this stuff, but he's a radical thinker, you know, that Aquarian TV. And we also had Richard Madsen in the house. Shout out to Richard Madsen.
Rich.
You know, we had some heavy hitters out here, man. You know, earlier. And also I'm gonna be doing an interview on Jesse Howe on the 29th. So you guys look out for that. But that's so long. So far away.
Jesse from the panels.
Yeah, from the panels, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing
Good guy. I like Jesse.
Doing a second interview there. Yeah. Yeah, he's appreciating what I'm putting down, you know. But yeah, this guy here, you know, can you guys see this? Jacob Frank. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Jacob Frank. Okay. Actually, I should have showed some other guys first, but yeah, Jacob Frank. This guy is known for burning the Torah. You know, this is the guy I was mentioning before.
It's where that image there looks like one of those like those Jewish propaganda images though. It really does.
He had this guy had orgies. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, it's even
this
worse.
This guy had real orgies.
Look at the description.
Yo, I matched with that dude on Tinder last week.
Yeah, self-proclaimed Messiah, you know.
Yeah.
Matched with that guy on Tinder. Yeah.
Frank, for a second there, up there before as you were scrolling, I thought it said he invented a philosophy called Frankensteinism. For a second, and I was like, what?
Yeah, but this is the relevant. This is the relevant portion here.
I think that should be the new thing when the AI becomes merged with human beings. We'll call them Frankensteinism. We'll call it Frankensteinism.
Yeah, his coat though. But what's he say? What's he say about himself or something?
That is about his self-proclaimed Messiah. I think this is what you were talking about, Lib. Self-proclaimed Messiah. You were reading this?
Yeah, I was reading that. He's like
he thought he was the reincarnation of this guy, Sabbatai Zevi, who is a self-proclaimed Jewish Messiah from Amsterdam. You know,
and also of the biblical patriarch Jacob at the same time. He's two reincarnations in one. That's like, you know, that's some heavy lifting right there. You gotta reincarnate two people at the same time. Damn.
Wait. Who else is he a reincarnation of?
The Zabadi Dev,
and also the biblical patriarch Jacob, right there says.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean,
that is a deep one. Yeah, you gotta. So you're just coming back all the time.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're like Kang the Conqueror in this motherfucker.
He's like, I'm the OG.
He looks very untrustworthy to me, just saying.
I think he has a trustworthy face.
Yeah, this guy's like Kang the Conqueror. He came back 2 or 3 times.
I don't trust anybody whose nose is longer than my dick. I don't
But
know.
look at this. But these are the relevant portions here. It says he incorporated aspects of Christianity and Judaism. Okay, and then he burned the Torah and said we should follow the Zohar instead. So there's another aspect of his teachings. And here's the last bit. It says, in expectation of the great Messianic revolution, the members of these societies violated Jewish laws and customs. Okay? The mystical cult of the Sabbateans is believed to have included both asceticism and sensuality. Okay? So some did penance for their sins, subjecting themselves to inflicted pain, mourned for Zions. Others disregarded the strict rules for modesty required by Judaism, at times accused for being licentious. And that is a soft way to put it, if you know what I mean.
They believe in both in both punishing themselves and rewarding themselves at the same time.
Licentious, huh?
I think they were just into S&M, really. I feel like they're just into S&M. They're like, no, this isn't an S&M orgy. This is my asceticism. You know, I'm
I don't know. There's not too many words to start with. Not too many words to start with loose. You know, licentious. That's an interesting word.
They like
I
took the
like
parts of like
I like putting you guys together because then it says BC at the bottom. BC.
Yeah.
BC.
Common era.
Exactly.
Because.
Exactly.
No, not Zoomer shit. Get your
Can we
your
can we get
abbreviation.
out of Kabbalah formation here though? I don't know if
this is gonna be another kind of Kabbalah guy, but it's a similar concept. Is this cat right here? I don't know if you guys know about this, but this guy actually said that you should display naked women in the theaters as a way is gonna be a revolutionary act.
Marquette Assad is a
He's
dude.
he's
like
a
the most.
libertine.
He's like the ultimate fucked up dude.
he's on
Yeah,
the
the
penny.
ultimate
Looks like he's on the
ultimate
penny.
dude.
I
It
mean,
says
he wrote stuff back then that still like will disgust people today. I mean,
he was
like,
accused. Yeah, he was accused of sex crimes. Lots of sex crimes. You know?
he was probably guilty of them.
Oh no, he was guilty of them. No, he was guilty of them. The Marquis de Sade was guilty of heinous sex crimes of a most despicable nature.
And then he wrote one of his books on the walls of his prison cell with his own shit.
This guy sounds like a very fucking sad individual.
He was a
He's
king.
French. He's
This
French.
is where
okay?
this is where the word sadism comes from. By the way,
It is,
sadism.
Is it really? Oh,
yeah,
Yeah.
It's the term sadism is a reference to the Marquis de Sade.
Yeah, Marquis de Sade. A libertine is a person devoid of most moral principles, a sense of responsibility or sexual restraints which they see as unnecessary or undesirable, and is especially someone who ignores or even spurns accepted morals and forms of behavior. That's very similar to to the
Esalen.
Frank. See the Frank. Oh yeah, Esalen as well is connected to
Was
this.
he?
But yeah,
Was he related to the Oh God.
He was related to the fuckwads.
Hedonism.
This is around. Well, this is around the same time as Bentham, as Jacob Frank, and his sort of the Sabbatean cults of the time, and also the libertine cults were the extreme form of Protestantism. So you have all of these things culminating in the last during the French Revolution and the formulation of the Zionist doctrine, and also all of these types of revolutionary movements. You have Jewish nationalism, French kind of radicalism, sort of all developing at this time, and they all paid homage to a sort of moral hedonism.
Epstein Islandism.
Yeah, Epstein Islandism, exactly.
Oh my God.
If you're interested in him, there's actually a fairly decent film that's fairly, as far as I can tell, it's fairly historically accurate that was made in 2000 called Quills. It has
I remember Quills.
Yeah, it's got Jeffrey Rush plays Assad, and it's got a shit ton of people. Kate Winslet, Joaquin Phoenix, and Michael Caine.
I don't know how much of that they show, but that's got to be a brutal film. Women on meat.
No, it goes in. It really it's more about him being in prison, but it goes into quite a lot of detail about him writing his book on the walls of his prison with his semen and his shit. So
he is his writings include sexual violence, folks. So it's not a pretty
in the context of kink and be.
I guess you put it that way.
Just because he wrote "in the name of Jesus" doesn't make that shit right.
I mean, some of his stuff included
erotic violence. That's different than.
Do you guys know
is that connected to what we're talking about? I honestly don't know.
Considering he's where the term sadism comes from, and kink is BDSM, bondage, domination, sadomasochism. So
exactly, sadomasochism. The other guy is Sakir de Massac.
Yeah,
So masochism actually comes from a guy too. So masochism
it's the same thing. It's like love and hate are the same emotion. Sadomasochism is the same instinct.
Yeah, he wrote kind of
aggressive instincts and the sexual instincts fuse. Like desire and aggression is like one instinct.
I have read some of his stuff, and it wasn't all consensual. Some of his stuff was some of his stuff was basic. He wrote about rape. I mean, it wasn't just.
But this kind of thing is sexual hedonism, submissive kind of thinking. Male submissiveness. All of these are factors of radical leftism that developed during this time of 1700s. So they're actually
The French
because
Revolution
of
is very
Sadomasochism
connected.
is apolitical.
What do you say?
There's people on both sides that
Yeah, no,
sadomasochism.
sadomasochism is. I'm saying, but the Marquis de Sade
No,
was not.
sadomasochism is not apolitical, as I was explaining.
yes, it absolutely. It's an instinct. It's a drive. It's nothing to do with politics. Any human can have it.
Just slow.
I'll fight you on this one.
Slow.
No, Marquis de Sade said that it's a revolutionary act to display women naked in the theaters.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the sadomasochistic instinct.
Yeah, you're talking about a made-up concept. I'm talking about the
No,
origin.
it's not a made-up concept.
The
I
guy
am
who,
a
the guy who
sadomasochist.
came
It's
up with
not
the
a made-up
concept.
concept any more than homosexuality is.
No. I'm talking about Marquis de Sade, and you're
Yeah.
talking about sadomasochism. See the problem?
We're talking about
Yeah, they're kind of related. Like
the
it's very hard to talk
historical
about
figure.
Marquis de Sade without talking about sadomasochism. That's mostly what he's known for. Just like Hegel's known for the dialectic.
So if
Have you read his books?
So if the idea is connected to him, then he absolutely thought it was political.
Guys, I don't even know what we're even talking about anymore. Just
I
to
don't
be
either
honest.
anymore. Just go ahead with whatever.
I'm saying that you said it was apolitical, and then
sadomasochism, the sadomasochistic instinct is apolitical.
Yeah,
There's
but then
nothing
you
to do with
also said,
politics
but
at
then you
all. I'm
also
in the
said-
kink community. There are people from all political spectrums.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Jeff. And then you said the idea is related to Marquis de Sade. Is that not right?
Sadomasochism. Sadism is the concept that he developed. You even said that yourself.
Okay. And
I
I
don't know
said
what we're
that
even
he
arguing
said,
about.
and then
But
I
you
said
said
that
something
he said-
about
hold
like
on.
sadomasochism is a leftist
And then I
thing.
said that he said it was a political concept.
No, I'm saying it's apolitical.
I know. You can't just make up your own concept of the idea that you're saying came from this guy who said it was political.
Well, I mean, the modern conception.
I have no idea what we're
Modern
talking about.
conception is
Just
completely
look up
different deal.
sadism. It's going to have the Marquis de Sade as the central figure in the concept.
Yeah,
and he said it was political.
Sure, but like
I'm not
in
saying it's
18
political.
Marquis de Sade died
I
in
don't care what you're saying, Jeff. You can't just make up your own opinion of what this concept means. Marquis de Sade is the one who made
I'm
up
not
the concept.
making up my opinion. You
said it
can
was
look up
political.
sadism yourself. I'm just trying to educate.
I know,
educate
and I'm trying to educate you on what it means.
You don't need to educate me on sadomasochism. I am it. You just like you don't have to educate me on homosexuality.
You don't understand the political nature of the idea. It's clearly a political.
It's not
idea.
a political concept. If Marquis de Sade had some kind of political, that's separate from sadomasochism.
Can we agree that at the time it was founded, at the time the idea was created by Marquis de Sade, he considered it a political concept. It has since evolved and become something less political over time because of just the way that terms in society evolves. Can we agree with that?
Just like the Jays.
What does that have to do with the Jays?
Just a parallel correlation side issue.
This guy.
Oh, okay.
Lib has transcended language, so he doesn't have to worry about these questions. But he can't speak up. Speak up, Lib.
Oh no, I can. I didn't want to interrupt y'all. I was just gonna make note that like the Marquis de Sade, his ideas that sparked and created what in our popular conception today we call sadomasochism is not the same thing. Sadomasochism today, as it's, I guess you could say, quote unquote, practiced, is I guess the best way to describe that today, isn't necessarily intrinsically linked with what Marquis de Sade was saying. Now there definitely are people who
are using it politically.
Yes. Yeah. Who absolutely
you don't think that one of the primary thinkers of the French Revolution has to do with the sexual freedoms that people express today?
No, he does have to do with it, but he's
of course he does. So it's absolutely linked. I don't understand the confusion. I don't understand
the link isn't a complete.
Yeah, like what's the cutoff? Like
like what's the cutoff? Yeah, like where does it cut off? Yeah.
I mean really. If I had to like give an actual cutoff, it would be actually a physical one because BDSM as we know it today was more developed here in the United States, whereas this was a French dude in the 1800s. So basically, when it developed over
but it
here,
wasn't
perceptual.
in America. It was developed. What do you mean it was developed in America? It was developed in France, where this guy wrote about it.
No, I'm saying when you had
Modern
BDSM,
BDSM.
when you had
Yeah.
BDSM communities in America start to interact, they then changed.
Well, they didn't. Well, they didn't
changed
start in
the
America. The swinger communities kind of started in Britain and then moved to America.
I mean, kind of.
Groovy bag, right?
Yeah, you had the swinging London. You know, that's like kind of what the whole Austin Powers movie is about.
Yeah,
you know?
baby.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Even before
did-
you had even
we did-
before that, you had
we
BDSM.
did get
associations.
yeah, we did have things that we would today describe as BDSM, but they obviously wouldn't. They just, I don't know.
think
They
we're,
would have
talking about two different things. There's the historical roots of it, and there's the modern version of it. And there's
Yeah,
the whole
which
historical.
can't be
that's what I was trying to say.
That's what.
It
Yeah, that's
couldn't
what.
exist. It couldn't exist without the origin.
Yeah, exactly. It couldn't exist without the origin.
And it,
so.
it existed before Marquis de Sade. It probably like cavemen probably had sadomasochism, but he's the one that first like identified
you
and
had-
I guess
you had,
cavemen just raped whatever
you
they,
have,
whatever they wanted. So I guess you could definitely call that BDSM
Well, no.
to some degree.
Well, no. They're somewhat taking it from the Jacob Frank, those occultic practices, from the Western occult, from Gnosticism, and also from the Eastern occult, from the left-hand path of the Kala chakra, kind of the, extreme, Vajrayana Buddhism practice, where it's an extreme tantric form where they mix like pleasure and pain and all this type of stuff, so they have that in so they're taking it from the tantric practices and also from the Western occult practices that mix asceticism with exactly what I just read in the Jacob Frank thing. But anyways, it relates to this other concept developed by Nietzsche. Mainly I'm going to talk about it next time, is this concept of the transvaluation of values. So like this is a really, and when I read this, it's gonna I gotta give everybody the trigger warning for it, because these passages of the Antichrist that I'm going to read are pretty explosive. They're pretty offensive. And I say
and who Christ in this scenario? I'm not questioning.
It's a thing by Nietzsche.
By Nietzsche. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, transvaluation of values is from the Antichrist of Nietzsche. Yeah, and it's also called the revaluation of values. The revaluation of values is kind of like making everything upside down. And the top concept he describes is the slave morality. Is the idea of liberalism. He links it to liberalism as well. And anarchism. And nihilism. So he talks about how people make you like things that are bad for you, and that's the ultimate way that they subjugate you, so that is kind of his, cream of the crop, that these ideas can kind of switch around, and that this pull is kind of through this kind of system. He rejected Hegel. He rejected progress. Nietzsche kind of rejected Western progress. And we'll get into that when we read him next time.
Nietzsche is such a fascinating character to me, because like I grew up in a conservative Christian household. And the only thing I knew of Nietzsche was he said God was dead, and so like my earliest conception of Nietzsche was that he was just like the ultimate anti-God character. And then like as I get older and actually realize like this dude isn't like anti-God at all. He's like it's like he's talking about the societal concept of God being dead. It blew my mind as I got older that like those kind of like weird Christian indoctrination things you get growing up in a Christian household, how they can like just like they can like completely warp your concept of what something means. And
we got this guy, Eric Voegelin. You guys know about this guy?
I've read about him before.
Oakland.
Yeah, he came up with a very interesting concept called immanentizing the eschaton. He described Gnosticism,
which Robert Anton Wilson later took and turned into immanentizing the eschaton as well, in the Illuminatus trilogy.
Yep. Robert Anton Wilson has a whole he kind of stole this concept. But yeah, this is interesting. It says
that's why I know what this is, because that's how I ended up on this guy's page. I remember reading about this guy before.
Yeah. It says Vogelin perceives similarities between ancient Gnosticism and modernist political theories, particularly communism and Nazism. He identified the root of Gnostic impulse as alienation, that is, a sense of disconnection from society and a belief that lack is the result of the inherent disorder or even evil of the world.
Damn, I
The
didn't know I was a communist and a Nazi. Shit.
that
I had no idea.
No, it's the other way around. It's the other way around.
It is. Okay.
That communists don't actually know the metaphysical implications of their beliefs, and neither do the Nazis, because they believe in sort of like the spirit of history because of Hegel. Get it? And Hegel jacked this from the Kabbalah. And the Kabbalah is basically Jewish mysticism, and so is Gnosticism. Gnosticism is Christian mysticism, proto-Christian mysticism, if you will.
Christian mysticism that existed before Christ was probably mostly came from
partly
existed.
Part of it existed before the Judaism, because it came from Plato, so that is part of the reason that it is related to a lot of other discussions, because it's related to Orphic Pythagoreanism, which is half Zoroastrian and half Pythagorean, as we've talked about in the past. But anyways, this here is very interesting. He says about the impulse, about alienation, about that being alienation is a key factor in Hegel's social theory as well. A sense of disconnection from society and a belief that this lack is the result of an inherent disorder or evil of the world. That alienation has two effects. The first is the belief that the disorder of the world can be transcended by extraordinary insight, learning, or knowledge, called a Gnostic speculation by Vogelin. He claimed that Gnostics themselves refer to that as gnosis. The second is a desire to implement and create a policy to actualize the speculation or immanentize the eschaton, to create a sort of heaven on earth within history. So these are two factors he mentions there, and yeah, his work is pretty early, and he got some stuff right. He also corresponded with Leo Strauss, very conservative thinker, but also a person who was fondly mixed in with Jewish mystics, because he himself was a Jew. He studied Maimonides and all of that type of stuff. So
whenever I got into Discordianism and discovered like that connection, that really changed my perspective on Robert Anton Wilson a lot. The fact that he was borrowing things from guys like this and stuff like that, and you really see how how Robert Anton Wilson really hijacked the concept of Discordianism and turned it into his own thing.
Yeah, and Vogelin considered Hegel's work extremely Kabbalistic. He was one of the first people to spot this out in Hegel's work, and he actually said that that Hegel's work, he actually called the phenomenology a magical performance. He said that it was akin to a magical performance. He said that Hegel had actually collapsed definitions, by obfuscating terms and by sort of tricking the reader, by pulling him along this thought experiment, which is a fascinating way to read that thing, but yeah, and that's why I really implore Lib here to read Hegel. It'll blow your socks off, dude, because if you think of Marx reading it and it influencing him, that will be and then you read Marx back, once you read Hegel and his kind of definitions and
I completely agree. Yeah, I completely agree.
Maybe I should.
You get it's like you get like a the flavor of like how he's writing, like how like his progression of his thought,
But I discovered Hegel not because of even like researching Marxism or anything like that, because I was researching the Situationists because I was researching the thing called the Mayday Mystery, and I had this theory that the Mayday Mysteries came to the Situationists, and as I was trying to figure out some of their coded things and everything like that, I discovered that Hegel was like this. That a lot of the characters they venerated in this Mayday Mystery thing, all had their roots in Hegel and Hegel's ideas. And I realized that, and then that's when I realized that Hegel was connected to Marx and all that stuff like that. And I read Hegel, and I already had a pretty negative view of Marx and Marxism in the first place. But then whenever you read Hegel and you see the way that Hegel influenced Marx, it kind of makes Marx seem particularly juvenile in a lot of ways.
I mean, don't worry. It doesn't. You don't need that to make Marx seem particularly juvenile. You just need to read his works. He is a. That's true. He is. I think a good writer. He does put himself in his writing.
Well, have you read his satanic poetry? If you want to read Marx be juvenile, just read his satanic poetry.
Satanic. I'm gonna be honest. I've only read 3 of Marx's works. Actually, I've only read Capital, the Manifesto, and his I can't remember the title, but it's like On the Jewish Question. I read that because
I didn't read On the Jewish Question, but I've read Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto. But this work right here that I read also of his, the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, if you read Hegel and then you read this work, you'll start to gain some notice of just how much he was influenced, because this is one of his earlier works, and of course his later writings don't really reflect the economic and philosophic manuscripts. But yeah, the Hegelianism of that comes very hard because he mentions nature a lot.
Yeah,
you know, he mentions the concept of nature. You'll read in Das Kapital and briefly he mentions technology's effect on nature in Das Kapital. And but in the philosophic in the economic and philosophic manuscripts, he kind of puts it in a very interesting framing.
Yeah, I had to when reading through Das Kapital, I actually used a whatever it is, the Cliff Notes.
Cliff Notes.
And like all of those like sections where people would like discuss it. So I would like read a chapter and then go and then like read the Cliff Notes and read what they're saying, and like because like they usually give context, especially in like philosophy books. They usually give like lots of context. That's actually how I was even introduced to Hegel, because they made reference to Hegel a bunch of times too, explicitly in the that kind of stuff.
I saw the weirdest bumper sticker about 3 years ago in a bookstore here in Dallas that said "Hegel is my homie," and I remember seeing that to this day and just thinking like, who is this made for? Like this is one of the most like gotta be like most like idiosyncratic, like specifically made design products to be sold in a major store. It was in like a Books A Million or something like that. And it had like Hegel is my homie. They had a bunch of these bumper stickers, and I was like, this is really like I that's when I remember thinking that maybe that there really was more of a socialist undertone to society that I was giving it credit for. But anyway, I don't know. I just thought that was funny.
Look, I don't think I want any philosophers as my homies, except maybe Diogenes, because he sounds like he was at least funny to be around.
Right. Yeah. All right. I'm sorry, Machine. Did I interrupt you, man? You look pissed.
No, I'm actually done. I'm done with my little my little whatever I had.
Did you do the Antichrist? I was enjoying all the stuff you're bringing up. I think you're making some good points there, man.
No, I'm gonna do the Antichrist next time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I gotta do. Yeah, Nietzsche is my homie. That's right.
I saw a YouTube channel we need to check out, Jeff. Just before I came over here, I was waking up, and my feed had a YouTube video recommended from a channel called Satan Explains, and I don't know. It was like
an link.
I have to find it. It was like an animated channel, and it was like Satan Explains Christianity, or Satan Explains the Bible, or something like that. And I was like, well, that sounds interesting to look at.
Oh yeah, I see. Satan Explains Naturalism. It's using South Park.
Nietzsche's view of the communists is pretty harsh, you know. But
yeah.
Nietzsche was definitely anti-communist.
Worth noting, he was also incredibly anti. And I guess they weren't they weren't fascist. They didn't call themselves fascists at the time, but like the far right, he was quite critical
Yeah.
of them
No,
as
yeah,
well.
definitely.
Which is actually, his sister had to doctor a bunch of his
Well,
works.
because he knew that they were liberals, you know, and they wanted to break down traditions, you know, the things that actually made Europe strong for thousands of years, you know.
And the other thing
And
about
he-
Nietzsche that I think a lot of people don't realize is that, like, if you read early Nietzsche versus later Nietzsche's ideas and concepts developed over time, and he did change somewhat his viewpoint. Some of his viewpoints, some of his earlier stuff is not the same viewpoints he held near toward the end. So, and a lot of people have this. I think this thing because the way that we're so far past history, we tend to forget that people even back then evolved and changed their viewpoints over time. And
there's another direction I could take this in. So okay, so my presentation is not over because I could talk about this guy, you know, who was on Nietzsche's deathbed, you know, Rudolf Steiner.
Oh,
you guys
yeah,
know about this
I've read Steiner extensively. Yeah.
He's the one who comes up with a lot of this language that draws the distinction that was seen earlier between Lucifer and Satan. In his work on Ahriman, you know, so he has such a clear explanation of this in his work on Ahriman.
Is it Steiner or Sterner?
Steiner.
Steiner.
Let me
Steiner?
let me pull
Rudolf
this up for
Steiner.
you guys. Yeah, I'll pull this
Oh,
up.
German, huh? Steiner.
Yep. He was there on Nietzsche's deathbed. Actually, he is a true interpreter of Nietzsche more than his sister, who totally botched the will to power. So this is kind of, you know, if you look at some of Nietzsche's later writings, they were botched by his sister. You know, so that's kind of the problem.
I used to have a really negative view of Steiner, but then I read some more of some of his stuff, and I found that he, especially some of his later writings, I actually agree with quite a bit. Actually, some of his early stuff is kind of, you know, it's just like all philosophers, just like everybody, when they're starting out, they're just getting their feet wet. They're just trying to figure stuff out, and then as it gets along, their ideas get more refined, and they get more, you know, it gets more intelligent as times go on. So, but people a lot of times will judge them by their earliest work, and it's you know, it's bullshit.
It wasn't Nietzsche. Didn't he have this idea that life is what you make of it or what you define it as? Like he wanted to go against normal conventions and things. Was that Nietzsche?
I guess a little bit. You know, I mean that's a very loose framing, but I think
it's not
I think I would say-
inaccurate.
I think he was a little bit concerned with the hierarchy and tradition, you know. But the thing is that he kind of thought that the best kind of men rise up through the ranks. So in a way, you're right, because it's like, you know, he had a philosophy that worked for a person that kind of won a lot of contests, you know, like a Miyamoto Musashi type of, you know, guy, you know, like a guy who's like, you know, hey, I've competed in 100 sword fights and I won 99 of them, and here's a manual on how to win fucking sword fights, you know. So that kind of thing, you know, Nietzsche had respect for that kind of thing, you know. I mean, he'd have respect for like the butcher in Shangzhou. You know, that sort of thing is kind of what, you know, and people like Robert Greene, who wrote like Laws of Power and all this type of shit, you know, they've kind of you know, sniffed this kind of stuff out. That Nietzsche's kind of about he's kind of an individualist, but not really, because a true individualist works through like the society, you know, type of thing, and kind of rises up through the ranks. So he thought that a true individual exists like in the most puritanical society.
Okay,
You know,
so Reddington does. I think this is accurate. Nietzsche is philosophy. It's just Chad philosophy. It's just the art of being Chad. Like, it is funny.
It's the art of being yourself, your true self, that you're with maximizing your highest potential.
Being Chad, but being your best self.
Yeah, it is a very manly philosophy.
And creating yourself.
It is a very manly philosophy. You know, it is a philosophy that assumes manliness, and that's kind of the thing that he has. Yeah, he's got. That's one of the things he says in the Antichrist is going to set it off. He says he criticizes the Christians for saying equality between men and women, that it's just a soul, you know, or whatever, you know, but there is spiritual value in you know, equal spiritual value in Islam, you know, because you know, they have kind of a notion of equality within the souls, but in terms of society, there's no equality between men and women. So Nietzsche kind of, you know, applauds that. You know, he says you know, that Islam presumes the rulership of men. So he says that that's a kind of a fundamentally strong nature of a society that's built on Islam, and he kind of admonishes European societies, you know, for that. So he's kind of got this thing about, you know, that men should rule, you know, and it's a philosophy of men, you know, of like men doing things, and really the philosophers are men, because he says how would men have a philosophy if philosophy was like a woman? How would the philosophers seduce it? He said that that all the philosophers are like wimps, you know, they're like limp dick wimps. You know, they don't really try to impress philosophy as if she's a woman, you know. So so he's got kind of this kind of very like strange philosophy. But on the other end, you know, he was characteristically lonely in life. So he himself was a very alienated individual. You know, he went to the mountains, lived alone. You know, he was heartbroken. The woman he had left him. You
I was
know,
gonna say, you look at half of these philosophers, and half of them were like miserable fucking incels.
They're hermits, dude. They're hermits.
yeah, yeah.
So, and many of them were hermeticists, even so.
I'd say,
Yeah, hermit is a high elevation of the term. You know, I've been called both a hermit and a incel by many people. You know, and also a person who is caused you know, my own loneliness, caused people in my life to leave me because I'm like this disgruntled philosopher, like, you know, who's actually schizophrenic. You know, so many people have also claimed that about me. So you know, so who knows? You know, maybe it's just a
you got the. I'm saying you get the same vibes as Socrates. Okay, machine.
yeah, but you know, I've been you know, and Socrates had a wife, you know, but
he did.
It was yeah, he was married, and
Didn't he have a kid?
And his wife was famous. Yeah, he had kids as well. Yeah. His wife and his kids were famous in Athens. You know, his wife was famous for being very disagreeable, you know, and giving him a lot of problems, you know. So that's kind of the thing, is that, but she was very loyal to him.
That seems like the kind of woman that Socrates would marry. Yeah.
Yeah, she was very loyal to him, and she was.
Sounds like my dad, bro.
Fucking like gets in an argument with a lady. Will you marry me?
No, not like that. My dad's a Scorpio though, and
yeah, that's kind of how I've been. Unfortunately, you know, both of my marriages here have been extremely volatile. You know,
Scorpios ain't they do
passionate. Well, you know, so I don't know.
I just know, dude, from personal experience, man. Scorpios don't gotta worry.
I'm a Scorpio. What about them?
They don't gotta worry. They do. Obviously, everybody does, but
I don't worry.
All I know about astrology is that I'm an Aries, and it's always fucking Aries season around.
Who's Aries?
Aries here too.
Yeah,
Who's
he's
that,
pretty.
Dang.
No, it's the Ram. Yeah, it's the fire sign.
God of War, man. God of War.
Lib? Who? You're Aries, Lib?
I'm fucking Aries.
All right, what's up?
With
Moon, we had man, we had Aquarian TV in here. I hope he comes back, because I wanted to ask him about what he thought about Sagittarius and Virgo and those types of things.
He was right about the fixed signs when he specified the fixed signs. He was right about those being the most like forthcoming, I guess.
The only thing I know about astrology is that I've fucked a lot of chicks who were really into astrology.
Oh shit! Yeah. Well, that's gonna relieve you of a lot of criticism in the chat there. You know.
What do you think about Fayukas being part of the zodiac?
That's the first thing. That's the first thing they'll go on. You know, whenever somebody new hops on the panel, they'll be like, "This guy's gay. This guy's gay." It'll be the first thing.
I am fucking
But that's the thing. All you gotta do is hop on the panel for the first time, and everybody's gonna call you a gay faggot. It's just.
But you're not gay. If you're trans, you're not technically gay, right?
No, I'm. Well, I mean,
You don't know what you are.
Sorry, no, I'm gay
queer,
in the colloquial sense. I am pansexual. So.
Oh no! So you are gay? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like what's the designation?
Machine, he's actually a woman. He's a she.
He's biologically born a male, but he identifies as a woman, and he has had sex with many women.
That's a lot of goddamn labels, man.
That's why I wasn't using.
I'm trying to follow it.
No, you ain't gotta. Just go with whatever. Fucking, I don't care.
It's all right. If it's done if it's done in respect, it's all right.
If it's pansexual, if it grows, it goes. Isn't that right?
That is.
And Lib, despite your subtitle anti-centrist, you're the most centrist liberal I've ever met. So I don't know how that.
I take offense to that remark. I am not a liberal.
Pansexual is the same. Is the same sexuality.
You call yourself. Your name is Lib, and you have anti-centrist. I mean, I'm just saying. But if you're a leftist,
okay.
if you're a leftist, you're
That's the same
you're the most centrist.
Dracula,
He's a Voshian.
I am a Voshite. That is true.
Please,
one of my many.
I don't, dude, call yourself whatever you want, but please drop that one. That's the one that makes me cringe.
Yeah,
the
the
hardest.
internet ones are hard. The internet ones are hard.
Cringiest thing you can call yourself as a
Voshite.
Voshite.
I only say it when I get called out on it. Okay, that's the only time I call myself it.
No, it's pretty cringe to name yourself after a philosophy. That's pretty cringe already. But
it is pretty cringe.
when that philosophy is online exclusively, that is cap.
When that philosophy
is started by an overweight egotist that thinks that he's like the shit all the time.
Just the fact that they're online.
It's because he's autistic, isn't it? It's because he's autistic.
I don't even know what we're talking
autistic.
about.
Jeff's autistic. What are you talking about?
Talking about like following like people, following philosophers, following people online.
Yeah, following philosophers.
It's dumb.
I don't. I'm a fan of like P.F. Young, but I don't call myself a P.F. Youngian either. I don't consider myself a follower of any of the online.
I don't consider myself a follower of Voshite. It's like a fun.
Oh, you just use it to trigger people. I got you.
I'll tell you who I'm a fan of. I'm a fan.
I watch his content, but
everybody on this panel, and I'm gonna close this one out now. So you guys give us our closing statement here.
We're closing out now.
Yeah. Well, I gotta play those episodes. So it's gonna take like hours to play that shit.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna play the whole episode that we did.
Flo is streaming too. We can go over.
Well, maybe not.
EBT's on there. He probably needs some.
If you want, me and Jeff can stick around for live commentary since we were there.
EBT doesn't need any attention from me. So yeah, he's probably there on purpose because.
Oh wait, well, my final statement is that I like that you mentioned Steiner, dude. I think Steiner deserves a whole episode. Steiner is a fascinating character that has so many links to so many different so many things we talk about here. I almost forgot. It's one of those guys, I don't think about him very often, but Steiner has got some crazy. I mean, he was an architect too. Did you know he was an architect? He's a badass architect too. He designed some amazing buildings and shit like that. And he also is I think. Isn't he the one that tried to bring Rosicrucianism back and like amongst other things? I mean, he's connected to so many things.
Who the fuck just left? Was that? Oh shit. Okay, I guess. No. That was Lanza. Lanza left without giving a closing statement. So yeah, guys, I don't know what happened to Lanza. Lanza fell out, but yeah, hopefully he'll be back in. But if he doesn't come back, I'm just gonna, just know Lanza. We call it a night. But yeah, man, bless you, man. And then what's going on with you guys? You guys want to give some closing statements?
Tune into the Gen X Jeff Extreme Show, soon to be rebranded.
Actually, no. Now we are Outliers in Exile. New name.
Okay, so we've officially
crew.
Wait, what?
It's official.
Yeah,
okay.
we rebranded.
What the fuck? You mean the channel is a different name?
It's the same channel, just the show.
Oh,
we're not the Extreme Stream anymore. We're Outliers in Exile.
Yeah, because actually we're actually moving on up on this stream, guys. So yeah, we're gonna show you guys how we've been doing on this stream. This stream is off the chain. What about? Oh yeah, you know what? I think Mitchell might be asleep. Mitchell, you there, bro? What's going on, brother? Mitchell. Mitchell. Yeah, I think Mitchell's asleep. But yeah, man, bless you, Mitchell, for joining the panel, man. I really appreciate you, my brother, man, and I hope you hear that when whenever you wake up or whatever. You know what I mean, man. Sweet dreams, brother. And yeah, okay.
Guys, just want to people are watching in the
Yeah,
the
Chris,
chat
go ahead.
section.
Yeah, you give out some closing statement. Go ahead, brother.
I just want to wish you all a good night, and I want you to behave yourself. All right, stay out of trouble. Make wise decisions. These kinds of things. And
Sure.
my brain's
Yes,
kind of fried
Dad.
right now because I got up early, but yeah. So you all have a great night, and come back in the future. Appreciate you guys coming by, guys in the panel as well. See you guys.
Hell yeah, and I appreciate you very much, brother Chris. Holding it down on these panels with me. You're
Although he's gonna have to
very
change his name because I'm the only Chris. So
very
I'm
honored.
kidding. I'm
Yeah.
kidding. I'm
Yeah, we
kidding.
got two Chris's out here. Yeah, we got
I'm
the
kidding.
other Chris. out
I
here.
that's the reason why I put Satiric Iconoclast from the front in front of my name, because of the fact that I knew that I saw that there was a bunch of Chris's out there, so it's no big deal.
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
the other
like I said, I already made my statement. I said, make sure you tune into the to every 2 p.m. at the on the same Jeff time, same Jeff channel, but with the new name now, Outliers and Exile. So we'll be there every day at 2, and
Start
you
tomorrow.
can come and you can come on and just argue the fuck out of whatever you want with us. So yeah,
You guys
as
in the
long as you're
Central Time Zone?
yeah, it's at 2 p.m. Central. Yeah, I guess it's like for Jeff's time zone is noon, right? So
Hell yeah. And what about you, brother Jeff? You got any closing statements out here?
Yeah, no, I don't have much to add to that. You can find us 7 days a week on my channel at 2 p.m. Central.
Good
So
shit.
come
That's
hang
a
out
good
with us. We have a good time. We cut up. We fight.
yeah, that's a good intro to what I'm about to play, because we're about to put the channel link up here and play some of the discussion we had. You guys don't want to miss all the great discussions we had on the Gen X Jeff stream. You guys definitely want to go back and watch the backlog of the live streams we already did.
especially from
Because
this year, everything from like the very end of last year till now. I mean, we have good ones all the way back, but especially from the end of last year till now, we've had nothing but a string of bangers. Every episode has been good.
We've had some rotating set of guests there too. We've had a great, for like just like, and I'm talking about, we were having top quality discussions. Nobody was even watching this shit. People were clicking on this shit later. We didn't even care. We were having top dog discussions out there. And now we're getting like 10 people watching sometimes. So we're really moving up out here. So that's what it is. So yeah. Thank you guys for the support. Yeah, check us out. And Lib, Lib's often on there. Lib, you gotta close.
Yeah, Lib's pretty much one of us now.
Basically, I guess all I got to say is trans rights, and don't do anything John Brown wouldn't do.
Trans rights.
John Brown.
Okay.
Trans rights are actually human rights. because trans people are humans, so.
It is a free speech platform. It's America. You get to say whatever the fuck you want. So it is what it is.
They have all the rights we have.
That's what I'm saying. Trans rights are human rights because they have the same rights as everybody else.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you guys. Okay, I'm gonna throw you guys backstage, and
Take care,
exiled into the
man.
into the phantom zone.
Outliers in exile. We're big exile.
Like I wish you could do that. I wish you could do
going to the shadow realm.
The effect of the Superman 2 thing, whenever they put them in the glass things, and like as you send people off, they could like spin off in the background, and you're like,
I was thinking of it like, oh no, machine, you won't send me to the shadow realm. Fucking having a Yu-Gi-Oh duel.
Yeah. Well, I'm about to play some banger discussions for you guys. So you guys hang around, and bless you guys, man. Thank you guys, man. Yeah. Okay. Peace out, guys. Yeah. Peace, guys. And to all you guys out here, man, thank you for checking out the stream. Definitely, if you missed it, check out the last few set of discussions we did. Man, we got into some crazy stuff. We got into Hegelian philosophy last time. You know, not only some of the origins, but some of the other aspects. We're going to get into some critiques of Christian futurism, you know, and how it's influenced by postmodernism, you know, as we you know, have already laid down the framework of Jewish nationalism, you know, Jewish liberalism, really, of Herzl, you know, and we've also laid down some of the foundations of Hegelian philosophy there for you guys, you know. So, you know, we're moving pretty fast, but you know, we're trying to give a good historical critique of the foundations of Western thought here, you know, but especially focusing on the influence of the three religions on the Western world, you know, so the historical setting of the Middle East, you know, really. And that's why we looked at Theodore Herzl today. So today we looked at different items relating to the protocols of the elders of Zion, how that's related to the French Revolution, the American Revolution, and some of the key actors there at some of the occult movements that were starting up in Italy, in Germany, you know, and in all of these types of places, you know, and you know, some of the views of the dispensationalists that influenced there, you know, the views of Albert Pike and Lord Palmerston, and how they kind of funded some of these movements in the American Civil War. And of course, in the 1800s, you know, you had a great change, you know, in the world. You know, you had, you know, the foundations of Jewish nationalism, the foundations of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, you know, the foundations of you know, the Bolshevik Revolution, you know, laid down with the Hegelian philosophy and Marxism, you know, and how all of these things at the end of the day were influenced by, you know, religious thinkers like the Talmudic rabbi Moses Hess, you know. So you have all of these slew of influences. So, you know, history and philosophy and the political dimensions of these things, they're multifaceted. You know, I'm just trying to get to show you guys what's kind of going on here, you know. But yeah, you know, and of course we talked about the Hegelian dialectic, you know, and its implications throughout history, you know. But yeah, you know, other writings. But yeah, next time we got Nietzsche and Rousseau, the social contract, you know, also Antichrist, some of the most defiant writings. You know, they reject the basis for Western civilization, the whole basis for the Enlightenment. In fact, they reject the general basis for Enlightenment philosophy. You know, then the Christian futurism is a response to that. You know, really, you know, so we have right wing Nietzscheanism, you know, and we have the kind of the ideas of the French Revolution, which people blame on Rousseau, but Rousseau rejected Enlightenment thought. You know, therefore, I think the ideas of the French Revolution are more a product of Diderot and Voltaire and these kind of guys, you know. But yeah, you know, we might get into it next time. You know, I'm gonna drop you guys off. I could keep going on this stuff for a while, but you know, it's been a hell of a time for you guys, you know. But you know, I do want to get to these shows, you know, premiere some of this content for you guys from yesterday, from the Gen X Jeff stream, you know, where we talked about, you know, the modern age, more of how these concepts touch down in the modern age. You know, let's get it popping here with some of the views of consciousness, you know, because the postmodernists and some of the transhumanists, you know, they had interesting ideas about consciousness, you know, that I think you guys will like to hear about, you know. So let me go ahead and play my appearance on the Gen X Jeff stream here, you know, and you guys will be glad to hear. You know, we start off with kind of in the gutter talking about pornography and things, but then we shift to other topics, you know. But yeah, bless you guys, man, you know, and I'll be here with you guys, you know, for a little while.
it's because y'all do come from a Christian
I
background.
mean,
So with the porn,
a church would tell you that you were sinning and you were being evil. And
I hear both.
Yeah, so the porn competes with the church themselves. I mean, I read an article on a priest that got in trouble because he had a porn addiction and he had to be a janitor for a year. But yeah, churches don't like porn because porn competes with the revenue of addicts. So
they want the money.
Exactly, they want the money.
Going to porn.
That sounds like
porn is free. I don't pay a single penny for my porn. Machine, what's your opinion on hoes?
Just hoes in general. I mean,
promiscuous people.
I mean, I think they got to be
indiscriminately promiscuous people. Indiscriminately.
What's the difference between promiscuous and indiscriminately promiscuous?
Indiscriminately promiscuous is someone who, like I said, would just like get on an app.
So it's okay if they're promiscuous, but they're selective about it. They can still sleep with 10 people a week, but they can be selective versus sleep with 10 people a week because those are the 10 people that want to sleep with them.
Yes,
more or less. Yeah, that is more or less it.
And we're talking about something even more specific than I realized. So, what's your opinion of indiscriminate promiscuity? I still think it's something adults have the right to do.
Yeah, I think they do have the right to do it. I think that they have the right to do it. Absolutely.
So it's not okay to sleep with people just because they want to have sex with you, but it is okay to sleep with as many people as you want, as long as they're not just people as long as you're not just doing it because they're
I didn't say it's not okay. I said it's unwise. I didn't say it was not okay. It's fine.
I want to hear Machine's opinion.
Well, I think at the current time, I think it's a great source of moral degeneracy in society. I think that actually it's causing a lot of people to engage in, well, I guess the main problem is that mothers are a good thing. Mothers are a good thing. That's what I think. I think mothers are great. I think mothers are heroes.
I think fathers are a good thing too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Fathers are a blessing for sure. But I think that the best thing that a mother could have is like, a cohesive, relation. I think single mothers, pregnant teens, the kind of unwanted progeny in society, all of those things. I think that it's a real shame. In my opinion, it's a real shame. I come from, people who, really prize the family structure. They have really huge extended families. I'm talking about Indian people, brown people. We have huge families, and I think that it's a great thing. I feel blessed to grow up in a huge family. Lots of cousins. I know all my cousins, all my aunts and uncles. I just think, and even though I really hate all of them, right? Right? Like I really dislike them, and I dislike them way more than I dislike average people because I have no attachment to average people. So because I expect so much more from these fucking people, so it's like a way that we could all get together and collectively hate each other, and then still be okay. It's like an extended family, and yeah, I mean, I like it. I think there should be more clans, for sure.
I'm confused. More clans. I'm
confused. I don't like the idea of more clans because I don't have one, so I'll be at a disadvantage unless I find out a way to get.
Well, sure you do. I'll make you a part of my family. You all are a part of. You all are a part of my family, so that's how we become a clan, right? It's fine.
I grew up in.
You can expand your notion of family, right?
Yeah.
Cajuns have large extended families too, and I think I benefited from that as well. Like,
yeah.
But I mean, that's not something people can. I mean, you're either born into that kind of environment or not, and
yeah, but
I think people that are benefit.
Oh yeah, but there's a way in which even if you weren't born in it, it works well to create one. You know, or
Yeah,
to
like
try
I
to
found.
forge one.
That's what we try to do here. Like create our
Oh
little
yeah, yeah,
community.
absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I'm in it for the long term.
Except
Most
without
people that
the
I
hating
meet.
each other, I guess.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. What was that, Jeff?
Except without the hating each other.
Well, I think that's a mutual part of it. I think the opposite of love is not hate; it's
It's
indifference.
indifference.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yep. I
So
agree
I
with that.
think,
I agree with
Yeah,
that
I
completely.
agree. I think hate is necessary. We were talking about the last night on flows,
yeah,
and I think hate has a positive. Well, okay, first of all, I think it's unavoidable because we're tribal creatures, status seeking, hierarchy. You're always going to need a scapegoat to create any kind of group. Somebody needs to be at the bottom of that hierarchy, and your hatred tells you who that scapegoat is for your group. So I think hatred gives you very important information socially when you're figuring out your place in a hierarchy. And so I
It's
think
like
it's unavoidable.
Is it like one of my favorite quotes from C.S. Lewis is from "Till We Have Faces." Says that a love like that can be 9/10 hate and still call itself love. You know, like you can act in a way that is like in your head is out of love, but you could still be acting out of hate because those two emotions are so deeply
Yeah,
connected.
they are.
Yeah, that
I have had people that I love that I've had love turn into hatred, and it's the same emotion. It's
yeah,
the
it
same
really is.
intensity of feeling directed at that
Yeah,
person. The
indifference
quality
is
of the
definitely the
emotion
opposite
changed, but the
of hate, of
emotion
love and hate.
itself, it was the same emotion.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. That's right. It's the
it's the
same.
context. The context is what changes. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
that's
yeah,
the
because like
bystander. The bystander effect is a great example of that. It's like you don't even if you disapprove of what somebody's doing, if you don't really know them, or you're not invested in them, and then when honor is involved, that means that you believe the person could have done better. Well, you don't extend that to a stranger, so
Right.
you don't yell at them. You know what I mean? You just go, well, this person's either crazy or, noxious. I don't want to spend time with them. You know what I mean? But if it's somebody you're personally involved, even to your own personal detriment, to where it becomes and I know Chris knows what I'm talking about because me and him have been there with somebody we love, right?
right.
It's like, oh shit,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah,
No, I mean, like, yeah, it gets. You can be in the. I mean, like, I can't say I ever to the point where I hated my wife like during going through all that at the same time, but like yeah, it got to the point where like yeah, I mean she was convinced she hated me and like when you get that kind of like constant negative vibe or whatever like pushed at you like that, it definitely changes your overall like I mean like I was telling my friend Mark who I keep getting him trying to get him to the stream and he's resistant. He doesn't. He's I don't know. He's nervous about getting on streams, I guess. But he's a cool guy. You guys would like him. But I was talking to him about like like right before we found Lindsay ended up going to the hospital. I found out she was schizophrenic. Right before that happened, I was literally in the process of packing up my things, and I like my friend Mark had invited me to come to Alaska where he lives and stay with him for a while and kind of try to restart and stuff. And I was trying to set up an apartment and try to get her set up with her mother and all that stuff. I was ready. I was ready to walk away from it all because I did not know she was schizophrenic. I didn't know it was. I thought it was just like some sort of bizarre mind game that was happening because it was all so confusing for me. I had no idea what was going on. All I knew is that I was being either ignored or completely like as though I didn't exist, and I felt like a ghost a lot of days, or that she was just like hurling like like venomous hate at me for no reason, and so like whenever I found out that there was when the diagnosis came through, that changed the whole thing. I was like like it's like holy, I felt like a real ass too. I felt like I feel like even though like I guess I had no reason to know that's what it was, but I still blame myself for not knowing it sooner. I still blame myself for not understanding what was happening. Like it just seemed so because like I never heard of someone just suddenly becoming schizophrenic and I didn't know it would happen like that and blah blah blah. I'm just saying, but I understand what you mean. I'm
I
just
know
trying to get
exactly what you're talking about, but it's not your fault, because you're not the one who caused the trauma, you know what I mean, to emerge in the
yeah.
first place, so you're just the one dealing with it at the moment, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a testament to your character. You know what I mean? So it's important for us to remember that because it's like, yeah, I feel that way too. I still kind of sometimes blame myself, but it's like Why should I do that? I'm not the cause of this person's trauma. You know what I mean? You know, I'm just the one who's you know, at the bitter end of it. Right? At a critical time, and that's why I feel like, you know, personally, that we were there for these people. You know, like I do feel like there's destiny. You know what I mean? And that's another thing. I feel like, you know, like, you know, whether we have a family or we create one, you know, like we're meant to know certain people. You know, like God has a master plan, I think. You know, and
I believe it. I don't
yeah,
believe there's anyone I've ever met, including the people that are on this panel. I don't believe I met anybody entirely by accident. As much as like I'd like to believe that,
yeah,
there's too many specific things I've learned that were too perfect for the moment, like that I needed to know that thing at that moment. That I just like, it's like the coincidence of that, the weight of the coincidence like crushes me. Whereas like the concept that maybe there was a pattern, or a, maybe it's not even, maybe not even, if you don't even call it God, it's just like a universal kind of like an universal kind of energy pattern, like something that's into some intelligence to the fabric of the
Oh, that's
universe.
called
That's just like,
synchronicity.
yeah,
Synchronicity is the
synchronicity.
word
Yeah,
for it.
yeah. I just, like me and Jack. I was telling Jack about the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment last night type thing. You know, like stuff like that. Like, you know, like absolutely just like blows me away. Like whenever you see the fact that even like light particles have like some degree of, they can tell like when they're being monitored and when they're not, and they change their behavior depending on that. That's just
yeah.
like
I think
insane.
I think there's a deeper aspect to that where it's like there's simultaneity. So like two things moving and doing the same thing on parallel like lines, you know, like they won't necessarily notice each other. They'll just be like, you know, they'll just pass by, they'll just be like, oh shit. You know, like it's kind of like if you're like moving, like driving the car at the same speed as somebody else for a while, you won't notice it's happening. You know, you just think they're like part of the view or something. You know, or something like a Doppler effect in terms of consciousness, you know, or some shit.
What'd you turn your camera back on for, Jack? We can't see anything besides a really cold gardener.
Oh, I wanted to test my mic and see if it's working now, because I tried 3 times and it wasn't working. So
Yeah, it's working fine. I'm just saying, just turn your camera on. Like, at least we have like, at least we can talk to like a. It looks like a
cold gardener.
You kind of look like a killer from a slasher movie, but you know that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to see if I could join the jihad unit. That's what I was trying to. I was trying to see if I can get admittance. You know.
Maybe the Colorado chapter. I don't know.
All roads seem to lead to Denver. Hank knows what I mean.
Maybe.
and Hank's like, yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, the roads lead to a lot of places. But the thing is,
I thought the roads led to Rome anyway.
I don't find what I said that the conspiracy theorists have a narrative, and I can't find the people that they say are in charge of recruiting. They just don't seem to exist.
You know,
that's what I'm so frustrated about. Like they keep telling me there's like the them, the they, that you know the controllers, and they recruit people. Like, why won't they hire me? I keep applying and they just don't ever get back. And I'm just like, come on, come on. I'm volunteering here. I want to be a Fed. Come on, let me be a Fed. You know.
I literally have a shape-shifting lizard avatar, and no one's hooking me up.
you know, Hank, you were. I don't want to detract from the great conversation you guys were having. So,
please, do it.
Please. No, yeah, Jeff was done with it, so I think we're good. We're moving on.
Well, if I could link it to this topic here, what we were just talking about, it seems rather fluid motion to link it to the notion of simultaneity and the concept of remote access. I recently discovered this concept of remote access Trojans, that people can use, kind of these remote access programs that they could kind of put on your computer, and then they have remote access to your computer almost as if they're the user of the
those have been around since
they even use them like some help sites when you call.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of scammers will like call you and trick you into putting one of those things on your computer so they can take control of your computer and then steal your money and shit like that.
Yes, so that's kind of what it is. It's just that on a massive scale, so that there's no need for there to be a conspiracy. It's just technology. It's just the way technology works on a mass scale. You know.
Yeah. Metasploit has
the hidden hand.
It's like a go-to-meaning kind of thing.
The hive mind.
I think the AI took our gerbs. That's what I think. I think they're just using AI feds now. They don't have real ones. They just like the AI take all our gerbs. You know.
Well,
we could all be getting fat checks from the government right now, but the AIs they put the AIs and now they take our gerbs, man. You know.
Well, that's the interesting thing I was looking at earlier is that AI actually doesn't exist, but the concept, it exists in the mind of people. It's already seeded the minds of people.
Yeah. No,
so
I agree.
That's true because it's large language.
It's just large it's just large algorithms. It's not artificial intelligence.
We're waiting on AI and quantum computing.
Well, that's what it is. That's what it is. They call those large algorithms AI,
and they're not. Yeah.
They say they are
not.
But is it? But is it?
No.
See, I was going to have a debate with
somebody.
somebody.
Python programs. No, it's not really AI. Except
I was going to have a debate with someone on AI on the Crucible. They canceled it, you know. What this person was going to end up arguing was that there's no difference between consciousness and physical brain states.
Oh, yeah, I would take that.
I'd be interested in that because I'm not sure there is either.
Yeah. So then you already agreed that the AI they have now, you might as well call it conscious because it's doing the same thing.
No, I don't.
Yes,
I don't think AIs are going to be conscious. So there's something
because it won't unless it's instructed to it.
But brain
do anything unless it's instructed to.
Important term here.
No, it's not that important.
Brains are technically
not the brain states.
Well, if you believe brains are a product of physical states, then they're programmed by the genes, you know. So or they're programmed by atoms or what have you, you know. So either way, it's deterministic. You know?
Yeah. Well, what I would say is that it's conscious but not sentient.
Yeah, I would say that.
I don't even know if it's going to be.
I would even say that I wouldn't say it's conscious either, but I would say that it's.
Well, that's the thing is that with pure physicalism, there is no such thing as consciousness.
Yeah, that's
but with
correct.
naturalism, there is.
No,
naturalism there can't be.
Physicalism, there is no consciousness because
there can't be
it's not simple.
Yeah, in that it supervenes on the physical. It emerges from its.
No. That's epiphenomenalism, but that's not what most naturalists believe.
Well, there seems to be this dichotomy. There seems to be a dichotomy where people think everything is conscious or nothing is conscious.
No, what Jeff just quoted is a fringe view within.
Well, no, it's straight out of the Wikipedia article on naturalism.
Yeah, it's French.
What that?
So just edit Wikipedia and let them know it's French because it's
anyone can
supervenes, but look at that term, supervenience.
Supervenience. It sounds like a super convenience store. A super convenience store.
Yeah, but yeah, there's no example for consciousness. So basically,
Bucky's on a term.
No, that word is
nature encompasses all that exists through space and time. It consists only of natural elements, that is, spatial, temporal, physical substance, mass, energy, etc. Nature operates by the laws of physics, and the supernatural does not exist.
Right. Where's consciousness in that?
Yeah, there's no sample for it.
Non-physical or quasi-physical substance, such as information, ideas, values, logic, mathematics, intellect, and other emergent phenomena, either supervene upon the physical or can be reduced to a physical account.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you look up that term supervenience. It's just caveated the fuck out.
Yeah, it's not defined.
It refers to relation between sets of properties of facts.
Yeah, exactly.
X is said to supervene on Y if and only if some differences in Y is necessary for any difference in X to be possible.
It's just like gravity. They don't know what it is. It's just like a placeholder until they figure out what it is.
Just like there's, and they give the chain of like supervenience. You have the elementary particles upon which atoms supervene, molecules emerge from and supervene on atoms, cells emerge from supervene on molecules, living things, social groups, etc. consciousness idea.
It's a
I
concept.
think in order for something to be conscious, it must be self-aware to the
But that's
same
all part of
degree.
naturalism. It's not French.
Right. But then
But then
according
you have to define what is self-aware. But yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but then,
I think,
but according to naturalism, everyone's socially determined.
Yes.
No, I'm not socially determined.
Well, according to naturalism, you are.
Yeah.
No, I don't. That
That's
wasn't
what it
any of the
says.
things I just read as the basic.
Yeah,
foundation
Society
for the-
supervenes on individual consciousness.
Yeah.
Or did I miss that part?
No, you didn't miss it. It's there.
It supervenes on living things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
But that
so
doesn't mean it determines those living things.
Of course, it does.
Why
No,
wouldn't it?
that's not what
Yeah.
emergence and supervenience is. And they gave the examples of atoms and molecules. Molecules don't determine the atoms determine the molecules.
Exactly.
So
it's the living things that would determine society and culture.
Well, then,
It's a feedback loop because then society and culture influences, but society and culture is the abstract.
No, it's the atoms at the bottom.
Well, is it really suggesting that yeah, exactly, Hank, the atoms are on the bottom. So does it is it really suggesting that society is less or more complex than the human mind?
That's a good question.
It's saying it's saying that society is more complex. That's what me and Hank are getting.
I personally think society is a little bit
Society
less
in the
complex,
sense of
but it's
culture,
more-
but I think culture is larger than any one person. But I think culture is created by human minds.
This
So
is
it's the
well, this
human
is
minds
what
that
me and
create
Jeff.
the culture in the first place.
This is where me and Jeff got stuck yesterday because we were talking about the complexity of just a single person, and then you add in one person, and then from there you extrapolate out into a group, into a society. How do you define A, what's healthy for an individual, and B, is the environment healthy? And how do you determine which one is sick and which one needs to be remedied? And then if you figure that out, how do you enact that? See what I'm saying? Like, it gets exponentially, infinitely more complicated.
There's an echo, Jack. Environments are unhealthy because individuals in it are unhealthy. If you can't have an unhealthy environment full of healthy individuals, it takes unhealthy individuals to cause the environment to be unhealthy.
That's another thing.
Evolution would say the opposite, though.
Yeah, but that's another thing is that environment seems like a supervenience structure on the individual, and so does society. It's like there's two different. It's like there's dual modes of supervenience on the individual. So that means there's more complexity.
If a bunch of people live in a toxic swamp that's killing them, I don't think that they're necessarily causing the toxic swamp.
It's more complex in the sense that it's greater than any of the individual units that compose it. Like a cell is more complex than a molecule is more complex than an atom, etc.
Yeah, and I think complexity is a determining factor.
And yet, it seems like that with the larger things get and the larger groups get, the more simplistic they become. Isn't that strange?
It's
like when you get to when you get to large like population sizes and stuff like that, they tend to be more easily.
I also think it's an artifact of scale, though.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I know
it
that's what I'm
averages
saying.
out.
It's like that scalability artifact like creates this really weird kind of like contradictory.
No, you could summarize it because all the changes average out, so you can make an easy, simpler summary of what's going on.
That's a good point. Yeah. I'm not claiming I thought that was literally something that was just like off the top of my head. I wasn't thinking it through that clearly. So that's a good point.
Well, it's just that complexity is just another word for more information coming in to a system. And the other thing is functionality. It's different from complexity. I guess. There's more information in an environment than there is in an individual because it's the environment that composes the individual. But its society is some extrusion of individual consciousness which supervenes on the biological human. So I think consciousness is more complex than the biological substrate of that, and then I think that society is more complex than the individual consciousness.
And yet we still almost know nothing about our own brains.
You might have a point.
Schematic, but yeah, what was that, Jeff?
You might have a point in the sense that two individuals and intersubjectivity. So when two minds meet, that's more complex than just one individual mind alone in a room by itself. You're adding a second mind and you're complexifying the individual by doing that. And is it the Marxists or the socialists some say that like the largest unit of society is two people? Like you can't.
Well, but it doesn't. But I would argue it. Sorry to interrupt you. I would argue one thing first, that it doesn't only double the complexity; it exponentially increases the complexity, right?
Well,
like
maybe,
it's not,
and it probably depends on the minds too. Like adding Einstein with some half-retarded special ed kid. I don't know.
You know who might be able to offer a really interesting perspective on this, Jeff, is Satan.
Yes, let's ask Satan.
Let's ask Satan. You created a Satan character, so like let's
okay,
ask
what are we
Satan.
asking?
What do you think?
Well, I want to mention this really quick before I forget. Yeah, I think that I would be curious if Machine would be able to drag Scorbina's panpsychism into this, because I think that might help us kind of contextualize what we're talking about. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's kind of my hunch on this subject matter.
Yeah, I mean that gets to the problem of emergence. Because if emergence has to come, it either has to be gradual or it has to be brute. And brute emergence seems magical.
Yeah, I think it's gradual. It seems. I mean, I don't know if it makes a difference.
And then that's the problem of parts to whole. How they function. So then it goes to the problem of functionality. Of parts to whole. How do they interact? What parts make up? What parts do you put together and poof, here comes the consciousness.
Right. At what point does consciousness emerge?
Exactly. So that's just an inherent problem, within the theory.
I mean, mine emerged when I was about 2.5, 3 years old. I can trace the emergence of my own conscious, and it's felt continuous since. So at some point, the consciousness was there before because as a toddler I could crawl around and play with things.
An infant.
It's the memory. So, like, I guess the relationship of consciousness to memory, because if you don't have memory
or language,
it would just be this infinitesimal moment of awareness that would flash out the minute it happened.
Memory and language are what are really how.
Well, that's how you quantify it. Doesn't mean that's not how you qualify it, though. You could
AI.
I think that language is necessary for true consciousness.
My computer has both language and memory.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say, Hank. Is that
right? That's why I think there's something more required for consciousness than just that.
It's
like,
different. It's
different.
different.
The human brain is organic.
Language is different.
It requires whatever the brain is. There's something organic.
Being organic development, I think.
I don't think you can simulate.
A computer's language is very rigid and it's very concrete. Human language is very creative and expressive and flexible.
I did not have language at 2.5 years old. I had not acquired language yet, and I still have memories.
Because this isn't
different levels of consciousness.
This isn't an easy problem, guys. You guys are walking into a trap because
because
the philosophy of language. You have Quine on the one side, you have Chomsky on the other side. You'll be down, Bucksville Road.
Yeah, and I'm a Chomskyite.
Yeah.
I'm a Chomskyite.
Well, I'm a Quineite, so I think this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad.
I might be closer to a Quineite myself.
Yeah, I'm probably
what I can remember of him.
What's the difference?
Well, I had set up the eye to ask something to Satan, but I can do another one.
It's whether language is a product of behaviorism, as Quine would suggest, or it's a product of inherent functionality within the brain, as Chomsky would suggest.
No, language is acquired, definitely, but there's something about the brain that's like primed to be able to acquire it. There's some kind of like there's something in the brain that lets us acquire the language in the first place.
What was that video you just
it has
sent
to
me
come
last night,
from external. It has to come from outside.
remember that video you just showed me last night, Jack? That little clip where they talked about the what's the name of this book? It's I've read it before, but he talks about that reality was created by language or created by something like that.
I'm not sure. It might have been that Greg Braden thing, but
Yeah.
my question would be like, if we're saying that, for example, like I would say this, like, does that mean that if you have a set of humans that don't have language and they just kind of like use body language, does that still count? Or what if they use or what if they use telepathy where there's no like pronunciation, but it's just concepts and vision and
That's
stuff, right?
That's a language still.
Yeah, I still think it's a language.
Well, but then it gets into like, well, how do we define language? How do we define language? It's defined by humans for humans, essentially.
Yeah,
So
you could ask me if they were using
representation, symbolic representation.
okay, well, but here's the problem, though. A lot of people accept math as above human beings, meaning math exists without human beings. But math is a language; it's not a universal concept in a material sense.
I agree. It's very possible that math is just something we made up.
The problem is that they're mixing math up with computation. Computation's above human language, but math is the language we came up with to understand computation.
Yeah. I mean, to some degree, math is something we just made up. I mean, it does seem to work. Math works. It does produce results, but there are so many mathematical equations that don't add up and don't work like they should, that it makes me think that even the way we developed math is on some, and maybe some very fundamental level, is possibly wrong.
Well, I think that's what Machine was talking about when he said functionality is different than complexity, right? Like,
Yeah, that's the thing with language. You have the complexity and lack of functionality in terms of translation, in terms of meaning, and in terms of just grammar. So you have all sorts of these things that it doesn't share with math. So
I love Nail, that movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I think math is fundamentally different than just language, although math requires a language in order to become communicable, which is interesting, but
math is a language.
And consciousness or conscientiousness?
It's a strict language. So math is a language, but it usually
Nathan,
used for understanding
get up
how
on here.
systems work.
Hey Nathan.
It's
and hey Ice Girls.
It's an optimized language to do communicate certain things.
What, math is optimized?
Nathan is a mathematician.
Yeah.
He could settle this for us.
Yeah, I don't know, Nathan, but if you're a mathematician, please come on and school us on this. Like, tell us how stupid we are.
I don't know. I think language can often communicate things that are, that math has a hard time communicating. You know what I'm saying, Hank?
Yeah,
I see math as a language. Just
it is.
Music is a language.
It's a rather rigid one too.
It needs language.
Until you.
I don't know how rigid it is. I mean, look at pure mathematics.
Theoretical mathematics is almost a different language itself, though. It's like it breaks down. Like I'm talking like basic mathematics is very rigid and it's very like
when you say rigid, do you mean precise? I don't know what.
Yeah, precise. I just mean it's fixed. It's a fixed thing, like 1 + 1 = 2, like that sort of thing. Like this number plus this number times this number, it equals this. Whereas you get to theoretical mathematics, and you're talking about, you're taking like concepts and putting them in place, and like you put this symbol there for that, and you divide it by the, and you create these computations that are like large number models that are almost like that are.
No, you do other things like I don't think they use the term theoretical mathematics. It's called mathematics themselves. So like you can make a zero ring system, which every number is actually zero, but it's not useful for anything.
I don't know. To me, like calculus and trigonometry are almost are like a different dialect of mathematics than.
But it's still math. Like if you're talking about math, you can't really rule out.
It's like a different dialect, right? Like we have different dialects
Not
for.
Really.
Yeah, really. I agree with Chris on this.
Like in China, like you have Mandarin and you have what's the other one?
I don't think it's a different dialect. It's still math. it has applications with whatever it's
Well, maybe I'm wrong.
designed for. It has
I mean,
applications
I
in
very well might
geometry,
be wrong.
trigonometry.
No, it's both. It's different. It's different.
Trigonometry is the
parts
one thing
of
I've
math.
never used in my life. I went to trigonometry and I don't remember a damn thing about it, and I don't think I've ever used it.
Yeah,
I remember sine,
it's
sine,
takes one
cosine,
to
tangent.
understand a lot of like what do call it, geometry. There's
Yeah,
different
geometry,
parts of
yeah.
math. There's different specialties.
Yeah. See, geometry to me, once again, seems like a
I
different
don't
dialect
know.
of math.
It's all math. I don't know what makes algebra different from geometry, different from trigonometry. That makes one more or less math than the other.
Well, it's like Mandarin Chinese is still Chinese, even though like there's other dialects that, like that are
But Mandarin
are applied
Chinese,
differently.
like you can go your whole life and never learn Mandarin Chinese and speak English. But in math, you need to know trigonometry, geometry, calculus, whatever, because that makes up all part of the field of mathematics.
Well, no,
so in
not
order to do
necessarily.
certain types of math, you have to know those
Well,
to speak
yeah,
the
but
larger language of math.
Yes, but you don't have to
I don't know if a
do all
mathematician
different types
can
of
get
math
by
at
just
every
on
single day.
algebra and never have to know trigonometry or geometry.
There's specialists in math. There's people who specialize in one area or another.
Sure, but it's
and
all
watch
math.
number five, you would know
It's all interlocking and
Look at the people
in a
that do
way
like
that Mandarin and
big number
English is
theory
not.
stuff, like supersymmetry stuff. Like, so they feel like the supersymmetry shit. That stuff is like way. It's just it doesn't even resemble any math I've ever seen. It's supposedly still math, but you're saying it, like the guy that talked about finding the error correcting computer code in the supersymmetry equations. Like that kind of guy. That guy's level of math. Like that guy's level of math is foreign to me as speaking.
You probably
as
don't
speaking
need it
a dead
outside of
language.
Reddington, unless you're doing some kind of science in college.
That's very true, Nathan.
Unless you're
McCormick.
going on to work in the sciences. The discussion isn't far off what professional mathematics might be having behind closed doors. Most realists Monday through Saturday, and on Sunday they're playing.
Yep. Yeah, that goes to the complexity of trying to figure out the language models. You know, that they're imprecise. You know, that you could perfect the algorithm. You know, and that algorithm even has ways to improve on itself. You know, but you know, you have to input data into it, and it has an imperfect interpretation of the data. You know, so no math perfectly lines up with language. I mean, that's increasingly what the AI keeps showing. You know, you know, but it goes to the level of, you know, just how much people think it's real, because obviously, you know, people think, you know, different levels of it. I was just thinking about this yesterday, that people think that either reality is a simulation, that AI is already invented and it's being kept secret, that it's already exists because it's just a naturalistic language.
We're already living in the AI simulation, possibly, right? That kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, AI theory goes from the
or like holographic theory or holographic universe theory. That one's crazy.
Yeah. The theory about the AI is literally stretches into like the metaphysical.
That's not even from conspiracy theorists. That's from scientists. That's from people that work in science.
That's from actually the people who are developing the AI are the people who push that the most.
Yeah,
you know, like,
the people that talk about this stuff are not this crazy conspiracy theorist people.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I was gonna show it on my show. Hopefully, I don't get struck for it. But I have an old video of the show Closer to Truth, and if you know, have you guys ever seen this show Closer to Truth?
I don't know if I've seen that one before. I can't think of seeing it before.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, well, they interview Marvin Minsky and Ray Kurzweil about how they're living in a simulation. And this guy Marvin Minsky, I mean, it's no surprise to see Ray Kurzweil say it, because he believes in transhumanism and all these other things. You know, this kind of science fiction-y stuff. But then, you know, to just hear Marvin Minsky, to just hear that trippingly just roll off his tongue, you know, and him just say, "Oh yeah, you know, it's just a simulation, maybe." You know, the universe. Like, yeah, wow. So, like, yeah, you mean the thing you're working on in a lab? You think that that's what the universe is about? What are the odds? You know what I'm saying? Like maybe megalomania.
you know, and you know about cymatics, right?
Oh yeah.
Paul was supposed to create a video on that. Or no, that was phylomimetics. Never mind.
You know, cymatics is one of those things that those fundamental like elements of reality that I don't think we even have begun to really fully explore. I found a video on YouTube that was posted that goes back to I think it was made in the 70s. Where this guy was like doing these cymatics experiments all the way back then. And like I'll send them to you, Machine. You'll find them really interesting. Like especially because like this is how far back it goes, and they were doing like all the things with different kinds of materials and stuff like that. You put them on a vibrating surface, and like the difference of the vibration creates the different patterns, and like those are the same patterns that like those patterns like come very close to being like they're patterns that we recognize in other things and other forms of nature and stuff like that. And like they're extremely did he swallow truth or God? What?
Who swallow truth or God?
Yeah, did who swallow truth or God?
Yeah,
Me?
you, Chris. Yeah.
Why? Because I'm talking about cymatics? Is
Yes.
cymatics like I didn't know truth. I don't know truth or God, so I don't know.
And you're talking a lot, so yes.
How am I?
I like
I
this
was
guy.
I was quiet. I was quiet for like a long time. How am I talking too much?
No, I said a
You always
lot.
talk
I
to
didn't
him.
say
There's
too
no-
much. I just said a lot.
Yeah, he always
we're
talks a lot.
We all talk a
That's
lot.
his ADHD brain.
And Jeff's the only one that doesn't. Jeff's the one that talks the least, I guess, about of all of us. But like we all talk a lot. That's fine. I don't give a shit. Anyway, I'll send those videos to you, Machine. I think you'll find them really fascinating. Like there's some of the best. Like there's like plenty more modern cymatic experience out there, cymatics videos out there. But these ones from like the 60s or 70s or whatever they were, they really blew me away. Like they showed like how like with these vibrations, like these chains of almost caterpillar type things form. They move and they take on like very naturalistic like motion and stuff like that. It's very. I mean, it's like sound.
I'm not the devil.
Okay.
When he was invited to give the keynote address for an absolute, he began with the words, "I am not the devil."
Who is this?
And then it says, "Yes, I am the devil." He hesitated for a moment and shouted out, "Are you not the devil?" "Yes, I am the devil." Okay, I'm starting to like this guy.
Who is this? Kurzweil. Okay.
Minsky. My ex was into Kurzweil. He was crazy. He was transhumanist. He wanted to download his brain into a computer and everything.
Yeah, I wanted to go to they had that little university set up by Kurzweil. I really wanted to go there, but I couldn't afford it.
Oh my God, Kurzweil. Just maybe it's because I had a bad experience with this one person who was into him, but it really turned me off for Kurzweil, living with one of his fans.
Well, then I read Kurzweil's book, and then I was like, this dude is going to destroy humanity at what he's trying to do, you know?
No, they're not long box. We like that here. So
yeah, this guy was on
you can come join too if you want.
This guy was on the Epstein list.
Was he?
Yeah. Minsky.
The Epstein list I've never seen something fizzle as much as the Epstein. They did 2 document dumps on them.
I know.
I heard
I
nothing
knew it was
about
gonna
it.
be like
Twitter
that.
did nothing with it. YouTube, social media, nothing. Nobody was interested.
Because there wasn't anything on there that anybody didn't already know.
Yeah, but they take every little breadcrumb of everything else and try to connect something to it. They did nothing with this one.
Because it was stuff that was already known. There was nothing new.
That doesn't stop them from running. What about all the other stuff? The fact that something's known has never stopped a conspirator before. What about all the other stuff that we know that they still run with?
Like flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the Epps list? I saw where that Ray Epps guy got probation or something. The January 6th guy.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I have a theory about why. I have a few conspiracy theories about why that Epstein thing is not really going to take off.
Shoot.
One, I think. First of all, I think if there is any truth to it, it's being used as a distraction from other things associated with that whole thing. That's first. Second of all, I think it's dubious as to whether that list is real, because I think that I heard somebody else say this. I can't remember who it was, but I think somebody said something to the effect of they would rather burn this country down than let that list be released if it was real, because the connections would just be devastating to the credibility of the United States of America. First, that second.
Well, they did the burn down thing with the soft closing thing.
Oh Lord, when do I get my show back?
Okay, and then let me go to the next one, and then here's a next level of it, in my opinion. Well, I mean, I'm hypothesizing here, and the third thing is, let's say that there is some truth to it. All these truther channels like We Are Change and Alex Jones, they're going to start naming names, and then when you start naming these people on your channel, guess what? You're going to get threatened. You're going to get sued. You're going to lose your channel. See what I'm saying? Because you can't prove those accusations. That's what I think is going on.
Chris, I don't think you talk over people at all. And I do think you stimulate conversation. Sometimes you get lost in details that might not always be relevant. But
what do you think of my theory, Jeff? What do you think of my theory?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Jeff.
I thank you for sharing your opinion, Jack.
Well, what's your opinion then? What's your opinion?
I just said my opinion. It went nowhere. I was surprised at how.
I know, but why would you think that would? I mean, if there's truth to it, why would that?
I thought it would generate more conversation than it.
Okay, well, I just hypothesize. I put a hypothesis forward about why that might happen. Do you have any hypothesis?
I have no hypothesis why at all. Like it's other than it's
so
just not.
So
not as
if there is any, so if major corporate entities and politicians and executives are wrapped up in a blackmail operation with a Israeli genetic
you
guy,
would think
you don't. I mean, but you have no interest in that, is what you're saying. You're saying I'm not really interested if that's the case, right?
Hey, no, Jack. I have a hypothesis.
What is the kids in Maui think?
Well, I think it's more interesting. I think it's more interesting that Jeff doesn't have any interest in that. I think that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I think that's more
I don't have
interesting.
any interest in any conspiracy theory until I have reason to. I have no reason to think that what you said is even a real thing yet.
So
and the Epstein thing didn't have any like fire behind the smoke apparently to have people saying this.
I have a counter hypothesis, Neil Jack. So
all right, let's hear it.
Whoever, so usually conspiracy theorists are usually more to the right, but Donald Trump is also on the list. So instead of talking about who's on the list, they would rather ignore the list because it doesn't give them a good look. The optics are bad. So
from what I heard, even from the leftist media, that the only way that Donald Trump was mentioned was that people asked if he was there, and no one saw him there. That was what I heard reported like NBC or something like that.
But here's the problem with your theory, Hank. You're assuming that the left and the right aren't working on the same level to some degree. Isn't that kind of like a linchpin of your theory?
They are clearly working on the same level. They're playing the same political game, but they're usually on the right that's going on the conspiracy theory stuff. And if their guys can get tarred and feathered by it, they'll clam up.
Majority normie. Oh my god.
Well, but my point is, I don't think that most of the people on the right really care if their guy gets elected, because I think
I'm gonna give. There's a tweet I came across today that I think gives a very sane and balanced take on the Epstein thing. I'm going to share it, and this is my final word on the Epstein thing until I have reason to give another one. But his hot take is that Epstein apparently made hundreds of millions of dollars in fees because he managed several billionaires to let him manage their money. And then he spent a lot of his money trying to associate with important people. And if you offer important people a free flight on a private jet to a private island, a lot of them will take you up on it. And that's the extent of his involvement with them. Donations to pet causes and free vacations. His sex crimes were unrelated to his association with prominent people.
They're related because the sex crimes happened largely on his private island. So
that's a bold claim to say that it's unrelated.
And
I mean,
it's also
isn't
a
that
bold claim to
It's a
connect
bold
every
claim.
single person that flew to his island with the sex crime. So it's a bold claim either way. And
well? I mean, either way,
my boldness
it's a
is on
bold
the side of
claim.
if I'm going to be
To
bold,
say
I'm
to
There's
say
some
that
middle ground.
to say with definity that it can't
I don't
possibly
connect
be
dots
connected.
without reason. I'm
There's
just
some
not going
middle
to.
ground there.
But you
This
are
person
necessarily
flew to
what you are
Epstein's
you
island,
are
so therefore he was involved in the sex. I'm not going to make that assumption about anyone.
Yeah, you don't have to make that assumption, but you can't say it's unrelated either yet. In fact, it's false that it's unrelated.
Yes, they are unrelated until I have a reason to connect them. They get the benefit of the doubt. They get
each individual gets the benefit of the doubt.
That is the
but
American
there is
way.
a relationship between the sex crimes and that connection to Island.
well. To be fair, he's probably not only an American citizen.
I'm sorry I even brought up Epstein. We were getting into consciousness and AI and machine and all that stuff. That was way more interesting.
Well, I agree. Let's look. Can we look up the genetic interest, research interest that he had? Can we ask the AI about that?
Okay, what am I asking Satan or just normal AI, or is it
Just
the same
normal, just the normal
Okay.
one.
What am I asking it?
Asking him.
I
Ask
think,
what.
I think Satan would have better
What-
have better
Wait,
insight.
let
To
me
be
hear.
honest.
Well,
Landon,
ask
let
him
me
what.
hear.
Ask him what. Ask it what genetic research he was interested in and involved in.
Who? Epstein?
Yeah.
I thought we were moving off that topic.
Well, I just want to wrap it up with this last point and see if you think this is interesting.
Well,
enough.
This doesn't sound like wrapping
there's
it up.
there's a little bit of a bridge there because the guy was an ardent transhumanist. You know, that's the kind of businesses that he was actually involved in. You know, he was in a lot of like transhumanist type of
Like Kurzweil stuff.
yeah, like very much like Kurzweil. Like his own
Wasn't
ideas were
directly
like
involved in any confirmed and legitimate genetic research, but his name surfaced in connection with the field due to two disturbing aspects. Interest, personal fixation on genetics and eugenics. My ex had this too. He was into eugenics. And I wonder if it comes from Kurzweil. Interest in improving the human race and plans involving his own DNA, like to see the human race with his. And this is gossip. This is alleged. None of it's definitive. And the second one is funding scientific research. He did fund scientific research through his foundation, but his support was not substantial and it lacked a clear connection to genetics. And then
but
there
the
was
thing
some
about him trying to like clone himself with his sperm and stuff, like he did experiments on his sperm and like try to clone himself.
It says some sources, and again, this is gossip, describe his vision as creating a super race through genetic engineering and artificial intelligence.
Can you copy that last sentence and say what sources?
Close it out.
Can you ask for those sources on that specific claim? What sources claim that? Let's ask that question.
Yeah, but I'm not into eugenics. My ex wanted to sterilize poor people so they couldn't breed. He was disgusting.
He sounds like a lovely feller.
Huh?
You were just trying to change him, right?
What?
I said, were you trying to change his evil ways?
No, I broke up with. I couldn't
Well,
even.
one guy who is involved in I guess like known conspiracies is not directly connected to them, but he is connected to Ghislaine Maxwell, which is Robert Maxwell.
Oh yeah, I remember him. He surfaced a lot during the Trump
he's into like a lot of like weird stuff. Like he's
what what did you want me to ask you, Jack?
Can you take that last sentence where it says that some sources allege, and then can you copy and paste that part and say what sources allege that part?
Yeah, I could do that.
Let's see if it shuts you down.
Oh, we're trying because it's involved in the conspiracy. Okay, we'll try to break the AI.
Yes,
the claim.
exactly.
Okay. Oh, it gives very specific articles. New York Times 2019, a detailed investigative report titled Epstein Plan to Seed the Human Race with His DNA. Pretty straightforward. The Guardian 2019, an article entitled Epstein reportedly hoped to develop super race of humans with his DNA. Books, Jeffrey Epstein, Power, Wealth, and Perversion by Virginia Roberts Giuffre. I recognize her name. That's the one that brought the charge against him, his accuser. Documentaries, Jeffrey Epstein, Filthy Rich 2020 on Netflix. Alleged conversations. These are alleged now. Unnamed scientists and researchers. Several reports cite accounts from scientists who interacted with Epstein and described conversations about his interest in using technology. These anecdotes, while unverified, contribute to the broader picture of Epstein's alleged vision. So there's some of the sources.
Well, and here's the thing, though. Hold on, Jeff. You knew someone who had the exact same alleged view of this guy, and you still think that there's not anything interesting about the story.
It's not interesting to me. It's disgusting to me. The person I knew, he was very wealthy. So this could be something that wealthy people that move around in those circles pick up. But as far as I know, the guy was not connected to anyone else. This was his own personal. It's like he wasn't.
Well, I mean, if you think that something should be done, and you have access to large amounts of money and influence, I mean, it's logical to think that you might invest and look into such.
Yeah, but to my
options.
knowledge, he was not investing in anything or taking action himself. This was just like his fantasies. Like Joshua Jones, his fantasies about throwing people into a volcano. This was his fantasies.
Joshua Jones might be fantasizing because he also knows that it might not be that hard to ascertain as well. I mean, he's a pragmatist, as he says, right? So, I mean, not ascertain, but obtain his goals. You know, like he might be fantasizing to some degree, but he also might realize
Joshua
that
Jones supposedly is wealthy too. So, like, he has.
Well, there you go.
If he wanted it. So I guess like when you get too much money and like time on your hands and you get that detached from the human race, you start coming up with all kinds of crazy ideas. The little circles you run in are probably coming up with the same detached, crazy ideas that you're all feeding each other.
Well, here's the thing, though. Am I the conspiracy theorist, or is the New York Times the conspiracy theorist?
I didn't read the article. I don't know what your conspiracy theory is.
Well, I mean, that's the source for the claims. I mean,
you believe that he was if there's this many sources saying that he had this vision to seed his DNA, then he may have had that vision, because I know from first-hand experience that rich people can have crazy visions.
I don't know if I am able, because I'm not an expert, to say that the New York Times might not be telling the truth. I mean, I think people get in trouble for that kind of.
Oh, there was The Guardian. There was that book that lady wrote. There was that Netflix documentary. So I don't know. It's not just one source, and I'd have to read and I'm not interested enough. I'd have to read the articles and see what their sources are, and then follow up on what their sources for this are, etc. And I got to go pee. So y'all carry on. This can be Epstein moment, but when I get back, I want to switch it back to consciousness and philosophy.
For sure.
You just put to consciousness now. It's just Jeff Drax's fiend refuses to find the term, and it's very annoying discussing it with him.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to get to the bottom of within the naturalistic framework. You know, there's obviously, you know, the problem of brute emergence. You know, maybe we can start at that angle.
Yeah. So if we assume physicalism, there's not consciousness because it's not a thing. We just made it up.
Exactly.
We made up on top of the things that actually exist. It's an abstraction. But yeah. The only things that really exist is the symbols. And I had this discussion.
That's right.
Before.
Yeah.
So have you read Ozian Talks' book? I'm not sure, but you'll be interested. Let me get it.
And that's why I brought complexity into the discussion anyways, but supervenience is better looked at in terms of just complexity, you know, because supervenience is a highfalutin term that literally redoundeth to nothing.
Yes, it's just a thing. It's a thing we made up. That's what supervenience means. And Jeff would say, well, there's a term for it, so it must be real. That's absurd. I can make a new term right now.
Well, that goes back to the issue of language too. You know, that language has something to do with consciousness, and so does math. But the relation between the two is not very forthright.
Well, you can make a mapping for it, but it may not have any use beyond an arbitrary mapping.
Yeah, and that brings in the third thing, which is experience. Just you know, the fact of experience. You know, which is not able to be put in terms at all. You know,
and another thing, in the incompleteness theorem, because of pretty much any system won't be both consistent and complete at the same time once it gets too complex.
And hi, Raccoon, welcome.
That's what created epiphenomenalism. Do you know about that, Jeff? This thought
I do
experiment?
believe in epiphenomenon. Like the mind is an epiphenomenon of the brain.
Yeah, but that's one of the suppositions within
Of naturalism.
epiphenomenalism is that experience is not knowledge.
What do you mean by that?
Like for example, he did this great thought experiment where he said Mary's in a room. She's in a room with black and white, and she learns everything there she needs to know about color. She gains all the knowledge there is that we have on the books about color. So she knows what color is, right? She learns that in this room, but she's tied up blindfolded, right? And she can't see anything, and it's a black and white room. So then she walks outside the room and she sees a red flower. And yeah, I don't know why this sounds Rosicrucian because it's Mary and the red flower. Maybe Chris could chime in on that one. But yeah, you know, but yeah, she sees a red flower, and the red flower is supposed to communicate the experience of red. That even though she gained all the knowledge about red in that room, she never experienced red.
It sounds like knowledge is not experience, not that experience is not knowledge.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think knowledge is experience either. In fact, we've used this little model on the show before. Knowledge is perception and judgment, and understanding is intuition and experience, and all of that together makes up.
That gets a little bit dualistic, you know. It goes into dualism, you know, a little bit, I think.
But I don't think knowledge alone is like. I think experience.
And I'll be right back,
guys. To bring knowledge into understanding. I think So that little experiment makes complete sense to me.
I wanted you to. Can you look up fiducialism regarding epistemology? Because I think that's kind of where you and I got stuck in our epistemology when we talk about these subjects, and I want to make sure we understand the same term and its definition.
I might have to go to the AI. I'm not coming up with.
Yeah, the AI will be a good one. Fiduciary epistemology is what it's called. It's a major epistemological branch.
It says it's not a widely recognized term within mainstream epistemology. Let me see if I can narrow it down.
That's not what it told me yesterday. I think it's called fiducialism or something like that. Something.
Yeah, I'm going to ask it about that. Philosophical theory of James Banks. Fiducialism, Everything is Trust, is the book he wrote. It proposes a radical philosophy built on the idea that everything is based on trust. He argues that consciousness itself is a form of trust, and that to fully exist is to fully trust. This theory delves into deep philosophical questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and knowledge. The second one. Yeah, I mean, I've said before many times, I don't think we ever, like, as humans with human brains, we're not ever going to have ultimate truth. There is an element of trust, and we're going to have whatever partial truth our brains give us. And like the sun coming up tomorrow is, we just trust that it's going to happen. The central tenet is trust is the foundation. Oh Lord, this gets, because it's describing this one guy and his theory, so it's basically describing his book. Everything that we consider real, including our own consciousness, arises from and rests on a fundamental act of trust. Like, it's not conscious or deliberate, but it's an inherent feature of how reality functions. We trust that our sense experiences are reliable reflections of the external world, that our internal mental processes exist and operate as we perceive them, and that these two realms are somehow interlinked. Yeah, philosophy's been saying this for a while. The implications are subjectivity and intersubjectivity. Individual consciousness becomes unique trust networks. Our experiences, thoughts, and perceptions are shaped by the specific patterns of trust within our own networks. Meaning and interpretation arise from the act of trusting. We trust certain patterns of experience as being significant and interpret them as objects, events, or relationships. The role of language. Language plays a crucial role in perpetuating and reinforcing trust networks. So he gives 3 questions. If trust is the fundamental building block, what grounds this trust itself? Is it an inherent property of the universe or something else entirely? Skepticism and doubt. How can we reconcile the idea of universal trust with the existence of skepticism, doubt, and even deception, and implications for ethics and knowledge? If reality is based on trust, does this have implications for how we approach ethical questions and the pursuit of knowledge? I'm not really hearing anything new in this that hasn't already been considered by the philosophy I've read. But it's interesting to think about for sure.
Well, I would say, like, you know, if we're trying to root our epistemology and we're not taking into consideration who, how, what, where, why, and why we trust, and how that relates to our ethics, then really, what are we doing at the end of it, right? Just kind of like
You're a little hard to hear. It's like you're far away from the mic.
what I'm saying is, if we don't have a who, what, where, why, and when we trust, and we to ground our epistemology and our ethics, then really we're just kind of playing ping pong with ideas, aren't we?
Yeah, even that's fun. I do that. I do, like, ask myself those questions. How do I know? How do I know what I know? How do I know this is what I think is true, and why do I trust that? Like, and even in like rhetoric, which in some sense preceded philosophy, you have ethos, pathos. Machine divides it into eros and thymos, and you have logos. And ethos is that establishing of trust and credibility. Why should you listen to that speaker and trust what he has to say over other speakers? So establishing that sense of ethos, I do take that into account. Like when I'm speaking myself, I try to establish credibility, but when I'm listening to other people and taking inputs from various sources, I try to ask what their ethos is and why I should trust them as a source, or why I should believe their view of things. So I guess it's built into what I do. I'm used to taking into account trust.
It kind of sounds like pragmatism, and that's what takes me back to Quine on the language issue, you know, because I think he had the appropriate understanding of that. Because when we look at the language models, you know, it's simply that complexity equals meaning, you know, and you can over contextualize you know, meaning, you know, so that content becomes, you know, essentially meaningless, you know. So there's this quality of language, you know. For example, just in the word AI itself, you know, like poof, there it is. You know, just because somebody made up a word, literally.
Right. And because you're taking something like artificial, and then you have to define what is artificial, then you have to define what is intelligence, and then you have to relate that to what we understand that means in a human context. And then how does that relate to nature, and how does that relate to organic versus non-organic matter, and how does that relate to consciousness? And you know, we don't even know the answer to the component, so the term itself is like a nebulous thing that we're projecting what we want to believe on it. And I think this is why I'm so skeptical of a lot of technology and a lot of this stuff, because it's kind of inherent in the concepts itself. It's like we can't even answer the components of the concepts or the notions, but we're just going to, it kind of allows you to project whatever you want onto it, and then people can just say, yep, that's what it is, and then you just go with that assumption because you're not really, because even they don't know what it is that they're doing, in a sense, right? And I think this is kind of what Skrbina says in a much better, more coherent way than I can, and I'm sure Machina said similar things in a very coherent way. I'm just trying to, you know, put it in layman's terms because that's all I got.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at a lot of scientists today and philosophers today, it seems like they're moving more towards a view of either panpsychism, pantheism, panentheism, or idealistic monism. You know, you see idealistic monism cropping up too. You know,
Yeah, I
where,
would have said idealistic monism if you didn't mention it. Yes.
yeah.
But
So
I
so
am.
What does that mean? Because I've never heard that term before.
Oh,
well, they're all
so
just
idealistic.
different.
Let me handle this one.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, Hank. Yeah.
So idealistic monism states that everything's made of one substrate, and it says that it's mind or ideas or computation. So
Yeah.
instead of it being one thing or another thing, it's all just one substrate, and it's a perception issue, what we can see and what we can't see, but it's all one thing.
What doesn't that collapse ethics and epistemology and everything, basically? I mean, that basically collapses all knowledge.
Yes, yes, it does. But we still can just have an opinion on it. It's emotivism.
So it's
So, yeah.
So it's basically subjectivism as a philosophy, like philosophical philosophy in life.
Let me put it this way: it's all mental, but we're not the root mind.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of a theory of a universal mind, therefore monism. But it's like saying that there's one substance, and the substance is not matter, but it's mind.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just kind of like, you know, it's just going into that. You know, whereas they find it way easier to prove mind, you know, as a starting point, obviously, because you start with perception anyways. You know, that's the problem with epistemology. You know, so essentially they bring it forward through that, and they say, well, since you can't discount the presence of mind, you know, and you have no way to solve the problem of brute emergence, well, why not just posit that it exists?
What if it's gradual emergent? Like, why do you have to prove brute emergent? And what is matter and energy in this?
Well, that's the thing with the gradual emergence. There's a problem of parts to whole. You know,
what's the problem?
The problem is what builds up into what?
I don't think it's a problem on the molecular or cellular level.
Oh, but it is.
Yeah.
Pick your symbols.
Yeah, because then on that level, it's just pure determinism. You know.
So is the problem when it stops being deterministic?
Oh, well, that could be one way.
And there even on that level, there's an element of randomness to it. And then when you get up to the quantum level,
well, that's another
there's
question.
all kind of even crazier stuff.
is there a such thing as randomness?
Yeah, that's true.
That I mean, it hasn't been proven, and that's the problem with parts to whole thinking. Is that if random, small things could build up, and it could be random changes that build up into a coherent whole, then how does that process happen? When does something become a thing, essentially different from something else,
So things would be random, but still run a procedure, so it becomes a whole. Like NetHack is generated, right, becomes a dungeon for monsters, or Elite is randomly generated, but it becomes multiple solar systems to traverse.
Yeah.
So there's randomness, but there's a whole that you have because it's based on a seed. Like Minecraft is random, but it becomes a world to traverse.
And I think that that's the unsolvable problem. Is infinity itself is that there is infinite divisions within a finite boundary, yet everything is connected. It's whole. So there's no separation between anything. So you can't just kerchlunk out this section of reality and say this is happening. Apart from what? In relation to what? Everything is happening in relation to something. Everything is happening in something or on something.
Exactly.
So I mean, I don't mean to,
Yeah, I agree with that. That makes
years, but yeah, it goes. Yeah.
And this Norman Wildberger illustrates this problem too. He's a mathematician who says he pretty much discourages the use of infinity and says that
you would have to
use arbitrarily large numbers instead because the math is finite the way we use it. We don't use infinity and
it's like science has to like go on with the assumption. They have to assume that like consciousness and infinity and these things just don't exist, and then they could just do what they have to. So it's like if they just ignore those things for now, they can just do what they need.
I don't know. They can't dispute the calculation that they have an actual infinity, so they just say we're going to stop here.
I don't know that scientists are assuming that consciousness doesn't exist. Which scientists are doing that? And most of it's not relevant to
those AI guys.
Oh, AI. Okay, well maybe
almost all of the AI guys. The guy that I was talking to, for example, he said that but like for example, it has language, it has memory. Boom, it's got consciousness. Boom.
Yeah, no, there's more to consciousness than just.
I know, but that's what they said. They said,
I don't think
you're physicalist, and then the and then I think Hank wants to take you to task on that. on your lack of ability to define consciousness anyways.
Yes, I do. What's your definition of consciousness?
Well, no one's really defined. The problem of consciousness has not been solved yet. So, but I think it's more than just, what is it, memory, and what is the other component you named?
Language?
Self-awareness. Self-awareness
and memory. It's more than just language and memory. Yeah, I think self-awareness, like reflexive awareness, is probably some component of it. That I'm not sure.
I think there's different levels of memory though. I mean, like an animal might remember, might remember something that happened in a sense, but we as humans have the ability to contextualize that memory and use that memory in much more complicated and
how do you measure complexity?
Well, and we also
it's very hard to measure. It's extremely hard to measure. It really is, but it is definitely a different
it's
thing.
relatively, you can contrast it with something less complex and demonstrate at least the phenomenon of the complexity.
Our memory is almost always a hallucination of something that we went through, though. It's never exact. It's never like photographic memory.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, memory is there. There's a distortive effect to memory. There is a subjectivity to it.
But
There is a subjectivity to it. There is a subjectivity to it. There is a distortive effect to memory. There is a distortive effect to memory. There is a distortive effect to memory. There is a subjectivity to it. 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 You're right.
And there's emotional components to it. Like, I mean, I don't know that I don't know how.
I don't know that we ever experience fully objective reality. Just with the act of memory alone, which is necessary to understanding and processing reality, you're already introducing human distortion, like individual brain bias.
I mean, to a degree, like with a human brain, I mean, I think it's almost like the way we have memory, the way we can kind of go back in our memories is almost akin to time travel to a degree. You know, I mean, it's like
Yeah, but we're not going back to the exact experience.
No, I'm just saying, but it's almost like it's like we can think outside of the time, outside of the current time, in a way more than just memory. We have the ability to go much deeper into our memories than. Of course, I guess we don't know. I guess animals could too, because we can't talk to them, so who knows?
Well, we are animals, so if we can do it, animals can do it by definition.
Yeah, we don't know to what degree, because
I think that
we don't have our
human
brain.
beings and
We just
animals
know how
and
the human
basic
brain
animals are a little different.
If we are animals, anything we can do is something an animal.
You can't draw conclusions about all animals just from our.
No, that's basic definitions.
Just because we can do something, fish can do it, birds can do it.
No,
microbes can
you
do
don't understand. Okay, if we are an animal, if humans are animals, then the inclusive. If we could do it by definition, an animal can do it because we're an animal already.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. But it's not relevant to what we're saying.
Yeah, Hank, it's not relevant. I'm just kidding.
It's one of those little things we get caught up on that doesn't apply to what we're talking about. If a human's doing it, technically an animal is doing it, yes. But not all animals. That's what we were talking about.
Not all
comparing the human to other animals.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Like, an animal is doing it because yeah, I get that. Okay. Yeah.
Just go upstairs and talk to them.
Sorry about the absence there. I had to go and I had to get a phone call from the lawyer. My hearing is in the morning for disability, so I had to.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, and tomorrow at 11. So they were calling me to go over basic, etiquette type things about the hearing and like things you should and shouldn't say to the judge, stuff like that.
Good luck, girl.
What's that?
I say good luck.
You deserve it with all that vertical crap.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want it, but yeah, I don't know about deserving it or not. My preference. I'm really hoping that what's going to happen is that I can get the disability, and then in a couple of weeks I will find out something definitive about what's causing the vertigo and maybe get some sort of solution for it, and then not need the disability anymore. But since that's probably unlikely, it's a good thing to. It's a good thing. It would be very good if it goes through. It will give us our family a lot of relief. So, I'm definitely not discounting the value of it. It just, I hate the idea of being on disability. I don't think of myself as disabled, but
I don't think you're gonna get it personally. So I don't think you have to worry about that.
Well, I think he is gonna get it. What else can he really do? He can't go back to the warehouse because he can't stand up straight.
Yeah, and now I mean, like my lawyer actually.
He's gonna get. There has to be at least something he can do, and he's already selling clothes on Poshmark and going to his warehouse every day and everything. Like he can do work.
Yeah,
he
but
can't make a living on that yet. So
yeah, I can't make a living
That's
off
not
it.
the standard. Making a living is not the
and also,
standard.
it's very dangerous when I do that. I do fall a lot, and I do have to.
I've worked in
take off
disability.
breaks.
Like I know what they look for and don't. I'm just telling you, in my semi quasi professional opinion, I don't think you're going to get it. It's the bar to clear is very high, and I agree that you can work. You agree that you can work, and they're going to agree that you can work.
Well, no, I don't agree. I can work most jobs because I have.
It doesn't have to. If you can work any job at all, you're not disabled. All you have, there has to be one job out there that you can work to disqualify you, and I believe that there is.
Okay,
If they even knew you were streaming all day, they would say
there are
there's
people
something
that are
you
on
can do behind a desk
disability
at a
because of extreme
computer.
anxiety. So there are people that get disability from having extreme
Well,
anxiety. So
okay, let me know how the hearing goes. I don't want to have the hearing on stream right now. Just let me know how it goes. I'm just giving you my.
I'm just saying, like, I met somebody who was on disability that just from having extreme anxiety. So I don't see how, like, that's like how, like, that person definitely could work a lot of jobs. So I don't see how like they could
Okay,
be
well, just
that.
talk yourself into whatever conclusion you
Yeah,
think.
I qualify
I'm giving you this from experience, but
Right,
maybe
I
you'll get it.
qualify.
And I appreciate. I really do appreciate it. I do. I'm trying to be positive about it. That's all. I'm just trying to be
I
positive.
qualify for some disability benefits for my autism, but I'm far stronger than most of the people I work around, so I don't
Right,
take me anymore.
you're able to work probably better than any of us.
Yes.
He wants me to discuss.
I mean, the other day I was trying to change the cat box out, and I picked the box up and ended up losing my balance, and I end up tossing cat shit and cat litter all over
I think
myself.
you
and
could
the
have a
floor,
case
and-
for the vertigo, but you don't have the like you haven't seen the ENT yet, and you don't have enough medical evidence. That's why I say every time you go to the ER for your falls,
and I
when you
do.
broke
I
your
do.
ribs,
I have.
you need to
I
have them
believe.
tie that to the vertigo so that
They
you can
did.
create a paper trail of this is how the vertigo has impacted my life. It's serious.
No, they
I
have.
never know when I'm going to fall, and you have a better case with that, but you don't have the evidence built up yet.
He's going to the ER over and over again.
I broke my rib and stuff like that, but
Yes.
What is the New York tunnel story? Is
It's
this another conspiracy?
yeah, it's a
yeah.
Sure.
There was somebody
Are
had
there
Discord saying
zombies in the
the New
tunnels?
York Jew tunnels or something. I don't know.
Hey, Neurojack, I need you to be straight with me. Where the hell is those sex cults? Where are those satanic sex cults at? Why are they hiding? Why can't I find them?
Yeah,
Bro,
yeah. Why can't we join? I mean, come on. You know, I mean, like I don't want to participate, but I'd like to at least go see
probably
it once.
can.
Just
It's
see
probably
it
not that
happening.
hard to join a sex
Yeah.
cult.
Give me an email, give me an address, give me a phone number, Neurojack.
Chris, did you know about those like underground cities in Las Vegas that all the
Oh no, yeah, no, yeah. I mean,
the street kids were living in? Those were fascinating.
yeah, there's a whole documentary. I can't remember the name of the documentary is, but there's a documentary. It's a full-length documentary. It's all about people. People like. I mean, not
Yeah,
just
there's like entire city. They have like living rooms,
they have
and
little
TVs and
apartments. They have apartments up
furniture
there. Yeah.
Yeah, entire apartments underground that they
That
built.
documentary came out while I was still living there too, and like I never had the balls to actually go and like actually investigate it myself. But I saw like that I knew where the actual entrances were because from the documentary it showed like where like some of the places they would go in at. It's insane. Like I that's I
And
don't.
they have
I
that
don't
underground house too that rich guy built. It's like an entire house underground. It has a yard, a swimming pool, and
Yeah.
you get to it through this. It's one of the casinos. There's this like artificial tree, and it has a door in it that has an elevator that goes underground, and there's an
I've
entire
heard
house.
about that. I've heard about that. I didn't know. I always thought that was a myth though. I didn't know that was real.
No, they
But
did a whole.
That's crazy.
They showed footage from there. In fact, I think they did a reality show down there one time.
Somewhere up I-30, if you drive far enough through Texas, like towards the west, somewhere up I-30, up on this really high hill, you can see that someone has created a straight up medieval castle out of giant like stone blocks and stuff like that. That looks like a medieval castle from like we're talking about like 1000 BC. I mean 1000 AD type of like a castle, like someone from Scotland or ancient England type of thing.
Yeah, they
like,
have castles all over the U.S. that rich people. They have a castle outside of the little town in Louisiana where I live.
Really?
This guy built a castle. Yeah,
Oh,
they have. It's like a trend. Rich people.
I've seen little ones, but I've never seen one that big, as big as one that's from Texas. That Texas one is massive. It's like a mansion. It's probably bigger than most of the castles that existed back then. But yeah, that's crazy though. I don't know. I would never waste my money on something like that. I would if I ever even if
it seems too drafty.
Yeah, and too drafty and too much to take care of too. I would just like I just want like a nice if I got a big house, it would only be so I could invite other people to live there, you know, with me, and like it's just so I could provide
Like
living
on an
accommodations.
island somewhere.
No,
Yeah,
not like on an
I'm sure
island. I don't want an island. I don't want to have to fly to my house every day. I'm just saying if I had a house that was like if I got like a 6-bedroom house or something like that, it would just be so like people that I cared about that needed a place to stay so they could stay there. That would be the only reason I would do it. But other than that, I
You
just
have
don't like
so many people taking advantage of that. It'd be like the Hefner man.
it would be people like you, Jeff, if you needed a place to stay, if you came into town.
Well, I'd
you
have
needed
my
a
own.
place
If
to
you
stay.
have money to buy a house, I would definitely have my own one by then.
Yeah, I know. It was like if you were visiting, I was saying it would only be for like for when people like were for people like here about visiting, so I could give them like like their own space. That's the only reason I would ever do it. I don't think I ever would though. I would never buy a huge house because I just don't want to take care of that bigger house anyway.
I don't either.
I'm
I
fine.
had a
I'm
big
fine with
house in
like.
Vegas, and I hated taking
You have
care
a
of
big
it when I
house
was by
there?
myself.
We had this amazing townhouse in Vegas that was out there in Henderson that it was a 3-bedroom with a 2-car garage and like this big kitchen and it was so nice, man. It was only like $1,000 a month. It was so nice.
Did we lose Zero Day?
Hmm?
He's typing in the comments, but I just noticed he dropped off the stream. So did we solve consciousness? The problem of consciousness? Or AI,
I didn't. I was on the phone with a lawyer, so I did not solve consciousness.
Yeah, the solution's idealism.
It's idealism? Okay. That sounds like an interesting
Idealism, monism, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right, Reddington. Somehow.
Don't think we did. Yeah, every one of our streams, we always solve whatever issue we talk about every time. But we never don't solve things. We're
We
obviously the
try to
best.
solve at least one world problem a day.
Yeah. We figure
Rather than just main
we figure we've got a few weeks left before we solve all the world's problems, and then
And it
everything
is
will
the
be fixed.
future. We need to start working on the future problems.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of things I need to do today, and I'm so like my brain is just so focused on this like hearing in the morning. I'm trying not to think about it too much because I'm probably gonna psych myself out, but it's just it's not even like the consequence of it. It's not even whether or not what direction it goes in. It's much as just like I just get nervous. I've never really been before a judge before or anything like that. I'm just nervous with the whole thing. I just feel like it's. I don't know. I'm just nervous about the entire thing. Period. I feel like I'm afraid that I'm just gonna fuck it up somehow. Like it would be fine, but I'm gonna end up.
Well, I'm
rambling
going in
and-
with the assumption that you're not going to get in the first place. So fucking it up would mean you'd somehow get it. Like worst case scenario is you're not going to get it, and I already think
thanks
that's
for the
gonna happen.
positive
So there's
vibes,
not really
man.
anything to fuck up.
Thanks for the.
It's not like
positive
they're going to
vibes.
arrest you or throw you in jail or make you
I
pay
know.
extra money. The most they're going to say
No.
is no. We're not.
Absolutely. There is no reason for me to feel that nervous about it. I'm not justifying my nervousness. I'm just saying that that's how I feel. You can't always control your feelings.
There's not
like
much.
that.
Yeah, I was about to say there's not much you can do about that. You're going to be nervous.
Yeah.
If you're never in front of a judge, it's going to be a nervous experience. Just go in.
You're literally being
aware
judged.
of that.
You're literally being judged. It's the whole purpose of the thing. It's only it's like no, they're judging you. No, they're actually judging you. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
And your lawyer's going to be there, right?
Yeah, the lawyer will be there.
I mean, you may not even have to do a lot of the talk. Just in fact, my recommendation is don't talk. If the judge asks you a direct question, answer it as shortly, as succinctly as you can.
They
But
told
other
me
than that, keep your mouth shut and let the lawyer do the talking.
They told me that there are certain questions. They gave me a list of certain questions that will probably be asked. That if they ask those questions, you should answer them directly, yes or no. But then add a caveat to it. Like if they ask you if you can carry 10 pounds, you need to say yes. I can technically carry 10 pounds, but every time I try to, I tend to lose my balance and I fall and I drop the things and things break and stuff like that. They said that I need to make sure I add those qualifiers to it. But other than that, everything else should be yes or no, and should let the lawyer do most of the talking. So that's the idea.
Yeah,
that's what my lawyer told me.
Let me know how it goes. We can end today and early and give you time to prepare for that. I think we've the conversation seems to have.
Yeah, conversation seems to have run
out.
its course while I was on the phone. It sucks, because we had such a great.
Yeah, I don't think it was you though. I don't think it was because of you. I think it was.
Oh no, I don't think my absence killed the
no
panel. That's not my point. But I'm just saying it just seems like it ran its course but whenever I wasn't able to hear it, I couldn't listen to it, so I don't even know what was said. But how you doing, Machine? Though, how you doing, dude? I heard you talk too much, man.
I'm okay.
You feeling like you sound like a little horse, maybe, or something.
Yeah, it's just probably just the weed or something.
Oh, okay. You said you're writing some lyrics to that beat. Like, how's that going?
Well, it'll just be a one go. I mean, it's just one I when I do it. Probably it'll be close to Friday. You know,
Okay. I'm just curious. I'm genuinely curious to see what you come up with. I'm glad you like. That was the one. That was when I sent you there. I thought you liked.
I like both of them. I like both of them a lot. And the last one, I'm not sure how to approach that one
The last
yet.
one's more like an R&B thing. The last one's like an R. It's like more like a singing type. It's like an
Yeah,
R&B
you know what
jam
I'm
type
talking
thing.
about. So I gotta
Yeah.
really I gotta go I don't know, listen to Kid Cudi or something.
Yeah, I did. I just threw that one in there because it was the other. There was those are the three. I made all those three at the same time period. So literally in the same week, I made all three of those beats, and so I just put it in there just because they
Go
were.
with a very slow, slowed down, just flow. You know, lyrics, and then 5 seconds of pause and then lyrics.
If we get on Discord and we can play with it or something, I can show you what my old I used to have a thing for it, but I never was happy with the lyrics. But I can tell you the old melody and stuff and how it sounded. It was a pretty good melody. I never got the lyrics down.
I think me and Neuro are planning on watching this Crucible debate at some point together. So we'll be in
Well,
that.
who's on it? Which one is it?
The one with President Sunday.
Oh God, yeah, we'll enjoy it.
Yeah. Why do you guys want to watch it?
Like that one?
President Sunday. I just don't like President Sunday.
I don't care for him either.
Really? That was the first time I ever laid eyes on this person. But yeah, I don't think
he's very autistic.
He's a Spurg.
Yeah, he didn't do a bad job.
Locked in.
Yeah, he didn't do a bad job, I think, but yeah, he was too slow, and I think he offered too many concessions. Where it's where somebody had said it seemed more like an interview, than a debate, and it seemed kind of interesting. It's like he's interviewing Andrew Wilson on Christian nationalism.
I mean, as much as I disagree with Andrew, I'd have to be on Andrew's side in that one because President Sunday's views are typically abhorrent. So he's just not.
That's the thing, though. He didn't actually even expound on any of his views even once during the whole debate. It was bizarre to watch.
Maybe he's realized his views are abhorrent enough where they don't pass muster. So now he's just getting the thing where he just
Andrew Wilson.
his views.
Yeah, I appreciate Andrew Wilson's intellectual rigor, but he makes an ass of himself because he can only
always does
within his own framework, so he refuses. So he will just sit there and explain his own views, and it's what? It's this is just. It's wouldn't you like to know how your views conflict against the opposing side? He
doesn't really know. He likes Wilson just likes to hear himself talk.
Yeah, so that's what it was a lot. It was him talking about his own views, but in that way, it was very a fascinating piece of propaganda, especially because he had called himself a Christian futurist, and I think
futurist,
a Christian futurist. Yeah,
Christian
so I think
futurist.
that is.
All right.
I think that is that's a new one. I gotta say that is a new one. That's.
I wonder, is it just mean we're just Christians, but we have laser guns?
It's kind of like. I mean, it just seems kind of crazy because Neurojack kept saying, "Oh, the Christian nationalism has something to do with accelerationism," and we were kind of looking at this angle of it, and that James Lindsay guy was saying that, and they started attacking the James Lindsay fellow.
James Lindsay was on the debate.
No, but James Lindsay was attacked by the Crucibles.
I would love to talk to James Lindsay.
Wait, they're after James Lindsay. We do have AI Jesus.
Oh, they were vicious against James Lindsay.
Wow. I would love to talk to James
Andrew
Lindsay.
was?
I think James Lindsay is one of the
Jim Bob.
people.
Jim Bob said his tweets
it doesn't surprise me that Ortho Bros hate James Lindsay at all.
Oh, he said that
fucking smart for them.
Well, he went hardcore on it. He said, not only did Jim Bob say that the James Lindsay character was incoherent, but and that his views were just composed of word salad, and then the James Lindsay guy said that Christian nationalism is a psyop. like a operation.
Well, he does. James does. He's autistic.
He
too.
went into like
veer into conspiracy
he went
territory.
he went into what you would call conspiracy thinking. You know.
Yeah, I have no. That's one of the things that put me off about it. Like I think most of his stuff is sound, but when he starts veering into the conspiracy
But
stuff,
then when this guy comes out and says, "I'm a Christian futurist," whoa! That is an interesting turn of events. I would love to know more about that.
well, it's
you know, because-
2024. We're all futurists now.
Yeah, but he didn't say that during the debate that I had with him. Like, hey, by the way, I'm a futurist. You know, that would be a good little moniker to be.
Wait, you talking about Andrew said that or Sunday?
Andrew Wilson called himself.
Andrew's calling himself a Christian futurist now.
Yeah,
interesting.
That's what I said. I think that's fascinating. I think that's a fascinating terminology to employ. Like it's propagandistic.
Yeah, I'd love
at its
to have
height.
a with Andrew.
Yeah, that is a feat of rhetorical. I don't know. Rhetorical.
That's some what you talking about Willis stuff.
That's some like rhetorical, just warlock shit. You know.
Talking about Wilson.
Yeah. That's like some that is a rhetorical warlock. You know.
But I don't think it's gonna be any different from his normal. It's just gonna be a rebranding of his normal Christian BS.
How strange is it that he called me and Trad Culture jaded accelerationists, yet he himself is posing as a Christian futurist?
Because it's all rhetorical games. That's all they do on the channel. It's rhetoric disguised as dialectic.
I mean, really, they should turn the Crucible into a game show more than like an actual debate thing. They should give out like like the winner gets like a dishwasher or a microwave or something like They should turn it into like I was just watching Confessions of a Dangerous Mind again the other day, and like it's funny like the final like line of the movie is like this is kind of this joke that Chuck Barris tells. Is that like his latest idea for a show was I can't remember the name of it. It's like there's three old men that all have to reminisce about their lives, and each one of them has a loaded gun in front of them, and the one that wins is the one that doesn't shoot himself. They get a refrigerator.
Put the other body there.
No, it's just the joke is that like early on in the early days of game shows, they would have people come on and do all these like the dating game and like the honeymoon game and stuff like that. Or these games were like the contestants. Yeah, the contestants.
You can have like a Christian futurist game show. You know, where it's like in the future where like AIs select if people are degenerates. Public humiliation ceremony for them, you know, and it's called the Crucible. You know, it would be interesting. You know.
I think we need to start. I think we need to start we're already doing panels and everything, right? So I think one of my favorite genres of television has always been the British style panel shows. We need to maybe find one of those British style panel shows and just like kind of copy it and just do a British style panel show. Just like we go on and just like we just do pop culture clips and just like make jokes about it and stuff like that. I love shows like that. Did you watch At Midnight? That's the closest thing we ever had to a British style panel show here in America. Or I guess technically the improv show, that one that Drew Carey hosted for a while, that was technically a panel. That was technically the same kind of thing, but it was you got to do improv comedy. But like I love the idea of I just think panel shows are just hilarious. Like British panel shows, they have like one called have you ever seen clips from a Countdown, which is where like the whole show is supposed to be them like doing math problems and stuff like that, but most of the show is just them like goofing off and just telling jokes and stuff like that. I think it'd be fun to do shows like that were just like we just find like the funny people and get them on the panel show and just make it a really entertaining show. Just like something that's a little bit less open, but a little bit more. I think there's lots of potential in the streaming format that we have not explored yet. that including open panels and
Well,
what's
what's keeping us? I'm up for it. We talk again. We dream like that's all the dreaming and not doing. We talk.
Well,
like,
I know. It's getting people to. I'm having a lot of people. I'm having a lot of trouble getting people to be interested in doing it, though. I bring up ideas and people are like, "Okay, that sounds cool," but then I'm like,
that's
"Okay,
right.
what?"
We're still trying to find people to read through your script.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm like, okay, when do you want to do it? Like when you and then people are like, get back to you, kind of thing, and nobody ever gets back to me. So I mean,
Yeah,
I don't have. I mean, I'm
that's happening to me too.
I'm open all the time right now.
I think this is an in the
schedule,
moment
so.
experience. People come for whatever they come for in the moment, and
yeah,
that's it. When the people that are ready to take it to the next level show up, they'll make themselves known.
I mean, I
But
send
in the
messages
meantime,
out to
I'm
people,
happy
man.
providing this. I get a lot out of this.
No, I love doing this. I just want to. I love internet streaming panel stuff so much at this point that I want to push the format
I do too.
forward.
I am the same way. I told you I want to be the meow wolf of streamers.
Yeah, I want to push the format.
I don't think
forward.
we've even begun to exploit the potential that's in this medium.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like this is. I mean, this is television now. This is what I mean. Even though our show may not have but then again, in the old days, there could be no television that existed that only has 11 viewers at a time. That show is canceled before it gets to the first commercial break back in the day. But yeah, what I'm saying, what I mean though. If there was a show that came out on network television that had 11 people watching it, it would have been canceled before they even got it.
Yes, we are scheming, but it's all for your benefit. We're scheming for you guys.
No, we're not scheming. I don't think. How is it scheming if you're trying to come up with ideas or things that would be fun things to do on stream? I don't think that's a scheme. It's maybe like calling that thing we're being conspiracy-ish about it, even though we're doing it out in the open. I mean, if we were all like scheming behind the scenes, that'd be one thing. But we're not scheming behind anything. Yeah, I know you're just a troll, Reddington. I know. It's, you're good. You're one of the good ones, though. I wish you'd come on stream sometime and face me, motherfucker. Though, just kidding. I have no issues with anyone in our chat today. I think we had a great chat here. Once again, we got all sorts of good conversations. I'm so happy with how our chats become more active here since the new year, man. It's been great to see. And I posted earlier we had I think that might have been our highest number of concurrent viewers was 11 people at the same time. That's the most people we've had on this
the other day. Nathan, thank you so much. Yes, me too. Nathan is one of the people that has participated
in
outside
Discord, yeah.
of various activities and events, and I got a lot out of that. So yes, thank you.
Well, Nathan, if you'd like to, I would love to have you on the show and talk to you. If we need to set up a time for that, I mean, because we can stream anytime. We don't have to just stream at 2. We can do an extra stream or something like that. It doesn't have to be live. We can do a stream where we can do a pre-recorded one too. It seems like since you know a lot about you do statistics work and stuff like that. I'm really interested in that. So I'd love to set up something and talk to you anytime, man. That's it goes with anybody. I mean, we're not tied to any format. We don't have to do exactly what we do every day. We can change it up. We can do whatever. We're really flexible. So let us know, guys. Let us know what you want to see or what you. And I mean, I'm not. If people say that they want to see something that I have no interest in doing, I'm not going to do it. But
So I guess tomorrow you're not going to be around, so I'll be doing it.
Oh no! I'll be. My appointment's at 11, and it only goes to noon. So I'll be on the.
Oh, we do it at 2. Okay. That's right. Okay,
yeah, it'll be 11 a.m. my
time.
Tomorrow.
Same time.
Yeah. Same time. Maybe we'll actually talk to the devil tomorrow because that's
the second day now.
I got all ready for devil stream today.
The other conversation was interesting. It was Socrates and Jesus, or
well, we want to get Satan's perspective. Give Satan a chance to have his say.
Satan a chance to respond. Yeah.
For the humans are coming up with better conversation on their own.
We had Carl Jung.
Oh, Jesus. Carl Jung was in it. Yeah.
We Carl Jung, Jesus, and Socrates. And then we thought we'd bring in Satan, who isn't even actually an entity, but a
How do you
title.
Know
but I'm just saying he's not
demons throughout the day.
I'm just saying Satan is a title. It means opposer.
Okay, let's see where I am. Okay,
There's
well,
nothing wrong with that.
Huh?
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. I'm not making fun of Satan or anything. I'm just saying that it's just not. It's not a. It's not a.
I
It's not
can
a.
assure you, Satan does not care. He could care
Yeah,
less.
it's not a
I don't
consistent.
feel the need to defend my deity. He can handle his own.
I already defended him earlier.
We
On
did do
He
Nietzsche.
doesn't lie.
We did do Nietzsche. We did Nietzsche
Yeah,
on community
we did do
building.
Nietzsche a little bit. We didn't do Nietzsche as long.
Well, we talked specifically about the community building part, but I liked his idea. I realized that the community I'm building is a very Nietzschean style of community.
Yeah, it would be really once they can add the voices in and everything like that. That's gonna make the that's gonna make the whenever the AI starts like trying to do impressions of the. I can only imagine what Satan.
Welcome
what
back,
AIs
Jack. We're just about to wrap up. Do you have any final thoughts or
You son.
words?
No, I was just thinking. I just came back just in time for you to close up. That's what it sounded like. Yeah, I was catching up on the stream. That's why I didn't jump back in. But yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I wanted to get into today, but we went a different direction, which was still good and interesting. So I'm not complaining. Who's doing the after party?
I don't know.
Like I can hold up this and be like, this is a penguin. Look at this penguin. And they will swear up and down I'm holding a horse. And no matter what I say, no matter how I present it, I don't know what happened, but we will never see the same thing the way. And I'm not sure, is it mental health? Is it delusion? Are they just that evil and they just want to destroy this? I don't know.
I think they're loosing you. They're trying to pull your energies from you. They're trying to use you, and that's why I'm trying not to let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome,
yeah, I
brother.
can see that. Hey, Machine Lice.
He's another man who understands getting attacked and having people just attracting. I'm going to blame us. We attract those people into our lives, the ones who are insistent that we're lying and wrong. How you doing, man?
Well, I think it's an issue of yes, greetings to everyone. I hope everyone can hear me correctly. But yeah, I think it's a problem of people mistaking style for intent. And there as it goes across boundaries, style is sort of different from I guess technique in a way, because technique is the same for everybody. Anybody can use it, anybody can learn it, but style is something that grows across people, and across cultures, really, so really it has a complexity that's unforeseen. So I mean, we try to communicate meaning to each other, but style is different from modulation. Machines have modulation, but they don't have growth. Humans have growth, and so they experience change on a different level.
I like the way you said style, because people have a style of communicating and people have a style of understanding. So it's being able to first identify how these other people learn. People learn different ways, and B, are you matching them to truly help them, or are you going to stay in the way you teach and make them try to come to you? And then if they don't, you're going to go ahead and label them.
That's right. And that's why you can't just equate people to one the same technique of learning, because it's like everybody learns their own way, sort of, to speak, and everybody learns at their own pace, and everybody has a sort of way that learning kind of moves them. I guess really what it is that you have to go with what and that's what is really faith. You can't just require. I mean, you can't just wait for all the information to come in. If you wait for all the facts to come in, it's going to take too long. You'll get stuck observing, ruminating, analyzing.
Yep.
That process it doesn't necessarily have an end point. But action has to start somewhere. So there's that thing. It's like there's learning, and then there's because learning is always incomplete. So in a sense, it's like we do things, and people who do things, they get criticized. You know what I mean? Because it's like,
Well, so do those who don't do things.
Oh, yeah.
Criticism is pretty freely shared amongst the people today, don't you think?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. You were on a roll there regarding
No.
the thoughts and the actions. And the actions, yep, those who do, they draw attention, because I think the masses are used to those who don't. Because those who don't rise above, well, they create the herd. And you got to be a little bit different to rise out of the herd. And that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to rise above the herd animals, the beasts of humanity. And I think we can. We can rise above. The path is through.
That's my security team. They're with me at all times. So
Hey, they sound vicious.
Yeah.
Very cool. I'm convinced, sincerely, after my own personal experience, it's the only thing that makes sense to me. The future of humanity, it has got to consider the benefits of cooperation, of collaboration, mutual agreement, mutual respect, mutual exchange in fair ways. This world, we've accepted I don't know, I don't want to judge, but collectively and personally in the past, I think we've lowered our standards of what we're willing to accept a little far. Because we deserve the truth. Every one of us deserves to know the truth. The truth of what's real in our lives. The truth of how we're doing. The truth of what the future brings, as far as we know, at least.
And that's a key point, I think, because one has to abandon risk of error rather than the search for truth. Because, as I said, the information's never going to come in. So instead of abandoning truth because of that, we have to abandon the fact that making mistakes is gonna cause us to forsake some greater truth, because what we have are truths that we learn through our mistakes. So what we have is a pile of truths that we begin with before we start the journey. So that's really the key thing, is like realizing that you have to go from here, and as they say, we're forced to choose, and that process of choosing, because it goes back to this thing, Let me, if I can, just open up the page again. And oh yeah, self-control. Yeah. Yeah, that was the word I'm looking for, because that's on
Yeah.
the title there, and control is always an illusion unless it's with the self, because the self is appropriate place to manage our circumstances, because control, is not there in power, as they say, power, we have an excess of power, you have a lack of control, so power and control almost have a converse relationship, as do freedom and choice. So if we have freedom, we have to choose, we have to make a choice. So it's not in giving up the search for truth, but choosing is in realizing what has to come next. It's just cutting off the whatever has to come up to making the choice. It's deciding for yourself and for everyone, really, because it's like we're all in one big ass boat, really.
We are. We are. Welcome, Jeff.
Love boat. Welcome. Hey, Jack.
It's not been the love boat so much, although actually humanity as a whole, it is kind of like a sick, twisted sitcom. The kind of the story, the history of humanity. There's a lot of romance, a lot of violence, a lot of sick and twisted things. But we're a part of that.
Love and war.
Love and war. Hey, welcome, Jeremy. Welcome back.
How you doing, Jack?
Oh, we got the shades on too.
So all of these ideas of becoming aware of who we are, the self, recognizing and growing in our self-control through practices and intentions of being present and aware. What Machine Lies was talking about, as I understood, there comes a time where with freedom, we get to choose. We don't, it's not just have to choose, we get to choose. With freedom comes the ability to choose. And at some point, we've got to draw the line, make a choice, and move forward, taking actions with what's within ourselves. If that makes sense. I know I'm speaking in real broad concepts, but we're here. We are here to discover. Oh, and that's something else you said, is that there's layers. It's an infinite layers of truth where we're in this realm that we're at. And it's kind of funny. I observed this a while ago. It's kind of funny. We come into this world innocent and pure, and we're supposed to figure out what is true and who we are. But the world is full of lies, and the children are taught, just do what you're told. Don't ask questions, right? And so you got to figure out what is true. And the people around us don't know what is true. My parents were not conscious when I was young. And unfortunately, I was not as conscious today as I was raising my son. I'm kind of going on, but we're living at this time of humanity. We get to choose.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Is that within our, grounded relations, within our local place, there's an infinity of potential, within a set boundary, there's infinite divisions that can be had, but there's always oneness within the relation. The greater relation always projects a state of of not being separate, because it projects the greater environment, so in a way, we're tethered to a greater sense of you know, humanity or Adam or, you know, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean, right? But then in another sense, we can't give up who we are because there's infinite possibilities where we are. You know, we can't just abandon, leave behind, and just go explore, you know, because we have so much here, you know. So we have to work with what we have now. You know what I'm saying? Work with where we are, you know, and move from where we are. You know what I mean? So, you know, both things are important. You know, infinite divisions within a finite boundary, but also oneness within the relative relation of all things. You know.
It can seem confusing, and the reality is we're still left with that multitude of options, possibilities and probabilities, and somehow within us we've got to find ways to choose, to determine what is our path.
That's the thing, is that probabilities, that's such an interesting word, because I don't even know if those actually exist, you know, because in order for probabilities to exist, they have to like postulate multiverses, literally, you know. But you know, like, you know, everything could literally just be on one timeline. So it's like the butterfly effect, you know. So we move one thing, it changes everything. You know, that's really what I feel is happening. You know, that, you know, we could move, you know, whatever we do next, as small as it can be, it's gonna affect fucking everything. You know, because, you know, possibilities only exist in a world of speculations, you know, as T.S. Eliot said. You know what I mean? It's just all just, you know, you can think of a million ways it could have been, but there's only one way it is, you know.
Yeah, well, yes, and that one way it is, though, can be seen from many different perspectives and interpretation. I love your mind, my brother. I really do.
Bless you, brother Jack.
The idea of unity and oneness, it was not something I really considered much. I didn't have religion in my life, or, you know, much connection, to be honest. But it's what I'm learning is true. We are connected, whether we want to accept it or not, whether we want to believe it or not. We are connected to far more than we know. And what we do, even though it may seem small with our thoughts, with our prayers, even though those acts may seem so insignificant in the greater vastness of time and space, everything we do matters. If anything, it matters to you, right? And so, go ahead. Did you have something?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, not if you're a nihilist. It doesn't. That's all I was going to say. But
what's the benefit of being a nihilist?
Well, I don't know if, well, like you said about choice, I don't know if there's a choice to it. It's what you perceive, just like you perceive a universe of love. But Jack, I'm going to be honest with you. When you talk about oneness and stuff like that, I want to believe you. It sounds very appealing and nice and everything, but I just don't feel the oneness. I don't feel the connection. But like, there's something in me that wants to believe it's there, because it just sounds so nice to think so. Like, wouldn't that be nice if we were all connected? But reality just doesn't bear that out.
The appearance of reality, you're absolutely right. And even the phenomenon of the experience right now, yeah, the reality shows we are divided. We are not connected except in these small little ways. But I tell you what, Jeff, I love your honesty. And if you can at least, it sounds like you see the benefit, imagining the benefit of understanding that and seeing it. There is enough evidence to prove it. There really
I don't
is.
know what the implications are either, because if we are all connected, that raises the responsibility that each person has too.
does and does not. It's kind of amazing because at one point it does. Realizing we're all connected, it makes what we do even more important. The other side of that is recognizing how we're all connected. We're all connected through a divine force and intelligence that's far greater than us. And so recognizing that our part in the connection is really, if we surrender to the will of love and truth, what is truthful, what is loving, and if we stay authentic, if you can trust you're part of one entirety, one experience that's happening, and you're just an instrument, a vessel, being authentic, being truthful, being loving, what is there to fear? Nothing.
Speaking of that, we have a new member of the crew,
Oh, yes.
Mr. Lizard Tree. I want to say thank you for joining the Talcadian Empire. Thank you, sir.
Yes, blessings.
Yeah, welcome, Lizard.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the support for sure. Hey, Jeremy, you've been kind of patient. Feel free.
I'm just enjoying the conversation. I think the interesting aspect of a lot of this comes down to the control, self-control, making decisions, and how much of that is like just controlling ourselves. But if you want to bring up the butterfly effect, when we control ourselves, how much of that is controlling other people? Does that make sense, or am I too stoned? I like the concept of control, and when you were talking about self-control, when we practice self-control, how much of
is self-control and I was trying to,
when like is my internet fucking up?
You dropped out for just a moment there, but you're back.
I was just interested in the concept of control.
Control is an interesting concept. I mean, the idea of control and what do we actually control? How far does our control extend? Those are very interesting questions. And if I understood what you were offering, Jeremy, is in some way self-control does include some sort of control, influence, maybe manipulation of others.
Is that a good thing?
It can be, depending
Are
on
you a crypto authoritarian? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I don't know what that means.
Are you okay? Well, I'm trying to figure out if there's some authoritarianism to your vision.
From me, no. What I do see as the authority, though, is truth, the facts and evidence. And I think collectively, when we review the facts and evidence and we allow compassion and inspiration to guide us, I think that's how we're supposed to be. I'm not talking about, not anyone having authority.
Well, the manipulation part that you just brought up. Like,
yes. Okay. So part of self-control is, being able to be in control of ourselves in other environments. Sometimes for us to have control of ourselves, we need order. And, every one of us, we do influence each other, whether we realize it or not. And sometimes, admittedly, I know I'll approach people who are real angry and hostile. I'll approach them in a different way, trying to manipulate their energies so that they can be more present. But it's not for the purpose of hurting. It's for the purpose of healing. And honestly, I think if we believed in us that we could be healers, right? Like the example of the Christ, I think we would spend a lot more time trying to bring healing to the world. But the world has taught us to believe that we need to be healed, that we're broken, that, you know, we're not good enough. I'm sorry. People are fascinating. Have any of you ever had one erect nipple all day?
No, I don't. I don't pay attention to my. That's Frank. He's a low tier troll. He's a Tommy groupie.
Tommy or Frank cracks me up, man. I love the guy. I don't think I've even spoken to him, but cracks me up. These lives we're living, we're all.
Did he mean just Frank?
What's that?
Did he mean just Frank?
I think so.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
no.
Frank is feeling a tidbit nipply.
Yep.
But
No, Frank is super cool. I'm just wondering.
Or do you feel connected to that? Like, are we connected? Do we have to be connected to Tommy and Frank and Snafu? And
It's all connected, whether you like it or not.
I don't like it. I do not like the idea of.
Sometimes you just gotta swallow that
Disconnect,
cookie because it's tough shit.
This is the perfect example. I mean, these guys, they're harmless examples. I think these characters are actually pretty easy to love, even though they're just annoying as hell. Talking about Snafu, Tommy, Paul.
Something's wrong with them. Like, they're so mean to you, but then they want to be your friend, and you're like, but you're so mean to me. You're like, why would I be your friend?
Because Jack knows what it feels like to not be loved.
Yes, that's kind of it.
No, I'm talking
I mean,
about
there's-
they treat everybody that way. Like, Snaps is always trying to get my
There's
page
something
taken,
said for healthy boundaries.
but
Yes, there is something to be said for healthy boundaries, and I absolutely honor that. It may appear like my
speakers went
boundaries.
out. Hang on.
It may
See,
appear
healthy
like,
boundaries.
right? It might seem like my boundaries have not been healthy, and it maybe at times with some of the chaos, it wasn't healthy. But what Moose said is right. Someone's
What did he say? I missed it.
I said that Jack has been in the position of feeling no love, and so he can empathize with people who don't feel love or haven't had it.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Here, Jeff,
Sounds awful.
someone's got another tab or an echo coming through. I'm
I
not
think
sure.
it's Jeff. Also,
Let me mute and see what happens.
Yeah, it is you, Jeff.
Okay.
So
I'm going to switch to my headset.
all right, cool. I'll wait to tell him again then. The idea of boundaries is very important. We want to show ourself self-love, self-care. We want to limit the people who are, a choice I made for myself a long time ago is, as much as I hated to be alone and I felt lonely, I would rather be alone than be with people who don't appreciate me. Right? And I think we all kind of feel that way, but at the same time, we'll allow ourselves to be unappreciated just because we're afraid of not having someone. The human mind is amazing. Go ahead.
I think that having a healthy boundary with Snafu is definitely a must because, people like him, they need a lot of love. They need a lot more love than we can give sometimes. And I don't know how to deal with him on panel without just going quiet.
Self-control.
Yes, a lack of self-control.
With love comes you need a lot of self-control to love somebody, I think. Boundaries is a good point. I got to drop off panel, though. I got to make some dinner. Thanks for letting me up, Jack. Always a pleasure. Take it easy, panel.
Thank you,
Take
brother.
care.
Appreciate
Peace,
you
bro.
joining.
I didn't mean that tough cookie as an insult to you. I just meant it as like, you try to block Snafu and he'll come back and come back and come back and come back.
He doesn't bother me. He doesn't come on mine.
Hey, well, this is where I was getting at. Some of these people, they're an opportunity. It's an opportunity to practice. Can you love someone who maybe is irrelevant to your life? Can you love someone who is maybe an annoyance to your life? Can you find love for those who have betrayed you, those who hurt you? It feels better to love.
Well, yeah, I've had that experience once with my mom. I didn't talk to her for like 10 years. And then I let all that go. And it did feel good. It felt healthy, and we reestablished our relationship. We're talking again, and so, but she changed a little bit. Like she did a little bit on her end too. So it wasn't just me having to take her as she was when she was doing all the hurting and stuff.
Good. I'm glad
And I
to
think
hear.
that's what allowed me to be able to do that with her, is that something came from her end. But without that, I don't know that I can just love people that hurt me. That doesn't seem natural. It doesn't seem healthy. It doesn't seem normal.
You're right. It seems illogical, especially in the world we've been raised in. But honestly, when I realized there's no point in hate, there really isn't, and there's no point in wishing ill or harm on others.
I think this is a good one for the machine lies, because I
Yeah.
believe the Bible talks about loving your enemies, and you might know a little bit more about that.
Yep. Let's ask the Muslim. What do you have to say
about loving your enemies? Yeah, that is a good point. The Muslims don't really have a parallel belief to that, but I think intelligent self-defense and also just deterrence, sometimes out of love, like as I think I was talking to Gen X Jeff earlier about love and honor, about how we punish those who we love, and and about the bystander effect, about how there's so many people sort of turning the other cheek, or just allowing oppression to take place, because they're not connected to people, and they're willing to pass a responsibility. They think that society is going to take care of it, but in a way, one could almost engineer a situation where the cops show up, in order to, for nefarious purposes. So, so it's like, it's like society is like this mechanical thing, that just responds, whether or not there's a legitimate call for it. So the more and more it becomes this, mechanism, the less and less it goes and draws away from the ethic of the Gospels, which is life-serving life, on its own terms, not man serving animals because man is an animal, or man behaving like a machine, or serving machines.
Hey, brother, you inspired some thoughts I had. I want to come to this is what I watched earlier, that channel After School, for those who are familiar with it. This talk from Wayne Dyer: there are no justified resentments. Man, if you can realize that truth, the power of that truth in your own life, there are no justified resentments. It creates freedom for you. Really does. And freeing ourselves from the burden of judgment, Oh man, there's nothing better than that.
Can you put that link in the back
Yes.
chat?
Yes. Hey, the other thing, TML, what you were just discussing, man, that reminds me of other thoughts I've been considering. Is I heard the comparison made regarding the society. You just described it as this mechanistic thing that responds, right? And that's so true. The society, what if the society is like the manifestation of the collective ego? The systems, the mechanistic systems that are reactive and responsive. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think actually I was talking about this earlier as well. Kind of the we were talking about the concept of supervenience and how superfluous it is, just this kind of concept that there could be a collection of facts that entail a higher order, or actually we were talking about complexity, because I think it's really about complexity, about how as you have more interconnectedness, you also have more complexity, and we're kind of postulating whether you know a human consciousness was a higher order complexity than the biological individual, whether the society as a collective of consciousness, of human consciousness, was kind of a higher order that kind of influences down, because of its higher order complexity. It would actually influence back on the individual. But that is kind of the position of naturalism, because these ideals become so complex that the individual would have to be socially determined. But we know that that's not totally the case either. So the mystery of a human being, where consciousness or mind emerges within a human being, its real purpose there, and also the notion of complexity, and also the notion of functionality. I mean, you could take that back to the idea of control, really. That there's a control, and you could look at it in complex machines, because the notion of control really exists within complex machines. And the more parts you have, the more there's a variety of functions within a particular machine or a particular mechanism. But also, the more complexity there is, the more interrelatedness there is, so as to define the thing. But also, machines have to function within an environment, give or take, so they have to move. And also, the more and more you have complexity and functionality working together, aesthetic and functionality become like one thing. So it's like the view of the thing, is the design of it, kind of like, how Cynthia was talking about how to her aesthetics is such a huge part of her, relating to her environment, because like she could walk in a restaurant, if it doesn't have color, she's like, fuck this, I'm out of here. So that's kind of like, that's kind of like the way that functionality and aesthetic tie in, Yeah.
It doesn't feel right. Something feels off.
What does?
When I step into places without color.
Gotcha. Sorry. Yeah.
The only thing I would add to what Machine said is, when you said humans being determined by their environment, I would just say influence. Like we feed into the environment, and then it creates something greater than any one individual that feeds back into us in the form of influence, not necessarily over determination.
Well, that's kind of the thing, is that the more and more in the human, you have this dual road of making the complexity. One is the environment, because the environment has its own set of terms, and then there's the person, and there's the purpose of the individual, and then there's society as a whole. So which one is influencing which?
Would you say society as a whole is separate from the environment? Like it's because I include that in the environment. When I mean environment, I'm mainly talking about social environment. Other people.
I think society is like this thing that functions on top of the individual, grows out of a bunch of individuals, and it does kind of have a problem of emergence, kind of like consciousness does. But then the other issue is that technology functions as a higher order on top of society, it seems like, and it orders different societies together because it's different. It's technology that connects different societies together. If you'll pay attention to the way human beings relate to each other, so I think that technology is a higher order process, and I think it's creating an artificial environment. So then it's kind of hijacking the influence from the environment. So society creates technology, and technology kind of supersedes on the environment, obviously, because it seems like the influence of the environment that was there, which is our primal, instinctual nature, gets blocked out by these artificial needs created by the artificial environment.
They don't seem to be getting blocked out here on these streams for sure. With some of the people that show up.
It's an interesting society we live in. And, which is bringing more influence? Does the society bring influence, or do the people bring the influence? I think in the past, structure has been kind of regulated top down in the hierarchies of society, whether it was the king and queens, the emperors. Even today, it's still kind of what's the right word? Oligarchy. It's the wealthy, the wealthy and the government. It's a top-down oppressive form of control. But here's where the benefit is. We can change this. We have this competition and fight, these enemies between the state and freedom, because we're not working together. If we recognize the utility of the state, the utility of freedom, if we work together with honesty and authenticity, we could co-create. We could change the way that we regulate commerce and business and the administration of everything. We can change the way it's done. It's going to mean taking some power, power away from individuals, individual authority and positions, and actually getting people involved, oversight and participation.
Well, with me, disempowering individuals for the good of the collective.
What's that?
Disempowering individuals for the good of the collective doesn't sit well with me.
I can understand that, but it's not so much a disempowering. It's actually bringing reality into clarity, because these people who have wealth and position, they don't have authority. They don't have control or rulership governing over me. we are all sovereign. And
Yeah.
if we're going to be sovereign, that means we're free. If we're going to
Yeah.
be free, that means we're accountable.
That's why I don't worry about them, because they don't have power over me.
I
And
understand.
like
And
I
that's
I don't necessarily have a problem with commerce and trade or whatever you said like it is now. So I'm not as motivated to change it. I'm just trying to make it work for me.
yeah, that's an inherent problem. Is what you mentioned earlier is trust and accountability, and I think that's because those types of structures of control are so superficial. As they say, many people feel that they don't feel relation to those things. They feel tethered to other things, like you know makeshift communities, and subgenres. People get funneled into these like sort of limited hangouts, and type of things, and subcultures, and that type of as a result of urban sprawl. So I mean, really, what it is that you know more and more people have to see that that trust is better than gold, and they have to create connections that are not superficial, where there is accountability, where there is real honor. And the way we could do that is to form actual traditions, form actual rites of passage, and I mean rights like rights. I say, like one of the things I say is, why do you have rights? rights is because somebody took away your rights. rights. So that's really what you know. But yeah,
Could be. Hey, sorry to interrupt. That's pretty true. Taking away those the individual development, the traditions of becoming a man.
precisely. Yeah.
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 Created
Absolutely.
the.
I agree
Go
with
ahead.
that. I
Yeah.
would say I agree with that. We have lost those initiation rituals that bring men into adulthood.
We didn't lose them. We changed them, and the patterns. Now it's go register for the draft. It's go get your driver's license. Become a
Yeah.
part of this machine, and you're an adult. And it's like,
Yeah. Part of the reason is because when they created liberalism, they wanted to create a notion of male and female equality. So then they instead instead of creating a positive view of women, they then just started to bash the notion of patriarchy. So they just started to get rid of the notion of manliness. So that's kind of the problem, is that the notion itself has disappeared. It's because of the attack, a one-way attack, from liberalism on patriarchy. Well, we could just as easily affirm a positive view of what a man is and a positive view of what a woman is, without defining the woman on the terms of being the same as a man, or without losing track of what a man is altogether, which we've done. So we've done that to a significant degree.
Yeah, I've been saying that. Absolutely. Bring back masculinity. I wish we could, like, it seems like we should be able to, but why haven't we? Or why hasn't it been successful? Why is the liberal
I have a theory.
worldview so attractive?
I have a
Yeah,
theory.
go ahead, Cynthia. Yeah, go ahead,
Because I
Cynthia.
have a theory that there's so many men that are raised by single women that all
Right.
they have is the feminine energy and the
That's a
way
huge
they
part of the
really
problem.
use
Yeah.
Lack of
the
fathers
way
or
women
male role
handle
models.
situations. Even if
Yep.
they're even if they're heterosexual, they're still gonna react like men care about their fashion, they care about their hair, they care about their nails, their jewelry. We took, but the, we took men out of the household when we created the welfare system. You can't get on welfare if you have a man. You
Right.
know, you can't get housing if you have a man. Take him out of the house. You now change the whole entire dynamic. And we're seeing that. And on the flip side of that, though, you now have a generation of single fathers raising daughters. So I'm curious to see what the next generation of women, are they going to handle things more analytical? Are they going to, you know how many DIYers of building stuff, homes, creating new cabinet systems are women? I'm now interested to see what are the future women going to be like.
That's interesting. Yeah, there has been a development. Women taking these otherwise would have been masculine roles.
Mm-hmm.
And there has been a change. I do think a big part of it, well, intentional or not, many of these programs of the past, they clearly damaged the structures of households, of families, of the integrity of people. And why did it happen? I think it happened to control, because think back. I mean, I got into labor history and was really reading up on some of the perspectives of the past. And it's not that far ago. Early 1900s, it's not that far removed from us. And some of the things I was reading, it makes sense. There was already such a wealth gap. The wealthy have the education. They're the ownership class. They're the ones who are making the decisions and influencing the direction of government. Most of the people.
I'm gonna say, like, it's the lack of determination. If you want it bad enough, you can make it happen, regardless. I've watched movies of people from homeless to Harvard. You know what I mean? And she stuck to the goal the whole entire time. That was instilled. Now, whether it come because she was in a bad situation and she was going to correct it, but again, it goes back to our mindsets. We each have our own individual mindsets.
Heck yeah. And check it out. Just another example is that movie Blue Miracle. That movie Blue Miracle, that it's about the Casa Hogar in Cabo. Not one of them fished before, but they won the fishing tournament and saved the orphanage.
His sergeant came up. She needed something right away.
I'm sorry, my mind drifted to the chat. Aaron, for those who do or don't know, Aaron did a presentation the other day. I didn't finish it. That's why the comment caught my attention. Presenting the case on the finders. You guys familiar with that?
Is that cult?
Yeah, it was tied to a lot. It's got a lot of mysteries, and Aaron spent quite a few hours digging out some of the records and stuff he'd found. It shows it's got signs of a lot of corruption within our government agencies, the CIA, the FBI. These agencies that are allegedly for the safety of us. Yet, the more I'm looking into history, American history, even more modern history, you see how many times our government is involved in criminal activities?
Oh my gosh, keeping up with Mississippi, what's going on in Mississippi?
Which part? I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh, they dug up like 215 deceased from behind the jail.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
And it turns out like they just been like one cop accidentally hit somebody off duty and they just threw him back there. They're just throwing in, like, there's a lot of lost people and they just dug up these people behind the jail that's next to the sheriff's department.
it doesn't surprise me. There is so much sick and evil stuff happening in this world.
Right.
And
Yeah, they had that one judge back in the day. I remember he was selling the kids to the prisons.
Yeah.
Because they were just they caught them just selling kids right into the prison because they literally get paid per head of like
Yeah.
who's in the jail. It's like a hotel, so it's interesting. Yeah.
And the thing is the families of those people, people who are caught up in this corruption, they may not see the bigger picture. All they know is that they're being, they are being targeted. And dudes, what this comes down to, the profitable prisons, the profitable military industrial complex, and the bankers' schemes, it comes down to a disregard. Humanity, we have been brainwashed. We are supposed to care about each other. Even the people who present themselves as our enemies, we're supposed to find a way within ourselves. And actually, supposed to, according to who? we have the opportunity in this lifetime to learn to love our enemies, to bring light and hope to the world. We are here to be the hands, to do the deeds of good, of what I would call God. I think we would call God. We're here to serve the world with blessings. It can appear that we've been cursed, right? Because the world looks ugly, the world looks scary, depending which directions you look at and what you pay attention to. But I do believe that
I don't see it that way.
You don't see what?
Fruitful. The world is that. I see it as fruitful. There's plenty of opportunities to be an encouragement. There's plenty of opportunities to plant seeds, whether it be of my spiritual faith, whether it be of my behavior, whether it be of the way I handle something, or whether it just be a conversation that just encourages you. It's so fruitful out there.
It is it's all perspective. It really is. The entire world, our life, it is controlled by our perspective. If we feel like the world is against us and that's all that we see, well, that makes for a pretty challenging and difficult life. But if we can see the good, see the fruit of life and all the world has to offer, and maybe there's not a lot of sweet fruit, a lot of rewarding fruit right near you, but this is a big world. And I don't know. I learned a few years ago from Wayne Dyer, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. I saw a dark world not that long ago. I didn't even see a lot of reasons for living not that long ago. But where I sit today, I said it earlier, brothers and sisters, all of the past, everything we remember, everything we've been through, it's been preparation for the new world to start. And we start our new world whenever we want. Doesn't change the world that's there, but we can start our new adventure, and we can renew our character. We can refine ourselves, start paying more attention to what we consume physically, mentally, emotionally, pay more attention to what we share physically, mentally, emotionally. And then I think that's what we're supposed to do. I'm pretty sure, guys, it's very possible. Here we are. Okay, machine lies back to possibilities, probabilities, likelihoods, forecasting. I trust in my knowing. Okay, it's not just a belief, but I trust that I know we are one with all that is, one with the Creator. The Creator is with us. So if God is with us, truth is on our side. It's time for a new world to emerge, a world without wars, without debts. And it comes through compassion, it comes through forgiveness, and it comes through communication. Cooperation will change this world. Well, if we cooperate in the right directions. What do you guys think?
Well, it's interesting you say the thing about the secrets, because every time you see corruption, you'll see lies. They're just there because it's usually the lies are necessary to cover up the corruption, because or it's just like that jail she was talking about. Like when you murder one guy, somebody's gonna come and murder two guys, and then you're gonna have to murder three more guys, and you're gonna need a place to put them all, so you got to go behind the jail, because that's the only place where motherfuckers aren't gonna look. So it's just like, what are you gonna do? It's like the bodies just pile up, and it's like, to cover up one evil deed, you have to do two more evil deeds, and it just goes on forever and ever. You're gonna be busy for a while.
And the only reason they were caught is because buzzards kept circling around at the jail, and nobody could figure it out. They were just putting them in the body bags and just putting them down like 2 feet.
It's terrible to laugh at that, but that's just so funny.
That's
the
sad,
buzzards.
But
they
today,
sniff them
the
out.
Trig show, we had a conversation, and people were calling in from the towns and said, "You don't know that they really do this to us all the time, and nobody's believed us." Nobody and they speak of how I haven't seen my brother in 6 years, and I just know somebody did something to him, and everybody's always points to the sheriff's departments, but they're in small towns with the corruption, but they're sadistic out there. And
when the human beings are liars, you got to rely on the buzzards. They're creeping around, waiting for you to die, and even they're telling the truth.
Okay, so look at shoplifters. The first time you're going to shoplift, you're going to be like super, super nervous, right? And then you're going to get away with it. And then maybe a couple more times. And then by 2 or 3 years in, you're so brazen, you're just like grabbing the shirt, putting it on, and walking out. This is exactly what happened. It became, ooh, this didn't feel right. Oh man, come on, Joe did it. Let's do it too. Bet. I mean, how it had to be somebody from within, because they got the code to get back there to do it. There's no cameras on the building? Come on, man. It's insane. But it's the poor, it's the people who can't, and their stories aren't being brought to attention because they're poor. They don't have money to go out there. How am I going to feed my family today? They're not thinking about calling the police, the news channel and making it a story. They don't know to contact people. They can't hire outside investigators. They don't know what to do. So to some, it's easy to be that to them. They're a disposable commodity. And that's sad to say that. That's horrible to say that in 2024.
It is the mindset we've kind of, humanity has found itself at. And I don't think it's new. The disregard for humanity, I don't think it's new. Did you say that was Mississippi, where that jail was, the body? Okay.
Oh, you could cash at me. Red 4 says, how am I going to afford dye? My dyes are around $300. You can cash at me. I'll drop the cash app, Red. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm gonna drop my cash app real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Lindsay, no, I'm not afraid of what you might say at all. And actually, I was giving some thought to you and some of our previous conversations. I see some things, and I'd like to discuss with you as well. You've been helpful with me offering some feedback. And I think
Remember,
for you
I'm
too.
in Texas, and we're down here by Jasper, where they tied that man up to
Oh
the back
yeah,
of the
I remember
truck
that.
and drug his body 14 miles, and it took a year for anybody to even get arrested for it. Like, it was the hardest thing to get that young man, to get those men convicted for that. Like, those small towns, I mean, we can talk about the big towns, but those small towns that some of us grew up in, that some of us still have family living there, like, that's a real stress. Like, I get pulled over, I'm like, shit, what's in the car? Do I have enough money to pay, for this? They're worried about, I'm about to get killed, So
Hey, the other thing you pointed out is these things are happening typically where people are impoverished, right? Where poverty is.
yeah.
And typically with poverty also comes a lack of education. A lack of education includes a lack of awareness, not focusing on educating each other's children in the best ways that we can.
No, yeah, and I just want to contextualize what I mean. I'm just saying I agree with I agree with both you guys, but what I'm saying is I'm saying, like, we have to break the cycle of trauma, right? People who are broken are easy to break and become breakers of other people, right? Like, that's kind of the cycle that we're in. And again, that's why I was going so hard at the one thing, just to make the point that you can look up or down or whatever you want, but everybody is doing it from a position where it makes sense to them what they're doing. Most people justify what they're doing. They're not some evil person who's just out to destroy humanity. Some people do, but overall, people aren't just trying to destroy humanity or something like that, right?
That's what I truly believe. And I mean, the old adage is true: hurt people hurt people. And we've got a world today where trauma has not been understood well in the past. There's a lot of hurt people out there, and I think that's why we do have a lot of crime. And we are here, the point too, we are here to interrupt those patterns, to break the patterns of abuse, break the patterns of poverty. We're here to help raise each other up. I see that happening.
But Jack, I got a question for you and for Neuro as well. So the question is, say you do teach everybody and educate everybody from the beginning how to deal with situations, get a hold of people, and do the right thing and all that. If the system is corrupt, which we all know the system is rigged and corrupt, how do you go about doing that if they reach a certain system and it's corrupt and it's not going to give them the answer they want?
I'll just say my answer very brief, because I think it's very simple, and I would love to hear Jack after that. I'm going to jump off in a second. I think that you have to have enough healthy people who are willing to sacrifice comfort and go and get involved in their systems and say, we are not going to allow corruption in our personal lives, and we're not going to allow it in our systems, right? And it's going to be very difficult, because most people are responding to incentive, and if you don't address the incentives, you're not going to address the problem, in my opinion.
I agree with you.
That's actually a great point, by the way.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Yep. But here's another question. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Would welfare be included as an incentive to the person who just asked or claimed that the problem is with our incentives?
Yes, but I don't think welfare is the primary problem that people make it out to be. I think it is a problem, but I think that overall, like, it's the family structures and family dynamics that are feeding into that. And I think that a lot of it does come from, policies that are bad on purpose, right? Like, I think that if you look at what welfare did to people, at least if it was an honest mistake, we haven't corrected it. And I don't think that us not correcting it is an accident, right? And I think that, we are aware of that, but if we don't start and going and really taking a look at where these ideas are coming from and who are writing them down and who are holding those policies, we're not going to.
I interrupted you. Excuse me.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
okay. I'm finished. I'm pretty much
when
done.
Roosevelt created the dole, which is, welfare system, he explicitly stated that he was worried. It was supposed to be like a not an enabling thing, but more like here's a hand, get back on your feet, and then when you can make it on your own, go do it. But the problem that he feared has actually come true. And so if I were negative, I would say just about any system is abused. But if I were more trying to be a little more, realistic, I would say it can be abused. Any system can be abused. And if there's something to abuse, people will abuse it, but that shouldn't stop us from trying to do things. And we have to start from somewhere. And then one more quickie thing. I was hearing people say, I think the problem is this, or I think the problem is that. For example, raising kids and diversity and different things that we think are wrong. But I haven't really heard what we're doing right. And I haven't really heard more than a single reason what the problem is. Because if you take any problem in your life, even the one that you think is the simplest, you'll notice that the cause has very many variables. You just have to sit and think really clearly. For example, if me and Jack weren't getting along, it's because Jack is stubborn. Just let me use that excuse. Really, the problem is multifaceted, and the problem is to fix it. It's going to be a little deeper than that. Not so complex, but it's going to be the way I communicate or fail to communicate well. Maybe the message, the way Jack is talconing it. Jack is digesting and interpreting the message.
I'll briefly respond to what you said. I think that people need the ability to negotiate, and the only way that you're going to have that is healthy people. If you look at the way the system is,
your idea of healthy is not everyone else's.
Well, of course,
homeless people can be perfectly healthy in the mind.
Well,
see, right? We already don't agree, right?
Well, yeah, but I think that we all have a baseline, that we can all agree upon, right?
Sure.
Like,
what would the example baseline be that we can all agree upon?
Authentic is a first step towards being healthy.
Yeah, knowing yourself and knowing who you are and knowing the environment. Like, what I'm saying is, like, if like you're using the corporate system as a thing to say, well, we're all kind of being forced in this corporate system. Well, the thing is like, if people just said, I'm not going to cooperate with the system, I'm not going to go get that job, I'm not going to go cooperate with that, you have more ability to do something along those lines than you do to go and say, well, I want to tell Trump to do what I want.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
True.
So,
yeah, it's unrealistic.
Well,
yeah,
it
if
is
I can add on
unrealistic.
to actually what's just been said.
We're still going to do that.
I often lead teams of people from afar or in close proximity, like in basically in the size of a submarine, but smaller, where you have to live across from people and deal with them personally after work and in between and there. And one of the things, especially because it's a creative and technical field, I have found over 3 decades now is that you, as a manager, we find solutions for the individual that helps them excel based off of what their needs are and the way that they apply their needs and interests. Now, I have often worked with people that would reject this, but I get this from the fact that my grandfather helped initiate the reform system in California's penal system to get people jobs. One of the people that got a job, and I'm making this as an example, anecdotally, because these things are about individual proclivity, interests, values, and there's as many of those as there are people on the planet. And for each person, like Lindsay was saying, it is a complex set of order. To act as though we can train everything as a monolith is a mistake. And each of these things needs to be dealt with, unfortunately and fortunately, as its own. And when you take that time, and maybe a little slower than faster, it provides results that are, I would say, on the level of the world stage, which is where I'm presenting, and that's the difference. Great things are generally focused on the individual that then can become a better portion of the team, not to exclude one or the other as an important or unimportant value. And I tend to hear that in this. It's like, oh, we should just, work on this side, like somebody was saying, or work on that side. No, we need to work from multiple angles. Yes. I was going to say this earlier, and you have to come from multiple angles. You can't just go from one, because people may lack some intellect or emotional value, or you can list off all the things that someone's going to be missing, but you really have to hone in, find what it is, and hope that people attach to it. Whether or not people attached to it or interested in it, that's a different story. And getting them into that is a whole other ball of wax. But as far as managerial between people, and I use the term managerial just simply in the fact of, like, we manage each other, our groups, our friends, our associations.
That would be another thing that's ideal. Instead of a horizontal hierarchy, or more of the teamwork kind of principles that you're talking about. We have a vertical hierarchy in this country, and we like to call it a democracy, but we always have an upper person that we have to answer to. Yep. So is it realistic to expect any kind of, I like what you guys are saying. I like that you're saying we need to work together and basically we are one kind of thing. But then there's the other side of me, that little double angel thing going on saying, come on, diversity doesn't work. You can prove it by looking at other countries. Idealistically, it works and everybody holds hands and gets along. It's a hell of a lot harder than that. But then you can't have an autocracy where one person is on top barking at other people what to do. So how do we do this? When you're talking about tabling a person in prison and creating a plan for him, I'm sure that takes many people on the table in the administration of the prison, not just one person who can control it and say, this is what he needs in prison. He needs this rehabilitation system or a drug program or whatever it is, and then he'll be just fine. Instead, it's like you said, where everybody has different inputs, but the problem with that too is that you lose momentum and you're bending and you're twisting and you're compromising, but the person doesn't always get the strongest solution. He gets kind of a lukewarm one in the middle when maybe he needs something a little. Anyway, I'm sorry, because I apologize because I disagree with a lot of things and I agree with them at the same time. It's more like,
you're fine. I
see your
understand
point, but how?
Yeah, you're seeing the fallibility of all of these objects. That's the thing about them. There's a fallibility in every reasoning. We cannot underestimate that. And that's something important to know, that not everything is a one fix. And that's kind of my point. There's just no way to just lambast the whole of the situations. You're always going to be picking up a brick that falls out of the wall. It's part of what growth in humanity is. And recognizing that, there is a chaos within the order. I'm sorry, Jack, you look like you're trying to say something.
Yeah, let me jump in here just briefly. The complexity. You're right, Lindsay. There's Neurojack, and the discussion has been, it's a multifaceted solution, multifaceted problem. And here's the thing, the complexity of the problem, I think, has created a standstill for most people, because we have this belief, I can't do anything, or I don't know what to do. It's overwhelming.
Or forget it, the law's just going to control my life anyway in the government. So you just get stymied and you don't grow and you don't improve. Yes. And then sooner or later, all the boundaries we've created via laws aren't even enforced.
Well, it's some ways it's heading that direction. I mean, we've created humanity collectively, we've reached a point in progression where people are confused. We've got everyone living in their own realities. I mean, just totally different beliefs of how long the earth has been, what makes us who we are, who's actually in control. Everyone's living in these different realities, and it's like, holy shit, who's in charge of this place, man? Seriously, who's?
Oh my
I want
God.
to talk to the boss.
But Jack,
I'm going to say something controversial, Jack. Hopefully, no one. Anyways.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jack. I like to say something too. Does it really matter who controls this place if everybody has a different opinion, different thoughts? It doesn't matter what they're thinking. As long as they don't harm anybody, as long as they don't harm anyone, is it okay? I think it's okay.
But that's not what's happening. There's a lot of harm going on around, and there's a lot of people convinced, you know, they're living their reality, believing they are just in putting on the costume and, you know, putting people in jails and in cages, just off suspicions.
If you consider infringement on your rights to be harmful, which many do,
yes,
there's another problem right there, because my idea of an infringing government is not necessarily your idea. But yet again, that's how we make it work somehow, because you buy a house, you pay for education, right? You own your property, you pay for education. You don't have a choice.
Wait, that's the problem. We should not be withholding education. We should not be putting knowledge behind a paywall. This is why we have poverty and people uneducated, because knowledge is power. Knowledge is truly what is powerful, and that's why I'm so adamant. The future of humanity, we've got to start trusting knowledge rather than authority, and we can do that when authority is transparent.
I disagree, Mr. Jack. How do you trust knowledge when the whole knowledge you're given is wrong? The language is all double language. The language is all secret.
Sorry. I'd love to discuss this, but I'm not.
Go ahead.
You're just going to argue.
No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just letting you know what I think.
I understand. I appreciate it, and thank you for allowing me to press back. Okay. There's a lot of people alive today who are convinced that everything we've learned is wrong, that everyone is a liar, especially in government. And then we're left with this arrogance that I know better, and we become the judge, who's lying, who's not. But we've got this distrust, so we think everyone is lying. And since everyone is lying, guess what? You're staying confused.
And everyone thinks everyone else is stupid.
That too.
Okay.
Wait, hold on a second. Lindsay,
Go ahead,
I'm not
wait.
the smartest person in the room at all times? What?
I'm the dumbest one in the room. I get that. But what I'm saying, Jack, is does it take somebody with any brains to know if you're hurting somebody or not? That's my question to you first.
That's an interesting question, and it's not actually that simple.
Okay.
I've done this myself. I've thought I was helping someone. I thought what I was offering was helpful, and it turned out I caused them pain. I hurt them. Sometimes we do hurt others, but we don't intend to cause harm.
Are you speaking like on an emotional kind of harm? I'm talking about like literally harm to someone, loss, injury, or harm. And the reason why go ahead. And the reason why I asked you that is because coming down to these power system issues that Aaron was referring to, which I kind of agree with what he's saying, all this stuff comes down to power. And the power is going to manipulate the whole system. And you're saying to me now that if we're more educated and go to the schools and all that, that's going to make a difference. I don't think so. The system is corrupt.
Okay. Yes. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not suggesting we promote the system, or that if everyone was indoctrinated by the current education system, the world would be better. There is that possibility. But what I'm suggesting is we can reform it all. I mean, individually, we don't have a ton of power, you know, especially those of us who are here on the platform on a what a Tuesday night, right?
Losers. Just kidding.
Well, together though,
nerds.
What Moose is saying, if college was free, there wouldn't be as many admins, lifetime professors. The way the system is designed, it is so illogical, and it's got the world confused. But collectively, individually, it starts with one. Individually, we start healing ourselves, learning and knowing what is true, allowing ourselves to adapt to what we learn, but growing. And then we help others learn. We help others grow, those around us. And then together we find ways to communicate with administrators or elected officials or people who have more connections.
I get it, Jack. I get you. We have to start with educating.
Yes.
Jack, the only I'm sorry to interrupt again. The only thing that bothers me, it's not about what you're saying, okay? Because like you said, some people know some things and some people don't. Like you may know something I don't know, and I may know something that nobody on that panel knows. The same thing with Aaron or Lindsay or anybody, right? Yep. Now I'm telling you, I know some people that are so powerful, they got away with so much shit in this community where I'm at. I don't care what they did, they got away with it. And when you say go to people with connections and power, you're going to the wrong people, sir.
Well, they got away with it because others enabled. Okay, so if we can enable success, if we can enable righteousness, just like the corruption has been enabled, we've got an uphill battle, right? Those of us who are here with me, without the wealth and we're not above the law, but the law is not above us either.
This is where people like Joe Cool and the auditors come in. Yep. This is truly where you see the need for what Joe Cool really does.
I agree to some sense, yes.
Could you imagine if Joe Cool lived in Mississippi and saw buzzards behind the jail? He would have been talking about this from the very beginning. And enough people talk about stuff like this, it has to go mainstream.
Yes, I totally agree. There should be a lot of more audit watchers. But here's my question again, Cynthia, to Jack or anybody that wants to say something from the panel. Like if you had to go right now, or let me ask you another question, Jack. If you ask me what's the more, what's the word for it? Okay, what's the more in power? Would you go to the people like the police, the sheriffs, the people in politics, or would you go to the wealthy people in that community?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
Which one is more powerful than the other, you think? Even though there's a balance, who actually holds the power? The people that are paying way more taxes are in charge of putting these people in position, or the people claiming to have power? I honestly think, and I know for a fact from my own experience in life, the people that are very wealthy, that are behind the screen, are pushing the buttons everywhere. That's in cities and in communities, you name it.
Yep. Tarek, I believe you're right. And here, I don't think I'm naive, but I'm also not ignorant.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not, Jack.
I hold the hope and faith that there's people in the system, government, from the local community government all the way to the federal government. I have hopes that there are people in the systems who don't realize what it is they're doing. That they don't realize that, just like many of the citizens don't realize they've got the right to be free and to be sovereign as long as they're committing no crimes, doing no harms. Just like many of the citizens don't realize they actually have freedom. Many of the people in government may not realize they have the right to turn down the lobbyists, to turn down the corporations, to actually do what is morally just. People in government, they actually have the opportunity to even break some of the rules, to stand up and speak out as whistleblowers. And then we in the community, we can do what we can to help protect and support the whistleblowers, those people on the inside who are coming out and saying, you know what, This guy in the top, yeah, I enabled him in the past. I enabled his wealth because, well, I thought it was right. If we get more people, citizens, whoever they are, that's what this world is doing. That's what will lead this world, with more people being honest, more people being authentic. It is a lot easier to share compassion and trust with someone who's authentic and someone who's honest, right? So I think that's what's going to change this world. Compassion, honesty, transparency. We can fix the governments. We can repair the education systems. And actually, we could take the things that are just like our individual lives. We can take the parts of our lives that we love and we want to treasure, and we can build upon those things. The things that we've collected along the past from the world that really don't bring us joy, we can cut it loose.
Jack,
go ahead.
Can I ask you? Because you started to touch on this, but how do we then address the embedded unknown, like what I've been covering? Those things within the system that can cut off all of the well-meaning, all of the folks that actually do follow the law, all of those things, and take it right out of their hands. What do we do about those people? Because they are so unseen so often. How do we address that? Because they, even in the power systems, they wouldn't believe that they exist. And we see this in the reports that I was reading. The FBI was saying, no, there's absolutely no evidence. And you get to the Customs Department and, oh, there's absolutely evidence. And you get the local sheriff's department, they're like, I had the evidence, but actually somebody else has the evidence now. Yeah, I mean, like, how do we, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to reduce it to that, but you know what I'm saying is, I believe, is that how do we root out those that would embed themselves in systems to undermine them or take advantage of them?
That's the greatest question, because that's the problem we've got right now. There's so many subversive groups, subversive individuals. It's become, the corruption is embedded. There's so much secrecy and corruption. So how do we do it? This is what I think is where it kind of comes back to the earlier topic. The problem seems so insurmountable because there's so many variables. But as we come together, more people united for this purpose, we want the future to have no corruption. We want peace on earth. If we come forward with those ideals and those plans, and we start getting enough people involved, we'll get the right solutions. Things will work out. I trust in that.
Would you be happy with socialism, that type of government? Is that what it is?
Qualities of socialism exist today in what we've got. The qualities of socialism, the entire economic system, we've got the logistics, we've got the resources, the technology to keep track of things. We've got a lot of amazing opportunities. What we have in the economy, though, is a problem with the distribution. We don't have a right, fair means of distributing the energy, the education, the resources.
That takes socialism, and people don't like socialism. See what I mean? I mean,
okay,
I don't want to be a naysayer, but you got to look at all the
so and fine, we'll look at that conclusion and then we'll go farther. You're right. People oppose socialism. Many people today, especially in America, oppose socialism. And I'm not, let me be clear, I'm not proposing directly socialism either. But why is there such a fear of socialism or communism? Yes, history has given us distorted examples where a lot of people were murdered and a lot of bodies were stacked up. So there was also an intentional propaganda campaign here in America to make people afraid of communism and socialism. Why? Why would capitalism fear socialism and communism? Oh, the profits. Oh yeah, it's all about the profits.
I think it's about freedoms too.
No, that's the deception. That's part of the propaganda.
How much freedom do we have compared to North Koreans, for example? We have a hell of a lot more.
Yes.
But no, hold on a second. North Korea is an authoritarian communist regime. Nowhere near
Okay, how about parts of
England's
China?
social
How about Russia?
nowhere near England's social conservatism or Norway's social social platforms or the things that we would actually integrate, which is what we would do. We would
Come
integrate
on.
those things. No, there's no come on. That's what it is. And actually, one of these, you are literally repeating McCarthyism without realizing it by saying this. And that's one of the things that shocks me about the modern day is that we haven't parsed out the McCarthyism from our language. It was only 5 years of the entire republic, including the atomic family. It was literally like 12 years, and we still can't let go of these things that were imprinted upon us from the 50s. And I'm shocked by this, by the way, because
but okay.
Because it is a thing that's left over from that, and that's the only place when we see proper use of these tools, not the authoritarian use of them, not the fascist use of them, but the actual implementation of well-being for the social public. We have public schooling that you don't pay for. We have the ambulances, we have the fire department, we have the police. That's all social services.
For clarity, are you likening McCarthyism to, say, Orwellian?
McCarthyian was Orwellian. Exactly.
Okay,
I have Orwell talking
Orwellian
about McCarthy
from-
as his fear. So
Okay.
yes, I would compare the two, and I would compare the two because Orwell compared the two.
Believe me, I'm not into that kind of thing at all. I'm just speaking my mind, but I don't particularly feel like being labeled. Except for that, I could definitely say that I'm not a communist.
So if you had read the Communist Manifesto, the United States actually practices one of the economic systems described by Marx and Engels, and that's bourgeoisie socialism. That's what we would call neoliberalism now in modern parlance.
Listen to
Yeah.
you.
So yeah. Actually, by the way, great point. It's kind of missed in the modern conversations. And what I would propose at all, and I think what people are generally proposing, is a much less radical, less involved system, but just a more equalitarian system that we do seek to run towards or move towards when, people like Jefferson and people like Sam Adams all believe that this was a possibility.
And Adam Smith,
thank you.
Equalitarianism, egalitarianism, utopia, all of those words to me.
I'm not for utopia. We just need an FTC and FCC to get back to work again in the trust bust and stuff. So we don't really need a full communism. We just need to get the FTC and FCC back to work, get them to start refereeing again.
Yeah, true. Great point. And actually, the bust of the massive corporations of the early 20th century were a great point of what it was that we can do and how it does benefit the public. The public's wealth in the 1960s was higher than it's ever been any time in the world. And we lost that in the 80s. Why? Because of the practice of reverting those social systems.
Thanks, Ronnie.
We know how the machine lies feels about industrialization.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
Well, it's funny that that you guys mentioned Orwell and some of these other factors. I think it's important to realize that the objective means of power in our age are technological. They use technological means to govern people. So if you want to change the system, you would have to employ a change of the technological means. But the other factor in that is what Orwell pointed out was the failure of Marxism in realizing that the threat of industrialization, because I guess large scale technologies, they're inherently monopolizing. So it takes like almost you have to create a government agency for certain large scale technologies like nuclear power.
Yeah, because they have to be
to even exist. Yeah, so who's going to manage these things over time? Well, you have to create international governments sometimes to manage large scale technologies, to manage organizations that control, I guess, international trade and these other things.
Yeah.
So I guess what it is that large scale technology is inherently monopolizing, and what it creates is corporate socialism. So what we have today is corporate socialism. Is and the socialism of corporations exists, but in an international market, so it supersedes the power of nation states. And that's
true. Incredible point there. Incredible point.
Yeah, so that's so the modern system is just international corporations acting as pseudo governmental entities, like nonprofit organizations.
Evil. Do you think of it that way, like a necessary evil?
Of course, it's simply an effect of industrialization, as I was pointing out, of large scale industry, of large scale technologies. If you want to adapt these things, you have to take that as a trade off.
But it leads into monopolies. Yeah.
It leads to world government, really, and it leads to monoculture, because you have to make the same parts all around the world, especially for communications devices.
Yeah, but there's ways to do it without having total monoculture, like with the internet, with the IETF, that pretty much document standards, so anyone can just go ahead and program them. It's just we could have a Rosetta Stone so we can communicate across the networks.
All of these labels and isms that have been tried in the past or defined. There it is. Greed is the problem. We imagine if our corporations imagine if the government, rather than existing to support the profits and focused on the economic factors, what if the government actually did its job to try and create the space for all of us to have a safe, prosperous, free life here on Earth? So what if the governments actually did their jobs, instead of creating enemies, worked at improving the world? And then the corporations, what if the shareholders and executives, rather than trying to focus their attention and energy on reducing the costs, increasing the profits for the shareholders and the stock values, what if the corporations changed their mindset and their focus was simply to provide the best quality for the lowest cost? Simple as that. Where there's a fair exchange for all levels of the production and the administration of the business, reasonable exchange, and the purpose was just best service, lowest cost.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. There's some companies that you run that principle that you wouldn't expect. Like Amazon just actually ran using that principle. It didn't make profits till like the last 10 years.
Well, okay, there may be some truth to that. The Amazon is definitely though profit oriented, at the expense of the safety and welfare, the dignity of many of their employees, their suppliers. We've given these corporations and governments way too much power. And why? Because the representation of a big corporation or a big government, it's done behind. Is that me? I don't know.
I disconnected my mic.
Oh, what I was saying is because it's closed doors. And how can we have freedom? How can citizens today in the land of America or elsewhere, how can we claim to have freedom when the government is clearly treats us like enemies? I mean, we keep secrets from enemies. We keep secrets and we tell lies to those we can't trust. So our government doesn't trust the population. I think most of the population is wise not to trust the government. And so,
I think most of the population is wise not to trust each other too.
that I disagree with, my friend. Because see, divided, that distrust we've been taught, that distrust keeps us divided. As long as we stay divided, the others have more power.
Hey, Jack, here's my question for you then. What is the meaning of freedom? And isn't that the long-standing, ever slowly evolving personal meaning that we could probably ask everybody on the panel their idea of, and we'd probably get a bunch of different responses? I mean, how do we coagulate? How do we kind of center that meaning of freedom as it moves forward? Because some people think freedom is absolute, and that's the only way it could be. And some people think that's freedom within a system.
Mm-hmm. Good
It's a good question.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it comes from the notion of freedom is inherently internal, whereas the notion of control is essentially external, because you're controlling. you have to apply your freedom to the control of things. So essentially, freedom and control are not the same thing. But essentially, the thing is about, I think it relates back to technology as well, because it's about how we've lost skills. The more we automate and mechanize systems, you gain in efficiency, you lose in skill. And that's another thing that that Orwell talked about, that this is a key way that they control humanity, is by increasing efficiency and taking away people's inherent skills that they can use. So instead of improving the tools we use, we develop overarching techniques and systems, so that we don't have to control, so that we can relinquish control to the system. And that's the danger of creating externalized forces of control, externalizations of our ego, if you will, that takes us into, which is these, I guess, what we need an improvement of tools. You could manage tools because you can use tools based on skills, but you can't manage systems. Systems are controlled by techniques. Anybody can use techniques. The human element within systems is interchangeable, but the human element within skills that we need for to apply to for each other, human-centered skills, that application will never go away as long as we have communities, as long as we have reliance on other people.
Yes, brother, you said a lot, and that is so true. The individualized skills have been depleted for the purpose of the system. Now, whether this was intentional or just an added benefit for the oppressors, I never realized that. But the industrialization and taking these craftsmen and changing their skills down to you do this widget, you turn this nut, creating these assembly lines, people become absolutely replaceable. And then,
not exactly. Plus, I have a problem. I work at a place that works like an assembly line. We have a problem cross-training people because people just don't want to learn more stuff. I run into it a lot.
That's
so
the world.
People don't want to do more than one thing, and I've regularly getting into disagreeable situations because I would rather people be able to do more than one thing at a time.
Sure.
So I got a question from Machine, actually, Jack. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
What do you think then Soma is in today's terms? And if people aren't familiar, Soma is the drug that if you took a little of it in Orwell's future, it calmed you. If you took a little more, it would sedate you. If you took enough of it on a regular basis, it would just basically make you a zombie. So what do you think that the Soma is? Do you think it's the phones? Do you think it's and what was just being spoken about sounds to me like kind of Soma is like, I don't want to take part in that.
It's sports ball, I think.
Well, I think that we're in a form. Well, it goes back to that concept I mentioned earlier, externalization of the ego. I mean, that is a form of psychosomatic detachment, and I think it leads to a sort of numbness to our environment. You know, we look at the world, and it kind of cold metal perfection. You know, we have a numbness to that. You know, because we don't have relation to it. Although, you know, if you look at like a tree or an animal, you know what I mean, or something like that, because it has the quality of growth, you know, something that is a inorganic, it doesn't necessarily have growth, you know, it doesn't have the potential for growth, you know, so it just is the way it is, you know.
Did you say that the ego is psychosomatic?
No,
I
I
gotta
said that.
rewind because you're using these profound abstract.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. No, I said the externalization of the ego leads to psychosomatic detachment.
Okay.
You know.
Externalization of the ego leads to psychosomatic detachment. Dude.
Yeah. Like mediation. Yeah, and the effect is that it's mediation through the tools we use.
From what I understand about psychosomatic is it's self-caused. Correct?
Well, it's like yeah, exactly. Well, what is self-caused if you are relating to yourself through your cell phone, you know? And that's an extension of yourself. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
so apparently the way you relate to people, it adds an extra layer of communication. And that form of mediation leads to a sense of numbness for most people, at least.
Okay. Now
You
that
know,
makes
because-
sense to me. Yeah,
yeah.
you had to stupid it down.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
I kind
say-
of had
like
to break
say-
it down like a lame.
Oh no! Oh no! Of course, I'm happy to take people there.
Hey, absolutely. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. And Lies does a way he can explain things in many different ways. I've noticed that.
I wouldn't necessarily simply, but if you can't explain it
Yes.
at all, you don't know. If
Fair
you
enough.
can't, you don't know it. But some things are just not that simple.
True. True. Very true. Regarding the idea of externalization of the ego, though, I'm telling you, this is what, now that I've seen this, I can't seem to unsee it. The structures of the government, the systems, it is the externalization of the collective ego. And we've become reliant upon the ego. We do, individually and collectively. We become reliant on the ego, allowing the ego, the systems, to keep controlling us.
Isn't there a good reason why the ego's there? I mean,
It's-
I was typing in the chat, and one reason why I jumped up is because we kept saying this is egoic, that is egoic, or are you doing? Cynthia was saying, are you trying to do something for someone because you're trying to help them, or is it a matter of ego? Which I thought was a really good question. But I also wonder, and I want to ask anybody can answer, what's wrong with assuaging or appealing to one's own ego, if even a little bit, not massively? Is anything wrong with that?
Oh yeah. So
just a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
But yeah, what's wrong with people appealing their own ego is that they're less easy to control. So if they're following their own ego, they're not following someone else's ego. They're not as easy to control if they're paying attention to themselves instead of the leader, the priest, or whatever.
I think we all do egoic or ego-based things to an extent, and I don't fault anybody for doing something egoic for a minor reason that makes them feel good, or it helps somebody, well, it helps yourself, kind of thing. But I understand that done too far, it can be deleterious. So again,
couldn't it be argued that the ego is the basis of our judgment, that it is the root of our judgments, and that when the ego does get out of control, our judgments become flawed?
That's why I'm
because
saying
they're too solipsistic.
correct. But in a little bit,
Yeah, it's healthy and moderation, right? I mean,
Yeah.
like, that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Lindsay, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, all I needed to say was, yeah, was that brilliant.
Well, I mean, even in the comparison of the individual ego and the systems of control and regulation, they serve the same purpose. There is a value, there is a benefit to our individual egos. Someone pointed it out in the chat. The ego is actually what keeps us alive. You know, it's the it's the primitive part of the bodily form that wants us to continue. So just like the government, in theory, the systems of government, the regulations on the corporations, in theory, those are there to regulate, to keep it limited and keep order and control.
Just like the concept of id, ego, and superego are like a government. They're there to kind of balance things out.
Well, it's simply like you know, a body being like a kingdom. And if you have you know, the ego as a policeman, and you have the pleasure seeking capacity of a person as the kind of treasury, you know what I mean? And of course, if the state is controlled by the Treasury Department, it's going to loot the people, you know. And if it's controlled by the police force, then it's going to proliferate crime. It's going to sometimes create crime, you know, in order to solve its own problem, you know, because that's going to get more funding for the police department. So, you know, it's going to function through anger, you know. In other words, you have to put your kingdom in order, you know, and that's where
with id, ego, and superego. Checks
well,
and balances.
well, yes, but I think that Freud was really basing that on Plato's tripartite soul, you know, which is more what I'm describing, you know, because there's three parts to the soul and there's three parts to his little schemata there, you know. And
I'm
you
just
know,
laughing not because what you said was ridiculous, but because you're so well read and knowledgeable about everything.
Yeah.
Like you have like a photographic memory, and this is not me cupcaking. I really
yeah, Hegel and
machine
Freud
stuff.
are Hegel and Freud, you know, their little tripartite systems are kind of based on Plato's tripartite soul. And he kind of said, well, you know, there's three parts to the self, sort of, you know, and you know, the eros is like the desires, you know, and they're multifarious, you know. That's a part of yourself that fights with itself, you know. And then there's you know, the thumos, which is like a you know, your heart self, you know, which is your passion, you know. It's related to like family and honor and those things, you know, and country and those things, you know. And then you have the reason, which is kind of like the king, you know, on top, you know. And yeah, yeah, and it's kind of like saying, well, you know, a lot of, and he also had this thing that a lot of our ideas come from our unconscious you know, memories.
Yeah, but some of that was BS. Don't you agree?
Well, it's just the same thing as Freud of the unconscious mind. You know, it's just you know, 90% of our self is this unconscious programming, you know, that exists. You know, that's basically essentially, you know, Freud just ripped that from Plato, you know, which is basically, he said the same thing. But the only trick is that Plato believed in the universal mind, you know, and then Freud, you know, took that to the secular extension of that, and then Jung brought it back to the universal mind. You know, it was just that easy for him to do it. You know, he's just one step removed from Freud. He just posits the universal mind again. You know, so, you know, and also archetypes, which are really just Plato's forms. You know.
Yeah, so he wasn't the person that focused on archetypes and symbols and dreams because he got it from somebody else. He got the idea from Plato.
He just, I think he just took Freud's views to their logical extension, which is that he just labeled them what they are. They're just Platonic, you know. You know, they're mystical, you know, because psychologists, you know, behaviorists and those sort of people have long dismissed Freud as pseudoscience. You know?
I know. Well,
Yeah,
you can see why.
I'm skeptical of archetypes because there's like an, I guess, infinite archetype power up and we don't even have a good way to count them. To kind of like laws, we have a hard time distinguishing one from another one.
Well, life in its totality, it's all subtleties and it's all perspective. And the idea that Freud built most of his his theories off Plato, sure. I mean, what is true, and we've got a lot of different explanations. Not all the explanations are accurate.
That's why I like cherry picking. You know, that word, or I guess it's a phrase, a compound, whatever, adjective and noun, whatever. Cherry picking, I think, is absolutely not a bad thing. I think most people do it, so I think it's normal. And I think it doesn't mean that you are not able to apply logic to everything. It's just you're accepting who you really are and the things that you need and what you are and what your philosophies are, and you're winding them together in a way that makes sense to you.
Yes.
Yeah, like the externalization that he was talking about, but rather inverted. You can learn from it. You can accept it into yourself, but you can also see it as the externalized. I may be jumping back a bit, but it just seems we've kind of looped back to that, where it's the acceptance in balanced value of both the external and the internal, and giving them their credence where they belong, as opposed to seeing any monoclastic or any just lambastic use of all of these concepts we're talking about. Just like how Freud, kind of pseudoscience, but there's some valuable things within Freud's practices that we can see are true. Jung, a ton of applicable sciences, but at the same time, someone could find it very fanciful because it goes into the esoteric very quickly. So
well, that's the thing is that Freud was a combination of two astute minds, which is Darwin and Nietzsche. Because Nietzsche invented this notion of repressed feelings, and also I guess Darwin, he was starting with this kind of atheistic view, and if you apply that to a species level, then Freud's theories were actually weaponized, in terms of his nephew Edward Bernays. So when applied to a mass setting, it seems like Freud does have some applicability. So it's not so easy to dismiss those theories, because when you go to postmodernism, indeed they have been weaponized.
Right. That's the tough portion of actually making the call about Freud in usage. It is because there are verifications of it now where maybe at the time period it was more fanciful, and the cocaine the guy was doing, but it does have this is the thing, when what Jack just showed is totally true.
Lindsay brought up about cherry picking. It reminds. Oops. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, that's okay.
My
And actually,
bad.
I got to jump, Jack. I really appreciate everybody on the panel. What great minds. Everybody, open souls, great minds, great conversation. Every single one of you, and everybody's been on the panel. I really appreciate it, Jack. And thank you once again, everybody, Linz and Hank. I didn't catch Sterling down there, but Machine, and of course Jack. Thank you so much for having this, and y'all have a great evening, and keep on keeping on the brilliance up here.
Thank you for joining.
My pleasure.
He probably didn't miss anything. I mean, don't feel too bad. But there was one thing I was listening earlier, and I think it was Hank that was telling us that story about how they were like cross training people at his job, because people didn't want to do more than one thing. And like I sort of relate to that, but like I don't even want to do one thing. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yes, I do. If I can get by without doing anything, I can do all the stuff I want to do.
Yeah, I don't want to do anything though. You know what I mean? That's why I'm a communist. I'm a communist slave, I guess. But no. Hey, what's up, Jack? What's up, panel? What's up, Machine Lies? Hey, Lindsay, never met you before. What's up, Hank? How y'all doing? Yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah, cool.
Are you a NASA employee?
I was just trying to make friends. I thought I could label myself with like the most labels that would make me popular to the group and the panel.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So you have that you have that what's it called, tourist shirt, because the guy who landed think a probe and an asteroid that wore the same kind of shirts. Is that correct?
Actually, yes. Yes. Like, what gave it away is what I was wondering. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm on vacation. I'm in Costa Rica. Yeah. Yeah. I actually just moved into this little hotel because I got kicked out of my Airbnb last night. Apparently I didn't realize, I did realize that there's like time limits when you can't go to the pool, and I had some friends over, yada yada. So I'm a little disorganized right now, but yeah, carry on. Thanks for having me.
Yo, I got one question, dude. Are you there with that girl where you pulled up with the purple Lamborghini, and is that why you're in Costa Rica?
Yeah, well,
It's loud.
yes, like, how do you guys, like, I don't even have to tell you guys anything. You guys know everything about me. Like,
I think
Damn.
he likes that girl.
See, he's living the dream.
Absolutely.
At least
Absolutely,
someone
yes.
is. You know,
But
at
listen,
least
guys,
Yeah,
enough
great.
about my
Someone
greatness.
is.
Yeah, enough about my greatness. Like, please continue with the hardships and things we're struggling with. I want to try to be more like that, you know, more human that way. Cheers.
I think I took it off topic because I compared a government system to the id ego and the super ego. So if you want to go back to talking about the government stuff, I always make analogies, and that can lead to tangents. And so that was probably what happened.
Well, I feel like you know, I feel like like the ego and, you know, doing like selfish things, voting like, you know, for selfish motivations and making decisions that are selfish and looking out for your own best interest, it serves a purpose. And it can get you, it got me where I am today. But then it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing once you make a transition into voting against your own best interests.
What if you done that, for
I'm sorry?
example? What
I'm
if
sorry?
when did you do that, for example? Like what was the issue
Yeah,
you were voting on and you went against your own?
curious. Well, for example, well, I don't want to give too much away about myself, but like, let's say for example that I worked previously in the medical field, right? For example, and let's say that I want to make drastic changes to the medical field, which would put a damper in my own pocket, or maybe I want to take on practices that would raise taxes and therefore maybe take more money from me, but I'm thinking about the greater good. And I feel like, you know, some people will vote out their own best interests, so they think, and they never get to the point where they're able to vote against their best interest, or the getting gets good. You know, you just want to keep
You're
on
voting
getting
for the collective and not the individual.
something like that. I don't have those big words like you, Lindsay. I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, that was a big word, collective.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Hey, I am looking at the time. I missed another scheduled event I had. I totally lost track of the time, but
Get off the
my friend.
I wanted to say to Lindsay, Freud, he actually wrote a book on that subject that you're talking about, and it's called Civilization and Its Discontents. If you want to look it up.
Okay.
You know? Yep.
Well, thank
But
you.
yeah, anyways, yeah, have a blessed day. Yep.
You too.
Yes, thank you. How about you others? Sterling, you. Yeah. All right.
So I've got special
So yeah, you guys come and check me out then at that time. Yeah.
a moment.
All right, Machine Lies. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, I just want to point out that me and Hank and Gen X Jeff had some brilliant conversations at his channel over there at I'm at the Gen X Jeff channel about consciousness, the nature of consciousness. So if you guys are looking for some philosophical conversation this evening, I would highly recommend me and Hank going into that topic. We actually reached a lot of interesting agreements. You know, Hank is very well read, you know, on that issue as well, so he understands a lot about it. But yeah, in terms of what we were talking about here, we were talking about self-control, and you know, I brought up complex machines, and I brought up three aspects. You know, there I brought up functionality, which we could relate to purpose, intrinsic value, you know, that we need to find. And then if you relate it to the second thing, which is aesthetics, which really should come from engaging with the people around us, being having beautiful relations with the people around us, and trying to improve the kind of way we interface with our environment. And that's the third thing, is environment. So functionality, aesthetic, and environment, and all of these come together within the technological world through this fourth notion, which is complexity. But anyways, you guys have a blessed night, and I hope you get control of the situation here, because the situation is out of control. Bless you guys. Yeah.
Hey, respect to you. Thank you very much. I tell you what, that is a man. He brings some complexity. His vocabulary and his perceptions on things. Machine Lies, blessed. What a blessing. I appreciate you and the others sharing your philosophical minds, the creativity, the energies of who you are. Everyone who joined the channel tonight, thank you.
Yo. Check this. Yo. Leave you stiff like a cat puffing coke and weed in a spliff. Nose broken, bleeding, drift away as they lift you on a stretcher rib. Images of organ incisions get you sick while you puke up what you chewed up. Now chew up what you threw up. Left in the morgue, food, flesh for a dog. Funeral organs, rock and roll bed, C-clef on the cord. You willed away, now every day your flesh will peel away. Severed, decay, maggot, infest, rot, dragged and dropped in a plot, forever slayed. Slide you inside the cremation chamber, the system of erasing your existence with flames of nature. Free base and angel dust is danger. Euthanasia, methods of death stranger than the sounds of a stranger. Burned to a carcass, I watch the fire sparkle. Then I deliver your family your parcels over charcoal. The neurosurgeon, you're regurgitating detergent. I urge you to worship, you're on the verge of becoming a servant. There's no physical evidence you existed. When your ashes get pissed on, no one remembers a bitch, kid. I determine you'll be eaten by vermin, German cockroaches squirming through you, locusts and worms in your skin. We're living in a world gone mad, a crazy world, the world where death is a way of life. Every day we read of atrocities that numb the brain, but I believe to deny what is insane, or to try to flee from it is to submit to it, to be at the mercy of it when you should just study it, to enjoy life. Chill with me as we descend into this world gone mad, a world of dying and killing sprees. You're dead and you'll never come back. You got murdered by a scumbag, the type that doesn't realize that he's done bad. He's walking the streets free while you're 6 feet deep. Police close the case cause there's no trace you beat. I'll write a verse on your toe tag. You'll get suffocated with a bag over your face, will gag with no air ventilated. I rock a mask for the stench of rotting corpses. Does not smell like a box of chocolate. Your cadavers packaged in suitcases and travel baggage, then buried under gravel in secluded places. I got an appetite for abduction. We kidnap women, torture and brainwash them and fuck them. I'm a carnivore. My teeth are sharp, made for ripping flesh like blades to carve through body parts. We're living in a world gone mad, a crazy world, the world where death is a way of life. Every day we read of atrocities that numb the brain, but I believe to deny what is insane, or to try to flee from it is to submit to it, to be at the mercy of it when you should just study it, to enjoy life. Chill with me as we descend into this world gone mad, a world of dying and killing sprees. We're living in a world gone mad, a crazy world, the world where death is a way of life. Every day we read of atrocities that numb the brain, but I believe to deny what is insane, or to try to flee from it is to submit to it, to be at the mercy of it when you should just study it, to enjoy life. Chill with me as we descend into this world gone mad, a world of dying and killing sprees. It's just me against the world. Me against the world, baby. I got nothing to lose. This is me against the world. Me against the world, baby. Projects full of bullets, the bodies is dropping. They ain't no stopping me. Constantly moving while making millions. Witnessing killings, leaving dead bodies in the abandoned buildings. Carries the children cause they're illin'. Addicted to killing and the appeal from the cap villain. Without feeling, but will they last or be blasted? Hard-headed bastard. Maybe you'll listen in this casket. The aftermath. More bodies being buried. I'm losing my homies in a hurry. They relocating to the cemetery. Got me worried. Stressing my business blurry. The question is, will I live? No one in the world loves me. I'm headed for danger. Don't trust strangers for one in the chamber whenever I'm feeling this anger. Don't wanna make excuses, cause this is how it is. What's the use unless we're shooting? No one notices the youth. It's just me against the world, baby.
Me against the world.
It's just me against the world. It's just me against the world.
Me against the world.
Cause it's just me against the world, baby. Me against the world. I got nothing to lose. It's just me against the world, baby.
I got nothing to lose.
Could somebody help me? I'm out here all by myself. See ladies and stones, baby Capone, living wealthy. Pictures of my birth on the surface, what I'm dreaming. Seeing daddy seeming full of crooked demons, already crazy and screaming. I guess them nightmares as a child had me scared, but left me prepared for a while. Share another route for a crooked outlaw, a veteran, a villain, a young thug.
Every day is more death, and plus I'm no less. I'm CMO reasons for me to proceed with fever. Scheme on and scheming and lead every breathing. Cause ain't no bunch stacker. My nuts is backed up. I'm about to act up. Go load the Mac up. Now watch me clack up. Try make it fact up. But yo, it ain't working and evil's lurking. I can see him smirking when I get the burger. So what? Go put some work in. I make my mail, make the sales. Risking 25 with an L, but oh well.
Me against the world.
With nothing to lose. It's me against the world. It's just me against the world, baby.
Me against the world.
I got nothing to lose. It's me against the world. It's just me against the world, baby. With nothing to lose. It's just me against the world, baby.
Me against the world.
Me against the world. I got nothing to lose. It's just me against the world, baby. With all the sex and stressing, the question I wonder is after death, after my last breath, when will I finally get to rest through this suppression? They punish the people that's asking questions and those that possess. Still from the ones without possessions, the message I stress. To make it stop, study your lessons, don't settle for less. Even the genius asks questions, be grateful for blessings. Don't ever change, keep your essence. The power is in the people, in politics we address. Always do your best, don't let the pressure make you panic. And when you get stranded and things don't go the way you planned it, dreaming the riches, in a position of making a difference. Politicians and hypocrites, they don't want to listen. If I'm insane, it's the fame made a proper change. It wasn't nothing like the game, it's just me against the world.
Once more begin. Nature's game once more begin. Nature's game once more begin.